Any veteran of the 8th Battalion in the North knows that the 4th-rank Godslayer Thunder Spear is a taboo weapon. Touch it, and you die. Yet you, a 2nd-rank recruit, have gripped the shaft with both hands. ZZZZT. An eerie blue arc of lightning races down the pitch-black shaft, like a venomous snake biting into your entire body. The veterans around you let out cries as if they were witnessing a death, while your muscles convulsed under the thunder and the smell of burning flesh filled the air. Just as you gritted your teeth, gasped for breath, and prepared to face certain death, an icy, mechanical voice exploded in your mind. Physical body forged through trial, triggering a 10,000x critical hit. Acquired, absolute immunity to lightning attributes. The raging current instantly transformed into a gentle stream, washing over your jeans. You snapped your eyes open, lightning flashing from your pupils. Accompanied by a bestial growl, the Godslayer Thunder Spear, which had lain dormant for decades and weighed 1,000 Gene, was yanked from the stone pedestal right before the breathless eyes of the entire crowd. The spearhead swept across the field, its shockwave tearing through the earth. I became a 5-star military god in just 1 year, yet everyone mocked me as a brain-dead loser simply because my natural talent was a tiny bit pathetic. Not only did I fracture my tailbone after just 10 kicks, but I couldn't even master the basics of the tempering fist technique after 100,000 repetitions. This made me the black sheep of my clan, so enraged that my father kicked me straight to the border to enlist. Upon detecting the hostess enlistment as a recruit, the system has automatically converted to the War God system. The binding package has been automatically activated. C grade comprehension boost has been upgraded to SSS grade Heavenly Diligence. Chapter 1: The Perfect Counterattack. SSS grade Heavenly Diligence Talent. Memory Repository. The fact that you've ended up enlisting in the Northern Frontier means your awakened talents are worthless. You're nothing but trash in others' eyes. Don't want to be trash? Want privileges? Then show me everything you've got. Here. The strong reign supreme. Strength is everything. The 8th Battalion's recruit camp in the Northern Frontier. Listening to the instructor's lecture from the high platform, Lin's unfocused eyes gradually regained their focus as a flood of chaotic memories surged through his mind. This is a high martial arts world where beasts run rampant and martial prowess reigns supreme. Only the strong are respected, the weak don't even have the right to live. And to become strong, awakening martial arts talent is crucial. Talent is ranked from strongest to weakest into 9 tiers: SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Dragon Nation stipulates that only those with C-tier talent or higher are eligible to take the martial arts entrance exam. Those below C-tier must either become low-level service personnel or enlist in the border troops. On his 18th birthday, Lin awakened a C-level talent that enhances cultivation. With some effort, this talent might just be enough to scrape into the very bottom tier of a martial arts university. Yet he was born into the Lin family, one of the Dragon Kingdom's 3 top martial arts clans. His father is one of the Dragon Kingdom's strongest warriors, and his mother holds a high-ranking position in the Martial Arts Foundation. A mere C-grade talent was nothing short of a disgrace to the Lin family. Rumors swirled that the Lin family's eldest son was a good-for-nothing, destined to achieve nothing of note in the future. His parents believed Lin was unworthy of being a member of the Lin family, so they severed ties with him and sent him to enlist in the military in the Northern Frontier. Ding! Hostess enlistment has a new recruit detected. System automatically converted to the War God system. The binding gift pack has automatically activated, and the C-grade comprehension boost has been upgraded to SSS grade Heavenly Diligence. S grade? No. It's SSS grade. Lin's pupils dilated in shock. He gasped in disbelief, momentarily suspecting he'd heard a hallucination. A C-grade talent instantly transformed into SSS grade? After all, the Lin family had poured their heart and soul into using all manner of rare treasures and natural resources, yet this year they only managed to cultivate 5 S-grade talents, not a single SS grade, let alone SSS. Across Dragon Nation, and even the entire world, SSS grade geniuses born each year were as rare as henna's teeth. And once these SSS grade geniuses matured, every single one of them became the absolute pinnacle of strength in their respective nations. System: what does the SSS grade Heavenly Diligence talent do? Lin had never heard of this talent before and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. This system is designed to forge the host into a peerless military god. As long as the host engages in martial arts cultivation, martial technique training, or the study of special abilities within the scope of the military god talent, every ounce of effort will yield 10,000 times the reward, the system explained. Whoa! Lin's eyes widened again as he gasped in astonishment. This talent was simply too overpowered. From ancient times to the present, the rule has always been you reap what you sow. Not even the most prodigious talents were exempt from this. But for him, one part of effort would yield 10,000 times the reward. With just a little effort, he could effortlessly bridge all gaps in natural talent, resources, hard work, and serendipity. Lin's excitement hadn't even subsided when the system's voice rang out again. Friendly reminder: every time the host advances in military rank, they receive one chance to draw a prize, including but not limited to talents, special physiques, armor, martial techniques, resources, and more. Holy shit! This is insane? What's the point of playing the game anymore? Lin was stunned. Military ranks are divided into recruit, corporal, squad leader, centurion, commander of 1,000, marquis of 10,000, duke, king, and war god. That's a total of 9 lottery chances. Even a random bound gift pack can upgrade a C rank talent to an SSS rank talent, so the items from the lottery are bound to be amazing too. If he were to get another SSS grade talent, it was almost too good to imagine. Next, Lin opened the system panel. Host, Lin. Realm, Awakened Stage Tier 1. Military rank, Recruit. Talent, SSS grade Heavenly Diligence. Martial skill, Tempering Fist Beginner. Physical constitution, 12 average human, 10. Just then, Instructor Hao's voice rang out again. Next up, combat training. Form teams freely within 1 minute and face off in pairs. The losers will be punished. At those words, all 100 recruits on the drill ground were stunned. Although they'd long known the barracks were brutal, they never expected it to be this brutal. The 100 recruits exchanged glances, none daring to make the first move. A mocking, hostile voice came from behind Lin. "Isn't this young Master Lin? How did you end up enlisting on the border?" I almost forgot young Master Lin was kicked out because his trashy C-rank talent brought shame to the Lin family. Ha! Lin turned to look, and a burly young man was walking toward him. His name was Wang, the son of his former bodyguard. Back at the Lin household, Wang Wunti have dared to break a sweat. Now that he was in the barracks, even the son of a servant dared to strut around. Sure enough, this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. "Oh, isn't this the son of my personal servant? Ready to follow in your father's footsteps and show him some filial piety?" Lin smiled faintly. There was no need to give a friendly face to such a petty, provoking little man. "Fuck your mother!" Wang exploded instantly, cursing on the spot. Back at the Lin family, he'd always been jealous of Lin. Why was Lin able to become a high and mighty young master, while he was stuck as a lowly servant? Later, when he awakened an A-rank talent, he felt his chance had finally come to shed his servant status and rise above everyone else. So, flying the Lin family's banner, he pocketed a tiny bit of resources from others. Before long, his scheme was exposed, and the Lin family kicked him out. But he never believed he was in the wrong after all. He and his father had served as slaves and servants in the Lin family for decades. The small benefit was what he deserved. Because of this incident, he lost his chance to take the college entrance exam and had no choice but to enlist in the army on the border. But after all, he possessed an A-class talent. He could still make a name for himself on the border. Yet he never imagined he'd run into Lin here as well. Whenever he saw Lin, he was reminded of his former life as a servant, the humiliation and sycophancy and the shame of being cast out of the Lin family. "Already losing your cool?" Lin continued to taunt. "I can't win an argument with you. But this is a military camp. Strength is everything here. If you've got the guts, face me one-on-one." Wang snarled defiantly. "Sure, go ahead and wait here for your daddy. After all, beating you is just a warm-up for me." Lin's lips curled into a smirk as he began practicing the tempering fist right then and there. This bold move left everyone on the field completely dumbfounded. People have seen last-minute cramming for exams, but no one has ever seen someone sharpening their skills right before a martial arts match. What's up with this guy? That's way too out there. Even though they're both awakened stage tier 1, Wang is the only recruit with an A-class talent and a physically enhanced one at that, with extremely high combat power. Lin has a C-class junk talent and isn't even good at fighting. What's he got to fight with? The gap between them is way too big. Even if Lin trained for another month, he still wouldn't be able to catch up. Listening to the murmurs around him, Wang's face broke into a smug smile, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. In the Lin family, he was just the son of an insignificant servant. But in the barracks, he was a genius with an A-class talent. No one dared to look down on him. Lin, if you're scared, get down on your knees and kowtow to me 10 times, begging Master Chang, please spare me. I might consider going easy on you later, and I'll even look out for you in the barracks from now on. Wang was brimming with self-satisfaction, thoroughly relishing the moment. If he could make Lin his lackey and boss him around, that would be even more satisfying. Pfft, Lin sneered disdainfully and continued throwing punches. Host threw 10 consecutive punches, earning a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus. Tempering Fist has been elevated to the perfect realm. Martial art realms are divided into beginner, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfect. Although Tempering Fist is merely a basic first-tier martial art, advancing from the beginner realm to the perfect realm with just 10 punches is simply mind-boggling. It effectively skipped the years or even decades of arduous training others would have to endure. Moreover, the 10,000-fold boost in gains was identical to the results of relentless, dedicated practice. In addition to reaching the perfect realm and gaining a thorough understanding of the martial art, his physical body had also grown stronger through the tempering. His muscles were sharply defined, and every casual punch contained immense power. An SSS-ranked talent truly terrifying. Chapter 2, Challenging the Instructor Mastery of Terrifying Power. Lin's aloof and dismissive attitude instantly fueled Wang's rage even further. He snarled, "Ha, you've got a big mouth. I just wonder if your bones are as tough as your mouth. You'd better not beg for mercy. Oh, and by the way, I want to give you a chance to beg for mercy." Wang immediately activated his A-class talent, physical enhancement, and his body grew noticeably larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Standing nearly 2.2 meters tall, his muscles bulged like small hills. In this enhanced state, his strength, defense, and recovery would all be significantly boosted. The sudden appearance of a giant over 2 meters tall on the field instantly drew everyone's attention. Even the drill sergeant was no exception. Everyone knew how powerful A-rank talents were, but now they were truly experiencing just how strong they were firsthand. The sheer aura and sense of oppression alone were enough to deter anyone from approaching. Looking across at Lin, he seemed as frail as an ant, as if Wang could crush him with a single stomp. Immediately, Wang channeled all his strength into his right fist and, using momentum, unleashed a devastating blow. The fist cut through the air with a howling wind. Its power was immense. Even if this punch didn't kill Lin, it would leave him permanently disabled, completely ending his martial arts career. Lin, unhurried and composed, sank into a horse stance and assumed the starting posture of the tempering fist. He unleashed a punch without any frills. For Wang, whose body has been enhanced, agility is his only weakness. The best strategy is to stall and avoid direct combat until his physical strength is exhausted, Instructor Hao said, pursing his lips and shaking his head. Beasts run rampant in the northern frontier, posing an extremely high level of danger. To survive, one needs not only strength but also a sharp mind. However, the very next second, Instructor Hao was stunned and immediately dismissed his earlier thoughts. Boom! Lin's fist collided with Wang's punch, which was as big as a sandbag. The terrifying force twisted the muscles in Wang's arm like a twisted rope. When they reached their limit, they exploded with a series of thuds, sending blood spraying everywhere. The sound of snapping bones echoed as his entire arm was forced back 2 inches. Immediately afterward, Wang was sent flying like a cannonball, propelled by the sheer force of that single punch. Put! Mid-air, Wang spat out a mouthful of blood, his small eyes filled with utter bewilderment. He couldn't believe it. An A-class talent had actually lost to a C-class talent. What's more, his physical enhancement belonged to a combat talent, while Lin's cultivation boost belonged to a non-combat talent. A single character S difference, yet the performance in battle was worlds apart. Despite clearly holding a double-edged crushing advantage, he still lost. What shamed him most was that Lin had truly sent him flying with just one punch. At that moment, the entire stadium fell silent, not a sound could be heard. At the same cultivation level, a C-class talent instantly defeating an A-class talent with a single punch. Could this really happen in the real world? Even having witnessed it with their own eyes, it still felt a bit unreal. In a high martial arts world where strength reigns supreme, the way everyone on the field looked at Lin changed instantly. I take back what I just said. It's not that this guy was playing mind games, I'm the clown here. Bro! What era are we in? Still playing the wolf in sheep-s clothing? You've gotta be an S-class talent. Too strong. This guy has the makings of a great general. At that moment, the drill sergeant waved for someone to take Wang to the infirmary, then narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Lin, utterly stunned himself. These new recruits couldn't see where Lin's strength lay, but he could. It wasn't his natural talent. It was his martial art, the tempering fist. That seemingly effortless, unadorned punch actually compressed all his power deep within his tendons, bones, and blood vessels. By focusing on a single point to shatter the entire surface, it unleashed immense destructive force the moment it erupted. This alone proved that Lin's mastery of power was truly terrifying. To achieve this, one must cultivate the tempering fist to perfection. Mastering a martial art is even harder than advancing in cultivation. Besides innate talent, it requires day in, day out, painstaking practice. To have cultivated the tempering fist to perfection by the age of 18, no matter where you go, that makes him a top-tier genius. A long time later, the sparring matches finally came to an end. Of the 120 new recruits, aside from Wang, who had been sent to the infirmary, the remaining 59 losers were still standing there. Losers, 500 push-ups each. You won't be allowed to eat until you're done, the drill sergeant barked. Holy shit. Getting beaten was bad enough. Now we have to do 500 push-ups too. The crowd groaned in unison. The Northern Frontier Corps has no room for weaklings. If you can't handle this hardship, get the hell out now. Drill instructor Hao flew into a rage at the complaints. The Northern Frontier is far more dangerous than the other three frontiers, and it has the highest casualty rate. To survive, you must work harder than everyone else. Otherwise, once you're on the battlefield, you'll just be fodder for the beasts. The grumbling gradually died down, and only then did the instructor turn his gaze to the remaining 60 victors, fixing his eyes particularly on Lin. There are punishments for the losers, and naturally, rewards for the winners. Within the limits of my authority, I can grant you one small request. Extra meat for dinner. Beast meat. Me too. Me too. The crowd cheered and chimed in unison. Beast meat is a powerful tonic. When martial artists consume it, it boosts their chi and blood, allowing them to break through to higher realms faster. But good things come at a price. Even the cheapest beast meat sells for several hundred yuan per gene. Unranked awakened stage tier 1 martial artists can eat 5 or 6 gene of beast meat a day, and for ranked martial artists, consuming 10 or so gene a day is no big deal, something ordinary families simply cannot afford. If winning daily sparring matches meant getting to eat beast meat, everyone would definitely train their hearts out every single day. Agreed. The drill sergeant nodded, and the playground immediately erupted in cheers. Immediately afterward, the drill sergeant turned his gaze toward Lin and asked, "What's your request?" Reporting, instructor. I want to be promoted to corporal. Lin's voice was firm and resounding. The moment he said this, everyone on the drill ground was stunned. What's going on with this guy? He has just enlisted and is only at the awakened stage tier 1 and he already wants to be a corporal? Although the Northern Frontier Corps was full of powerful fighters, the minimum requirement for corporal was awakening stage tier 6 and he was a million miles away from that. Being overly ambitious and arrogant isn't a good thing, the drill sergeant admonished. Report, drill sergeant. A soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. Lin's startling remark left all the other recruits on the drill ground speechless. So he didn't just want to be a corporal, he wanted to be a general. The word ambition was practically plastered on his forehead. Even the drill instructor was momentarily taken aback. He served as an instructor in the Northern Frontier's 8th Battalion for so many years, training over a dozen classes of recruits. He encountered plenty of troublemakers, but he only ever met 2 recruits with such boundless ambition. One was Lin, and the other was the now famous Marquis of 10,000 Households. But the Marquis of 10,000 Households possessed an S-class talent, while Lin was only a C-class talent. His ambition didn't match his ability. So How decided to temper Lin's arrogance? Fine. I'll suppress my cultivation to the awakened stage tier 1. If you can last 10 minutes against me, I'll promote you to corporal. But if you lose, not only will the reward for your earlier victory be revoked, but you'll also have to do 1,000 push-ups as punishment. You have 1 minute to think it over. The timer starts now. Martial arts cultivation levels are divided from weakest to strongest into awakened stages 1 through 9. After awakened stage tier 1 comes the entry stage, divided into ranks 1 through 9, with each rank further subdivided into levels 1 through 9. Awakened stage tier 1 and stage May 3rd not seem very different at first glance, but in reality, they are separated by 31 minor realms. In ancient times, that would be the difference between an emperor and a beggar. Even if the drill sergeant suppressed his martial realm, he could still easily overwhelm Lin in every aspect thanks to his vast combat experience, masterful martial arts, and formidable physique. Without hesitation, Lin replied, reporting, "Drill Sergeant." No need to time it, let us begin. Chapter 3, A Showdown with the Instructor and Natural Martial Arts Prodigy. Facing a seasoned veteran like Instructor Hao, Lin decided to seize the initiative. He struck first. His punch was lightning fast, with hidden energy surging through it, leaving trails of afterimages in the air that left the many new recruits speechless. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge the instructor. It turned out Lin had already mastered the tempering fist to perfection. Hao was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin to be so decisive, without a shred of hesitation. But even with the tempering fist at the perfect realm, it still wasn't enough to defeat him. Hao unleashed a punch faster and more powerful, carrying the killing intent of the battlefield. Even though it was just a casual punch, it put immense pressure on Lin. It was as if the person standing before him wasn't an instructor, but an insurmountable mountain exuding an aura of invincibility. The instructor's punch comes late but arrives first. That power is terrifying. Yeah, this match is a complete one-sided rout. Lin doesn't stand a chance. Now it's just a matter of how many minutes Lin can hold out. The onlookers buzzed with discussion, all stunned by Hao's overwhelming power. If he is this strong even while holding his cultivation at the awakened stage tier 1, it's unimaginable what he'd be capable of at full strength. The two exchanged blows for several minutes straight, and Lin was so overwhelmed he could barely catch his breath. No matter how he threw his punches, Hao always anticipated them in advance. Moreover, the power, angles, and form of Hao's punches were unlike anything Lin had seen before. They didn't resemble a boxing style so much as an instinct honed through countless life and death battles. No thought was needed, his body reacted instinctively. As a result, even Lin's tempering fist, cultivated to the perfect realm, couldn't gain the slightest advantage against him. However, the sustained pressure did not cause Lin to despair or lose heart. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared. Sparring with a powerful opponent is, in itself, a rare opportunity, one that allows him to identify his own weaknesses and learn from his opponent's strengths. Lasting 3 minutes under my attack means you've already passed the test. As Hao's words of praise fell, his fist thundered toward Lin's chest like lightning, ready to end the fight. That punch was incredibly fast. Before Lin's brain could even react, the fist was already at his chest. It was already too late to dodge. Host has learned combat instinct from the battle with Hao, gaining a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus. Combat instinct, beginner level. In an instant, Lin's body arched backward at an unbelievable angle, narrowly dodging the punch. It wasn't until he was back on his feet that Lin came to his senses, exclaiming in awe, "Is this combat instinct?" In a critical moment, the body reacts to avoid danger before the brain even has a chance to process it. You dodged it? Hao was slightly surprised this was a turn of events he hadn't anticipated. How? Just passing isn't enough. My goal is to be promoted to corporal. Lin grew bolder as the fight went on and slammed a punch toward Hao's chest. Hao precisely stepped back half a step to dodge. Lin changed his punch to a claw and grabbed at Hao's shirt on his chest. At the same time, he closed in, his right leg slightly bent, ready to launch a second attack at any moment. This was no longer just the tempering fist, it was the optimal offensive maneuver his body had executed under combat instinct. Hao was startled. The instant Lin's fingers touched his shirt, he executed a hawk-style somersault to dodge the attack. But before he could catch his breath, Lin charged forward again, instantly turning the tide of the battle, which had been going entirely against him. What kind of freak is this kid? He has grasped combat instinct from the rigid tempering fist in just a few short minutes? No. This kid is getting stronger as the fight goes on. It's because he is learning my combat instinct. Hao was shaken to the core. The onlookers, seeing the shock on Hao's face, felt a tidal wave of emotion surge through them. This meant it wasn't that Hao was holding back, it was that Lin's strength had suddenly skyrocketed, allowing him to trade blows with the drill sergeant. They were both new recruits. How could the gap between them be this vast? He was practically a whole version ahead. Drill Sergeant Jiang. It's been 6 minutes. Lin grinned widely as his fists rained down on Hao. Don't get too cocky just yet, kid. Hao retorted sharply, though inside he was growing increasingly stunned. As their battle reached a fever pitch, Lin's combat instinct continued to rise. He had already surpassed the beginner level and was now knocking on the door of mastery. Back then, it had taken Hao 2 years just to grasp combat instinct. And another year to elevate it to the mastery realm. Lin had covered the ground Hao had taken 4 years to traverse in just a few minutes. This wasn't some C-class talent, he was clearly a martial arts prodigy on par with an SSS-class talent. As time ticked by, nearing 10 minutes, Hao began to feel anxious. If he lost this battle, losing face would be the least of his worries. The crucial point was that there had never been a precedent for an awakened stage tier 1 recruit to be promoted to corporal. If Lin were promoted, the commander-in-chief would be so furious he'd lose his mind. I have to give it my all and end this quickly. I can't give him another chance to learn and grow stronger. Hao's gaze darkened, and his aura surged dozens of times over. Lin glanced at the time. It had already been over 9 minutes. For the next few dozen seconds, as long as he avoided direct combat and kept them at arm's length, he'd win. As long as he could drag it out for 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, Hao unleashed a punch. Boom! 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 The punch hadn't even arrived yet, only the wind from his fist had. Are you getting serious now? Lin's expression hardened as he instinctively sidestepped to dodge. You're truly exceptional to have grasped combat instinct from me, but you're still nowhere near good enough to beat me. Hao's figure flickered and vanished from where he stood in an instant. Lin's pupils contracted sharply as he rapidly scanned the area for Hao's location. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his back, and his entire body was sent flying over a meter away. Lin scrambled to his feet and looked at Hao, who had appeared behind him at some point, a deep sense of awe evident in his eyes. Even his combat instinct hadn't had time to react. This level of power was simply terrifying. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. You lost. Hao said solemnly. Yeah, 1,000 push-ups. I accept the bet. Lin knew full well that the gap in this battle was far greater than just 2 seconds. If Hao had gone all out from the start, he wouldn't have lasted even a single move. However, this match allowed Lin to unlock a new way to utilize his SSS grade talent, SSS grade Heavenly Diligence, namely, learning from his opponent's strengths during combat, which could also trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus. By the end of the entire battle, his combat instinct had shot straight up to the mastery realm. Keep training hard. With your potential, advancing to corporal will be a breeze. Hao patted Lin on the shoulder approvingly, then returned to his office. As soon as he pushed open the door and stepped inside, a middle-aged man in military uniform looked at him with a smile. How does it feel to have nearly stumbled at the last moment? Hao's expression froze, and he said awkwardly, "Commander, you haven't been standing here the whole time, have you?" "Yes, I have," the commander nodded. Hao's face flushed red. He wished the ground would swallow him whole. As a third-tier, fifth-level instructor, he'd been forced by a green recruit to use his full strength, and even winning felt disgraceful. What was most embarrassing was that the entire process had been witnessed firsthand by the commander. "Actually, it's not entirely your fault. After all, who could have predicted that a green recruit would master combat instinct in just 10 minutes, the commander said. Hao nodded repeatedly. That's right. Even that S-rank prodigy back in the day took 3 months to master combat instinct. This kid is a total freak. He is a promising recruit worth nurturing, but I came to see you today for something even more important, the commander said, changing the subject as his expression turned serious. Chapter 4, Surging Physical Constitution. Godslayer Thunder Spear. Does it have to do with the beast nest? Hao frowned. Yes. The beast nest is hatching faster and faster. Within half a year at most, there will be another massive beast tide. By then, the entire northern frontier defense line will be torn apart. If we can't stop it in time, this will become a catastrophe affecting the entire nation. The commander paused, then turned to look at Hao and said, "While I'm away, the barracks are in your hands. If I haven't emerged in a month, contact Corps headquarters immediately." "Are you going in personally this time?" Hao was taken aback. The 3 independent squads sent earlier have all been wiped out. Sending more men would only lead to more casualties. Besides, is there anyone in this camp stronger than me? If even I can't take down the beast nest, no one else will be able to. The commander smiled with feigned nonchalance, patted Hao on the shoulder, and instructed, "Your duty is to train the troops well and cultivate more promising recruits for our garrison. Don't let it come to a point where all of us old-timers are dead and there's not a single newcomer capable of carrying the banner. Pay special attention to that kid who has mastered combat instinct. Maybe he'll be like that S-class prodigy from back in the day and bring a glimmer of hope to the northern frontier." "Understood," Hao assured him, tears welling in his eyes. The fact that the commander-in-chief had come to see him at this moment and said all this meant he was already prepared to die. Back when they enlisted in the same class, more than 20 years had passed, and now they were the only 2 left alive from that group of recruits. In the future, perhaps he would be the only one left. With the situation now so critical, they could no longer take their time training new recruits as they had in the past. They had to make them grow in the shortest possible time. Host completed 1,000 consecutive push-ups, earning a 10,000x critical hit bonus, increasing physical strength by 100, and breaking through to the second stage of awakening. Host, Lin. Realm, second stage of awakening. Rank, Recruit. Talent, SSS grade Heavenly Diligence. Martial skill, Tempering Fist Perfect. Physical strength, 121. Looking at the updated information on the panel, Lin was completely stunned. With continuous combat combined with high-intensity physical training, breaking through to the second stage of awakening was only natural. The qi and blood within his body flowed even more vigorously, and his physical strength had risen from 12 to 21. Among new recruits at the same cultivation level, this stat was merely average. But when combined with the 100 physical constitution points gained from the 10,000x critical hit, it was simply outrageous. Possessing 120 physical constitution at the second stage of awakening meant that his physical strength, defense, recovery, and endurance far exceeded those of martial artists at the same level by more than 8 times. 8 times. If he were to fight Wang again, Lin wouldn't even need to use the tempering fist. He could shatter Wang's jawbone with a single slap. With his constitution skyrocketing, the most obvious change to his physique was sheer strength. His bones were as sturdy as a tiger's, his tendons as thick as a dragon's, and his muscles unfurled across his body like scales. Just standing there, Lin exuded an overwhelming sense of power that made him seem unbeatable. Just one SSS grade Heavenly Diligence talent is this powerful. What if I get a second one? Wouldn't that send me straight through the roof? Lin found it even harder to suppress the grin on his face than an AK-47. Promotion to corporal can't be rushed. The most important thing right now is to train in martial arts and boost his strength. Even with a cheat, he is going to crush everyone. After all, in this dog-eat-dog world, strength is everything. After finishing his push-ups, Lin headed straight for the martial arts building. The martial arts building had 5 floors in total. Ordinary soldiers could only access the first floor, corporals and squad leaders could access the second floor, and centurions and above could access the third floor. The fourth and fifth floors were special training rooms, accessible only to those of corporal rank or higher. Training there yields twice the results with half the effort, but there's a time limit, and you have to redeem military merit to use them. Lin entered the first floor. The first thing that caught his eye was a stone platform with a long spear standing atop it. A dozen or so bookshelves containing martial arts manuals were arranged around the platform, forming a bagua formation. The spear was nearly 3 meters long, jet black throughout, its material unknown. The spearhead was sharpened on all 6 sides, unparalleled in sharpness. Gazing at it caused a stinging sensation as if being pricked by a needle. Heavy, profound, and utterly mysterious, it was clearly no ordinary weapon. Engraved on the platform were 4 large characters: "To the worthy, it belongs." Does this spear belong to whoever pulls it out? Lin looked around at the veteran soldiers and asked. That's right. But you're not qualified to pull this spear out yet. You'd better not even touch it. A disheveled, unkempt, bearded, and lame veteran soldier spoke slowly. Why? Lin grew even more curious. This spear is called the Godslayer Thunder Spear, a top-tier 4th-grade weapon. It belonged to the 1st commander of the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps. The spear weighs 1,000 jin and contains terrifying thunder. Even martial artists who just entered the realm wouldn't dare try it lightly, let alone a mere 2nd stage awakened? After explaining the risks, the veteran lowered his head to massage his lame leg, coughing intermittently. Thanks for the warning, but I still want to give it a try. Lin stepped onto the stone platform and slowly reached out toward the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Another arrogant and reckless newcomer. He is just asking for trouble, the veteran said, shaking his head. Weapons and martial arts techniques are ranked from grade 1 to grade 9, with grade 1 and grade 2 being the most commonly seen. Grade 3 items are extremely rare and can fetch over $1 million on the black market. Grade 4 items cost several times as much, and top-tier grade 4 items are even more expensive, so rare that they're practically priceless. With such a huge temptation, taking a little risk is definitely worth it. Let us go for it. Lin furrowed his brow, made up his mind, and reached out to grasp the Godslayer Thunder Spear. The spear shaft was as cold as ice and fit perfectly in one hand. Just as he was about to pull it out with all his strength, an eerie blue arc of lightning flashed from the spearhead, instantly enveloping the entire Godslayer Thunder Spear. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Terrifying thunder surged through Lin's fingertips and spread throughout his body. In an instant, his body stiffened and went numb. He couldn't move a single finger. Every hair on his body stood on end, and a faint smell of burning filled the air. The power of thunder raged wildly inside him, causing excruciating pain. Look! Someone else is challenging the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Why is that a new face? Could he be a fresh recruit? 2nd stage awakening. He really is a greenhorn. Isn't he just asking for trouble? The terrifying thunder of the Godslayer Thunder Spear drew a large crowd of onlookers inside the martial arts hall. They say a young bull isn't afraid of tigers, and that is absolutely true. Even they, a group of seasoned veterans who had already entered the ranked realm, didn't dare touch the Godslayer Thunder Spear, and yet a level 2 awakened recruit was actually delusional enough to try to pull it out. The hostess' physical body has undergone a lightning tempering, gaining 10,000 times the critical hit reward and 20% immunity to lightning attributes. As the system prompt sounded, the physical pain subsided significantly, and his body regained some sensation. Lin was slightly startled. He hadn't expected the SSS grade Heavenly Diligence to have a third way to trigger. If he could boost his lightning resistance to 100%, he would become a nightmare for all lightning attribute martial artists and beasts. However, as his physical resistance increased, the effect of the 10,000-fold critical hit grew weaker and weaker. A few minutes later, the lightning immunity reached 38%, hitting its absolute limit. Lin steadied his breathing and gripped the Godslayer Thunder Spear tightly with both hands. That kid withstood the terrifying thunder of the Godslayer Thunder Spear? The veteran turned around, his gaze filled with shock as he looked at Lin. Chapter 5, Top-Tier 4th Grade Martial Art. Ninefold Thunder Spear Art. The onlookers were also stunned by this scene. They held their breath and stared intently at Lin. A mere second-tier awakened practitioner actually withstood the terrifying thunder of the Godslayer Thunder Spear. It was simply unbelievable. Judging by Lin's appearance, it seemed he was even going to pull out the spear. The terrifying thunder would numb the body and significantly reduce strength and other attributes. Under these circumstances, pulling out the Godslayer Thunder Spear is absolutely no easy feat. Ever since the first commander's demise, this spear has stood in the martial arts hall for decades. Countless prodigies have attempted to pull it out over the years, yet all have ultimately failed. Could we be witnessing a miracle today? Lin clenched his teeth, straining every muscle in his body. As his muscles tensed, his clothes ripped open, revealing the defined contours of his physique beneath. His face flushed red, veins bulged on his forehead, and his features gradually contorted into a ferocious grimace. Finally, the Godslayer Thunder Spear gave slightly and began to be pulled out of the stone pedestal, inch by inch. "Come out!" Lin roared, unleashing all his strength in one powerful surge to yank the Godslayer Thunder Spear free. At that moment, the Godslayer Thunder Spear seemed to recognize its master, and the power of thunder fully merged into the spear's shaft. His stiff and numb body gradually returned to normal, and wielding the Godslayer Thunder Spear became much easier. Almost at the same moment, the entire martial arts hall fell silent. All the veteran soldiers present stared at Lin in disbelief, their hearts churning with overwhelming emotion. It had been decades. Someone had actually drawn the Godslayer Thunder Spear. The spear's power was beyond question, and so was Lin's strength. Given time, the Northern Frontier Corps would surely produce another world-class warrior. Lin had no idea what was going through the veterans' minds right now. He only wanted to study the Godslayer Thunder Spear. The spear tip was razor-sharp. A light swipe across the ground sliced through the concrete slab as easily as cutting tofu. The spear shaft was incredibly heavy. Few could withstand a single fierce swing. Its most formidable feature, however, lay in the thunder power concealed within the shaft. Unless an opponent was immune to the lightning element, a single thrust would instantly shatter their internal organs with terrifying thunderous force. "Is there something else down here?" Lin bent down and pulled a martial arts manual from the high platform. The cover bore the 5 large characters, Ninefold Thunder Spear Art. A top-tier 4th grade martial art? Lin's pupils contracted sharply. He was utterly stunned. This trip to the martial arts tower had truly been worth it. First, he gained 38% immunity to the lightning element, then he obtained the top-tier 4th rank Godslayer Thunder Spear, and now he had acquired the top-tier 4th rank martial art, Ninefold Thunder Spear Art. With these 2 items, his strength would surge dramatically once again. He was even closer to his goal of being promoted to corporal. Lin settled his mind and carefully studied the Ninefold Thunder Spear Art. This martial art is divided into 9 levels. With each level advancement, its power doubles, reaching a maximum of 9 times its original power. Combined with the terrifying thunder of the Godslayer Thunder Spear, no one can withstand a single strike. Did he really pull it out? Didn't he just awaken to the second stage? I have a feeling. The Northern Frontier is about to witness the emergence of a prodigy who will surpass even the prodigies of the past. This kid's potential is definitely not limited to being a marquis of 10,000 households. He has obtained a top-tier 4th rank weapon and martial art right after enlisting. In future competitions held in the Northern Frontier, it'll be hard for him to lose. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. In the military, this is even more evident. The onlookers gazed at Lin with respect. Being able to witness the rise of a powerful figure firsthand seemed to be an honor in itself. I didn't expect to have misjudged him. He really is a surprising little guy. The veteran gave a self-deprecating chuckle and limped out of the martial arts hall. Meanwhile, Lin arrived at the training room. Unlike the special training rooms on the upper floors of the martial arts hall, there were no cultivation enhancements here. They were simply ordinary small rooms, specifically designed for soldiers to contemplate and practice their martial arts. Lin planted the Godslayer Thunder Spear before him and immediately began perusing the ninefold Thunder Spear art. The higher the rank of a martial art, the greater the difficulty of cultivation, and the stricter the demands on one's physical body. Without guidance, it would be utterly impossible for someone at a mere second stage awakening to master a top-tier 4th rank technique. But Lin was different. He had a cheat. Host diligently studies the ninefold Thunder Spear art, gains a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus, and has mastered the basics of the ninefold Thunder Spear art. The next day, as dawn broke, Hal blew the assembly whistle. A crowd of new recruits rushed out of the barracks and lined up on the parade ground. After a full day of treatment, Wang's injuries had healed completely, and in a stroke of good fortune born of misfortune his cultivation realm had broken through to the second stage of awakening. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Lin, as if to say, "What happened last time won TN so easily?" Lin remained impassive. Having mastered the ninefold Thunder Spear art and wielding the Godslayer Thunder Spear, he was now unbeatable among those of the same cultivation realm. A mere clown like Wang was no longer worthy of being his opponent. Humph. Wang snorted coldly, his anger flared once again by Lin's indifferent and dismissive attitude. The beast is watching us closely, and the situation in the northern frontier grows more critical by the day. We don't have much time left. Starting today, all training will shift to live combat. We'll face the beast head-on with real weapons. Bloodshed and casualties are inevitable. If anyone is afraid, it's not too late to back out now. Hal stood on the high platform, his expression grave as he addressed the troops. As his gaze swept past Lin, it lingered for a few seconds. He had already learned about Lin drawing the Godslayer Thunder Spear last night, and the shock had kept him awake all night. As his words fell, the ranks of new recruits stood ramrod straight in their places. Not a single one backed out, not even a flicker of emotion crossed their faces. They had come to the northern frontier to enlist precisely because they couldn't stomach being called good-for-nothings. Either they would die in battle here, or they would return home in glory. There was no third option. Excellent. As expected, the Northern Frontier Corps has no cowards. Do you see that mountain behind you? Slaying one beast is the minimum requirement. The more you slay, the greater the reward. The top performer will be granted special access to the top-floor training chamber in the martial arts tower. If anyone fails to slay even a single one, they'd better be prepared to face punishment. You have 12 hours to complete the mission. Move out. At Hal's command, the new recruits collected their gear and charged en masse toward the mountain behind them. First place gets access to the special training room. That reward is just too tempting. In the past, you had to be at least a corporal and earn the qualification through military merit. It was basically reserved for veterans, something new recruits didn't even dare to dream of. Now that the opportunity is right in front of them, it's worth fighting tooth and nail for. Instructor Jiang, we received a message from headquarters. Just then, the limping veteran from yesterday's martial arts building appeared on the drill ground. Is it related to the beast nest? Hao asked. No, the annual Northern Frontier Recruit Competition is about to begin, and headquarters has ordered us to select suitable contestants. The limping veteran handed the document to Hao. Hao glanced at the document, tore it to shreds on the spot, and roared with fury, "The beast tide is about to hit. I'm racing against the clock to train my men, and those good-for-nothing drunkards at headquarters are still pulling off these token gestures to paint a rosy picture of peace. Tell them this, my 8th Battalion refuses to participate." Instructor Jiang, this competition was personally orchestrated by the Northern Frontier Commander, who has ordered all 8 battalions to participate, said the lame veteran. Since there is no way around it, just pick a few people at random to make up the numbers. Anyway, the 8th Battalion comes in last every year, it doesn't matter. Hao said dismissively. Chapter 6, Sweeping Victory. Combat training comes first. Meanwhile, a large group of new recruits poured into the mountains. Low-level beasts lack intelligence and possess only the most basic survival instincts. In their eyes, this group of recruits was food delivered right to their mouths, so they all lay in wait in the shadows, ready to pounce. The eerie silence in the mountains sent chills down the spines of the recruits, leaving them on edge. They all gripped their weapons tightly, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The slightest rustle intensified their anxiety. Whoosh! Lin spun the Godslayer Thunderspear, landing a precise strike on the awakened Stage Tier 1 rat demon hiding in the bushes. The spearhead was sharp and packed with power, piercing a bloody hole with a single thrust. The effortless ease with which he did it, as if he simply stepped on an ant, left everyone speechless. Too weak. If I want to improve my strength through practical combat training, I must find stronger opponents. Lin stowed the rat demon's corpse into his storage bracelet, turned, and charged deep into the mountains. Idiot! Do you really think that just because you beat me and the instructor by a fluke, you're invincible? You're going to die out there. Wang watched Lin's receding figure and sneered coldly. Both of them are at awakened Stage Tier 2, so staying on the outskirts to hunt awakened Stage Tier 1 beasts is the safest and most efficient way to win. The further in you go, the more dangerous it gets. If you're unlucky enough to encounter a beast at awakened Stage Tier 2 or higher, you won't even have a chance to escape. After running for a while, Lin stopped in his tracks. When he looked back, he could no longer see the other recruits, and several powerful auras had appeared around him. Unfortunately, his combat instinct had only reached the mastery realm, so he couldn't pinpoint the exact locations of these auras. If he had reached the perfection realm, it would be like having full map vision. Even with his eyes closed, he could accurately sense any aura in the vicinity. Roar! Just then, a deep, thunderous roar rang out. Immediately afterward, a massive scaly boar burst out of the woods. Its body was covered in hard scales, and it had 2 sharp tusks. Its aura was overwhelming, already reaching the peak of the second stage of awakening. The moment it appeared, the several auras that had been lurking nearby vanished one after another. Clearly, it had already marked Lin as its exclusive prey. That earlier roar was a warning to drive away the other beasts. Alright. I'll use you to warm up first. Lin, as always, made the first move. The Godslayer Thunderspear was incredibly heavy, and with his current strength, he couldn't yet wield it as effortlessly as an extension of his own arm. So he kicked the spear's butt, using the momentum to thrust it forward, driving the sharp tip toward the scaled boar's forehead. This strike was powerful and heavy, nothing but raw, unadulterated force. Instead of retreating, the scaled boar charged forward, roaring as it rammed into the Godslayer Thunderspear. Thud! The Godslayer Thunderspear effortlessly pierced through the outer layer of scales, entering through the forehead and emerging through the throat. Bright red, scalding blood trickled down the shaft to the tip, finally dripping onto the ground. The scaled boar stared at Lin in disbelief. Its physical defense, the very source of its pride, was as fragile as paper in the face of this human. Lin pulled out the Godslayer Thunderspear, wiped the remaining blood from the shaft, and his eyes were filled with shock. He had always known that 4th-grade weapons were powerful, but he had absolutely no concept of just how powerful they truly were. Now he understood. Among beasts of the same realm, the scaled boar ranked in the top 3 for defense. If even it couldn't withstand a single strike from the Godslayer Thunderspear, then no beast of the same realm could. Add to that the terrifying power of thunder, and even a beast at the 3rd stage of awakening would stand no chance. After collecting the scaled boar's corpse, Lin continued hunting other beasts. Armed with his mastery-level combat instinct and the Godslayer Thunderspear, he swept through the area like a whirlwind. 12 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Numerous recruits emerged from the mountains and forests one after another, their emotions clearly etched on their faces. Enlisted yesterday and already expected to slay a beast today, the difficulty was no small feat. Out of over 100 recruits, fewer than a third had successfully slain a beast this time. The recruits who had slain beasts began emptying the beast corpses from their storage bracelets, while a limping veteran recorded and verified the counts. Wang strode out of the woods with his head held high, brimming with confidence, as if first place in this combat training exercise were already a sure thing. He deliberately positioned himself at the front of the group and opened his storage bracelet to dump out all the beast corpses. Clatter! The pile of beast corpses formed a small mountain, deeply unsettling every recruit present. 1, 2, 3, holy shit! 12 beasts! I killed only 2 even though I gave it my all, and Wang actually killed 12. That's insane. That's an average of 1 beast per hour. No wonder he has an A-class talent. Looks like the spot in the special training room is definitely his. Every recruit present was stunned. With such a commanding lead, the others simply couldn't catch up. Hao raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised himself. Hunting awakened stage tier 1 beasts at the second stage of awakening is much easier, but the sheer number makes up for the lack of quality. A full 12 beasts, that's truly outstanding. Instructor Jiang, the 12 hours are up. Isn't it time to announce the results? Wang was smug, thoroughly enjoying the adoring glances he was receiving. Wait a little longer. Hao gazed toward the mountains and forests, a hint of concern visible between his brows. I don't think we need to wait any longer. Lin is arrogant and overconfident. He charged deep into the mountains and hasn't come out yet. He is probably not coming out at all. Wang gloated inwardly, secretly delighted. He is out, the lame veteran suddenly spoke up, and everyone present turned to look behind them. They saw Lin, dragging the Godslayer Thunder Spear, covered in blood and staggering as he made his way toward them. Before long, Lin reached the training ground. His aura, like that of a demon god, deterred everyone from approaching. Even though they'd only been apart for 12 hours, the impression Lin gave them was completely different from yesterday. He now exuded a chilling, murderous aura. To escape with such severe injuries. You really are lucky. But judging by the way you look, you certainly didn't slay many beasts. Wang said coldly. Why did you take so long to come out? Are you okay? Hao asked with concern. While slaying a stage 3 awakened beast, I ran into a swarm of thunder ants and took a bit of a hit by accident. But I'm not injured. This is all beast blood, Lin explained. The battlefield is always unpredictable. No one knows what will happen in the next second. You need to remember this lesson, Hao admonished. Lin nodded. He had already located the nest of that swarm of lightning ants. He would definitely get even for today's setback someday. Besides, there seemed to be some valuable loot hidden in the nest. Ha! Killing a stage 3 awakened beast with just a stage 2 awakened beast, don't you think you're bragging a bit too much? You'd be better off saying you were chased by a stage 3 awakened beast and barely managed to escape. Wang sneered. Don't use your ignorance to question my strength. Lin opened his storage bracelet, and dozens of beast corpses tumbled out, piling up into an even larger mound. The impact of this scene was countless times greater than before. Everyone present was left speechless. After all, Wang had only slain tier 1 awakened stage beasts, while these were almost all stage 2 awakened beasts. Not only was there a gap in quality, but there was also a massive disparity in quantity. Chapter 7, Power Surge. Terrifying combat strength stuns Hao. 36. Holy cow! That's an average of 3 beasts slain per hour. Judging by the wounds on these beasts, they were all killed with a single strike. This is truly unmatched within the same realm. Look over here. The corpse of a stage 3 awakened black-striped python. This caused quite a stir, and everyone present turned their gaze toward the black-striped python. It was over 10 meters long, and its body was twice as thick as an adult's waist. Even lying lifeless on the ground, its terrifying aura sent shivers down everyone's spine. Unlike the other beast carcasses, this black-striped python bore numerous wounds, with the fatal injury a bloody gash several meters long located on its lower abdomen. For an awakened stage tier 2 fighter to slay an awakened stage tier 3 beast, it sounds impressive, and it's actually incredibly difficult. Among the 8 battalions of the Northern Frontier Corps, the number of recruits capable of such a feat is as rare as a phoenix's feather or a chilin's horn. This black-striped python alone could easily overwhelm Wang's 12 awakened stage tier 1 beasts and secure first place in this combat training exercise. Not to mention the 34 awakened stage tier 2 beast carcasses and 1 awakened stage tier 1 beast carcass. In the barracks, strength reigns supreme, and the recruits present all cast admiring and awestruck glances his way. Creak, creak. Wang clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with jealousy. He had been a shoo-in for first place, only to be knocked off the top spot by Lin. With such a massive gap, he didn't even have the right to play second fiddle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His C-class talent's cultivation boost is completely unsuitable for combat. Even if his fist techniques are outstanding, there is no way he could have slain so many beasts. Wang stepped forward angrily to challenge him. "You're not even worthy of questioning me," Lin retorted, spinning around to strike with a reverse spear thrust. The spear tip was less than half an inch from Wang's skin, almost touching his face. The icy glint pierced his bones, causing him to swallow hard in terror. As Wang looked at Lin in that moment, he suddenly felt as if he were being stared down by a raging flood or a ferocious beast. His body gradually stiffened as fear spread through his heart. It seemed that with just a single thought, Lin could easily take his life. Powerful. Hopelessly powerful. But they were both at the second stage of awakening. He had an A-class talent. And he detrained just as hard. Why had he lost so completely? Wang stood frozen in place, too terrified to utter a single word. "Since no one has any objections, I'll announce the results. The winner of this combat training session is Lin, who earns a 3-hour training session in the special training room on the top floor of the martial arts tower. Additionally, these beast carcasses will be converted into military merit points and credited to your accounts." Hao tossed Lin an access card, then announced the punishment for the recruits who had failed to complete the training. Lin took the access card and hurried to the martial arts tower, entering the special training room on the 4th floor. The special training rooms on the 4th and 5th floors were identical, with 8 rooms in total. All 4 walls were crafted from a special metal capable of withstanding any attack from martial artists below the 4th rank. A black stone pillar stood in the center, specifically designed to measure combat power. These were merely the basic features. The most captivating aspect of the special training rooms lay in the fact that each wall was engraved with a special formation. These formations help eliminate restlessness, allowing practitioners to fully calm their minds and enter a state of cultivation, thereby increasing the probability of epiphany and accelerating the cultivation process. A single training room like this costs over 10 million just to build. With nearly 20,000 soldiers in the 8 camps of the northern frontier, yet only 8 such training rooms available, it's clear just how precious the opportunity to train here is. Lin sat cross-legged and immediately entered a state of cultivation. The host cultivated continuously for 2 hours, achieving a 10,000-fold critical gain and breaking through to the 4th stage of awakening. The host diligently studied the 9-fold Thunder Spear Art, achieving a 10,000-fold critical gain and mastering the 9-fold Thunder Spear Art. Host, Lin. Cultivation level, 4th stage of awakening. Military rank, recruit. Talent, SSS grade Heavenly Diligence. Weapon, 4th grade top tier Godslayer Thunder Spear. Martial arts, Tempering Fist Perfect, 4th grade top tier 9-fold Thunder Spear Art Mastery. Ability, Combat Instinct Initial Mastery. Immunity, 38% immunity to lightning attributes. Constitution, 168. Lin opened his eyes, ending his cultivation session. As he looked at the updated information on his status panel, a huge grin spread across his face. His cultivation realm had leaped from Awakening Stage 2 to Awakening Stage 4. The special cultivation chamber truly lived up to its reputation. The 9-fold Thunder Spear Art had also reached the Mastery realm, allowing him to unleash the 4th tier, quadrupling its power. With combat instinct at the preliminary stage, his perception of danger had become even sharper. Coupled with a constitution of 168 and 38% lightning immunity, his strength had reached a truly terrifying level. "I've still got a few minutes left anyway, so why not test my strength?" After steadying himself, Lin slammed a fierce punch into the black stone pillar. A thunderous boom echoed, but the black pillar didn't budge an inch. Immediately afterward, the number 1142 appeared at the top of the screen. Lin checked the data. The qualifying combat power for bare-fisted combat at the 4th stage of awakening was 388. Yet he had reached a staggering 1142, exceeding the standard by 754 points, nearly double the requirement. Next, let us try the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the 9-fold Thunder Spear Art. Lin readjusted his stance and thrust forward with the 9-fold Thunder Spear Art. Countless bolts of lightning surged from the spear's shaft, converging at its tip. Electric arcs flashed as it struck the black pillar with a loud thud. The black pillar swayed slightly but remained completely unscathed. No sooner had the first thrust landed than Lin launched a second, third, and fourth thrust. Each thrust was fiercer than the last, with ever-increasing power and thunderous force. The black pillar shook repeatedly, and the numbers on the screen kept changing, finally settling at 5,719, 5 times his bare-fisted combat power. And this was only the 4th level of the 9-fold Thunder Spear art. If he cultivated it to the 9th level, his combat power would definitely exceed 10,000. The 9-fold Thunder Spear art is powerful, but my cultivation level is too low. 4 consecutive thrusts have drained all my energy. From now on, I'll have to use it only as a last resort. I still need to learn a couple of lower-tier martial arts techniques, Lin muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the instructor's office, Hao was discussing the roster for the new recruit competition with the lame veteran. Futa, what do you think about having Wang lead the team? He has got an A-rank physical enhancement talent, and his skills are decent enough he should be able to get by, the lame veteran Futa nodded. Then we'll just throw in a few more people to make up the numbers. Hao circled a few more names on the list, looking as though he were just going through the motions. The situation in the northern frontier was critical. Rather than wasting time on some bullshit rookie competition, it would be better to save that time for cultivation and improving their strength. Besides, the various battalions in the northern frontier would stop at nothing to win first place in the competition. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the computer in front of Hal began blaring an alarm, followed by a pop-up showing the special training room in the martial arts tower. Has someone broken the combat power record in the training room again? Fu Tao knew what the alarm meant and immediately craned his neck to get a closer look. Yeah, it's Lin. That kid has actually reached Awakening Level 4. Hao was slightly surprised, then immediately pulled up Lin's combat power test data. Chapter 8, Devour. The Evolved Thunder Ant King. Unarmed, 1,142. Fully equipped, 5,719. Seeing these two numbers, Hao and Fu Tai exchanged glances and both gasped in shock. The minimum unarmed combat power requirement for Awakening Level 4 is 388. Lin had more than doubled that. The minimum fully equipped combat power requirement for Awakening Level 4 is 800. Lin had exceeded that by 7 times. No wonder the computer was going crazy with alerts. He'd shattered the record by such a massive margin. Back in the day, even that S-Class Marquis didn't reach these numbers until he was at Level 5 Awakening. Is this really a C-Class talent? If someone said he had an SS-Class talent, I doubt anyone would question it. At that moment, Hao became even more determined not to let Lin participate in the new recruit competition. First, to avoid wasting time, and second, to prevent him from becoming a target for people from other camps. Besides, the honor earned in a competition like this has absolutely no real value. Only by going to the battlefield and slaying beasts in real combat that's true honor. They rested all night. The urgent whistle sounded again, and the recruits hurried to the parade ground to assemble. The training regimen was the same as yesterday's, and Lin was the first to dash into the woods. Lin lacks combat experience. He got into trouble last time. You keep an eye on him, just in case. Hao ordered Fu Tai. Got it. Fu Tai nodded and disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin headed straight for the thunder ant nest. Thunder ants are social beasts, their bodies covered in powerful lightning. They grow by devouring lightning attribute items, are highly sensitive to such items themselves, and are also partially immune to lightning power. Last time Lin fought the 3rd stage awakened black-striped python, the swarm of thunder ants had detected the scent of the Godslayer Thunder Spear. There were hundreds of thunder ants in total. Most were at the 2nd stage of awakening, though there were plenty at the 3rd stage as well. Knowing he was no match for them, Lin quickly withdrew from the battle after slaying the black-striped python. Sizzle! Sizzle! Before Lin even reached the thunder ant nest, several of them had already tracked him down by the scent of the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Each thunder ant was about the size of a palm, its 2 antennae twitching as if relaying some kind of message. He swung the Godslayer Thunder Spear to cut them down, then pressed on without pausing. Fu Tai, hidden in the shadows, was slightly surprised. Good kid, your spear work has improved quite a bit. I wonder how many beasts you'll be able to slay this time. Soon, Lin arrived at the foot of a hill. The hill was several meters high and completely hollowed out inside, with over a dozen winding tunnels leading straight into the ground. Upon sensing the aura of the Godslayer Thunder Spear, hundreds of thunder ants emerged from their nest, and their numbers continued to grow. A vast, blue swarm spread out before him, sending a chill down his spine. The weakest among this swarm of thunder ants were at the awakened stage Tier 1, while the strongest had reached the third level of awakening. Are you out of your mind? Challenging a thunder ant nest? Fu Tai's pupils dilated in shock, and his heart leapt into his throat. Thunder ants are gregarious beasts, there are at least 1,000 of them here. As long as their numerical advantage is great enough, they can make up for their inferior quality, not to mention there is a Thunder Ant King at the awakening stage, Tier 4, inside the nest. Furthermore, Thunder Ants are immune to some lightning attribute damage, which would weaken Lin's combat effectiveness. Taking on 1,000 alone, that's not something an ordinary mind could conceive. Thankfully, Instructor Jiang had told him to keep a close eye on him, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If you want to gnaw on my Godslayer Thunder Spear, we'll see if you've got teeth strong enough. Lin's eyes flashed as he swung the Godslayer Thunder Spear and charged forward. The spear tip swept horizontally, slicing more than a dozen thunder ants in half. Thanks to his minor achievement level of combat mastery, no thunder ant could get within half a meter of him. But this swarm of thunder ants seemed endless. As soon as one died, 2 more would pounce. As more and more thunder ants surged forward, Lin finally understood the meaning of the saying, many ants can bring down an elephant. But this number of thunder ants was still far from enough. 9-tiered Thunder Spear. First tier. As soon as Lin's words fell, terrifying thunder surged from within the spear, coiling like countless little snakes. These lightning serpents converged at the spear's tip, forming a dazzling blue beam of light. Boom! Rumble! The spear tip struck the ground, triggering a series of explosions as countless arcs of lightning shot out in all directions. Terrifying thunderous power spread in all directions, and the thunder ants fell in droves, a truly awe-inspiring sight. The lightning ants were immune only to weak lightning. They had no defense against the combined might of the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the 9-fold Thunder Spear art. 9-fold Thunder Spear. Second level. Another thrust followed, and the terrifying lightning spread even farther in with even greater force. The lightning ants all around him fell in droves, like a domino effect. With over half of the thousands of thunder ants dead or injured, the remaining ones were overcome by instinctive fear, cowering and dare not to advance. The 9-fold Thunder Spear art, I've mastered the basics. Fu Tai's pupils contracted sharply as a tidal wave of emotion surged through him. A mere 4th-tier awakener, and without any guidance, he grasped a top-tier 4th-grade martial art in just 2 days. Is this something a normal person could accomplish? This is fucking monstrous. No wonder his full gear can achieve a combat power of 5,700. No wonder he dared to challenge the Thunder Ant Nest. With a genius like this emerging from the 8th core, the day we can hold our heads high is not far off. Squeak! Squeak! Just then, a low, piercing screech echoed from within the nest. Immediately afterward, a mound several meters high burst open, and a massive Thunder Ant King emerged from within. It was over a meter long and half a meter tall. Its body was covered in hard armor, with thunderous energy swirling around it. Its mouth was lined with 2 rows of sharp, serrated teeth, and its aura was on par with Lin's. The moment this Thunder Ant King appeared, the other thunder ants seemed to find their leader, and their fear vanished instantly. Lin gripped the Godslayer Thunder Spear tightly, preparing for a fierce battle, but then saw the Thunder Ant King devour the ordinary thunder ants in front of it in a single gulp. The other thunder ants showed no reaction. Instead, they lined up, waiting to be devoured. As the number of devoured thunder ants grew, the Thunder Ant King's aura visibly strengthened, on the verge of breaking through to the 5th stage of awakening. At the same time, a massive swarm of thunder ants charged forward recklessly, providing the Thunder Ant King with more opportunities to devour and grow stronger. Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Casting the 9-layered Thunder Spear twice in a row had already drained nearly half his stamina. Continuing to cast it would certainly clear out the ordinary thunder ants, but he wouldn't have the energy left to deal with the Thunder Ant King. Once this training session was over, he absolutely had to learn a couple of low-tier martial arts techniques. Even with Lin's astonishing physical constitution, this strategy of going all out right from the start was starting to take its toll. After a long while, the Thunder Ant King finally broke through to the 5th level of awakening. Its body had grown a full size larger, and not a single Thunder Ant remained by its side. Squeak, squeak! The Thunder Ant King screeched furiously, its 2 rows of sharp, serrated teeth eager to tear Lin to pieces. What are you screaming about? Do you think advancing to the 5th level of awakening means you won't die? Lin showed not a shred of fear as he charged forward with his spear raised. A flash of cold light led the way, followed by the spear streaking forward like a dragon. The razor-sharp spearhead, wrapped in explosive thunder power, hurtled straight for the Thunder Ant King's face. The Thunder Ant King sensed that the terror of this thunder far exceeded its immunity, so it dodged the strike. That's incredibly fast. Lin was suddenly startled. After dodging, the Thunder Ant King actually left an afterimage in its place. Such terrifying speed, more than 10 times faster than those ordinary Thunder Ants. Chapter 9, Slaying the Thunder Ant King. 50% lightning resistance. Lin was on high alert, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Sensing danger to his left, Lin immediately raised his spear horizontally into a defensive stance. With a clang, the Thunder Ant King's 2 rows of sharp, serrated teeth clamped down on the Godslayer Thunder Spear. As the 2 forces of lightning clashed, Lin actually felt a slight tingling sensation. It wasn't that the Godslayer Thunder Spear wasn't powerful enough, rather, Lin's own strength was insufficient to unleash its true potential. Gradually, the man and the ant became locked in a fierce struggle, with no clear winner in sight. Fu Tai watched the entire scene unfold, the astonishment in his eyes deepening. He has even achieved the minor stage of combat instinct. This kid really is a prodigy. However, slaying this Thunder Ant King at the 5th stage of awakening won't be that easy. 9-tiered Thunder Spear. 3rd tier. After a long moment, Lin thrust his spear forward with fierce determination. The Thunder Ant King wasn't some dimwit like the scaled boar, it wasn't foolish enough to charge straight into the spear's path. To kill it, he'd have to use his wits. The Thunder Ant King was as swift as lightning and dodged the attack with ease. After his first strike failed, Lin immediately dragged his spear and ran toward the edge of the mountain. Squeak, squeak! The Thunder Ant King let out an excited screech and immediately gave chase. Although it was a low-tier beast, it could sense that Lin's stamina was steadily declining during this intense battle. The most obvious change was that the force behind his spear thrusts and his reaction time had dropped significantly. That powerful thrust from earlier was clearly his last trump card. Now that he'd exhausted all his tactics and his stamina was depleted, escape was his only option. If it weren't for its fear of the Godslayer Thunder Spear's sharpness, it would have torn Lin to shreds long ago. Now, the moment it had been waiting for its moment to hunt had finally arrived. The Thunder Ant King was incredibly fast, appearing behind Lin in the blink of an eye, its 2 rows of sharp serrations lunging toward his back. If that bite connected, half his body would be torn off. Oh no! Fu Tai's expression darkened as he prepared to intervene. Almost at the same moment, Lin came to an abrupt halt, spun around, and executed a horse-turn spear maneuver, 9-tiered Thunder Spear. 4th tier. ZZZZT. Surging thunder erupted from the spear's tip, its might suddenly multiplying several times over. Only then did the Thunder Ant King realize it had been tricked. It let out a terrified screech and tried to dodge. But at such close range, it was already too late to evade. With a thud, the Thunder Ant King watched helplessly as the Godslayer Thunder Spear pierced right through its body. Blood gushed out, and its life force drained away at a visible pace. After struggling for only a moment, it breathed its last. Phew, that little bugger was a tough one to kill. Lin was gasping for breath. Casting the 9-tiered Thunder Spear repeatedly, combined with the intense, sustained battle, had nearly drained his stamina. If he hadn't used a little strategy, he really wouldn't have been able to take down this Thunder Ant King. However, the battle was over, and now it was time to tally up the spoils. A 5th-tier awakened Thunder Ant King, plus the corpses of several hundred thunder ants, would earn him a massive amount of military merit. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The real treasure lies in the thunder ant nest. Last time, Lin had seen with his own eyes the thunder ant swarm digging up a large quantity of thunder crystals, which they had undoubtedly carried back to the nest. These crystals not only enhance the thunder ant's strength but can also be used to temper a martial artist's physical body. It was precisely because of these thunder crystals that Lin had headed straight for the thunder ant nest with such a clear objective. I really did underestimate this prodigy. Not only has he mastered the ninefold thunder spear art to the 4th level of proficiency, but he also knows how to fight with his head. No wonder instructor Jiang has been focusing his efforts on cultivating such a promising young talent. Fu Tai's mind was in an uproar, and he didn't hold back his praise. With his formidable strength combined with a sharp mind, he has already fully met the basic requirements to become a commander. It won't be long before Lin is promoted to corporal. By then, he will become the fastest promoted and youngest corporal in the history of the Northern Frontier Corps. Lin entered the thunder ant nest and, sure enough, discovered a large quantity of thunder crystals inside. The thunder crystals varied in size, all radiating a deep blue hue and containing extremely pure thunder energy within. To avoid any complications down the road, Lin refined these thunder crystals on the spot. Host has refined thunder crystals, obtaining a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus, increasing constitution by 200, and raising thunder attribute immunity to 50%. Whoa! Hearing the system's voice, Lin gasped in disbelief. Last time, with a 100-point increase in constitution, he had barely managed to pull out the Godslayer Thunder Spear. This time, with a 200-point increase in constitution, the Godslayer Thunder Spear, which had once felt heavy and cumbersome, now moved as effortlessly as an extension of his arm. He spun the spear in the palm of his hand, wielding it with fierce vigor. His physique beneath his clothes didn't appear to have changed much, but in reality, his bones, muscles, and flesh had undergone another round of transformation. This massive boost in constitution meant simultaneous improvements in strength, defense, recovery, and stamina. Although he was still at the 4th stage of awakening, if he were to take a combat power test right now, the meter would probably go off the charts. On top of that, his lightning attribute immunity had reached 50%. That was an incredibly high immunity rate. From now on, whenever he encounters a lightning attribute beast, the power of its attacks will be halved. Lin left the nest, cleared away the lightning ant corpses on the ground, and immediately set off back to camp. A long time later, Hao, who was on the training ground, saw Lin walk out and instinctively glanced at his watch. It's only been 3 hours, how come he is out so fast? I've killed enough. Lin opened his storage bracelet, and hundreds of thunder ant corpses poured out. Hao's expression shifted from shock to numbness. He stood frozen in place for a long while, unable to speak. Sure, they were all stage 2 and stage 3 awakened thunder ants, but wasn't this number a bit excessive? After a quick count, there were roughly 600 or 700 of them. As Hao continued counting, his pupils suddenly contracted. An awakened stage tier 5 thunder ant king. Did you wipe out an entire thunder ant nest, kid? Lin nodded nonchalantly. How? In all his years as an instructor, this was the first time he'd seen a recruit kill so many beasts during live fire training. For most people, combat training is a test of life and death. For Lin, it was just like stocking up at a buffet. One awakened stage tier 1 beast is worth 1 military merit point. All those thunder ants combined would be worth over 1,000 military merit points. Keep in mind that Lin had only been in the army for 2 days and he'd just shattered the record for the highest military merit points earned by a recruit. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to participate in this kind of live fire training anymore, Hao said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Lin asked, puzzled. Simply put, you're too strong. Training at this level isn't very meaningful for you. I'll design a separate training plan just for you, Hao said. All right. Lin nodded. That was indeed the case. During his first live-action training session, his combat instinct had advanced from the mastery realm to the initial achievement realm. Yet in this session, even though he had clearly slain more beasts and had even struggled to take down the Thunder Ant King, his combat instinct had made no progress at all. The main reason was that Lin was simply too strong. This group of beasts couldn't put enough pressure on him. Challenging a beast at the 6th stage of awakening, however, would be far too risky. After leaving the training ground, Lin headed straight for the martial arts building. The first floor was entirely dedicated to basic martial arts techniques, with the highest ranked ones barely reaching the top tier of the first rank. Having witnessed the power of a top tier 4th rank martial art, looking at techniques of this rank now left him completely unmoved. Higher tier martial arts were located on the upper floors, but Lin was merely a recruit. He didn't even have the qualifications to set foot on the 2nd floor. What's the matter? Can't find a martial art you like? Or do you look down on these basic ones? Just then, Fu Tai, the limping veteran, slowly walked in through the door. The rank is too low, Lin said with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, I knew you were an ambitious kid. Come with me to the 2nd floor. Fu Tai hobbled up the stairs. Chapter 10, Top Tier 3rd Grade Martial Art Mastery. Beginner as Secret Realm. According to the rules of the Northern Frontier, only those ranked corporal or higher are eligible to enter the 2nd floor. Lin stood his ground. You have astonishing potential. Instructor Jiang has granted you special permission to enter the 2nd floor, Fu Tai explained. Oh, I see. Lin's face lit up with delight as he followed Fu Tai upstairs. There were only a dozen or so bookshelves on this floor, and each shelf held just a handful of martial arts manuals. The manuals were arranged in order of rank, from front to back and from bottom to top. Lin picked up a random manual and noticed a set of numbers marked on it. 2000? What does that mean? Martial arts manuals on the 2nd floor and above must be exchanged for military merit points, and the 2nd grade intermediate manual you're holding is worth 2,000 points, Fu Tai explained. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin's face instantly froze. He opened his personal military merit account to check. He only had a little over 1,100 points. Even the cheapest 2nd grade lower tier manual cost 1,500 points. No wonder only those with the rank of corporal or higher are eligible to enter the 2nd floor. After all, even if a recruit managed to get in, they wouldn't have enough military merit to redeem a martial art. I still have over 11,000 military merit points in my account. I've transferred them all to yours. Take a look, Fu Tai said. Having witnessed Lin's battle with the Thunder Ant King firsthand, he was well aware of Lin's strengths and weaknesses. His strengths lie in high damage and burst damage. He is unmatched at his current cultivation level and can even hold his own against opponents of higher tiers. His weaknesses are equally obvious. Lin's own cultivation base is too weak to fully unleash the power of the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the 9-fold Thunder Spear art. Forcing them to activate would only increase the strain on his body, making him prone to exhaustion and unable to sustain the attack. Therefore, he needed to cultivate other martial arts with lower energy consumption to compensate for this weakness, while keeping the 9-fold Thunder Spear art hidden as a trump card. Currently, within the entire Northern Frontier Corps, only Fu Tai and Hao knew that he had mastered the 9-fold Thunder Spear art. Lin refreshed his personal military merit account and, sure enough, found over 11,000 merit points added. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Tai." How do you plan to use these military merits?" Fu Tai asked. Lin glanced at the exchange prices for martial arts of different grades on the bookshelf, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I'll exchange them for a few more martial arts manuals." Wrong. Martial arts are about quality, not quantity. Cultivating 10 second-tier martial arts techniques isn't as valuable as cultivating a single third-tier one. Besides, your comprehension is remarkable. It only took you a few days to master the 9-fold Thunder Spear art. Grasping a top-tier third-tier martial art shouldn't be too difficult, right? Fu Tai fixed Lin with an intense gaze. The carcass of a single awakened stage tier 1 beast was worth just 1 military merit point. He had so generously given away over 10,000 military merit points simply to help Lin grow rapidly. Naturally, he didn't want Lin to take a wrong turn on his martial arts path. "Alright, thanks for the advice, Brother Tai." Lin heeded the advice and walked to the back row of bookshelves, selecting a top-tier third-grade martial art. The martial art was called the Wind Spirit Spear Technique, renowned for its speed and agility. Its explosive power paled in comparison to other martial arts of the same tier, but Lin still possessed a top-tier 4th-grade weapon, the Godslayer Thunder Spear. With the power of this spear, the Wind Spirit Spear technique's shortcomings would be perfectly compensated for. You have 2 days to master this martial art. After 2 days, your special training will officially begin, Fu Tai said earnestly. What kind of special training? Lin asked curiously. Have you heard of secret realms? Fu Tai countered. Upon hearing the word secret realm, Lin's body trembled, and his eyes lit up with intense anticipation. There is a mysterious force in the heavens and earth. When this force descends upon a certain area, it forms a primordial secret realm. Creatures within a secret realm evolve rapidly under the influence of this mysterious power, eventually becoming beasts. Some special primordial secret realms can even hatch 9th-tier beasts. As more and more beasts hatch, the secret realm's power gradually wanes. Depending on the strength of its power, a secret realm is classified as a primordial secret realm, an advanced secret realm, an intermediate secret realm, or the weakest of all, a basic secret realm. Even the weakest, basic secret realm draws countless martial artists like moths to a flame. This is because the mysterious power within the secret realm not only allows beasts to evolve but also greatly benefits martial artists' cultivation. Entering such a place is far better than entering a special training room in the martial arts tower. Seeing the eager look in Lin's eyes, Fu Tai first poured a bucket of cold water on his enthusiasm. There are countless opportunities within the secret realm, but it's also fraught with danger. Countless prodigies have perished there. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the secret realm is that beasts do not divide their territories based on strength. In other words, the moment you set foot in the outer perimeter of the secret realm, you could be attacked by an entry-level beast. Got it. Lin nodded, then returned to the training room to practice the Wind Spirit Spear technique. Host diligently studied the Wind Spirit Spear technique, achieving a 10,000-fold critical hit reward in mastering the basics of the Wind Spirit Spear technique. Host practiced the Wind Spirit Spear technique 10 times, achieving a 10,000-fold critical hit reward and reaching perfection in the Wind Spirit Spear technique. After perfecting the spear technique, Lin wasn't in a hurry to enter the beginner's secret realm. His 4th-tier awakening strength was indeed too weak. He intended to use this time to continue improving. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin stepped out of the training room, his vitality and spirit more vibrant than ever, and opened his personal panel. Host, Lin. Realm, 5th-tier awakening. Rank, Recruit. Talent, SSS grade Heavenly Diligence. Weapon, 4th grade top-tier Godslayer Thunder Spear. Martial Arts, Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade top-tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top-tier 9-fold Thunder Spear Art Preliminary Mastery. Ability, Combat Instinct Preliminary Mastery. Immunity, 50% immunity to lightning attributes. Constitution, 368. After 2 consecutive days of seclusion, not only had he mastered the Wind Spirit Spear technique to perfection, but his 9-fold Thunder Spear art and cultivation realm had also each advanced by 1 minor level. He wouldn't dare claim a 100% chance of clearing the beginner's secret realm, but at least he had a fighting chance. Lin left the training room and headed for the instructor's office. On the way, he saw the new recruits training and suddenly noticed that several familiar faces were missing. Wang was gone as well. All the new recruits turned to look at Lin at once, their gazes as reverent as if they were worshipping a god. He had slain 500 or 600 Thunder Ants in 3 hours, and even taken down a Thunder Ant King at the 5th stage of awakening. Such a terrifying feat, they wouldn't even dare to dream of something so bold. Lin quickened his pace as he entered the office, knocked on the door, and walked in, but Hao was nowhere to be seen. Only Fu Tai was sitting on the sofa. Brother Tai, where's Instructor Jiang? Aren't we supposed to set out for the beginner's secret realm today? Instructor Jiang took a group to participate in the new recruit competition hosted by the Northern Frontier Headquarters. I'll be driving you to the secret realm, Fu Tai explained. New recruit competition? Lin raised an eyebrow, hearing about it for the first time. Do you think it's a shame you're not participating in this competition? There's no need to feel that way. Competitions like this are meaningless for improving one's strength, and the prizes aren't worth much. They're purely a way for all those second-generation kids to pad their resumes with a veneer of legitimacy, making their credentials look better. Chapter 11, Former Classmate. The Domineering Fu Tai. Fu Tai scoffed at the competition hosted by headquarters, then patted Lin on the shoulder reassuringly. "Lin, just focus on your training. The Four Realms Grand Competition is where you'll truly shine in the future." The Four Realms Grand Competition is the highest level event jointly hosted by the four major military districts East, South, West, and North, bringing together the military's most outstanding talents. Anyone who places in such a competition is among the very best of their peers. Its prestige is on par with the martial arts college entrance exam. Got it. Lin nodded and didn't press the matter further. Afterward, the two took a vehicle to the beginner's secret realm. Every secret realm is heavily guarded, primarily to prevent beasts from breaking out and causing disasters, but also to train the younger generation of martial artists. In other words, in addition to soldiers from the various camps in the northern frontier, schools from nearby cities also send their top students here to train. A few hours later, the vehicle arrived at the secret realm camp. Looking at the secret realm before him, shrouded in a wondrous light screen, Lin felt boundless curiosity and anticipation welling up inside him. For hundreds of years, no one has known what the mysterious force enveloping the secret realm is, nor where it comes from. All that is known is that this force triggered the beast cataclysm, and at the same time, gave rise to powerful martial artists among humans, marking the official beginning of the high martial arts era. "Wait here a moment, I'll go handle the entry procedures for the secret realm first," Fu Tai instructed, then headed toward the camp building. "Okay," Lin nodded and found a spot to sit down. "Lin? You actually followed me all the way here." Just then, a voice filled with surprise and distaste rang out from behind him. Lin turned his head and was met with a stunningly beautiful face. Memories of the past instantly flooded back. The self-important woman standing before him was named Zhu Hong. She had once been Lin's ex-girlfriend, and the two had attended Jiangcheng Experimental High School together. Later, Lin was assessed to have a Class C talent for cultivation enhancement, while she was assessed to have a Class A talent for the corrosive swamp. Out of respect for Lin's status as the eldest son of the Lin family, Zhu Hong had remained by his side. It wasn't until Lin was disowned by his parents and expelled from the Lin family that she truly revealed her true colors, immediately distancing herself from him. "You're just a C-level good for nothing. I, on the other hand, am an A-level genius. We're from two different worlds, don't you get it yet? Before the rest of the class shows up, get out of here before you embarrass yourself." Before Lin could explain, Zhu Hong crossed her arms smugly, not even bothering to look at him. "Zhu Hong, do you really think I came here for you?" Lin retorted. "Isn't that exactly why? Even though you've brought me breakfast every single day for the past 3 years at school, and even though you've given me all the cultivation resources the Lin family allocated to you, resources you were too stingy to use yourself, we're already worlds apart. Stop clinging to those unrealistic fantasies." Zhu Hong was growing increasingly impatient. "You're so noisy." Lin couldn't be bothered with further nonsense and slapped Zhu Hong across the face with the back of his hand. Boosted by his 368-point constitution, the force of that slap was no less devastating than a sledgehammer smashing into her face. With a loud thud, Zhu Hong flipped 720 degrees in midair and crashed heavily to the ground. Half her cheek was swollen and bloodied, and several teeth were shattered and fallen out. Her head spinning, she lay face down on the ground, like a dead dog. "Who are you? How dare you hit our class beauty?" Several students wearing the same school uniform as Zhu Hong charged over, fuming with rage. "Me?" Lin stood up and stared at them. "Fuck. I was wondering who it was. So it's the good-for-nothing heir of the Lin family. Oh, wait, you've already been expelled from the Lin family. Now you should be called a good-for-nothing orphan. You C-class talent piece of trash, what are you doing here? You're not here to beg the class beauty to take you back, are you? The class beauty must have rejected your plea, so you ambushed and injured her." In an instant, the group imagined a dramatic scene unfolding, then looked at Lin with pity. It wasn't out of sympathy for Lin's plight, but because Zhu Hong had already become the girlfriend of Hanan, captain of the experimental middle school sports team. Hanan was notorious for his hot temper. Seeing his girlfriend take such a hard slap, he'd likely crush Lin's skull in a fit of rage or at the very least, snap both his arms. Soon, Hanan and the supervising teacher finished their paperwork and walked over. Seeing Zhu Hong lying on the ground, Hanan's expression changed drastically. He immediately rushed over to help her up. Who did this? Zhu Hong gradually regained her composure and pointed at Lin, who was standing nearby. Brother Han. It's him. He slapped me when I wasn't looking. You've got to avenge me. Fuck you. Die. Hanan cursed furiously, pulling a long sword straight from his storage bracelet and thrusting it toward Lin's chest. Stop. In the blink of an eye, a pebble flew from a distance, deflecting Hanan's sword. Immediately afterward, Fu Tai, who had just finished his paperwork, hurried over and stepped in front of Lin, glaring fiercely at Hanan and his group. The teacher leading the group also stepped forward at that moment. Seeing that Fu Tai was lame and looked sickly, he said contemptuously, "My friend, your people injured my student. We just want to return the favor. What's wrong with that? My man injured your student, and you still want to retaliate. That's the biggest problem," Fu Tai said calmly. What do you mean? The supervising teacher's expression hardened. Which school are you from? You can't even understand such a simple statement? No wonder you've brought along such a bunch of good-for-nothing students. Fu Tai waved his hand dismissively, his expression brimming with contempt. The lead teacher was furious. He hadn't expected Fu Tai, a cripple, to be so arrogant. If he showed weakness now, what authority would he have left in the eyes of his students? So, the lead teacher unleashed the powerful aura of a second-tier martial artist, intending to overwhelm Fu Tai with his presence. You want to test my limits? You're not even worthy. Fu Tai snorted coldly as a terrifying, flood-like aura suddenly swept out, instantly engulfing the teacher's aura and forcing him to spit blood and stagger backward. Teacher Wang. Hanan and the others turned pale with shock, instantly panicking. Without even making a move, he had injured a second-tier martial artist with nothing but his aura alone. His cultivation level had likely reached the third tier, or at the very least, was infinitely close to it. I'm Wang Chang, homeroom teacher of Class 3 at Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School. Do you know the price you'll pay for attacking me? Wang Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared fiercely at Fu Tai. Fu Tai, Centurion of the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps. If you don't agree, let us fight. I'll let you use both hands. Fu Tai grinned defiantly, completely disregarding this group. Northern Frontier Corps. Centurion. Upon hearing those two words, Wang Chang and his companions were instantly struck with terror and fled in a panic. Unlike martial artists like them, who had grown through arduous training and resources, the border martial artists had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their combat prowess far surpassed theirs. They weren't even in the same league. Not to mention, Fu Tai's cultivation realm was already higher than Wang Chang's. Chapter 12, First Tier Spiritual Medicine. The Vermilion Corrosive Swamp Talent. Kid, the secret realm may be dangerous, but human hearts are far more treacherous. Just remember one thing, Instructor Jiang and I will always have your back. The entire 8th Battalion has your back. In an emergency, you can use any means necessary, and I mean any means. Fu Tai slapped Lin's shoulder hard, his expression grave and his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent. Lin could naturally discern the deeper meaning behind those words and immediately nodded. Brother Tai, I understand. This is a locator. If you're in danger, press the red button, and the camp will send people in to rescue you. Fu Tai pulled out a handheld device. Go on, then. I'll be here waiting for your good news. Fu Tai waved with a smile. Got it, Lin replied, turning and entering the secret realm. In the distance, Hanan and his group glared viciously at Lin's receding figure. Teacher Wang Chang sensed the murderous intent surging within Hanan, so he fanned the flames, saying, "The secret realm is treacherous. Every year, many martial artists die inside, some at the hands of beasts, some in resource battles, and others under mysterious circumstances. Do whatever you want as long as you don't leave any evidence behind. The school will have your back." He was the captain of the experimental middle school team, a genius with an A-rank sword control talent and a 7th rank awakening. Xu Hong was the school team's vice captain, possessing an A-rank corrosive swamp talent and a 6th level awakening. Besides the two of them, there were 3 other school team members with B-rank talents, all at the 5th level of awakening. With a lineup like this, they'd even stand a chance against an 8th level awakening beast. Dealing with a worthless loser like Lin would be a piece of cake. Bro Han, don't step in when the time comes. I'm going to kill this loser with my own hands. Xu Hong clutched the swollen side of his face, his hatred boiling over. All right. Hanan nodded with a savage grin, then led the team into the secret realm. Meanwhile, Lin had already traveled a short distance within the secret realm. His luck had been decent so far. He hadn't encountered any ranked beasts since entering. However, to clear this entry-level secret realm, he must slay the strongest beast king within, one whose strength is at least at the 1st tier. For someone at the 5th stage of awakening to slay an entry-level beast king, it certainly sounds unbelievable. But this is a secret realm. Under the influence of its mysterious power, the chi and blood within Lin's body were boiling. Even if he did nothing, his physique would automatically grow stronger. Furthermore, secret realms are more likely to produce all kinds of spiritual herbs, and martial artists can see a massive boost in strength after consuming them. If you're lucky enough to come across a top-grade spiritual herb, combined with a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus, leaping 3 or 4 minor realms in one go isn't impossible. Boom! Boom! Just then, deafening clashes and roars echoed from not far away. Driven by curiosity, Lin cautiously made his way toward the source of the noise and, sure enough, saw 2 beasts locked in a fierce battle. One was an awakened 9th rank scaled snake, the other, an awakened 9th rank demon ape. Both were already covered in wounds, fighting on with their last ounce of strength. For beasts to fight to the death, it must be over some kind of treasure. Lin muttered to himself. He scanned the area around the battlefield and, sure enough, spotted an exotic flower over a person's height, with several crimson blood fruits hanging beneath its petals. Spiritual medicines are classified into 9 grades from weakest to strongest. The crimson blood fruits before him were all grade 1 spiritual medicines. According to the exchange rates in the northern frontier, a single crimson blood fruit is worth 2,000 military merit points. There are 5 of them here in total, that's 10,000 military merit points. But the most valuable item of all is this crimson blood flower, standing over a person's height. This spiritual herb is extremely difficult to cultivate, with very strict environmental requirements, and it takes 100 years to mature and bear fruit. That's why, aside from secret realms, mature crimson blood flowers are rarely found in the outside world. No wonder the battle is so fierce, Lin said, his eyes burning with intensity, yet he remained level-headed. Both of these 9th rank awakened beasts still had a last breath left, charging and now would inevitably result in him being attacked by both. With his 5th rank awakened strength, he stood no chance against 2 9th rank awakened beasts. Against a single, critically wounded and dying one, he might still have a slight chance. After a long while, the demon ape finally seized its chance, clamping its jaws onto the scaled snake's vital spot and tearing at it with all its might. A loud crack rang out as the scaled snake was torn clean in 2. Blood spattered everywhere as the 2 halves of its body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The demon ape was now on its last legs. It had been bitten numerous times by the scaled snake, and the venom had already spread throughout its body. The demon ape staggered toward the crimson blood fruits. As long as it could consume these spiritual herbs and advance to the entry-level beast rank, the snake venom in its body would naturally be neutralized. My chance has come. Lin's face lit up with joy as he drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear, ready to strike. Whoosh! Suddenly, a lithe figure darted out of the woods, snatched 5 crimson blood fruits, and fled into the distance. Judging by its silhouette, it appeared to be an 8th stage awakened chasing cloud monkey. This type of beast is small in stature and relatively weak in combat. Its only strength lies in its extreme speed. The demon ape was heavy and clumsy, having just endured a life or death battle and been poisoned by the snake. It simply couldn't keep up with the cloud-chasing monkey. It roared repeatedly in anger and frustration, but eventually, the snake venom took hold, and it collapsed to the ground. Watching this scene unfold, Lin was taken aback at first, then broke into a smile. The 5 crimson blood fruits were certainly precious, but the even more valuable crimson blood flower was still right here. Lin stepped forward. The rich floral fragrance was refreshing. A deep breath left him feeling invigorated. The crimson blood flower could also be used as medicine. Consuming it could enhance one's strength, but doing so would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Wouldn't it be better to take this plant back to the northern frontier and plant it there, so he could harvest crimson blood fruits every year? Lin carefully dug up the crimson blood flower, afraid of snapping the root at the base. Whoosh! Just then, a flying sword stabbed toward Lin's back from behind. Combat instinct triggered, and Lin narrowly rolled out of the way. Looking closely, he saw several martial artists approaching. To his surprise, the leader was none other than Hanan. Well, what a small world. We've run into each other again so soon, Hanan sneered coldly. Brother Han. It's the red blood flower. And it's a fully matured one at that. 3 team members at the 5th stage of awakening were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. The crimson blood flower is a first-tier spiritual herb, yet it commands a higher price than some second-tier spiritual herbs. That's because a mature crimson blood flower can continuously produce crimson blood fruits. Furthermore, both its petals and rhizomes can be used in medicine. When consumed by martial artists, they can boost their strength. Stumbling upon such a huge stroke of luck right after entering the secret realm, this was definitely a good omen. As for Lin, a useless C-class talent, no one took him seriously. Get on your knees. Present this crimson blood flower to me on a platter, and I might consider granting you a quick death, Hanan said arrogantly. Lin calmly dug up the crimson blood flower and retorted defiantly, want the spiritual herb? That depends on your skills. Brother Han. No need for you to get your hands dirty. We can handle this good for nothing ourselves and make him submit completely. Several 5th rank awakened team members stepped forward, volunteering to take action. Stop it, all of you. I'll avenge that slap myself. Shu Hong blocked them and immediately activated her corrosive swamp talent. Chapter 13, A Powerful Physique. And a master at escaping, too. The swamp spread out in all directions, with her at its center. It was filled with highly corrosive venom. Grass, trees, sand, and stones were all corroded and melted at a visible speed. The swamp spread rapidly, reaching Lin's feet in the blink of an eye. Just as everyone thought Lin would step back to avoid it, he walked straight into the swamp. The class president's corrosive swamp not only restricts movement but also deals corrosion damage. Is this kid out of his mind? How dare he walk in there on his own? Or maybe he knows he can't win and is trying to beg for mercy this way. Humph. His feet will soon be corroded down to nothing but white bones. The 3 team members sneered coldly. Hanan and Zhu Hong also looked puzzled. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would never walk into the corrosive swamp. But what happened next made their eyes widen in shock. The toxic liquid in the swamp corroded Lin's shoes and enveloped his feet, yet even after a long while, it hadn't even corroded the outermost layer of his skin. One team member, curious, crouched down and dipped his finger into the swamp. The toxic liquid instantly corroded his flesh, causing him to scream in agony. How is this possible? Shu Hong looked utterly incredulous. No one knew the power of the corrosive liquid better than she did. Not even Hanan, a 7th rank awakener, dared to step into it. Could Lin be even stronger than Hanan? Even if he were stronger, it would be impossible to withstand the corrosive venomous damage with just his physical body. He has probably cultivated some martial art that enhances physical defense, Hanan analyzed. I see. Then try this move. Binding vines. Shu Hong snapped her fingers to unleash the martial art. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen thorny vines burst out of the swamp, lunging at Lin from all directions. Having reached the minor achievement stage in combat instinct, he could dodge an attack of this intensity even with his eyes closed. Wielding the Godslayer Thunder Spear in his hand, he severed all the vines in just a few swift strokes. Immediately afterward, he took a step forward, thrusting the spear tip straight at Zhu Hong's vital spot. Every move was a killing blow. Since the group before him sought to kill him for revenge and steal his spiritual medicine, Lin certainly couldn't show any mercy. Those who kill shall be killed in turn. Among this group, only Zhu Hong's talent posed the greatest threat. If she didn't die, Lin would be constantly restricted. By then, facing a 4-on-1 assault from Hanan and his group, the situation would become even worse. "Brother Han, save me!" Zhu Hong's face was filled with terror. "I'm here." He won't harm a single hair on your head. No sooner had Hanan finished speaking than a flying sword whizzed past Zhu Hong's cheek, piercing toward Lin's face. Lin was forced to lean back to dodge, and the Godslayer Thunder Spear in his hand also retracted slightly. Zhu Hong seized the opportunity to step back and create some distance, but Lin immediately spun the Godslayer Thunder Spear in a wide arc, striking Zhu Hong in the lower back and abdomen with the shaft. There was a loud, explosive thud, and Zhu Hong was sent flying backward like a cannonball, landing more than 10 meters away. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zhu Hong's face was filled with horror. With the ease of a breeze, she stepped into the corrosive swamp, effortlessly dispatching the vines, then dodged Hanan's lethal attack and, seizing an opening, struck her with a single thrust, severely wounding her. The entire sequence flowed as smoothly as water, without a single superfluous movement. Setting aside her raw power for a moment, this combat discipline alone was far beyond what her peers could match. What on earth had Lin been through during these 10-odd days since she was expelled? Why does she look like a completely different person now? Even the 3 5th-rank Awakened team members were stunned, each silently grateful they hadn't charged in earlier. Otherwise, they would have been the ones left severely wounded. "Fuck you!" Hanan, her attack having failed, lashed out in anger and frustration, hurling another flying sword straight at Lin's vital points. Lin swung the Godslayer Thunder Spear, deflecting the flying sword, and charged toward Zhu Hong. It's better to sever one of the enemy's fingers than to wound 10. The sharp spear tip lunged toward Zhu Hong. No way! Hanan flicked his wrist, sending 3 flying swords hurtling toward Lin from different directions. Lin's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and he was forced to somersault out of the way. With a constitution score of 368, his monstrously strong physical defense rivaled that of an entry-level martial artist capable of withstanding corrosive venom, but not a second-grade flying sword. "What are the 3 of you still standing around for? Attack together. I'm going to make him die right here." Hanan ordered the 3 team members with a grimace. "Yes, sir." Not daring to cross Hanan, the 3 immediately unleashed their innate abilities and martial arts techniques. Lin attempted several more waves of attacks but was unable to close in on Zhu Hong, so he turned and fled. "I might not stand a chance against 4 opponents. But when it comes to making a clean getaway, I'm a master." If he couldn't kill Zhu Hong, she would cast the corrosive swamp again once she caught her breath. Moreover, Hanan's ability to remotely control the flying sword made him a very tough opponent. Continuing to wear him down offered little chance of victory. It was better to avoid his sharpest attacks for now. After all, with 368 points in constitution, his strength, defense, and speed had all been enhanced. That good for nothing as trying to run. Chase him. Hanan led the pursuit. Brother Han. Besides defensive martial arts, this kid must have trained in speed techniques too. He's way too fast. "We can't catch him," complained a member of the 5th-rank Awakened team. As Lin ran farther and farther away, Hanan, unwilling to give up the chase, roared furiously, "Fuck him. If I ever run into you again, I'll kill you for sure." Once he was clear of the battlefield, Lin slowed down to catch his breath. He found a mature crimson bloodflower just after entering the secret realm. There were surely even greater opportunities hidden within. No wonder so many martial artists were desperate to get into the secret realm. It was simply irresistible. Over the next few days, Lin continued exploring the secret realm. Perhaps his luck had run out. He didn't come across a single spiritual herb, but instead stumbled upon several high-tier awakened beasts, which chased him all over the place. Just then, as Lin had just stopped to rest, he heard the agonized screams of the cloud-chasing monkey. Could that be that monkey? Lin thought of the cloud-chasing monkey that had snatched the 5 crimson blood fruits that day, so he crept quietly toward the source of the sound. Looking closely, he saw several martial artists surrounding and attacking the cloud-chasing monkey. And those martial artists were none other than Hanan, Zhu Hong, and the others. Zhu Hong possessed an A-rank talent, Corrosive Swamp, which perfectly countered the cloud-chasing monkey's speed. With 3 teammates providing support from the sidelines and Hanan leading the charge, the chasing cloud monkey was completely overwhelmed and unable to fight back. Ha 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 ha. Once we kill this monkey, all 5 crimson blood fruits are mine. Hanan laughed excitedly. Brother Han, I helped out too, aren't you going to share any with me? Zhu Hong gave him a playful glare. Alright, I'll give you 2. Hanan completely ignored his 3 teammates standing right beside him. Hearing this, the 3 teammates exchanged glances, each feeling deeply resentful. It was clearly the combined effort of all 5 of them that had managed to hold off this awakened 8th rank chasing cloud monkey. Although Hanan and Zhu Hong deserved the most credit, without the 3 of them, Hanan and Zhu Hong wouldn't have been able to take down this chasing cloud monkey either. What are you 3 spacing out for? If you let this monkey get away, I won't forgive you. Hanan's gaze shifted, and he glared menacingly at the trio. Brother Han! This monkey is charging at me. Save me! Zhu Hong turned pale with fear and hurried toward Hanan. Her talent was Corrosive Swamp, which was a perfect counter to the chasing cloud monkey. If the monkey wanted to escape, it would have to kill her first. What's the panic? Hanan flicked his finger, and the long sword in his hand shot forward, aiming straight for the chasing cloud monkey's vital spot. The monkey dodged and weaved, but the sword seemed to have eyes of its own, relentlessly pursuing it. With the assistance of 3 5th rank awakened teammates, the monkey was soon covered in wounds. Die, you beast! Death-dealing sword! Seeing that the moment was ripe, Hanan unleashed his 2nd rank martial technique. The long sword burst into a brilliant glow, its aura surging. With a whoosh, it shot forward, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The cloud-chasing monkey instinctively tried to dodge, but the ground beneath its feet was a muddy swamp, severely slowing its movement. The only thing it could do now was to twist its body to protect its vital organs. Thud! The long sword pierced through its shoulder, blood gushing out to reveal the stark white bones beneath. Chapter 14, Hanan's Cruelty. The Gloomy Cave. Just a death throw. Hanan shifted his gaze to Zhu Hong standing beside him. Understood. Binding Vines. Zhu Hong unleashed a first-grade martial technique instantly. Over a dozen vines sprouted from the swamp, binding the cloud-chasing monkey tightly. Let us see how you dodge this time. Hanan flicked his finger, once again unleashing the 2nd rank martial art, Death-Dealing Sword. The razor-sharp blade pierced straight toward the cloud-chasing monkey's head. Aya! The cloud-chasing monkey knew full well it couldn't escape, but it refused to let a few humans snatch the crimson blood fruit. It roared toward the sky, a piercing, ear-splitting scream erupting from its throat. Thud! The long sword pierced its skull, sending blood flying in all directions, and the chasing cloud monkey's corpse crashed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, Lin, who had been watching the entire battle from the shadows, was secretly amazed. With the 5 of them joining forces, Hanan and his group could even slay an awakened 8th rank beast. Such power was not to be underestimated. Thank goodness I took out Zhu Hong first during our last encounter, otherwise, my fate would have been the same as this cloud-chasing monkey's. Suddenly, a deadly threat loomed from behind him. Lin instinctively drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear, positioning it precisely behind him. A loud clang rang out as a spike thicker than a finger was deflected. No sooner had Lin turned around than another dozen or so spikes came flying at him. He quickly dodged and weaved to avoid them. Looking closely, he saw a massive hedgehog charging rapidly toward him. Who's there? Come out! The commotion from the battle had also alerted Hanan. It's me! Lin finished off the beast hedgehog with a single thrust of his spear and slowly stepped out of the shadows. Lin! I let you get away last time. This time, you're staying here. Hanan grinned savagely as he manipulated his flying sword to stab at Lin's chest. Lin blocked the flying sword with his spear and said meaningfully, instead of wasting your time on me, you'd better figure out how to handle what's coming next. What do you mean? Hanan looked taken aback. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of cloud-chasing monkeys surged in from all directions. The weakest among them were at the 4th stage of awakening, and there were even several at the 8th stage. Although cloud-chasing monkeys weren't particularly powerful, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. As the swarm closed in, the sense of pressure grew increasingly intense. Brother Han, what should we do now? I sure don't want to die here. We've already gotten 5 crimson blood fruits anyway, why don't we just press the distress button? I don't care anymore. I don't want to die. I want to get out of here alive. The 3/5 stage awakened martial artists trembled with fear. One of the more timid ones reached out to press the red button on his token. Hanan immediately manipulated his flying sword to slice the man's finger, scolding him, "We've already obtained 5 crimson blood fruits just by entering. If we keep going, there is surely even greater fortune awaiting us. But if you press that button, it means the secret realm trial ends right here. Are you willing to give up all that great fortune that lies ahead?" But the 3 martial artists felt bitter inside, but dared not speak up. This group of beasts was numerous and powerful. Even martial artists at the 6th or 7th stage of awakening could barely hold their own against them. For those at the 5th stage of awakening like them, the slightest misstep could cost them their lives right here. The bottom line was that they were the ones risking their lives, yet all the resources went to Hanan, who would be willing to accept that. But Hanan wasn't just powerful, he was backed by the Han family, a martial arts clan with deep roots in Jiangcheng. If they offended Hanan today, given the Han family's influence in Jiangcheng, there were countless ways he could have them killed, and stripping them of their eligibility to take the martial arts college entrance exam would be a piece of cake. Follow my commands. We'll definitely break out of here, Hanan declared with conviction. Brother Han, what about Lin? He almost killed me with a gun last time, are we just going to let that slide? Zhu Hong asked, still seething with resentment. Humph. Once we've dealt with this bunch of monkeys, I'll sever his limbs. Then you can torture him however you like. Hanan needed to focus on dealing with the several 7th rank awakened beasts and couldn't spare the energy to deal with Lin. Alright. With Hanan's promise, Zhu Hong finally relented and activated her corrosive swamp talent. The cloud-chasing monkeys were smarter than ordinary beasts. Seeing the swamp spreading at their feet, they retreated in droves. They picked up stones from the ground or uprooted trees, hurling them furiously at Hanan and his group. Hanan was incredibly powerful. He simultaneously controlled 3 flying swords to fend off the attack, so this level of assault was nothing to him. But the 3 5th rank awakened team members were in a terrible state, each of them screaming in agony as they dodged, their lives in constant danger. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Hanan turned to look at Lin. He was deeply reluctant, but with no other option but to seek Lin's help, he said, "Lin, if you join forces with us to drive back this pack of beasts, I'll wipe the slate clean on our past grievances and I'll give you 2 extra red blood fruits. How about it?" Not interested. Lin turned and walked away. As Lin grew farther and farther away, about to vanish from sight, Hanan panicked and immediately upped the offer, 3-0, for red blood fruits at most. 5 crimson blood fruits in exchange for your help. That should be enough, right? Lin merely smiled dismissively and walked away without looking back. Crimson blood fruits were certainly precious, but compared to them, he'd rather see this group die at the hands of the beasts. Fuck! Hanan cursed furiously, his brow furrowed and his face darkening to the extreme. With just the 5 of them, there was no way they could handle so many beasts. If Lin were on their side, their chances of winning would be much better. But he never expected that even after offering such generous terms, Lin would remain unmoved. Bro Han, we can't hold out much longer. Call for backup, pleaded one team member, covered in wounds. Don't panic. I still have a trump card. You 3, move closer to me. Hanan steeled himself, as if he'd made up his mind. Okay. Hearing there was a trump card, the 3 teammates immediately moved closer to Hanan. Thud, thud, thud. Hanan flicked his finger, and 3 long swords pierced the chests of the 3 teammates. Blood gushed out, and all their strength was drained in an instant. The three teammates stared wide-eyed in disbelief before collapsing stiffly into a pool of blood. "Brother Han! What are you doing?" Zhu Hong turned pale with shock and backed away from Hanan in fear. He is even killing his own teammates. She even suspected that, if necessary, Hanan would kill her too. A chance to enter the secret realm is rare, and even greater opportunities await us ahead. We absolutely cannot let these three good-for-nothings press the distress button. Don't worry. I'll find a way to pin their deaths on Lin. Hanan manipulated the three flying swords and changed the subject. Stay close to me. I'll lead you out of here. Hanan's strength was limited, he could only take one person with him at most. The remaining three had to die here to ensure they wouldn't press the distress button. Oh okay, Zhu Hong stammered, nodding nervously as she followed Hanan with trembling fear. Meanwhile, Lin had left the battlefield and was drawn to a dimly lit cave. Thick thunder energy surged within the cave. It could either contain a powerful thunder attribute beast or a precious thunder attribute treasure. If it were the former, with his 50% resistance to lightning, he could withstand a few attacks. If it were the latter, that would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After steadying himself, Lin cautiously made his way inside, clutching the Godslayer Thunder Spear. There was still a faint glow at the entrance, but the further he went, the darker it became, until it was pitch black, so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. An ordinary martial artist would likely have panicked in such a situation. But Lin possessed combat instinct at the minor achievement realm. Even if he couldn't see, his body would instinctively react to avoid danger when faced with it. It's a beast. Lin's expression hardened, and he stopped in his tracks immediately. Chapter 15: The Awakened 8th Rank Thunderbat. Military Commander Luo Yuanshan. A powerful aura of a thunder attribute beast emanated from deep within the cave, at least an awakened 8th rank. A martial artist's intuition told Lin that this beast was watching him. Squeak! A furious roar rang out, and a blue bolt of lightning shot toward Lin. Bathed in the glow of the lightning, Lin finally got a clear look at the beast inside the cave. It was an 8th stage awakened thunderbat. It was a full size larger than an adult man, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. The thunderbat's attack pattern was very simple. It usually only fired a lightning beam from its mouth and was afraid of sunlight. That gave me a scare. I thought it was some terrifying beast. Lin's heart sank with relief, and he stood his ground without flinching or dodging, taking the lightning beam head on. If anyone else had been standing there, they would have thought Lin was crazy. A mere level 5 awakened martial artist actually dared to take the direct hit from a level 8 awakened thunderbat's beam attack. But only Lin himself knew that his 50% lightning immunity was enough to nullify most of the beam's power. ZZZZT. The lightning beam struck Lin, and a numbing sensation instantly spread throughout his body. His body stiffened briefly, and the hairs on his body stood on end as wisp after wisp of white smoke rose from his skin. The hostess' physical body has undergone lightning tempering, gaining a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus and a 1% increase in lightning immunity. Hearing the system notification, Lin's lips curled into a smile. He only intended to test it out. He hadn't expected it to actually work. So-called physical body tempering refers to attacks that inflict damage but are not fatal. As long as he could withstand the damage, his body would transform and grow stronger, just as it had when he first drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Such a golden opportunity for physical tempering, he absolutely couldn't let it slip by. Big guy. Is that all you've got? Not even close. It doesn't even scratch the surface. Lin taunted, yet he stood cautiously 50 meters away from the thunderbat. Although thunderbats usually only use beam attacks, there is no guarantee the creature won't go berserk and charge recklessly into close combat. Just those sharp fangs and claws alone, a single scratch would cost half your life. Squeak! Provoked by the human, the thunderbat instantly flew into a rage, opening its mouth to fire an even more powerful thunder beam. The hostess' physical body has undergone a lightning tempering, gaining 10,000-fold critical hit rewards and a 1% increase in lightning resistance. Still too weak, Lin said, pursing his lips and shaking his head with a look of contempt. Squeak, squeak! The thunderbat flapped its wings frantically in agitation, screeching as it fired another lightning beam. It couldn't he understand why this human who was only at the 5th stage of awakening could withstand 2 of its attacks in a row. After all, it had easily electrocuted those other humans before. The hostess' physical body has undergone a lightning tempering, gaining a 10,000x critical hit bonus and a 1% increase in lightning resistance. Are your family members aware of just how pathetic you are? Lin taunted relentlessly. Meanwhile, at the Northern Frontier headquarters, the venue for the new recruit competition, Wang and the others sat dejectedly in the audience, listening to the mocking voices around them, each of them wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. The 8th Battalion is getting more and more useless. They sent 5 people to compete, and not a single one made it to the semi-finals. 8th Battalion always comes in last at the annual recruit competition. They might as well just disband it and merge it into one of the other 7 battalions. A bad soldier brings shame to himself, but a bad commander brings shame to the whole unit. It's mainly because the 8th Battalion's commander and instructors are such losers. Hao was also sitting in the stands, his expression impassive as if he were long accustomed to such talk. The Northern Frontier Corps consists of 8 battalions in total. Because the 8th Battalion's commander doesn't know how to suck up to superiors, the resources the 8th Battalion receives from headquarters each year are always only half of what the other battalions get, sometimes as little as 1/3. Aside from resources, the new recruits enlisted each year are also the leftovers picked over by the other battalions before being dumped on the 8th Battalion. Furthermore, the 8th Battalion's sector was closest to the Beast's territory, so it had the highest combat frequency and casualty rates among the 8 battalions. Under these circumstances, expecting the 8th Battalion to achieve a good ranking in the new recruit competition was simply impossible. That's why Hao had long since given up and stopped trying. All he wanted now was to properly train Lin so that he could bring honor to the 8th Battalion at the 4 border competition. Instructor Jiang, Commander Luo is asking for you, a soldier said as he approached Hao. Lead the way, Hao replied. Please follow me, the soldier said, leading Hao off the field and into a luxurious office. Instructor Hao of the 8th Battalion, saluting the commander. Hao performed a standard military salute. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling the soldier to leave, then walked around Hao and asked, I hear the 8th Battalion has a promising recruit. Why isn't he here participating in the new recruit competition? Commander Luo, where do you get these rumors? When has the 8th Battalion ever had a promising recruit? Our best is Wang, the one with the A-class talent. If you've set your sights on him, just take him. Hao denied it repeatedly. The data from all 8 battalions' special training rooms is linked to headquarters computers. Don't play dumb with me. Luo Yuanshan patted Hao on the shoulder meaningfully. Hao suddenly realized what was going on, and his expression changed instantly. It had been so long since the 8th Battalion had produced a promising recruit that he'd forgotten something so simple. He has only been in the army a short while, yet he has already drawn the Godslayer Thunder Spear, the weapon of the 8th Battalion's former commander, and broken the records for both bare-fisted combat power at the 4th stage of awakening and fully equipped combat power. With such a promising recruit, wouldn't it be a waste to let him go unnoticed if he doesn't participate in the new recruit competition? Luo Yuanshan returned to his seat and said in a commanding tone, while the new recruit competition is still underway, bring him here immediately. Reporting to Commander Luo, Lin has already entered Primary Secret Realm number 137. We don't know when he'll emerge, Hao evaded. Lin was the 8th Battalion's only hope for redemption. He absolutely couldn't let him be poached by other battalions or commanders. Luo Yuanshan ignored Hao and dialed the number for the camp of Secret Realm number 137 directly, asking, check Lin's information for me and see how long he has been in the Secret Realm. Reporting to Commander, Lin has been in the Secret Realm for 3 days and has not yet emerged. Doesn't everyone who enters the Secret Realm have a tracking device on them? Then just send someone to bring him out. After saying this, Luo Yuanshan hung up the phone and looked at Hao with a smirk. Instructor Jiang, the 8th camp has limited resources. It would be a waste to keep such a promising recruit here, don't you think? Hao clenched his fists tightly but remained silent. He kept this hidden for so long, yet never imagined that such a minor slip-up would ruin everything at the very last moment. On the other side, after repeatedly taunting the Thunderbat, Lin finally pushed it into the red zone. Just as he expected, the Thunderbat stopped firing its thunder beams and instead tried to tear him apart with its sharp claws and fangs. Yikes! I'm in. Whoa! I'm out again. Come on, hit me. Lin jumped in and out of the cave entrance, wildly taunting the Thunderbat. Squeak! The Thunderbat roared in fury, its sharp fangs glinting coldly as saliva flew everywhere. It tried to charge out of the cave more than once, but each time the sunlight seared its body, forcing it to retreat back into the cave. A mighty awakened 8th Dan beast, being toyed with like this by a mere awakened 5th Dan human. In the Thunderbat's eyes, besides anger, there was also a deep sense of frustration. Chapter 16, Slaying Vermilion. Combat instinct reaches perfection. Meanwhile, after being zapped countless times, Lin's appearance had changed drastically. His entire body was charred black as coal, his hair singed and curled. He looked as if he'd lost half his life. In reality, he had only sustained superficial injuries, and his lightning resistance had reached an astonishing 70%. It was a pity the sun was about to set, otherwise, he could have boosted his lightning resistance even further. I'll let you off today. Lin sat cross-legged, immediately regulating his breathing to recover his stamina. Beasts were even more active at night, and the danger multiplied. He had to remain at peak condition at all times. Meanwhile, Hanan and Zhu Hong had finally broken through the encirclement, shaking off the pack of cloud-chasing monkeys. Both were deathly pale, clearly having sustained significant injuries. I can't go on. I can't run anymore. I have to stop and rest. Zhu Hong shook off Hanan's hand, plopped down onto a rock, and gasped for breath as her chest heaved violently. We should have shaken them off. Let us rest for a bit then. Hanan glanced back to make sure the cloud-chasing monkeys hadn't caught up, then took 2 vials of potion from his storage bracelet and handed one to Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong took the potion and downed it in one gulp. Her body, which had been utterly exhausted moments ago, gradually regained some strength. The minor wounds on her body also healed at a visible pace. Brother Han, are you sure we'll be okay? Zhu Hong was still thinking about the deaths of the 3 team members, so she looked up at Hanan, her eyes betraying her unhidden fear. Their bodies were all devoured by the beast. As long as neither of us says a word, we'll be fine. Hanan said with a menacing grin. I definitely won't say a word. Zhu Hong promised solemnly. Get some rest and recover quickly. The secret realm is even more dangerous at night. Hanan took the potion, sat down, and regulated his breathing. Just as he was calming his mind, he heard the roar of a Thunderbat. The sound was very close and filled with extreme fury. Could there be an opportunity to strike? Hanan stood up from the ground and cautiously made his way toward the source of the sound. Soon, he saw an awakened 8th-rank Thunderbat hanging upside down at the cave entrance, snarling and roaring at a young martial artist outside the cave. Lin? Hanan shifted his gaze to the young martial artist and was instantly overjoyed. Although she didn't know how Lin dared to go head-to-head with an 8th-stage awakened Thunderbat, he appeared to be seriously injured. This was a golden opportunity to kill him. She could avenge her family and seize the mature crimson bloodflower from his hands, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin? Where is he? Zhu Hong heard the sound and immediately opened her eyes. That slap before they entered the secret realm, and that blow after they entered made her hate Lin to the core. 3 people had already died. 1 more wound make a difference. Hanan beckoned to Zhu Hong and whispered, in a moment, I'll launch a surprise attack with my flying sword. If I miss, you immediately cast corrosive swamp to trap him. Got it. Zhu Hong nodded, glaring viciously at Lin not far away. Death-dealing sword. Hanan flicked his finger, unleashing a 2nd-rank martial technique. His attack was a killing move from the start. The flying sword screeched as it charged toward Lin, aiming straight for his heart. Sensing mortal danger, Lin instinctively rolled on the ground to dodge while simultaneously drawing the Godslayer Thunder Spear. How can this kid react so fast? Hanan was taken aback and turned to look at Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong understood instantly. Corrosive swamp. Activate. The swamp no longer spread outward in all directions from her center. Instead, it sprang from beneath her feet and surged straight toward Lin at breakneck speed, sacrificing the area of effect to extend the range. Binding vines. More than a dozen spiked vines burst out of the swamp, blocking 3 directions and forcing Lin to retreat toward the cave. Lin kept backing up until he came to a halt. Any further retreat would put him within the Thunder Bat's attack range. He had nowhere left to go. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Lin steeled his resolve, stepped into the swamp, and hurled the Godslayer Thunder Spear with all his might, aiming the tip directly at Zhu Hong. Lin had witnessed firsthand the combined combat power of Hanan and Zhu Hong. They could even slay an awakened 8th rank beast. He had to take out one of them first. Hanan was the stronger of the two. Defeating him wouldn't be easy. Moreover, Lin possessed combat instinct at the minor achievement realm. Even unarmed, he could dodge Hanan's flying sword attacks. "Brother Han, save me!" Zhu Hong screamed loudly, ducking behind the stone mortar. "What's the panic?" Hanan swept his wide sleeve, sending a flying sword hurtling toward the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Clang! Crack! The flying sword struck the Godslayer Thunder Spear and shattered into 2 pieces on impact. It then pierced through the stone mortar and ran straight through Zhu Hong's body from behind. Thud! Zhu Hong stared at the spear shaft protruding from her chest, her eyes filled with shock. She couldn't believe it. Even hiding beneath such a thick stone mortar, from a distance of dozens of meters, and with a flying sword as a shield, she still couldn't block Lin's single thrust. What kind of terrifying physical strength was this? He must be incredibly close to reaching the martial artist rank. But he was clearly just a good-for-nothing who'd been expelled from his clan and forced to drop out of school. Even if he'd been lucky enough to stumble upon some opportunities, it couldn't change the fact that he had a C-class talent. Lin was too strong. So strong that it made her feel as if none of this were real. Yet the excruciating pain radiating from her chest told her this was no dream. The terrifying thunder within the Godslayer Thunder Spear erupted suddenly, and Zhu Hong let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. As her cries grew fainter, Zhu Hong breathed her last. Hanan shifted his gaze. There was little sorrow in his eyes as he looked at Zhu Hong. As the eldest son of the Han family, a martial arts clan in Jiangcheng, he never lacked for women. One Zhu Hong was dead, but there would naturally be Qin Hong, Zhao Hong, and Zhang Hong. However, anyone who dared kill his woman would have to pay with their life. Lin, I have to admit, you're truly powerful enough to even go head-to-head with me. Hanan slowly walked over to Zhu Hong's corpse, looked down at the Godslayer Thunder Spear, and changed the subject. But without this weapon, what chance do you have now? I can still kill you without a weapon, Lin replied confidently. Ha 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 ha. How arrogant. Just wait until I kill you. The crimson blood fruit, the mature crimson blood flower, and this spear, they all belong to me. Hanan laughed maniacally, his face contorted with madness. A spear capable of shattering a 2nd-grade weapon with such ease must be at least a top-tier 3rd-grade weapon. It might even be 4th grade. To obtain so many treasures from a single trip to the secret realm, it was truly worth the journey. Die. Hanan flicked his finger, sending his last 2 flying swords darting toward Lin, one from the left and one from the right. A 7th-rank awakened fighter against a 5th-rank awakened fighter, a ranged attacker against a melee fighter. With these 2 advantages, he simply couldn't see how he could lose. Lin swayed his body, dodging left and right, and the 2 flying swords didn't even graze his clothes. Fuck you. Die. With his flying sword attacks repeatedly missing their mark, Hanan was furious and humiliated. The flying swords grew faster and faster, and the pressure on Lin multiplied. In this situation, he could only focus on avoiding the flying swords. There was no way he could get close to Hanan, let alone end the fight. Crucially, it was gradually getting dark, and it wouldn't be long before the lightning bats burst out of the cave. The threat posed by the lightning bats was far greater than that of Hanan. Host has continuously honed combat instinct, achieving a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus. Combat instinct has reached perfection. Chapter 17, Slay Hanan. Power Surge. With combat instinct now perfected, Lin's strength had risen to a whole new level, and his perception of danger had become even sharper. Before the flying sword could even get close, Lin could anticipate its attack trajectory and react in advance. Moreover, his reactions were faster, and his evasive movements were more precise, conserving even more stamina. Most importantly, having that extra time to react gave him the chance to close the distance with Hanan. Lin took a single step forward, dodging the pincer attack of the two flying swords with ghostly agility, and swiftly closed the gap to within a few meters of Hanan. What kind of monster is this guy? His cultivation level is clearly lower than mine. How can he have such incredible reflexes? Hanan was furious, feeling as if all his brute strength was wasted, with every punch landing as if on cotton. You think you can kill me with that measly strength? Try again in your next life. Lin chuckled lightly as he continued to close the distance. Fuck you. Hanan was already seething with rage. Lin's words were like pouring gasoline on a fire, instantly setting him off. Hanan controlled his flying sword with one hand while charging at Lin with a clenched fist in the other. He refused to believe that a physical constitution at the 7th stage of awakening could lose to someone at the 5th stage. Not to mention he was wearing first-grade armor underneath. It would be extremely difficult for a Tier 1 awakened stage martial artist to break through its defenses. You think I'm only good at long-range flying swords? In close combat, I, Hanan, am second to none. Tempering fist. Hanan channeled all his strength and slammed a ferocious punch toward Lin. The gale from his punch was fierce, having already reached the minor achievement realm. A 7th stage awakened martial artist who had mastered 2 martial arts techniques, one of which had even reached the minor achievement realm, was a force to be reckoned with among his peers. But unfortunately, his opponent was a prodigy among his peers. Lin countered with his own tempering fist, his attack sweeping through like a whirlwind. Idiot! Hanan was taken aback at first, then burst into wild joy. In his view, Lin could have easily dodged that punch and found an opening to counterattack. That would have been the best way to maximize his own advantage. But instead, Lin chose to clash fist against fist. With a mere C-rank cultivation boost and no physical prowess to speak of, what right did he have to go head-to-head with him? Boom! The two fists collided. Lin stood rooted to the spot, not budging an inch, a faint smile curving his lips. Hanan's face was etched with disbelief. He could distinctly feel that Lin's fist was harder than steel. Then, an explosive force surged from the tip of the fist into his arm, shattering every inch of bone, muscle, and flesh in its path. Boom! His entire arm exploded on the spot. Blood mixed with fragments of bone and flesh rained down on Lin, making him look like a demon god. Impossible. This can't be. I've awakened to the 7th rank and mastered the tempering fist to the minor achievement realm. How could I possibly lose to a C-class talent like you, you good-for-nothing? Severely wounded, Hanan staggered backward repeatedly. That single punch had completely shattered his confidence. Your cultivation realm is indeed higher than mine, but my physical constitution and mastery of my techniques far surpass yours, so your defeat is well-deserved. Lin advanced step by step, seizing the opportunity to pull the Godslayer Thunder Spear out of Zhu Hong's body. A constitution score of 368, that's south incredibly close to the threshold of a martial artist. When he wields the tempering fist at the perfect realm on this foundation, its power is amplified several times over. Not only could a 7th rank awakening not withstand it, even a 9th rank awakening with a non-physical talent couldn't hold up. If Hanan had stuck to long-range attacks and kept retreating while fighting, Lin really wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But his stupidity lay in being far too confident in his own strength. Watching Lin advance with the spear, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, Hanan retreated in terror. His heel struck a pebble, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. In fear, he pleaded, Don't kill me, I'm the eldest son of the Han family, a martial arts clan from Jiangcheng. You wouldn't dare kill me. The arm holding his tracking token had been blown to pieces. Now he didn't even have a chance to press the distress button. He had no choice but to beg for mercy. Is that so? Lin slowly raised the Godslayer Thunder Spear, aiming the tip at Hanan's head. I beg you, don't kill me. Spare my wretched life. I'll give you everything of value I have on me. Hanan was utterly terrified and hurriedly emptied the contents of his storage bracelet. If I kill you, 1T these things still be mine? Lin sneered, thrusting the spear through Hanan's skull. Squeak! At that moment, the thunder bats inside the cave let out a shrill, roaring screech. It was as if they were telling Lin, "It's almost dark, I'll be killing you soon." Lin glanced up at the sky. The sun was about to set completely. He immediately stripped Zhu Hong and Hanan of their storage bracelets. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that Hanan was wearing a vest made of a special material. First-grade armor? What a pleasant surprise! Lin chuckled. Like weapons, armor is also ranked from 1st to 9th grade, from weakest to strongest. The price of this first-grade armor exceeded the combined value of 5 crimson blood fruits. Fortunately, that punch had been a direct exchange. If it had struck the vest, it likely wouldn't have even seriously injured Hanan. After gathering his spoils, Lin tossed Zhu Hong and Hanan's bodies into the cave before taking off at full speed. Given the Thunder Bat's red heat state, it would surely tear those two bodies to shreds. After running frantically for quite some time, Lin carefully scanned his surroundings. Only after confirming there were no hidden beasts or martial artists did he sit down, feeling slightly relieved. First, he opened Zhu Hong's storage bracelet. Aside from clothes and feminine items, there was nothing of value inside. Then he opened Hanan's storage bracelet. The first things that caught his eye were 5 first-tier crimson blood fruits and 1 second-tier heavenly thunder fruit. Apart from these two items, the only other things of any value were a few stacks of cash. To leave no clues behind, Lin kept only the crimson blood fruits and the heavenly thunder fruit, burning everything else to ashes. No wonder he asked the young master of the Han family. He actually had something as valuable as a second-tier heavenly thunder fruit. Lin grinned from ear to ear. When a lightning attribute martial artist consumes a heavenly thunder fruit, it enhances their innate talent. Conversely, even an ordinary martial artist can boost their lightning attribute immunity by consuming one. Lin's lightning attribute immunity had already reached 70%. Consuming the heavenly thunder fruit should increase it by another 10%. Lin scanned his surroundings once more. After confirming that no beasts or martial artists were approaching, he immediately consumed the red blood fruits and the heavenly thunder fruit. Host consumed 5 tier 1 crimson blood fruits, gaining a 10,000x critical hit bonus, and advanced to awakening level 6. Host consumed 1 tier 2 heavenly thunder fruit, gaining a 10,000x critical hit bonus, advanced to awakening level 7, and increased lightning attribute immunity to 80%. With his strength surging, Lin instantly returned to peak condition. Host, Lin. Realm, Awakening, 7th tier. Rank, Recruit. Talent, SSS grade Heavenly Diligence. Weapon, 4th grade top tier Godslayer Thunder Spear. Martial Arts, Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Art Preliminary Mastery. Ability, Combat Instinct Mastery. Immunity, 80% immunity to lightning attributes. Constitution, 404. Looking at the updated information on the panel, Lin felt more confident than ever before. He wasn't just a little stronger now, he was incredibly strong. Was there any way he could still go easy on that lightning bat from earlier? Just do it. Chapter 18, Slay the Thunder Bats. Escape the Secret Realm. Lin hurried back and arrived at the Thunder Bat Cave. All that remained at the cave entrance were 2 pools of blood. Zhu Hong and Hanan had vanished without a trace. Squeak! Suddenly, a piercing screech from a thunder bat rang out behind him. A colossal creature plummeted from the sky, firing a beam of lightning from its mouth while swiping at Lin's back with its claws. Lin braced himself against the lightning beam and swung the Godslayer Thunder Spear to block the claws. Now possessing 80% lightning resistance, coupled with his 7th rank awakening, a lightning beam of this intensity could no longer inflict any damage on Lin. Not even the slightest physical paralysis was possible. Clang! The Thunder Bat's claws struck the Godslayer Thunder Spear, producing a metallic hum. The next second, it suddenly retracted its claws and instead grabbed hold of the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Then, it spread its wings several meters wide and hoisted Lin and the spear into the air, rising higher and higher. It's trying to crush me to death. Lin glanced down. They were already several meters off the ground. If he didn't react soon, he'd likely be crushed to death. So, he channeled the Godslayer Thunder Spear to unleash a powerful surge of thunder energy. ZZZZT. Blue lightning coiled around the Thunder Badass claws like small snakes, but as a lightning attribute beast, it possessed high resistance to lightning. An attack of this magnitude could only cause it a few waves of numbness. Flying beasts are really a pain. Lin immediately shifted his strategy. Gripping the Godslayer Thunder Spear tightly with one hand, he unleashed the Tempering Fist with his free hand, striking the Thunder Badass ankle. Boom! Crack! The immense force snapped the Thunder Badass ankle. It let out an agonized scream and instinctively released its claws, flinging Lin away. Lin plummeted rapidly through the air, but fortunately, he was only about 10 meters off the ground. With his physical constitution, he could withstand the fall. Squeak! The Thunder Bat circled once in the air, then dived furiously straight toward Lin. Oh no! Lin thought to himself. With no way to brace himself in midair, even his combat instinct mastered to the highest level couldn't allow for a perfect reaction at this moment. In a panic, he immediately raised the Godslayer Thunder Spear horizontally to shield his head and neck. Squeak! The Thunder Bat screeched and roared, as if already sentencing Lin to death. Immediately afterward, it lunged at Lin's chest with its sharp fangs. Boom! Boom! Struck by the blow, Lin's descent accelerated. He crashed to the ground, writhing in pain as if every bone in his body had shattered. His shirt burst open at the chest, revealing the first-grade armor vest beneath. A deep indentation remained where he'd been struck. Ugh! Lin sucked in a sharp breath of pain and immediately scrambled to his feet. Squeak! The Thunder Bat roared in disbelief. That fatal blow just now hadn't even managed to kill Lin. It hadn't even managed to seriously injure him. I can't fight it in an open area. It puts me at too much of a disadvantage. Having learned his lesson the hard way, Lin scanned his surroundings and charged straight toward the Thunder Badass cave. The narrow confines of the cave would restrict the Thunder Badass ability to fly. The Thunder Bat seemed to have seen through Lin's plan. It circled above the cave, roaring repeatedly, but refused to go inside. You want to come in, huh? Fine. Then don't blame me for ransacking your lair. Lin pulled a flashlight from his storage bracelet and felt his way deeper into the cave. After walking a distance, he reached the end of the cave. The ground was littered with piles of white bones, some from beasts, some from humans. The thick stench of blood mingled with the damp, rotten smell. Just one whiff was enough to make him want to throw up last week's meal. Lin covered his mouth with his shirt, held his breath, and scanned the area, hoping to find something of value, but it was completely empty. An 8th rank awakened being is supposed to be a dominant force even in a beginner-level secret realm. For a lair to be this run down, he must really be doing poorly. Unable to stand the foul stench any longer, Lin turned and headed back toward the cave entrance. Squeak! The Thunder Bat circled in the sky, roaring repeatedly, as if it wanted to tear Lin to shreds. The Thunder Bat's flying ability was simply unbeatable. To kill it, he had to force it down. Lin's mind raced, and he instantly came up with a plan. He chuckled wickedly, "If you don't come down right now, I'm going to pee in your nest." The Thunder Bat couldn't understand human speech, but it could interpret human behavior. When it saw Lin pull down his pants and take a leak in its nest, its rage instantly boiled over. Even a dog knows not to defecate or urinate in its own den. Let alone an 8th rank awakened beast? This was a blatant provocation and insult. Squeak! Overwhelmed by rage, the Thunder Bat lost all reason and screeched as it charged at Lin. A low-tier beast is just a low-tier beast, so easy to trick. Lin raised his spear and unleashed the Wind Spirit Spear technique. Swish, swish, swish. The spear moved like a dragon, creating countless illusions. The Thunder Bat had barely reached the cave entrance when it was pierced with several bloody holes. Almost at the same moment, the powerful warriors from the Secret Realm camp arrived here, guided by Lin's location signal. They looked at Lin, then at the Thunder Bat on the ground riddled with holes like a sieve, and their faces betrayed deep shock. "Captain, did we get the wrong target?" The commander specifically requested someone at the 5th stage of awakening, but this guy right here can even take down an awakening 8th stage Thunderbat, one team member wondered aloud. The captain, now doubtful, pulled out the records to compare Lin's appearance with the locator data. Only then did he confirm, the records match. This guy is definitely Lin. Holy shit. This kid is way too overpowered, the team member exclaimed in shock. Judging by his aura, he has already reached the 7th stage of awakening. It seems he has had some major breakthroughs in the secret realm these past few days. Even at the 7th stage of awakening, it's still incredibly impressive that he could defeat an 8th stage awakened Thunderbat, especially since Thunderbats are flying beasts. Yeah, no wonder the military commander took a shine to him. Let us go. At the captain's command, they immediately sprinted toward the cave. Sensing strangers approaching, Lin stowed the Thunderbat's corpse into his storage bracelet and took off running toward the distance. The secret realm may be dangerous, but human hearts are even more treacherous. Those were Fu Tai's exact words. That kid is pretty fast. The captain quickly gave chase and blocked Lin's path. An entry-level martial artist. Lin was slightly surprised and gripped the Godslayer Thunder Spear warily. Don't worry. We're from Camp 137 of the Junior Secret Realm and have been ordered to escort you out, the captain explained. Is there a time limit for the Secret Realm trial? Why haven't I heard anyone mention that? Lin still dared not let his guard down. There is no time limit for the Secret Realm trial, but the commander of the Northern Frontier has personally ordered that he see you, so you must end the trial early, the captain said firmly. The commander of the Northern Frontier? Why does he want to see me? Lin was completely baffled. He'd only been in the Northern Frontier for a little over a week, and the highest ranking official he knew was Hao. The Northern Frontier commander, he didn't even know the man's last name. Who knows? We're just here to escort you out, the captain said. All right, Lin nodded and followed them. As long as it wasn't related to Hanan and the others, Lin felt reassured. A long time later, Lin emerged from the secret realm under their guidance. Fu Tao had started the car and was waiting at the exit. When he saw Lin emerge, there wasn't a trace of joy on his face. Instead, his expression was as dark as coal. Brother Tai, what is going on? Lin asked curiously. Get in the car. We'll talk on the way, Fu Tao said. Okay. Lin raised an eyebrow, realizing the situation was serious, then got into the car. The engine roared. Just as Fu Tai stepped on the gas to pull away, Wang Chang sprinted over and blocked the road, forcing him to slam on the brakes. Fu Tai was already in a bad mood now, as if he'd found a target for his anger. He stormed out of the car, furious. You fucking want to die? I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 19, Hanjin Tian's Rage. Fu Tai severely wounded. Come on. Shoot me here. You've already killed Hanan anyway. You're not afraid to kill one more of us. Wang Chang said, craning his neck. Hanan is dead? Fu Tai's heart sank. Stop playing dumb. The tracker not only pinpoints location but also monitors the wearer's vital signs. All 5 of our school's students are dead. I've seen firsthand today just how high-handed you people from the Northern Frontier Corps are. But don't get too cocky. I've already notified the school administration and the head of the Han family. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Wang Chang wasn't as strong as Fu Tai, but his presence was every bit as imposing. As the teacher leading this trial, the death of 1 or 2 students would only result in a minor, inconsequential disciplinary action from the school. Now that Hanan was dead, if the killer wasn't found, the Han family would surely take their anger out on him. They might even kill him in a fit of rage. With such a major incident having occurred, Fu Tai knew he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon, so he sent a text message to Hao and then returned to the car. Brother Tai, actually, I didn't mean to kill Lin, was just about to explain. Fu Tai's expression changed, his gaze grew intense as he cut him off. Shut up. Revealing the secret will only harm you and me. Remember, some things must be kept buried deep inside forever. Lin nodded solemnly. Don't worry too much, I've already notified Instructor Jiang, Fu Tai said reassuringly, though deep down he felt completely uncertain. How was an instructor at the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier, a 3rd-tier, 5th-level martial artist? The Han family, meanwhile, was a martial arts clan from Jiangcheng with impressive heritage. Their patriarch, Han Jintian, was a 4th-tier martial artist. Han Jintian had suffered an injury in his youth and had been unable to conceive a child. After trying every possible method, he and his wife finally gave birth to Hanan when he was in his 40s. As a late-in-life child and their only heir, he was naturally doted on beyond measure. With Hanan's death, the Han family line would be cut off. Crucially, Han Jintian was now nearly 70 years old and had no chance of fathering another son. A moment later, several black Maybachs sped toward them, as if intent on plowing through the crowd. SSSSSH. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air, leaving streaks of black skid marks on the ground. More than 20 entry-level martial artists got out of the cars and surrounded Fu Tai and Lin. The weakest among them was a 1st-tier martial artist, while the strongest was very close to 3rd tier. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive. Seeing this, the others in the camp quickly made a detour. Immediately afterward, 2 men with formidable auras stepped out of the crowd. The man on the left was in his 50s, wearing glasses and a Zhongshan suit. He had a refined and affable demeanor. He was He Zhengying, principal of Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School, a 3rd-tier, 6th-level martial artist. The man on the right was nearing 70, with snow-white hair and a face deeply furrowed by wrinkles. His gaze was dark and menacing, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. He was Han Jintian, head of the Han family, of 4th-tier, 1st-level martial artist. Upon seeing the 2 men appear, Fu Tai furrowed his brow into a Chuan shape. He instinctively reached out to shield Lin behind him, then greeted them with a forced, calm smile. Principal He, head of the Han family, Han Jintian, it's been a long time. He Zhengying nodded in response. Han Jintian ignored Fu Tai, fixed his gaze on Wang Chang, and demanded, you said my son, Hanan, is dead. Where is his body? I only saw the locator lose its life signal. Young Master Han's body should still be inside the secret realm, Wang Chang stammered, sensing the rage Han Jintian was suppressing. Then what are you standing there for? Send people in to look for him. Han Jintian roared furiously. As long as the body hasn't been found. As long as the locator hasn't been found. Then we can't be 100% certain. Yes. I'll contact the camp right away. Wang Chang nodded repeatedly as if waking from a dream and immediately turned toward the camp headquarters. Han Jintian shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin from head to toe as if trying to see right through him. A good-for-nothing who was expelled by the Lin family, and yet he has managed to reach the 7th level of awakening. That's truly remarkable. Head of the Han clan, the secret realm is treacherous. Many martial artists die there every year. I firmly believe this has absolutely nothing to do with Lin, Fu Tai declared with absolute certainty. Whether it has anything to do with him or not, it's not up to you to decide. Han Jintian said coldly. A long time later, Wang Chang rushed over from the camp building, holding 5 locator tokens in Hanan's torn clothes. Creak. Seeing this scene, the last shred of hope Han Jintian had clung to vanished completely. He could no longer contain the rage boiling within him, and the aura of a 4th-tier powerhouse erupted suddenly. The terrifying pressure swept over everyone present like a tidal wave, leaving them feeling suffocated. They didn't even dare to breathe. Everyone in Jiangcheng knew that Hanan was the apple of Han Jintian's eye. With his death, the Han family line would come to an end. Fearing that Han Jintian might take his anger out on him, Wang Chang immediately shifted the blame and twisted the facts. Head of the Han family, Hanan was definitely killed by Lin. Please let me explain the details of what happened. According to his account, Lin had tried unsuccessfully to reconcile with Zhu Hong and, in turn, harbored a grudge against Hanan. He also dragged Fu Tai into the mess, claiming that Fu Tai had been secretly backing Lin behind the scenes. Stop spouting your fucking bullshit. It's clearly Fu Tai was just about to explain. Han Jintian didn't give Fu Tai a chance to speak, cutting him off forcefully. Centurion Fu, for the sake of my position as commander of the 8th Brigade, you may leave, but Lin must stay. What do you plan to do to him? Fu Tai stood firmly in front of Lin, shielding him. I, Han Jintian, have always been clear about who my friends and enemies are. Taking Lin away is simply to extract the truth about this matter from him. If he is not responsible, the Han family will make amends 100-fold. If he is responsible, he will pay with his blood. Han Jintian erupted with overwhelming murderous intent. Fu Tai knew full well the Han family's methods. They would certainly resort to torture during interrogation, so he refused, saying, "No one is taking Lin away today. Fu Tai, I've already shown you plenty of face. Don't push your luck." Han Jintian threatened with a sinister glare. "I'll say it again. No one is taking Lin away today." Fu Tai stood his ground, completely unfazed by the threat from a fourth-tier powerhouse. "Fuck you. You're pushing your luck." The pain of losing his son in his old age sent Han Jintian into a blind rage, and he immediately slammed a fist into Fu Tai. Boom! With a loud boom, Fu Tai didn't even have a chance to react before he was sent flying several meters away. A sweet taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Several ribs were broken, and he was seriously injured. Lin's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't even seen when Han Jintian had thrown the punch. The power of a fourth-tier martial artist far exceeded his imagination. "Brother Tai." Lin immediately rushed forward and helped Fu Tai to his feet. "I'm fine, I'm not going to die yet." Fu Tai coughed repeatedly but continued to stand in front of Lin, glaring defiantly at Han Jintian and declaring firmly, "Unless I die. No one is taking Lin away today." "Fine, fine, fine. The 8th Battalion really is full of stones from a latrine, stinky and hard. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish." Han Jintian's previous punch had been merely a warning. Now he was getting serious. The aura of a fourth-rank martial artist surged relentlessly, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. With his strength, crushing a second-rank martial artist like Fu Tai with a single punch would be as easy as squashing an ant. Fu Tai was well aware of the power behind that punch, yet he still stood firmly in front of Lin with unwavering resolve. "Brother Tai." Lin suddenly reached out and gripped Fu Tai's shoulder, taking 2 steps forward. He'd take full responsibility for his own actions. He was the one who killed Hanan, yet he was going to let Fu Tai die in his place. That wasn't in his nature. Chapter 20, Luo Yuanshan's bodyguard. The punishment of having one's tongue cut out. At the last possible moment, an olive-green SUV honked its horn as it pulled up. Everyone present turned their heads, eager to see who was so brazen. But when they saw the license plate number 00001, their expressions immediately turned grave, and they instinctively cleared a path. This was the official vehicle of Luo Yuanshan, commander of the Northern Frontier Corps. A 5th-rank powerhouse. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power equates to authority and status. Han Jintian dared not act out of line. He suppressed his rage and stood obediently to the side, though his mind was filled with doubts. A big shot of this caliber would never show up for no reason. He must be here for a specific reason or a specific person. Lin had already been expelled from the Lin family. Luo Yuanshan wouldn't have traveled all this way just for a good-for-nothing. Could it be that some major opportunity had emerged in secret realm number 137? The SUV door opened, and Hao stepped out first. "Instructor Jiang." Fu Tai waved in greeting, and his heart, which had been in his throat, settled a little. "You're injured? Who did this?" Hao asked, frowning. "Hey, just a few broken bones, no big deal," Fu Tai said, forcing a smile. "It was Han Jintian," Lin said. "That old bastard is getting more and more brazen, taking advantage of the general's absence. When the general returns, I'll settle this score with him once and for all." Hao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was only at the 3rd tier, 5th level of cultivation, no match for Han Jintian, who was at the 4th tier. For now, he'd just have to swallow his frustration. Immediately afterward, the rear door of the SUV swung open, and a young man stepped out. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, wearing black high-top military boots and a military green overcoat. With his hands in his pockets, he strode over with an air of arrogance. "Instructor Jiang, who is that guy?" Lin asked curiously. "His name is Yi Xiao." He is the captain of Luo Yuanshan's personal guard, and he is here to help us, Hao explained. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Zhangying and Han Jintian, then walked straight over to stand beside Lin and declared forcefully, by order of the commander of the Northern Frontier Army, I've come to escort Lin back to headquarters. Everyone not involved, get out of the way immediately. Whoa! That sent shockwaves through the crowd. How could a good-for-nothing who'd been cast out by the Lin family possibly have any connection to the commander of the Northern Frontier Army? Moreover, Yi Xiao was the captain of the personal guard Luo Yuanshan's true confidant. The fact that he had come personally to escort Lin showed just how highly Luo Yuanshan regarded him. He Zhangying stood silently to the side at the moment. There was no evidence to prove that Lin had killed Hanan and the other four. Even if, by some long shot, Lin really had killed them, with Luo Yuanshan backing him now, there was nothing they could do to Lin. Commander Yi, Lin cannot leave until we've determined the cause of my son's death, Han Jintian said, steeled for the confrontation. What? I didn't catch that. Say it again. Yi Xiao walked up to Han Jintian and leaned in close. Until we've determined the cause of my son's. Smack. Before Han Jintian could finish, Yi Xiao whipped his hand around and slapped him across the face. The slap rang out crisp and loud, and a large red mark instantly spread across his cheek. The entire crowd was stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief. The head of the Han family himself, a fourth-tier powerhouse, had actually been slapped in public. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Can we leave now? Yi Xiao stared intently into Han Jintian's south eyes from close range, as if ready to slap him again the moment he dared utter a single word of refusal. Commander Yi, Commander Luo, and I are old acquaintances. If he finds out my son died at Lin's hands, he'll certainly give me an explanation. Han Jintian struggled to suppress his humiliation and rage. Rank trumps all. Yi Xiao had come bearing Luo Yuanshan's orders, which meant he represented Luo Yuanshan at that very moment. Besides, though Yi Xiao was young, his strength was in no way inferior to Han Jintian's. Fine. You keep insisting that Lin killed your son, so produce the evidence. Yi Xiao held out his hand. I have no evidence. But according to Wang Chang, this matter is definitely connected to him. Just hand him over to me for interrogation, and I'm sure I'll find the evidence. Han Jintian said with full confidence. Yi Xiao changed the subject and asked, who is Wang Chang? Commander Yi, that's me, Wang Chang stammered as he stepped forward. Oh. Did you see Lin kill Hanan with your own eyes inside the secret realm? Yi Xiao asked. No, but Wang Chang immediately began recounting the story he'd just fabricated. Yi Xiao shook his head, too bored to listen to his nonsense. He pulled the dagger from his waist and tossed it on the ground, saying nonchalantly, slandering a soldier from the northern frontier without any concrete evidence, especially one who is a promising recruit favored by the commander of the Luo army, I don't see any point in keeping your tongue. What? I was telling the truth. Wang Chang was instantly dumbfounded. If I were to do it myself, I wouldn't just cut off your tongue, Yi Xiao said, his expression darkening as murderous intent filled his voice. Wang Chang's heart sank. He had not the slightest doubt that this was true. He bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground, glanced at He Zhangying, then at Han Jintian. With so many people present, not a single one could help him. It was either lose his life or lose his tongue. Wang Chang clutched his tongue and swung the dagger, a cold flash of steel, before vanishing. Wang Chang let out a heart-wrenching, agonized scream. Everyone was stunned by Yi Xiao's ruthless tactics, falling silent as if frozen in fear. If even a mere captain of the personal guard was this domineering and arrogant, one dared not imagine how arrogant the commander of the Northern Frontier Army must be. After doing all this, Yi Xiao sheathed his dagger and looked at Han Jintian with a meaningful expression. Head of the Han family, don't make baseless accusations without evidence. If you happen to upset the commander, next time at 1T just be a slap. Han Jintian's heart was raging with fury, but he could only grit his teeth and remain silent. With Luo Yuanshan backing him, there was no way he could avenge this. Let us go. Lin, get in my car. Yi Xiao returned to his vehicle. Thank you, Commander Yi. Lin followed him into the car, sat beside Yi Xiao, and expressed his gratitude. You were only at the 5th stage of awakening before entering the secret realm, and in the blink of an eye, you're already at the 7th stage. Could it be that you really did kill Hanan? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Lin's expression froze. Recalling what Fu Tai had warned him, he shook his head repeatedly in denial. I just had good luck in the secret realm and seized quite a few opportunities, but Hanan's death has nothing to do with me. It wouldn't matter even if it did. You've caught the commander's eye now. That old man from the Han family wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Yi Xiao laughed heartily, though it was unclear whether he had seen through Lin's lie or not. Actually, I've never quite understood what exactly does the military commander want with me? Lin asked, changing the subject. The military commander spared no expense to personally organize this new recruit competition in order to select promising talent, but those two bastards, Hao and Fu Tai, sent nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings to compete. Later, when the commander heard that you'd broken the record in the special training chamber and even drawn the Godslayer Thunder Spear, he naturally wanted to put you on the stage to test your mettle. Kid, you'd better make the most of this opportunity. If you can become the commander's disciple, you'll be able to walk all over the northern frontier from now on. Yi Xiao slapped Lin's shoulder hard, clearly holding high hopes for him. Lin smiled in agreement, though he felt a twinge of unease. Hao and Fu Tao had treated him well, especially Fu Tao, who had just risked his life to protect him. Chapter 21, Thunder Tribulation Elixir. I'm going to take on 9. So, Lin changed the subject again and asked, Commander Yi, you mentioned earlier that the army commander spared no expense in organizing this recruit competition. The rewards must be quite generous, right? Of course. The champion gets 10 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir, the runner-up 9 drops, third place 8 drops, and so on. The top 10 all receive rewards. Yi Xiao's eyes gleamed with greed as he mentioned the Thunder Tribulation Elixir. This treasure has no grade and cannot grow naturally. It can only be collected through special methods when heavenly lightning strikes. A single drop of Thunder Tribulation Elixir is as valuable as a second-tier spiritual herb and offers immense benefits for tempering the physical body. Combined, the top 10 places total 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir. As soon as news of this reward broke, camps across the northern frontier were abuzz, each scrambling to select their finest recruits. Even a 4th-tier martial artist like Yi Xiao found it hard to resist, a testament to just how precious Thunder Tribulation Elixir is. Another lightning attribute treasure. Lin's expression lit up with joy. His immunity to lightning had already reached 80%. If he could obtain a large quantity of Thunder Tribulation Elixir, combined with the 10,000-fold critical hit bonus, he might be able to break through to 100% outright. Don't be fooled by that seemingly small 20% gap. In reality, it's a world of difference. If he were to face a 4th or even 5th-tier lightning attribute powerhouse, even with 80% immunity to lightning attribute damage, the remaining 20% could still be fatal. But with 100% immunity, not only would 4th and 5th-tier opponents be powerless, even an 8th or 9th-tier lightning attribute powerhouse attacking at full strength wouldn't be able to inflict a single scratch on Lin. After a long while, the SUV arrived at the northern frontier headquarters. Seeing the scene before him, Lin was stunned. The first thing that caught his eye was a series of towering city walls, with a watchtower every 100 meters. The defenses were extremely tight, making it look just like a small fortress. Upon entering the city, a stone statue over 10 meters tall stood on the main street. It was none other than Luo Yuanshan, the commander of the northern frontier. The surrounding buildings exuded an antique charm, collectively flanking the central palace. The central structure was grand, majestic, luxurious, and elegant. It could only be described as a palace. Lin couldn't believe this was actually the northern frontier headquarters. Unlike the tense and oppressive atmosphere of the 8th camp, this place was permeated with an air of opulence and relaxation. It didn't feel like a headquarters for fighting the beasts at all. It was more like a private estate. Welcome to the northern frontier headquarters. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he skillfully steered the SUV onto the arena. It was a massive open-air arena, with the circular stands on all 4 sides packed with spectators. Among them were battalion commanders, instructors, veteran soldiers, and new recruits. Luo Yuanshan, commander of the Northern Frontier Army, sat on the podium. He was a burly man with a full beard, wearing a gold-embroidered coat that symbolized his noble status. Just sitting there, he exuded a massive, overwhelming presence as imposing as Mount Tai. When he turned his head to look at Lin in the car, Lin suddenly felt a chilling sense of dread, as if he were being stared at by a raging flood or a ferocious beast. Instantly, the hairs on his body stood on end, and cold sweat poured down his back. It was as if, in the presence of a powerhouse of this caliber, every secret in his heart would be laid bare. So powerful. Is this the strength of the Northern Frontier commander? Lin took a deep breath and quickly composed himself. Let us go. The commander has already spotted you. Yi Shao immediately led Lin to the podium. Lin, a new recruit from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps, salutes the commander. Lin stood at attention, his gaze and voice neither servile nor arrogant, neither timid nor cowardly. Not bad. A promising prospect. Luo Yuanshan nodded with satisfaction. What pleased him wasn't Lin's strength after all. The Northern Frontier Corps was teeming with prodigies, and while those with greater talent and cultivation than Lin weren't exactly a dime a dozen, there were certainly quite a few. What truly impressed him was that Lin could remain neither servile nor arrogant, neither timid nor cowardly, even in his presence. Before Lin, almost no prodigy had ever managed that. They were either nervous, timid, or obsequious, and in Luo Yuanshan's eyes, such people were unfit for important roles. If only Lin's strength were a bit stronger, it would be even more perfect. Since everyone is here, let us begin the revival tournament as planned, Luo Yuanshan said. Revival tournament? What does that mean? Lin was completely baffled. Luo Yuanshan looked at Yi Shao, who nodded in understanding and explained, when you entered the secret realm, the new recruit tournament had already begun. After several days of competition, the final 4 have been determined. To insert you into the competition now, we'll have to add a re-entry round and have them compete all over again. How strong are these top 4 contestants? Lin pressed. The weakest is at the 8th rank awakening level, and the strongest is at the 9th rank awakening level. You actually want to challenge the top 4 head-on? Yi Shao was taken aback, staring at Lin in disbelief. With so many people in the Northern Frontier Corps, only the geniuses from each battalion with the exception of the 8th Battalion were selected to participate in the new recruit competition. The fact that these 4 had made it to the semi-finals meant they were geniuses among geniuses. And the reason Luo Yuanshan had added the repechage was that he hadn't believed Lin could make it to the semi-finals from the very beginning. In his view, it would already be a remarkable achievement for Lin to make it into the top 10. Lin didn't answer, but fixed his gaze on Luo Yuanshan. Commander, if I challenge the top 9 all at once and win, can I receive all the Thunder Tribulation Elixir? The further one progresses in Thunder attribute immunity, the more difficult it becomes to improve. Just like cultivation, the higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. Only by obtaining 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir would Lin have absolute confidence in achieving 100% Thunder immunity. Moreover, Lin wasn't being blindly confident. The strongest among the top 4 had only awakened to the 9th rank, so the top 9 would likely be at most the 7th rank. He might not have the advantage in numbers or cultivation level, but Lin held a decisive edge in both equipment and martial techniques. Most crucially, Lin possessed combat instinct at the grand perfection realm. This alone was enough to make up for his disadvantages. Yi Shao looked completely baffled, almost unable to believe his ears. Lin appeared polite and refined on the surface, but who would have thought he was so arrogant and reckless deep down? But which of the new recruits who made it into the top 9 is just an ordinary person? To make it into the top 4 is to be a genius among geniuses. Challenging the top 4 directly is already outrageous enough. Who would thought he'd challenge the entire top 9 at once? With Lin's meager 7th Dan awakening strength, he doesn't stand a chance of winning. Kid. There's a limit to confidence. I advise you to just play it safe and enter the elimination round. As long as you make it into the top 10, you'll receive the Thunder Tribulation Elixir as a reward, said Yi Shao. Lin ignored him, looking at Luo Yuanshan with unwavering confidence. Commander, if I lose, this Godslayer Thunder Spear is theirs. This is a top-tier 4th grade weapon. Its value far exceeds 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir. Are you sure? Luo Yuanshan asked in surprise. He knew that Lin had mastered combat instinct and possessed both the ninefold Thunder Spear art and the Wind Spirit Spear technique. But in such a short span of just a few days, he could have cultivated these two techniques to no more than the entry-level realm. Even with the advantages of the Godslayer Thunder Spear and combat instinct, he couldn't possibly bridge the massive gap in numbers and cultivation levels. Luo Yuanshan instinctively prepared to refuse, but when he looked up, he saw that Lin's eyes lacked the arrogance typical of other prodigies. Instead, they held only a calmness born of absolute confidence. In other words, staking the Godslayer Thunder Spear was a decision he made based on his own strength. He had absolute confidence in this match. Where on earth did that confidence come from? Could it be that the information I have on Lin is incomplete? Luo Yuanshan's reluctance gradually faded. Instead, he found himself somewhat eager to see Lin take on 9 opponents at once, to discover exactly what his trump card was. So he agreed, alright. Since you're so confident, go ahead and give it a try. Commander, do you really believe he can take on the top 9 alone? Yi Xiao stared in disbelief. Announced the change to the competition rules. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling Yi Xiao to make the arrangements. Yi Xiao didn't understand, but he didn't dare disobey. He immediately announced, "Silence, everyone. The commander has decided to make a last-minute change to the competition rules. All 9 top-ranked contestants, take the stage. Chapter 22, 1 by 1, or all at once." As soon as the words fell, the 9 new recruits walked onto the stage, completely baffled. The crowd in the stands was equally baffled. With just 2 more matches needed to crown a champion, what on earth was going on? Yi Xiao changed the subject abruptly, pointing at Lin on the podium. From this moment on, Lin will challenge all 9 of you single-handedly. If you lose, all 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir go to him. If you win, you'll split the 4th grade top-tier Godslayer Thunder Spear in his possession. This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, and the venue instantly erupted in chaos. Countless eyes turned to Lin, as if trying to see right through him from head to toe. Who is this kid? He is way too cocky. He actually wants to take on 9 of you at once. He doesn't even care about the 10 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir from the championship prize. And now he wants 55 drops. Greed knows no bounds. Doesn't he fear bursting from overeating? From the look of it, this kid's aura is only at the 7th stage of awakening, on par with the 9th ranked recruit. Where does he get the nerve to take on 9 at once? He is asking for trouble. Betting a top-tier 4th grade weapon. This kid must be out of his mind. A wave of gasps erupted from the stands. They had witnessed this recruit tournament firsthand and seen the strength of the 9 recruits on stage. Talent, cultivation level, and combat power, they were all top tier among their peers. If the 9 joined forces, they could even hold their own against a martial artist who had just entered the realm. This kid is trying to impress Luo Yuanshan. Fu Tai's tone carried a hint of jealousy. Water flows downhill, and people strive for higher ground. That's just how it is, Hao sighed quietly. That said, this kid is still too impatient. With his strength, he could have easily cracked the top 10. Now that he has put himself in this situation, if he wins, it's fine, but if he loses, he'll not only miss out on a ranking but also lose the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Fu Tai shook his head. You're underestimating Lin. In a one-on-one fight, the only one among the 9 on the field who could pose a threat to him is Lei Wen, a 9th rank awakened. Hao spoke with conviction, then changed the subject and shook his head. It's a shame he chose the riskiest strategy of all. I'm afraid he is in for a major fall this time. Fu Tao nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to Lei Wen on the stage. This man stood nearly 2 meters tall, as burly as a bear. A member of the Lei family, a martial arts clan from Jiangcheng, he was also the only recruit in this year's Northern Frontier intake with an S-rank Frenzy talent. Frenzy is a type of physical talent, yet it's several tiers above mere physical enhancement. Not only does it multiply strength and defense several times over, but crucially, it grants immunity to pain. This talent does have a drawback, however: it places an enormous strain on the body, making it impossible to sustain the frenzy state indefinitely. That said, throughout the new recruit grand tournament so far, not a single competitor has been able to force Lei Wan to activate his talent. He has typically ended every fight with a single punch. At that moment, the 9 recruits stood on the stage in order of strength and ranking, each with a defiant look on their face. Having risen to the top 9 from among thousands of recruits, they all had absolute confidence in their own abilities. Even the 9th-ranked recruit, an awakening 7th Dan, believed he wouldn't lose to Lin, let alone the other, even stronger recruits. There's only one Godslayer Thunder Spear. How about we change the rules? Whoever knocks Lin off the stage first gets the Godslayer Thunder Spear. What do you say? One recruit suggested. That's a great idea. I'm all for it. Me too. Everyone on the stage agreed unanimously. This setup was fairly even. It gave them, the awakened 8th Dan and even 7th Dan fighters, a chance to win. Brother Lei, what do you think? The recruit asked him privately. If you can win, the Godslayer Thunder Spear is yours. Lei Wan, with his hands in his pockets, walked silently to a corner of the stage, his gaze never leaving Lin. As the eldest son of the Lei family, he had been raised with stricter discipline than others from a young age, so his discernment was naturally sharper than most. The fact that Lin could get Luo Yuanshan to change the rules of the match for him was proof enough that he was no ordinary opponent. If he treated Lin like a run-of-the-mill 7th Dan awakened recruit, he was sure to suffer a major setback. A 9-against-1 victory wouldn't be honorable, and even if he won, it wouldn't allow Luo Yuanshan to see Lin's true strength. It would be better to let the other 8 test Lin's depth and fighting style first, and then he would defeat Lin to make a name for himself in one fell swoop. Lin walked to the center of the arena, came to a stop, brandished the Godslayer Thunder Spear with the butt pointed at them, and cut straight to the chase. One at a time? Or all at once? Pointing the butt of your spear at us? Kid. You're way too cocky. Heaven's wrath brings rain, man's arrogance brings disaster. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Come at me all at once. Whoever knocks Lin off the arena first gets the Godslayer Thunder Spear. The 8 new recruits unleashed their talents simultaneously. The Godslayer Thunder Spear was a top-tier 4th-grade weapon, worth far more than Thunder Tribulation Elixir. One by one, they charged at Lin with all their might, as if fueled by adrenaline. Just as everyone was wondering what tactics Lin would use to defend himself, a series of loud booms rang out. Immediately afterward, all 8 recruits spat blood and were flung off the arena. Their faces were frozen in horror. It was too fast, an incomprehensible speed. 1 second their eyes saw the spear's shadow approaching, the next, excruciating pain struck their chests. They were simply not on the same level. Fortunately, Lin had used the butt of the gun. Had he used the muzzle, there would already be 8 corpses on the ring right now. No wonder you got Commander Luo to change the rules for you. Your strength is indeed not to be underestimated, Lei Wan said, startled at first, then regaining his composure. Although speed-type talents were a counter to his own, they had one major drawback: physical fragility. His berserk state grants him immunity to pain, allowing him to withstand countless attacks from Lin. But if Lin lands even a single hit on him, the match is over. At that moment, the stands fell silent. The spectators all stared in disbelief, wide-eyed. They had been wondering how Lin would defend himself, but never expected him to instantly eliminate a top 8 contender. With such terrifying strength, he is now qualified to go head-to-head with Lei Wan, a 9th Dan awakened. Futao, when did Lin redeem the Wind Spirit Spear technique? Hao asked with a serious expression. 4 days ago. I remember it clearly. He even borrowed over 10,000 military merits from me, Futao replied confidently. To master a top-tier 3rd-rank martial art to perfection in just 4 short days? And to push combat instinct to the grand achievement realm as well? This kid, he is just too freakishly talented. Hao gasped in disbelief. He had already greatly overestimated Lin's strength, which was why he said that Lei Wan was the only person in the entire arena qualified to threaten Lin. But he never imagined that Lin would be several times stronger than he anticipated. In a single exchange, he instantly defeated the top 8 competitors. Instructor Jiang, we always compared the former Marquis of 10,000 households to Lin, but now it seems the Marquis no longer deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as Lin. Fu Tai was also deeply shaken by the scene before him. That's right. It's a shame that such a prodigy is going to be snatched away by Luo Yuanshan. Hao sighed repeatedly, filled with regret. If only they had been more cautious back then and cut off the network connection to the special training room, Lin Wunti have caught Luo Yuanshan's attention. Although the conditions at the 8th Battalion weren't as good as those at headquarters, the 8th Battalion could have trained Lin to become a true soldier. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao. Did you see that? This kid is even stronger than you were back in the day. Luo Yuanshan had thought Lin's abilities were a bit lacking just moments ago, but now he was thoroughly satisfied. What a kid! He has been hiding his true strength all this time. I'm now pretty certain that Hanan died at his hands. Yi Xiao muttered to himself. Chapter 23, Immune to Pain? Try this move. On the ring, the match continued. Lin pointed the butt of his gun directly at Lei Wen in the corner, a smirk curving his lips as his fighting spirit soared. Let us fight. Out of all these people, you're the only one worthy of making me unleash my true potential and the only one armed. Lei Wen stomped his foot on the ground, unleashing a surge of immense power that sent a shockwave rippling through the air, causing the ring floor to tremble slightly. Immediately afterward, the sound of bones cracking echoed throughout his body as his massive muscles tore through his clothes, revealing his imposing frame. His body swelled and grew at a frenzied pace, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 3-meter-tall humanoid beast. The muscles on his arms alone were thicker than Lin's waist. Standing side by side, Lin looked incredibly petite. This massive visual disparity instinctively made people feel that Lei Wen was the stronger one. Whoosh! Lei Wen's storage bracelet flashed, and a pair of gloves made of a special material appeared in his hands. His already imposing and domineering aura grew even more overwhelming at that moment. Go, brother Lei. That kid is way too cocky, you've got to teach him a lesson. Brother Lei will win. Brother Lei will win. Cheers surged through the stands. Apart from a few people from the 8th Battalion, everyone else was cheering for Lei Wen. He was the only recruit with an S-rank talent, the only one to have awakened to the 9th rank, and he came from a martial arts family in Jiangcheng. Although Lin's strength wasn't to be sneezed at, with all these buffs stacked on Lei Wen, he clearly had the upper hand. Lin, I have to admit you're strong, but you're not strong enough. In the face of absolute power, no technique stands a chance. Lei Wen declared with unwavering confidence. You'll have time for a victory speech once you've won. Lin struck first, once again using the butt of his spear. Whoosh! A flash of cold light led the way, followed by the spear surging forth like a dragon. Lei Wen sneered contemptuously and immediately countered with a punch. If Lin had attacked with the tip of the Godslayer Thunder Spear, he might have hesitated and dodged its sharp edge. But a mere spear couldn't even break through his physical defense. So he d-in the fight with this one punch. Mount Tai Fist. Lei Wen's muscles bulged like bursting scales, all his strength converging on his fist with a force capable of sweeping away everything in its path. I never expected Lin to be on par with Lei Wen in terms of strength. He truly is a martial arts prodigy. Luo Yuanshan looked at Lin with admiration, already mapping out a training plan in his mind. With Lin's potential, the northern frontier would only be his starting point. He was destined for a much bigger stage. Given time, Lin would surely surpass Luo Yuanshan. But Luo Yuanshan couldn't fathom why the Lin family had personally expelled such a promising young talent from their clan and why his parents had even severed ties with him. With the Lin family's heritage, they shouldn't have misjudged him like that. Arg! Lin! Is dodging all you know how to do? Lei Wen was furious, wildly swinging his fists at thin air. Hearing this, Lin came to a halt, switched to a proper grip on the Godslayer Thunder Spear, aimed the tip at Lei Wen, and said solemnly, to withstand over 100 attacks from the Wind Spirit Spear technique and still remain combat ready, your talent is indeed remarkable. However, you absolutely won't be able to withstand this next strike. I advise you to concede defeat. In my dictionary, the words admit defeat simply don't exist. Lei Wen's eyes turned bloodshot as rage burned within him. As a proud 9th rank awakened with S-class talent, it was bad enough that he couldn't defeat a 7th rank C-class loser. But to have been treated like a dog and led around for so long, he lost all face. He had to win. Only by winning could he regain a shred of dignity. I respect your choice. Lin's gaze darkened as he swung the Godslayer Thunder Spear in a flourish. Frenzied Lion Strike. Lei Wen gritted his teeth and unleashed a top-tier 3rd-grade martial technique. This was the Lei Clan's signature technique. Combined with his frenzy talent and the mid-tier 3rd-grade Black Iron Fist guards, it could unleash 200% of its power. Faced with a full power punch like this, even an ordinary entry-level expert would have to dodge its ferocity. When it comes to raw power, I, Lei Wen, have never lost to anyone. Lei Wen snarled, his face contorted in fury as he swung his fist toward his opponent. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fist's wind sliced through the air, creating faint shockwaves on either side. This punch was powerful and heavy, as if carrying the force of 10,000 June. This would be the decisive round everyone present watched with rapt attention, not daring to blink for fear of missing the most thrilling moment. Ninefold Thunder Spear Art. 6th level. Lin stood sideways, thrusting his spear forward with one hand. In an instant, lightning flashed. Thunder coiled around the spear tip, transforming into a snarling lightning serpent. In terms of sheer momentum, it completely overwhelmed Lei Wen's frenzied lion fist. In the blink of an eye, the Godslayer Thunder Spear struck the black iron armor set. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the arena. Lin stood rooted to the spot, unmoving, as the shockwave from the explosion made his robes flutter in the wind, making him look like a god of war. Lei Wen, however, stumbled backward several steps. His massive body crashed into the railing at the edge of the ring and fell heavily to the ground. Due to his severe injuries, his berserk state automatically ended, and Raven returned to his original form. The black iron gauntlets absorbed most of the Godslayer Thunder Spear's power, leaving only a faint crack on their surface. Even so, the aftereffects of that blow still shattered Lei Wen's right arm. Inside the glove, his palm and 5 fingers were drenched in blood, reduced to a pulp. Ah! Lei Wen screamed in excruciating pain. It wasn't just the pain in his right arm. The over 100 gun recoil attacks he just endured while suppressing his pain receptors were now all coming to a head. The excruciating pain contorted Raven's face, which was filled with shock and resentment. I haven't lost. I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card. Raven forced himself to climb back onto the ring despite the agony and pulled a bottle of red potion from his storage bracelet with one hand. Die, or lose. Lin pressed the gun against Raven's throat. I can die on this stage. But I won't lose on this stage. Raven glared fiercely into Lin's eyes, savagely unscrewed the bottle cap, and prepared to take the potion. Chapter 24, Champion's Reward. Refusal to join the personal guard. Fine. Lin closed his eyes and swung his arm, thrusting his spear forward. But he found that the Godslayer Thunder Spear seemed to be held fast by some force. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't move it even an inch. This was definitely not Raven's. As the match ended, the stands fell into a deathly silence, only to erupt into thunderous applause. That recruit named Lin is incredibly strong. I really underestimated him just now. He actually won against 9 opponents. And he is only at the 7th Dan Awakening level. So he wasn't just bragging, he is truly incredibly strong. Strength equals status. Even though Lin came from the 8th Battalion, he earned the respect of everyone on the field. Now that he has won the new recruit tournament and gained Luo Yuanshan's favor, he is sure to join the personal guard. Although members of the personal guard hold no military rank, their status is no less than that of the instructors in each battalion. A powerful member of the personal guard even holds a status equal to that of a battalion commander. Almost everyone in the northern frontier dreams of joining the personal guard, but the selection criteria are extremely rigorous, with only 1 or 2 spots available each year. He has actually progressed this far? Wang, standing in the crowd, stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock. The two had enlisted on the same day. Over the past few months, Wang had trained tirelessly every day and had only just managed to advance to the 4th level of awakening. Meanwhile, Lin had unknowingly reached the 7th level of awakening and even defeated Lei Wan, a 9th level awakener. It had only been a few days. Why did it feel like a lifetime had passed? Wang couldn't comprehend it, but he knew that from now on, he and Lin were worlds apart. Instructor Jiang, Lin 1, Fu Tai said, his heart racing. That kid never fails to impress. Every time he moves he is truly a prodigy. Hao remarked. Yes, it's a shame such a promising recruit is leaving the 8th Battalion, Fu Tai sighed repeatedly, shaking his head. All the promising recruits from the northern frontier are ending up as Luo Yuanshan's private soldiers. With talent dwindling in every battalion, how will we ever hold back the beast hordes in the future? Hao furrowed his brow, a look of worry crossing his face. Instructor Jiang, do you think Lin will turn down Luo Yuanshan's invitation? Fu Tai asked suddenly. Hao smiled, and Fu Tai smiled along with him. Among the 8 camps of the northern frontier, only the 8th camp was the weakest in strength, had the shallowest foundations, and possessed the fewest resources. Joining any other camp would be better than joining the 8th camp. But Luo Yuanshan's personal guard, whether in terms of resources, benefits, or status, surpassed all 8 camps. Water flows downhill. People strive for higher ground. Anyone with common sense knows which choice to make. The two turned away dejectedly, leading the 8th camp's new recruits as they prepared to leave. Commander, your eye for talent is truly sharp. That kid Lin really is one of a kind. Having witnessed Lin's terrifying potential, Yi Xiao changed the subject and began to flatter Luo Yuanshan. Luo Yuanshan smiled smugly and waved his hand. Announced the results of the competition. Yes, sir. Yi Xiao leaped onto the stage, grabbed the microphone, and announced loudly, I hereby declare. The champion of this year's recruit tournament is Lin. Here is your championship reward. 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir. Yi Xiao produced a jade vial and handed it to Lin. Thank you. Lin accepted the vial, opened it, and took a look inside. It was filled to the brim with Thunder Tribulation Elixir. With this Thunder Tribulation Elixir, his thunder immunity would reach 100%. Then, whether facing lightning attribute martial artists or beasts, he'd be invincible. This would be his greatest life-saving trump card, one that not even Fu Tai and Hao knew about. Lin carefully placed the jade vial into his storage bracelet, looked up toward the 8th Battalion's position, and saw that they had already left. He hurriedly shouted, Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai, why are you leaving so fast? Wait for me. Hearing Lin's voice, Hao and Fu Tai both stopped in their tracks and turned around. Lin, I haven't finished what I was saying, Yi Xiao said. At worst, it was a lack of trust in a comrade in arms. I was wrong, too. But since Lin has decided to stay with the 8th Battalion, we can't let him down. From now on, we'll mobilize the entire battalion's resources to train him with all our might. Hao said solemnly. Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai, why didn't you wait for me? Lin called out as he caught up from behind. We all thought you'd stay with the personal guard, a new recruit said. The personal guard is great. But it's no better than the 8th Battalion. Lin smiled. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Fu Tai punched Lin in the chest, then slung his arm around Lin's neck like an old buddy. Chapter 25, The 8th Battalion's Reward. The next day, the ancestor of 10,000 soldiers. At that moment, everyone watched as Lin walked away without looking back, their faces filled with confusion. That was the personal guard, after all. Across the entire northern frontier, who would dare to snub the personal guard? Not to mention the instructors and commanders of the various battalions. Even the martial arts clans and city leaders of Jiangchang would have to show the personal guard a great deal of respect. Moreover, Lin possessed astonishing strength and limitless potential. Once he joined the personal guard, he would undoubtedly receive Luo Yuanshan's full support and cultivation. With such a brilliant path to greatness laid out before him, Lin rejected it, choosing instead a winding, dark path with no end in sight. Commander, this kid doesn't know a good opportunity when he sees one. Should Yi Xiao trailed off? A young man's fervor will eventually be defeated by reality. Rest assured, he will surely return to beg for admission into the personal guard. Far from being angry, Luo Yuanshan actually held an even higher regard for Lin. He has character, he has skill, and most importantly, he values loyalty and righteousness. A promising prospect like this is well worth the extra time and effort to win over. Meanwhile, news that Lin had defeated 9 opponents single-handedly to win the recruit competition reached the 8th Battalion, instantly sending the entire unit into a frenzy. Ever since the former commander fell in battle, the 8th Battalion had finished at the bottom of the recruit competition for over a decade. This time, they finally redeemed themselves. Champion. And a champion who defeated 9 opponents single-handedly. The significance of this victory far surpassed that of any previous champions. Lin's name echoed throughout the 8th Battalion and across the entire northern frontier. After Hao dismissed the others, he took Lin and Futao back to his office. Lin, you've brought great honor to the 8th Battalion this time. I'll definitely have to reward you properly. Could my reward be a promotion to corporal? Lin had been longing for this. Of course. I'm promoting you to corporal right now. Hao took out the new shoulder patches from his desk, personally pinned them on Lin, and then updated Lin's profile in the Northern Frontier archives. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to corporal. You've earned 1 lottery chance. The moment he put on the new shoulder patches, a system notification sounded in Lin's mind. Immediately afterward, a lottery will appear before his eyes, visible only to him. Prizes included talents, alien forms, armor, martial skills, resources, and more, each one extremely rare. All talents were SSS rank, all alien forms were top tier, and armor and martial skills started at the 9th rank. As for the remaining resources, Lin had never even heard of them, but since they were listed alongside these prizes, their value was certainly no small matter. I wonder what prize I'll get. Lin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he immediately pressed the spin button on the wheel. The wheel spun, its light flickering continuously. Finally, a golden glow settled on one of the small segments. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've won the SSS rank talent, Ancestor of All Weapons. Another SSS rank talent. Lin's eyes widened in sheer ecstasy. As the name suggests, Ancestor of All Weapons represents the pinnacle of weapon mastery, truly at the level of a founding master. It grants mastery over the entire spectrum of cold weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks, as well as proficiency with all types of modern firearms. And this is just the basic effect of Ancestor of All Weapons. There are even more advanced effects to come. For example, when Lin uses a firearm, that Ancestor of All Weapons talent grants him an additional armor-piercing effect, causing his damage to skyrocket. When using other types of weapons, he gains corresponding weapon effects as well. A single SSS grade Heavenly Diligence had already transformed him from a useless trash into a prodigy. Now, on top of that, an SSS grade Ancestor of All Weapons, it's like an old lady crawling into bed. It's got me in stitches. A mere corporal can make you this happy? I haven't even finished listing the other rewards yet. Hao said with a laugh, patting Lin on the shoulder. More rewards? Lin exclaimed in surprise. Hao nodded and continued, from now on, you're free to access any floor of the martial arts tower and use the special training rooms at no cost. Finally, I'm awarding you 100,000 military merits. Kid, you're the only one in the entire 8th Battalion who gets to use the special training rooms for free. Add that to the 100,000 military merit points. Instructor Jiang is really going above and beyond here. Fu Tai said enviously. Thank you, Instructor Jiang. Lin's heart was pounding wildly. The happiness had come so quickly and in such abundance that it felt like a dream. Lin knew firsthand just how effective the special training rooms were. Going into seclusion there to train his martial arts would make his strength grow faster and more easily. And on top of that, he'd be rewarded with 100,000 military merit points. If Lin had to earn those on his own, he'd have to kill 100,000 awakened stage tier 1 beasts. Who knows how long that would take. Now that he'd struck it rich overnight, he could freely exchange them for resources, weapons, and martial arts techniques. Lin, the 8th Battalion doesn't have the same resources as headquarters, but this is the best reward the 8th Battalion can offer you. You want to master a second weapon? Hao asked, slightly surprised. To compensate for their weaknesses, some martial artists choose to master dual weapons. But a person's energy is limited. It's already difficult enough to master a single weapon to its fullest potential, and trying to master two at the same time will only result in falling short in both. Lin nodded. You can't bite off more than you can chew, and besides, you have a greater talent for the spear. Hao advised. I know, but I still want to give it a try, Lin insisted. Seeing how determined Lin was, Hao said helplessly, all right. There aren't many ranged weapons in the armory, and your strength lies in brute force. How about a bow as a secondary weapon? Sure. Do you have any 4th grade bows? Lin asked. Lin, bows are different from spears. With your current physique, you might be able to wield the Godslayer Thunder Spear, which weighs several hundred Jin as if it were an extension of your arm, but you might not be able to draw a high-grade bow. I suggest you start by practicing with a 2nd grade bow. Hao looked at Lin's determined gaze, shook his head with a wry smile, and relented, all right. I can't argue with you. Futa, go to the armory and fetch the dragon bone bow, Hao ordered. Yes, Futa nodded and immediately set off. Chapter 26, The Dragon Bone Bow. Supersonic Arrows. A long time later, Futai walked over, carrying a heavy wooden chest on his back. With a thud, the wooden chest hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just from the sound alone, one could guess that this bow weighed no less than the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Hao opened the wooden chest to reveal a bone-white longbow and 3 white arrows. This dragon bone bow is crafted from the spine and tendons of a 6th-tier dragon. It is a top-tier 4th grade weapon. The bow itself weighs 400 Jin, with a draw weight exceeding 2000 Jin. These arrows are also carved from the spine and are incredibly sharp. What a fine piece! Lin's eyes burned with excitement. Both the bow's body and the bowstring were crafted from a 6th-tier dragon, giving the bow a faint aura of a beast. To be precise, it was an aura of overwhelming might. It was as if the soul of a 6th-tier dragon had fused into the bow itself. Give it a try, Hao said. All right. Lin stepped forward eagerly, grabbed the dragon bone bow, and drew the string with one hand. Lin's expression hardened. The bowstring was too stiff, as hard as rebar. A draw weight of 2000 Jin was merely the most basic requirement to draw this bow. To fully draw it, one would need to exert over 4000 Jin with a single hand. Converted to physical constitution, that equaled 800 points. In other words, the minimum requirement to draw this bow was that of a 2nd-tier martial artist. All sorts of experience and techniques related to archery flooded his mind. Lin knew deep down that he had triggered the ancestor of all weapons talent. He immediately adjusted his stance, channeled his entire body's strength into his arm, and began drawing the dragon bone bow inch by inch. Combining brute force with finesse, coupled with his profound understanding of archery, he quickly drew the bow halfway. Immediately afterward, a description of the advanced talent for archery mastery echoed in his mind. Ancestor of archers, arrow speed increased by 200%, accuracy increased by 100%. The average arrow speed for a standard bow is roughly 60 meters per second. The dragon bone bow, being of a higher grade, can reach at least 100 meters per second. A 200% increase means 300 meters per second. And the speed of sound is only 340 meters per second. Once this arrow is released, the opponent won't even have time to defend. Add in a 100% hit rate, and it's 1 arrow, 1 kill. It's downright insane. Seeing this, the people of Futai were stunned. What kind of freak are you, kid? It's one thing to have a natural talent for spears, but your archery talent is this high too? You must have trained in archery before, otherwise, your form couldn't possibly be this polished. Hao stated with certainty. Both were battle-hardened veterans with a deep understanding of all kinds of weapons. Lin's grip and draw were clearly those of a seasoned pro, even they felt ashamed by comparison. Most astonishing of all was that a 7th rank awakened martial artist had drawn a top-tier 4th grade bow. Even drawing it halfway was beyond belief. Could it be that true geniuses have no weaknesses at all? I practiced a little back when I was at the Lin family. Lin brushed it off casually. That explains it. Lin. You have limitless potential. As long as you train hard, the Lin clan will eventually beg you to return just as they once cast you out. How offered words of encouragement. Lin smiled nonchalantly. Instructor Jiang, I'm not training hard to return to the Lin clan. I just want to prove one thing, I, Lin, am no worse than anyone else. Excellent. Well said. Hao beamed with satisfaction. Obsession is one of the driving forces behind becoming stronger. But if one can find the motivation to grow stronger even without that obsession, that shows a truly extraordinary breadth of vision, something very few people can achieve. Yet Lin had done just that. With such potential, such vision, and such character, he was destined to take the stage on a much grander scale. And the northern frontier was merely his starting point. How many military merits does it take to redeem this bow? Lin cut straight to the chase. Hao pondered for a moment before answering, 60,000. That's not too bad. Lin immediately deducted 60,000 military merits from his account, leaving him with 40,000. Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai, I'm going to go into seclusion now. Lin said a quick goodbye, placed the dragon bone bow back into its wooden case, stored it in his storage bracelet, and left. Instructor Jiang, top-tier 4th grade weapons usually cost over 100,000 military merits to exchange. This dragon bone bow is of even higher quality. It should cost at least 120,000 military merits. If the armory doesn't receive 120,000 military merits, they report the weapon as lost, and that cause major trouble. Fu Tai said anxiously. I'll cover the 60,000 shortfall. Hao had taken out the dragon bone bow intending to make Lin back down and focus on cultivating the Godslayer Thunder Spear, but he hadn't expected Lin to possess such a high aptitude for archery. Since that was the case, spending a few more military merits to train Lin would be well worth it. Meanwhile, Lin arrived at the martial arts hall. The first floor was entirely dedicated to basic martial arts techniques, while the second floor housed 2nd grade and 3rd grade martial arts techniques. Lin didn't linger, he went straight to the 3rd floor. This floor had only a handful of bookshelves, with no more than 30 martial arts manuals in total. The lowest ranked was a 4th grade beginner level manual, and the highest was a 4th grade top tier manual. Lin still remembered what Fu Tai had said, in martial arts, quality matters more than quantity. Besides, since the dragon bone bow was a secondary weapon and wasn't used very often, it wouldn't hurt to cultivate a martial art that required more resources. Lightning arrow. Lin circled the room, scanning all the martial arts manuals, and finally found only one top-tier, 4th grade archery manual. He flipped it open to take a look. After mastering lightning arrow, both your shooting speed and the arrow's velocity will double. Whoa! Lin's pupils dilated in shock, and he sucked in a sharp breath. The dragon bone bow's base firing speed was at least 100 meters per second. Combined with the advanced bow talent from the ancestor of 10,000 soldiers, the arrow's speed reaches 300 meters per second. When lightning fast arrow is activated, that speed doubles again, breaking the sound barrier to reach a terrifying 600 meters per second. In the martial arts world, speed is the ultimate unbeatable weapon. With a speed of 600 meters per second, no matter which country's prodigy comes my way, they'll be left with 2 holes before they can even leave. Add to that a 100% hit rate, and taking down enemies of higher tiers is as easy as eating and drinking. Apart from lightning immunity, the archer will be my second trump card. Lin was thrilled, his heart pounding wildly, before heading up to the special training room on the 5th floor. 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin opened his eyes and accessed the system panel. Host, Lin. Realm, Awakening, 9th Dan. Rank, Corporal. Talents, SSS grade Heavenly Diligence, SSS grade Ancestor of 10,000 soldiers. Weapons, 4th grade top tier Godslayer Thunder Spear, 4th grade top tier Dragon Bone Bow. Martial arts, Tempering Fist Perfect, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Perfect, 4th grade top tier 9-fold Thunder Spear Arc perfect, 4th grade top tier Divine Speed Arrow perfect. Ability, Combat Instinct perfect. Immunity, 100% Lightning Attribute immunity. Constitution, 622. After refining 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir, his lightning immunity rose to 100%. As his cultivation realm advanced to the 9th stage of awakening, his constitution also skyrocketed to 622, a level already on par with an entry-level martial artist. At the same time, bolstered by the ancestor of all weapons talent, his archery and spear techniques became much easier to cultivate to the perfect realm. Lin also took the time to review all his recent battles and unexpectedly triggered the effect of the SSS grade Heavenly Diligence talent, causing his combat instinct to leap from the Great Achievement realm to the Perfection realm. With every retreat into seclusion, his strength undergoes a qualitative leap. With Lin's current combat power, even an ordinary entry-level martial artist couldn't last a single move against him. Chapter 27, Corporal S First Mission. Hanjin Tian S Clear. Leaving the special training room, Lin headed to Hao's office. Now that his strength had improved, he couldn't wait to head into the mountains to hunt beasts. Knock, knock, knock. As Lin knocked on the office door, Hao's deep, sullen voice rang out from inside, "Come in." Lin pushed the door open and stepped inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a weathered face. It was Shun, the commander of the 8th Battalion of 4th Tier, 7th level martial artist. "Shin, your arm." Lin looked at the empty sleeve on Shin's left arm, as if he de-guessed something. To come back alive, losing an arm was a small price to pay. Shin laughed heartily, then changed the subject. "You must be Lin, right? The champion of this year's new recruit competition?" Is something big about to happen in the northern frontier?" Lin nodded and asked in return. Shin and Hao exchanged a glance. The latter explained, feigning nonchalance, "There is definitely something going on, but it's nothing major. The commander has already pinpointed the insect nest's lair, and the army commander has agreed to provide sufficient artillery support. When the time comes, we'll just lay the ground with artillery fire, then the 8th Battalion will charge in to finish them off, and that'll be that." The insect nest? Lin's pupils contracted sharply, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Among all the beasts, the insect beasts are the most unique. The insect race isn't considered top tier in terms of strength, but they reproduce at an extremely rapid rate and possess terrifying evolutionary capabilities. If Shin considered it a stroke of luck to survive with just one arm missing, then this insect nest is most likely a 5th tier one. With sufficient energy, a 5th tier insect nest could spawn at least 100,000 Zerg troops in a single month. What does 100,000 even mean? The Northern Frontier Corps has a full complement of only 100,000 soldiers. And that's just 1 month of reproduction. As time goes on, the Zerg population will explode. Aside from their reproductive capacity, another defining characteristic of the Zerg is their ability to evolve. When a certain number of insectoid beasts die from the same type of damage, the newly bred insects will evolve ways to counter that damage. This could include increasing resistance to certain attributes, developing special defensive features on their bodies, or even attacks capable of nullifying the damage. Therefore, the artillery sweep tactic can only be used once. "Is it just our 8th Battalion?" Lin asked gravely. Hao smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he put his arm around Lin's shoulder and changed the subject. "You don't need to worry about the battle plans. We have an important mission for you." "What kind of mission?" Lin asked. "The 8th Battalion is heading deep into beast territory for this operation, and logistics are crucial, so we need you to make a trip to Jiangcheng," Hao said. "Aren't the 8th Battalion's supplies in the northern frontier all handled by headquarters?" Lin asked, puzzled. "Headquarters doesn't have the money either," Hao said with a wry smile. "They provided sufficient artillery support, but they can't provide enough logistical supplies." Lin's expression darkened, and his opinion of headquarters worsened. The 8th Battalion was fighting desperately on the front lines, and not only were the people behind them not helping, but they were actually holding them back. Would the others really benefit in any way if the 8th Battalion's defensive line were breached by the beast? Let us not talk about that. Shen and the mayor of Jiangcheng have been close friends for years. He'll help sort out the supply issue. You just need to transport them back, Hao said. Instructor Jiang, please assign this task to someone else. I want to go to the front lines too, Lin said with a determined look. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. This is an order, not a request. Hao's expression was unusually stern. Well, all right. Lin nodded reluctantly. After receiving the relevant information, he got behind the wheel and drove toward Jiangcheng. Sigh. Standing by the office window, watching Lin's receding figure, Hao let out a helpless sigh. In truth, he knew full well that keeping Lin sheltered in a greenhouse wasn't conducive to his growth. But Lin's potential was simply too immense, so immense that he no longer dared to let Lin face danger. It was like a flawless piece of raw jade. He dared only to cradle it carefully in his hands. Moreover, the insect nest was filled with lightning attribute insect beasts. Among all the attributes, lightning attribute damage was the highest and most terrifying. A 4th tier, 9th level lightning attribute beast was fully capable of rivaling an ordinary 5th tier beast. Taking Lin along on a mission was simply too dangerous. Meanwhile, at the Han family residence in Jiangcheng, Han Zhentian used his connections to obtain all the location data from that day at the secret realm camp. The data map showed that Hanan had encountered Lin twice. Apart from that, he hadn't come across anyone else. It was precisely after the second encounter with Lin that Hanan's vital signs disappeared, and Lin was right there at the scene. Considering that Lin went on to win the new recruit competition, he definitely had the capability to kill Hanan. Uncle, since we've confirmed that Hanan was killed by Lin, what are we waiting for? Let us kill him and avenge Hanan, a young man stepped forward and said. Killing Lin will bring about the annihilation of the Han clan. Han Zhentian sighed, his gaze deep and pensive. In just a few short days, he seemed to have aged more than a decade, looking as if he were on his deathbed. Why? Didn't he refuse to join the personal guard? Without a military commander backing him, relying solely on the 8th Battalion, our Han clan has absolutely nothing to fear, the young man said arrogantly. Han Zhentian shook his head and explained, Xiao, you can't judge things by appearances alone. With this insect clan beast-tide crisis, Luo Yuanshan intends to wipe out the 8th Battalion, cut off Lin's retreat, and then openly recruit him. Does that mean we can only stand by and watch, unable to avenge Hanan? Han Hu asked, confused. At least until Lin loses Luo Yuanshan's favor, we have no choice but to watch. Han Zhentian patiently continued his explanation, his eyes filled with resignation. The more loyal and honorable Lin is, the more Luo Yuanshan will value him. Sooner or later, Lin will be recruited into the personal guard. By then, forget about revenge. I'm afraid the Han family will have to bow down at Lin's feet just to survive. Thinking of that day to come, Han Zhentian felt both helpless and despairing. This is way too frustrating. Damn it! Han Hu cursed as he stormed out of the hall. No sooner had he returned to the hall than a lean man approached him, leaned in close, and whispered, Brother Hu, the patriarch only said we can't kill Lin. He didn't say we can't make his life miserable. What do you mean? Spill the beans. Han Hu's interest was piqued the moment he heard this. I heard Lin is coming to Jiangcheng to take delivery of supplies. The location should be the warehouse at East City Pier, which just happens to be on the over the river Dragon's turf. The lean man lowered his voice once more and laid out the entire plan. That's a solid plan. What's your name? Han Hu asked excitedly. My name is Chen Huang. I'm a servant of the Han family, Chen Huang replied. With a mind like yours, it's a waste to have you working as a servant. From now on, you'll report directly to me. Your pay will double immediately. Han Hu waved his hand grandly, speaking generously. Thank you, Brother Hu. Thank you, Brother Hu. Chen Huang thanked him repeatedly, overjoyed inside. With Hanan's death, the position of heir to the Han family had become vacant. Among the sons of Han Zhentian and his brothers, Han Hu was the most talented, the strongest, and the most likely to become the heir. As evidenced by what had just happened, Han Zhentian clearly intended to groom Han Hu, which was why he had patiently explained so much to him. Chen Huang had precisely recognized this, which was why he seized the opportunity to curry favor with Han Hu, hoping to seize a chance to rise to the top. I'm leaving this matter to you. If you handle it well, I'll reward you handsomely, Han Hu said. Rest assured, Brother Hu. I'll handle it flawlessly, Chen Huang promised solemnly, then took his leave. Chapter 28, An Outsider? Just a worm. Meanwhile, Lin arrived at the warehouse at Dongcheng Pier in Jiangcheng. He got out of the car and asked, "Who is in charge here?" "Me." A tattooed man, flanked by a crowd of henchmen, strode over menacingly. "I am Corporal Lin of the 8th Battalion, Northern Frontier Corps. I've been ordered to take delivery of military supplies," Lin stated succinctly, identifying himself before pulling out all the paperwork for the supply handover from his storage bracelet. The tattooed man took the documents, glanced at them, and said indifferently, "The paperwork is incomplete. Take another look." "All the paperwork is right here," Lin said. The tattooed man pulled out 2 of the documents, crumpled them into balls, stuffed them into his mouth, chewed them, and swallowed them. "Now they're incomplete. Are you deliberately looking for trouble?" Lin's expression darkened. "So what if I am? This is Jiangcheng. Not your 8th Battalion." The tattooed man taunted defiantly, completely disregarding Lin. Fine, Lin said, laughing through gritted teeth. The 8th Battalion was fighting tooth and nail on the front lines, yet the very people they were protecting were holding them back from behind. These were military supplies. They were a matter of life and death for the soldiers on the front lines. "Kid, if you're in Jiangcheng, you have to follow Jiangcheng's rules. Got it?" The tattooed man arrogantly jabbed his finger repeatedly at Lin's chest. "May I ask what Jiangcheng's rules are?" Lin asked, struggling to suppress his rage. "Simple. Hand over all the Thunder Tribulation elixir you're holding, and I'll let you take these supplies away," the tattooed man said greedily. Seizing military supplies during wartime and extorting soldiers each of these is a capital offense. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Lin demanded coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "The laws of the northern frontier don't apply in Jiangcheng," the tattooed man sneered, his face full of contempt. "There are 3 major martial arts clans in Jiangcheng, the Lei, Han, and Zhou clans. Among them, the Lei clan was the most powerful. Not only was Lei Wen a standout among the younger generation, but Lei Meng was a 4th-tier, 9th-level martial artist. With such formidable strength, they ranked among the top 3 in the entire northern frontier. And he, as it happened, was working for Lei Wen of the Lei clan. In contrast, Lin, champion of the new recruit competition, with 7th-degree awakening strength comparable to 9th-degree awakening, and a member of the Northern Frontier's 8th Battalion. This is the weakest battalion with the least resources. It has absolutely no connections. That's why he dared to extort Lin so brazenly. The Thunder Tribulation elixir isn't of much use to him, but if he presents it to the Lei clan patriarch, he is sure to be highly valued and handsomely rewarded. Plus, giving Lin a hard time today also serves to vent young Master Lei Wen's frustration, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All this information had been relayed to him via an anonymous phone call, and only after verifying its authenticity did he make a special trip to the warehouse. In truth, the tattooed man knew full well that the person in the shadows was using him as a pawn. But since they were both getting what they wanted, being a pawn didn't matter. Is that so? Then let me test whether the laws of the northern frontier hold any sway over Jiangcheng. Lin drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Kid, I advise you to assess your own strength before you make a move," the tattooed man sneered. "A mere 7th rank awakened rookie dares to brandish weapons in front of us, the Cross River Dragons? Our boss has long since advanced to the ranked martial artist tier. He could crush you with a single finger. That's right. If you just hand over the Thunder Tribulation elixir like a good boy, you'll suffer a little less physical pain." The onlookers cheered and chimed in. Although Lin, at the 7th rank awakening level, had severely wounded Lei Wen, a 9th rank awakening expert, his combat prowess was truly terrifying. But with the entered stage, Cross River, and over a dozen awakened stage tier 9 experts here, no matter how strong Lin was, he couldn't turn the tables. Buzz. A flash of cold light struck first, followed by a spear that shot out like a dragon. With a wet thud, the Godslayer thunder spear pierced the tattooed man's throat, and blood gushed out of the wound. He tried to open his mouth to speak but found he couldn't utter a single word. All that remained was a look of sheer horror on his face. A full-fledged entering the realm martial artist, facing an attack from an awakened stage tier 1 opponent, didn't he even have time to react. Lin pulled out the spear, wiped the remaining blood from the tip, and stared at him with a blank expression. He instinctively clamped both hands over the gaping one. Piercing explosions rang out one after another, with each arrow creating a sonic boom in its wake. Because the arrows were moving so fast, the men didn't even notice anything amiss as they were pierced through the chest. It wasn't until a moment later that their bodies slowly registered what had happened, and they collapsed in disbelief into pools of blood. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, several arrows that had flown far ahead suddenly exploded in midair, turning into a pile of debris. The few who had managed to run far enough away witnessed this scene and, feeling as if they narrowly escaped death, ran for their lives with all their might. They're moving too fast. Ordinary arrows aren't strong enough. I'll have to replace this batch of spare arrows I'm holding. Lin, no longer concerned with those few who slipped through the net, picked up the debris from the ground and examined it carefully, eventually reaching this conclusion. With Gui Jianglong dead, Lin immediately summoned the dock workers to take inventory and load the supplies. Meanwhile, at the Lei family residence in Jiangcheng, the few fugitives who had escaped, panicked and disoriented, rushed into the hall, dropped to their knees with a thud, and pleaded pitifully, "Young Master Lei, you two must stand up for us." "What happened?" Lei Wen asked, furrowing his brow. "Just a moment ago, a man came to the wharf warehouse to pick up a shipment. Since his paperwork wasn't in order, we refused to hand it over. That man then went on a killing spree. He even killed our big brother, Gui Jianglong," the men exaggerated in their account. "Damn it! Someone stepping on the Lei family's toes. Round up the men. I'll see just who's so bold." Lei Wen roared in fury. Gui Jianglong was one of his henchmen. If his henchmen were killed and he, as their boss, didn't step in, who would dare risk their lives for him in the future? Raymond's gaze sharpened. He silenced Lei Wen with a look, then turned to the men and asked, "Who killed Gui Jianglong?" "It seems his name is Lin, from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps," one of them explained. "Just as I thought," Lei Meng said, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Everyone in Jiangcheng knew that the East Wharf was a Lei family holding, and Gui Jianglong was one of Lei Wen's henchmen. For the other party to dare do this, they must not be a local from Jiangcheng, or they must have even greater backing. He just hadn't expected that this person would actually be Lin. Had he really grown so strong in just a few short days that he could now kill a martial artist who had broken through to the next realm? "Are you sure it's Lin from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps?" Lei Wen stood up from his chair in disbelief. "I'm certain. Lin used a long spear to pierce my older brother's throat with a single thrust," the man said. With a single thrust. A storm of shock raged through Lei Wen's mind. Since returning from Northern Frontier headquarters, he had been trained. If some other clueless fool had provoked the Lei family, they would have been killed without a second thought. It wouldn't have caused any repercussions. But Lin was different. He had won the new recruit competition and was bound to receive the 8th Battalion's full support. To lay a finger on him would be tantamount to declaring war on the 8th Battalion. Seeing Lei Wen calm down, Lei Meng wore a look of relief and asked, "Gui Jianglong is your man. How do you plan to handle this? Although we in the Lei family aren't afraid of the 8th Battalion, it's clearly not worth offending them over a mere Gui Jianglong. Let us just pretend nothing happened," Lei Wen said. "You only see that Lin has the 8th Battalion backing him, but you don't see that Luo Yuanshan is also behind him," Raymond said. "Dad, what does this have to do with Commander Luo?" Lei Wen looked completely baffled. The insect race beast tide is about to erupt. Luo Yuanshan clearly intends to use the 8th Battalion as cannon fodder to cut off Lin's retreat, then naturally recruit him into his personal guard. The key point is that this shipment consists of wartime military supplies, and it was personally arranged by the mayor of Jiangcheng. Tampering with it would mean offending both the military and the mayor at the same time. Raymond carefully analyzed the situation, breaking it down piece by piece for Lei Wen to understand. After listening, Lei Wen suddenly saw the light, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Given Lin's potential, his future would certainly not be limited to the small 8th Battalion. It was highly likely he would join the personal guard. And if today's incident wasn't handled properly, it would be tantamount to planting a fatal time bomb for the Lei family. The mere charge of maliciously withholding military supplies alone could bring the Lei family to its knees. After all, no matter how strong the Lei family's foundations were, it was ultimately just a small martial arts clan, numbering no more than a few dozen people at most. They couldn't afford to offend either the military or the city magistrate. "Do you know what to do now?" Lei Meng asked. Lei Wen's gaze hardened as he nodded and ordered, "Guards, tie up these reckless fools. Take them before Corporal Lin to confess their crimes." "Yes, sir." Several martial artists quickly stepped forward and bound the fugitives tightly with ropes. "Young Master Lei. Young Master Lei. We've devoted ourselves to serving you. What are you doing? Young Master Lei, spare our lives." The men knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Lei Wen snorted coldly. "Humph. Devoted to serving me? I think you're trying to get me killed. Take them away." A moment later, Lei Wen personally drove the group to the warehouse at the docks. Upon seeing the Lei family's car pull up, the workers who had been unloading cargo all stopped in their tracks. Lin also cast a glance in that direction. For an upstart martial artist from the Crossing the River Dragon faction to dare act so arrogantly, he must certainly have powerful backing. "Corporal Lin, it's good to see you're well." Lei Wen opened the car door, stepped out, and waved at Lin. "Lei Wen?" Lin was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the Lei family to be the backing behind the Cross River Dragons. "Corporal Lin, I'm not here to back up this bunch of scumbags. I'm here to clear up a misunderstanding." Lei Wen waved his hand, and several martial artists behind him immediately escorted the few who slipped through the net forward. "A misunderstanding?" Lin asked in surprise. "Yes, I did hire over the River Dragon and his men to guard the dockside warehouse, but I absolutely did not order them to seize military supplies. Now that they've broken the law, Corporal Lin, it would be entirely justified for you to kill them. There are still a few who slipped through the net here. I'll hand them over to you to deal with as well." Lei Wen cleared himself of any involvement in just a few words. Since the other party wasn't there to back him up, Lin didn't bother to dwell on the matter any further. He just wanted to quickly complete the task how it assigned him and then rush back to the 8th Battalion to join the battle, so he said, "Let the City Guard Bureau handle the trial." "All right. Hand them over to the City Guard Bureau." Lei Wen waved his hand, and the martial artists escorted the prisoners onto the vehicle, setting off immediately for the City Guard Bureau. "Corporal Lin, this misunderstanding was truly due to my oversight in management. As compensation, I'll grant you a small request within my power." Lei Wen deliberately adopted a humble tone. Lin was taken aback by this and looked at Lei Wen in disbelief. Back on the arena that day, Lei Wen had been domineering and forceful, determined to settle not just the outcome of the match but also a matter of life and death. How could he have become so smooth and worldly in just a few short days? But a free opportunity presented on a silver platter, why not take it? "I actually do have a small matter I need your help with," Lin said. "All right." Though the Lei family may not have the deep-rooted heritage of the Northern Frontier Corps, we've stood firm in Jiangcheng for 100 years and still have some influence. "Corporal Lin, feel free to speak your mind," Lei Wen declared solemnly. "I need a batch of special arrows that can withstand supersonic flight without breaking apart." Lin got straight to the point. "Arrows? Isn't the spear your specialty, Corporal Lin?" Lei Wen asked in surprise. "Do we have them? Or not?" Lin asked. Lei Wen pondered for a moment before replying, "I think we do. Come with me, Corporal Lin." Lin followed Lei Wen into the warehouse, where they found a dust-covered crate in the corner. Using a crowbar, he pried open the lid to reveal a large number of silver arrows inside. He picked one up at random. It felt quite heavy, likely weighing over 20 Gene. The surface was smooth, and the arrowhead was incredibly sharp. These arrows were far less powerful than dragonbone arrows, but they were more than sufficient as spare ammunition. These are precision arrows forged from aerospace-grade alloy. Each one costs 30,000 to make. There are 100 of them here. If Corporal Lin likes them, feel free to take them all, Raywin said generously. Lin appeared calm on the surface, but inside, a storm was raging. A single arrow costs 30,000 to make. 100 of them, that's 3 million. Although fired arrows could be retrieved, there was no guarantee that every single one would be recovered. All of them? Lin asked. All of them. Lei Wen replied firmly. All right, then I'll take them all. Lin waved his hand, stowing the entire batch of precision arrows into his storage bracelet. A smile spread across Lei Wen's face. 3 million was merely a drop in the bucket for the Lei family. It was well worth it to settle the score with Lin for this small sum. After all, it wouldn't be long before Lin joined the personal guard and might even replace Yi Shao as its captain. By then, he would be the second in command of the corps and the third most powerful figure in the entire northern frontier. Currently, the most powerful figure in the northern frontier was Luo Yuanshan, followed by the mayor of Jiangcheng, and then Lei Meng. Although Yi Shao doesn't rank among them, his special status backed by Luo Yuanshan and the entire northern frontier corps means his standing is almost on par with that of the mayor of Jiangcheng. A few hours later, the supplies were finally loaded, and one heavy-duty truck after another set off toward the 8th Battalion's camp. Lin was driving at the front of the convoy when a series of whistling sounds suddenly echoed from the sky. Lin rolled down the window and looked up to see artillery shells slicing through the sky. The dense barrage of fire obscured the sun and sky. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Oh no, the war has begun. Lin's heart skipped a beat as he slammed his foot on the gas pedal and accelerated. Chapter 30, The Mayor of Jiangcheng. The 8th Battalion's distress signal. Several hours later, Lin was the first to arrive at the 8th Battalion's camp. The once bustling parade ground was now deserted. Not a single soul was to be seen in the vast camp. You must be Lin, right? Just then, a woman's voice came from behind him. Who are you? Lin stood up warily and took a step back. Don't be nervous. I'm Claire, the city chief of Jiangcheng. I've been an old friend of yours, Shen. Claire paused, uttering the words old buddy with a wry smile, then changed the subject. Don't bother looking for them. They left a long time ago and should be engaging the beast by now. Why did they leave in such a hurry? The supplies haven't even arrived yet. Lin couldn't understand. 10,000 against 100,000 and the queen is a 5th-tier beast. Do you really think 8th camp is short on supplies? Claire retorted. 10,000 against 100,000? Lin couldn't believe it. It hit him like a bolt from the blue. The last time he asked how, he simply said Lin didn't need to worry about the battle. At the time, Lin had assumed headquarters had already made arrangements that the 8th Battalions would join forces to wipe out the insect nest, with the 8th Battalion simply leading the charge. He never imagined that only the 8th Battalion would be fighting. With the 8th Battalion's meager numbers, even their strongest fighter, Shen, was only at the 4th tier, 7th level. How could they possibly wipe out a 5th tier insect nest? Wasn't this clearly a death sentence for them? Claire saw right through Lin's thoughts and stated with certainty, you're right. Luo Yuanshan wants the 8th Battalion to disappear. Why? The 8th Battalion's destruction brings Luo Yuanshan no benefit whatsoever. On the contrary, it would weaken the northern frontier's overall strength. Lin still didn't understand. For you. Claire fixed her burning gaze on Lin. Lin froze, a preposterous thought flashing through his mind. He asked in disbelief, are you saying Luo Yuanshan is deliberately sending the 8th Battalion to their deaths to cut off my retreat, and then recruit me into his personal guard? Claire nodded. Whoa! Lin's pupils dilated in shock. He sucked in a sharp breath, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Sacrificing an entire battalion, over 10,000 men, just to recruit a single genius. How selfish and deranged must one be to make such a decision? Looking beyond the surface of this incident, it all boils down to one thing: strength. If the 8th Battalion were strong enough, Luo Yuanshan would never dare make such a decision. Moreover, if they could sacrifice the 8th Battalion today, who is to say they wouldn't sacrifice Lin tomorrow? To take control of his own destiny, he had to become even stronger. Lin clenched his fists tightly. He never craved power as much as he did right now. He possessed the War God system and desperately needed a military rank to trigger the system's lottery, but members of the personal guard had no ranks at all. They were essentially Luo Yuanshan's private army. Even if the 8th Battalion were truly wiped out, he could never join the personal guard. Lin, come back to Jiangcheng with me. If you're willing, I can recommend you for the Eastern Frontier Corps, Claire said earnestly. Her visit to the 8th Battalion was, first, to see Shen, and second, to fulfill Shen's request to protect Lin. A promising young talent like Lin, once he matures, will undoubtedly become a pillar of the nation. Therefore, she couldn't stand by and watch him be assimilated by Luo Yuanshan. Thank you for your kindness, Claire, but until matters at the 8th Battalion are settled, I'll stay here, Lin said solemnly. Claire gazed at Lin for a long moment before asking sternly, you've already witnessed Luo Yuanshan's methods. Are you sure you still want to stay? Yes. Lin nodded. All right. Once you've made up your mind, come find me in Jiangcheng anytime. Claire dropped that line and immediately left the camp. Over the next few days, Lin spent day and night in seclusion in the special training room. His cultivation level finally advanced from the 9th rank of awakening to the first stage, first level. Boom! Just then, a burst of red fireworks suddenly lit up the sky in the distance. The sound was loud and the colors vivid, visible even from as far away as Jiangcheng. Lin rushed out of the training room and stared at the red fireworks in the sky, his expression grave and somber. It's the 8th Battalion's distress signal. During his time at the 8th Battalion, in addition to undergoing grueling daily training to improve his strength, he also had to study other subjects. Different colors of fireworks signify different meanings. Red means the 8th Battalion is facing a life-threatening crisis and urgently needs rescue. Lin immediately hopped into his SUV and raced toward the Northern Frontier headquarters. I'll be honest with you where they are right now. There are 9 4th tier, 9th rank beasts, and every single one of them is lightning attribute. As you know, among all the attributes, lightning is the most domineering and brutal. A 4th tier, 9th rank lightning attribute beast is no weaker than an ordinary 5th tier beast. Charging in now would only lead to more casualties. What a clever move! With a single sentence, he has absolved himself of all blame and shifted the entire fault onto Shen. When higher-ups come to hold someone accountable, it'll be because of Shen's command errors that led to the 8th Regiment's annihilation. Still, Lin managed to pick up on the key information in his words. You just said there are only lightning attribute beasts in there? That's right. The queen insect must have been planning to invade the northern frontier for quite some time, which is why she has bred nothing but lightning attribute beasts. Don't worry too much. The 8th Battalion is blessed by the heavens. They'll surely find a way to break out. Luo Yuanshan offered his reassurance. Lin sneered inwardly, not bothering to expose his hypocrisy. This outcome was exactly as he had anticipated when he arrived. However, the fact that the insect nest was filled entirely with attribute beasts was something Lin had never imagined. He possessed 100% immunity to lightning. No lightning attribute attack could harm even a single hair on his head. With the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows, he had every chance of defeating beasts of a higher tier. This idea was crazy and risky. If put into action, the slightest misstep could cost him his life. But in this life, it's impossible to have everything under control. When it's time to go all out, you have to go all out. Besides, the 8th Corps had treated him well. He couldn't just stand by and watch it be wiped out, then act as if nothing had happened and switch allegiance to the Eastern Frontier Corps. That wasn't in Lin's nature, and his conscience wouldn't allow him to do such a thing. So, Lin turned and left. Where are you going? Luo Yuanshan asked. To save people. Lin replied with unwavering resolve. Chapter 31, Deep into the Insect Nest. The 8th Battalion's despair. With your half-baked skills, charging in there is a suicide mission. Yi Xiao sneered coldly. Lin gave a scornful laugh and hurried downstairs. He started the SUV and raced toward the designated meeting point at top speed. Luo Yuanshan rose from his chair, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, and watched Lin gradually disappear into the distance. I underestimated Lin's resolve, he mused. He truly is a rare talent. In a world where strength reigns supreme, if he doesn't even understand the simple principle that a wise bird chooses the right tree to perch on, no matter how much potential he has, he'll never amount to much. Yi Xiao declared with certainty. True. It's just a shame to waste such a promising prospect, Luo Yuanshan said, shaking his head regretfully. Then, changing the subject, he added, have Lei Wen from the 1st Battalion come see me. What do you need him for? Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. The Four Realms Grand Competition is about to begin. Several military deities from the Dragon Kingdom will be in attendance to watch the matches. We in the Northern Realm can't keep bringing up the rear like we used to. It's time to cultivate some new talent, Luo Yuanshan said. As one of the Four Realms, the Northern Realm selects numerous prodigies with immense potential through its annual recruit competitions. However, most of these prodigies were recruited into his personal guard and never had the chance to shine within the Northern Frontier Corps. This directly led to a talent gap in the Northern Frontier, leaving its overall strength at the bottom among the four frontiers. Luo Yuanshan hadn't cared about such things before. He simply relished the satisfaction of recruiting all the prodigies under his command. Each prodigy was like a carefully curated piece in his personal collection. But this year's Four Realms Grand Tournament was extraordinary. Aside from the generous rewards, the key factor was the presence of several military gods in the audience. For the competitors, if their performance in battle earned the military gods' approval, it would be a golden opportunity to skyrocket to fame. For the military commanders of each realm, this was more like an exam. No one wanted to come in last. Especially since the military high command had already received numerous complaint letters regarding Luo Yuanshan. He urgently needed to achieve outstanding results in the Four Realms Grand Tournament to crush these complaints with sheer strength. He had originally planned to thoroughly train Lin, first letting him bring him glory in the Four Realms Grand Tournament, and then recruiting him into his personal retinue. Now it seemed he would have to settle for training Lei Wen instead. Although Lei Wen is far inferior to Lin, under his guidance, securing a top 10 finish in the Four Realms Grand Competition should be no problem. A long time later, Lin drove up to the battlefield. The nearby mountains, forests. After landing steadily, Lin looked in the direction from which the lightning had come. Two lightning bugs, each over half a meter tall, stood there. It was they who had spewed the lightning from their mouths. One was at the first stage, first level, and the other at the first stage, second level. I've barely entered the outer perimeter of the insect nest, and I've already encountered a beast-tier creature? Lin was slightly surprised. Squeak, squeak. The two lightning insects spewed bolts of lightning once more. This time, Lin didn't dodge. He wanted to test the full effect of 100% lightning immunity. Crackle, crackle. Two bolts of lightning struck Lin, causing him no discomfort, or rather, he felt absolutely nothing. Even a gentle breeze would make him feel a sense of coolness or warmth. Yet when these two lightning attribute attacks struck Lin, he felt absolutely nothing. 100% lightning immunity. It was truly terrifying. Immediately afterward, Lin drew his dragon bone bow and fired two arrows simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. The precision arrows, forged from a special alloy, sliced through the air and pierced both beasts at the speed of sound. At that moment, Lin felt a confidence he'd never known before. The insectoid's greatest strengths lay in reproduction and evolution. After a round of devastating artillery fire, their numerical advantage had been significantly weakened, leaving only their evolutionary edge. To boost their offensive capabilities, the Zerg had all evolved into lightning worms, but this advantage had actually turned into a disadvantage in the face of Lin. Furthermore, lightning worms had a limited range of attacks. They could only spew bolts of lightning from their mouths. Their bodies possessed no means of physical attack, and their defenses were extremely weak. As long as he hit a vital spot, one arrow would be enough to kill them. However, Lin wasn't confident enough to wipe out the entire Zerg hive single-handedly. After all, the gap in strength and numbers was undeniable. All he had to do was use his lightning immunity to tear a hole in the Zerg's encirclement and rescue Shin and the others. That was all. So, Lin pressed forward, unstoppable and sweeping all before him, slaying hundreds of lightning Zerg. Of the 100 fine arrows in his storage bracelet, only 13 remained. The remaining 87 had either missed the lightning bug's vital spots, allowing them to escape with the arrows still lodged in them, or had pierced through the bugs only to vanish without a trace. Furthermore, the dragon bone bow was a top-tier 4th-grade weapon, and each draw of the bow drained a significant amount of stamina. After several hours of continuous, intense combat, Lin's stamina was nearly depleted, and he was forced to stop and rest. Meanwhile, inside the Queen Worm's lair, Shin and Hao stood back to back, both covered in wounds, battered and exhausted. At their feet lay the corpses of dozens of comrades. These men were the strongest veterans of the 8th Battalion, all of them at the 3rd stage or higher. Yet even fighting with all their might, they had barely managed to slay 5 4th stage, 9th tier beasts. There were still 4 4th tier, 9th level beasts here. Shin and Hao alone simply couldn't handle them. Not to mention the insect queen deep within the lair, who was currently giving birth to the 10th 4th tier, 9th level beast. The situation inside the lair was grim, and the situation outside was just as dire. Fu Tao and many other 8th Battalion soldiers were completely surrounded by tens of thousands of insectoid beasts, and a cloud of despair hung over everyone's hearts. Old Jiang, looks like the two of us are going to meet our end here today. Shin wiped the blood from his face with his greatsword. I'm just a lonely old bachelor, no one will miss me if I die. But if you die here, Claire's gonna cry her eyes out, won't she? Hao set aside his status and teased Shin loudly. That woman already has a kid. No way I'm taking over that mess. Shin pursed his lips, which was why he always referred to Claire as sister. Ha ha ha. She's the mayor of Jiangchang. Her kid's doing pretty well in the Eastern Frontier Corps, too. His future achievements are limitless. Isn't she good enough for you? How couldn't he understand Shin's mindset? After all, if he just said yes, he could been living the good life with a wife and kids long ago. At worst, the two of them could have another kid. Shin didn't want to continue this topic, so he changed the subject and asked, "Got any more cigarettes? Give me one." Hao pulled a pack out of his pocket. All the cigarettes inside were soaked in blood, and no matter how he tried, the lighter wouldn't ignite them. Chapter 32, Claire again. The terror of a 5th-tier powerhouse. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion rang out from the distance. The earth trembled, and dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Lin immediately stood up, on high alert, and watched the direction of the explosion warily. He didn't realize it until he looked, and what he saw startled him. A massive boulder, over 50 meters in diameter, was floating in the sky. Even from a distance, he could feel its deadly oppressive presence. Standing beside the boulder was a woman. Her silhouette looked somewhat familiar. Lin cautiously approached and finally got a clear look at her silhouette, exclaiming in surprise, "Claire?" He'd seen Claire a few days ago at the 8th Battalion, and she'd been wearing the exact same outfit. Moreover, Claire was a 5th-tier, 1st-level martial artist with an S-class manipulation talent. She was fully capable of making the boulder rise into the air. It had to be her, there was no mistake. Claire in the sky also sensed someone watching her, so she turned to look in Lin's direction, slightly startled. "What are you doing here?" "I'm a corporal in the 8th Battalion, of course I should be here." "Why are you here, Claire?" Lin asked with a smile, already having guessed part of the story. "You already know, yet you still ask." Claire glared at Lin in mock anger, then commanded the boulder to crash down. Another thunderous roar echoed, as if the earth itself were about to split open. The ground was a mess, littered with the corpses of lightning bugs, their faces completely mangled by the falling rocks. A quick glance revealed there were at least 2,000 of them. That said, with your meager 1st-tier, 1st-level strength, how on earth did you make it this far? Claire eyed Lin suspiciously. This area was already close to the Queen Bug's lair. Even the weakest creatures here were 2nd-tier beasts, and there were a few 4th-tier beasts as well. For a level 1, tier 1 beast to make it this far alive was nothing short of a miracle. To be honest, I possess 100% immunity to lightning. These lightning worms' attacks can't harm me in the slightest," Lin revealed. Since the two of them would undoubtedly be traveling together from now on, Lin couldn't keep his secret about his lightning immunity hidden for much longer. In that case, he might as well come clean. Claire's beautiful eyes widened as a tidal wave of emotion surged through her. In disbelief, she asked, "Did I hear that right? Did you just say 100% immunity to lightning?" "Yes," Lin nodded solemnly. Upon receiving his affirmative answer, Claire gasped. No wonder he managed to fight his way this close to the queen insect's lair with only a level 1, tier 1 strength. Actually, immunity to lightning, fire, water, and so on isn't all that rare. But 100% immunity? That's incredibly rare. Among the tens of millions of people in the dozens of cities across the northern frontier, there are probably only one or two who possess 100% immunity. As for 100% immunity to lightning, Lin is likely the only one. Claire regained her serious expression. Just ahead lies the insect queen's lair. Although you're immune to the lightning insect's attacks, the shockwaves generated when the 8th Battalion's soldiers battle them are far beyond what a martial artist at your level can withstand. Your situation remains extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to go any further? Having come this far, how could I give up now? Lin asked with a smile. All right, then stay close to me. Claire admired Lin's loyalty and courage even more. In the Northern Frontier Corps under Luo Yuanshan's command, it had been many years since someone like Lin had appeared. Powerful, bold, and deeply loyal, he was truly worth Shen Hao and the others risking their lives to protect him. If he could make it out alive to participate in the Four Realms Grand Competition, the name Lin would surely resound throughout the entire army. With Claire leading the way, Lin didn't have to do a thing, he just had to follow. A moment later, the two finally spotted the soldiers of the 8th Battalion, surrounded by a swarm of insects. Star-shattering strike. Claire decisively unleashed her martial technique. With her S-rank manipulation talent, she forcibly tore a massive boulder from the flat ground. Immediately afterward, the boulder exploded with a thunderous boom, shattering into countless sharp stone blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp stone blades rained down from the sky, piercing the bodies of the lightning insects one by one as they screamed in agony. Green blood spurted out, forming a viscous river on the ground. In an instant, thousands of lightning worms perished, including many powerful 4th-tier specimens. A 5th-tier powerhouse. Truly terrifying. Seeing a breach torn open in the encirclement, the soldiers of the 8th Battalion, whose morale had been low just moments ago, were now brimming with fighting spirit, as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. We're saved! We're saved! While this breach hasn't been sealed yet, let us break out quickly. Charge! 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 Let us take on these beasts. Fu Tai spotted Claire standing in the distance at a glance and said weakly, yet gratefully, "Thank you, Claire, for coming to our rescue." Hurry up and get your men out of here," Claire said. Yes. Fu Tai didn't dare delay and immediately led his men through the breach. As he passed by Claire, he spotted a familiar figure. Thinking he might be hallucinating from the prolonged battle, he stopped to look closely at the person and exclaimed in disbelief, "Lin? What are you doing here?" "Same as Claire, I'm here to save you," Lin said with a faint smile. "Nonsense. Claire is a 5th-tier powerhouse. But you, what good are you? Let us get out of here," Fu Tai said sternly. Just then, Claire interrupted, "Fu Tai, you guys go ahead. I'll protect Lin, he'll be fine." "But oh well, fine." This wasn't the time for arguments. Fu Tai sighed and immediately led his troops in retreat. The barrage of shells caught the insectoids off guard. Nearly all thunder worms below the 1st tier were reduced to ashes, and those of the 2nd tier and above suffered heavy losses. Even so, the number of thunder worms still exceeded 50,000. The 8th Battalion fought fiercely in a bloodbath, sacrificing over 4,000 men to eliminate more than 15,000 thunder worms. This was a truly glorious achievement. But as long as the Queen was still alive, killing as many thunder worms as possible would be in vain. So, after deliberation, the 8th Battalion decided to concentrate all their elite forces to launch a surprise attack on the Queen. Fu Tai had no idea what the situation was like inside. He only knew that breaking free did not mean they were safe. The endless tide of insects from the rear was quickly closing in, and thunder beetles would block their path ahead. The battle was far from over. Let us go. Claire swallowed a vial of potion, and her energy, spirit, and vitality instantly returned to peak condition. As they were about to enter the Queen's lair, she had to be on high alert. A 5th tier queen can breed up to 4th tier, 9th level Zerg, and a 4th tier, 9th level Thunder Zerg is no weaker than an ordinary 5th tier beast. With her strength, taking down 1 or 2 would be difficult. If there were too many, she'd have no choice but to make a run for it with Lin. Lin followed behind Claire as they entered the underground lair. Dim, sticky, oppressive. The moment Lin stepped into the lair, the hairs on his body stood on end. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring intently at him from the shadows. Stay close to me, don't let your guard down for a second, Claire warned repeatedly. I understand, Lin nodded slightly. The thunderworms at the entrance to the lair had already been cleared away, leaving only their corpses. The two made their way unimpeded and soon reached the heart of the lair. Following Lin's gaze, Shin and Hao lay on the ground, covered in wounds, barely clinging to life and no longer capable of fighting. Several lightning bugs opened their mouths and spewed bolts of lightning, heading straight for Shin and Hao's heads. If they were hit, not even a god could save them. Shun! Claire panicked instantly and used her innate ability to summon a massive boulder to block the path in front of Shin and Hao. Almost at the same moment, another bolt of lightning slammed into Lin from the side. This bolt of lightning was as devastating as a whirlwind, leaving the air charred and scorched in its wake. Lin, watch out! Shin and Hao's eyes, which had almost closed, now widened like copper bells. Oh no! Claire's full attention was on Shin by now. It was too late to intervene and protect Lin. Chapter 33, The Power of the Dragon Bone Arrow. Godslayer Thunder Spear pierces armor. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying bolt of lightning engulfed Lin, and the stray sparks that escaped blasted the lair to smithereens. In an instant, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Even a 5th tier powerhouse wouldn't dare take that blow head on, and Lin had only just reached that tier. Surely he'd be reduced to ashes? However, Lin brushed the dust off his clothes, emerged from the lightning unscathed, and said with a smirk, so that's the full force of a 4th tier, 9th level thunderworm? Nothing to write home about. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot. You've got 100% lightning immunity. You're immune to any lightning attribute damage. Claire's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. She immediately rushed over to Shin and Hao and helped them swallow recovery potions. As the potions went down their throats, the two men's external wounds healed rapidly, and their vitality and spirit began to return. The two stared at Lin as if they'd seen a ghost and exclaimed in unison, "What did you just say? Lin has 100% lightning immunity?" "Yep, didn't you guys know? That kid Lin sure knows how to keep a secret. But it's better that way, it'll help him live longer than everyone else." Claire laughed heartily. Hearing her affirmative reply, Shin and Hao both looked at her in utter disbelief. When they first saw Lin appear, they were both taken aback. Now they finally understood why Claire had brought Lin here. Because only Lin could cross the forbidden lightning pool in front of the Bug Queen, and only he had a chance to slay her. Squeak, squeak! For 4th tier, 9th level lightning bugs, as if receiving some command, charged toward Lin in unison. Protect Lin! Claire and the other two shouted in unison, forming a human wall in front of Lin. Trouble! The 10th beast inside the queen insect's abdomen is changing its attribute. Hao exclaimed in shock. It's targeting Lin. Shin swung his sword with one hand, his brow furrowed into a Chuan shape. Once the 10th insect of a different attribute hatches, everyone here will die. Unless they can slay the queen before it hatches. But with 4 4th tier, 9th level thunder beetles blocking their path, there's no way to break through. Maybe we should retreat for now, Hao suggested. Shin's face was as still as water as he fell deep in thought. If they retreated now, the insect queen would have a chance to catch her breath and would surely begin breeding like crazy. Moreover, the next time they used the cannon shells to plow the ground, it wouldn't be nearly as effective. But if they didn't retreat, they'd all die right here. Retreat, Shen ordered after careful consideration. Shen, I want to give it a try, Lin said earnestly as he pulled out his dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows. 4th tier, 9th level beasts move extremely fast. It'll be hard for you to hit them, and you might not even be able to pierce their defenses, Shen said, shaking his head. But the speed of that arrow just now didn't look anything like a mere 100% boost. And that skilled ground-based archery stance, anyone unaware would think he was a master who dedicated decades to the art of archery. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin fired the remaining 2 dragonbone arrows in quick succession, both hitting the thunderworm's vital points with pinpoint accuracy. Supersonic arrows, combined with the ancestor of bow's 100% accuracy. Aim, and it's a kill. Of the 4 4th tier, 9th level thunderworms, only 1 remained. Claire, this one is yours. I'll take care of the queen, Lin said, drawing the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Are you sure you can do it? Claire asked. Lin nodded. He still had one trump card up his sleeve, the advanced talent of the ancestor of all soldiers' spear, ancestor's armor piercing. The effect of the ancestor of archery was a 200% increase in arrow speed and a 100% increase in accuracy. The effect of the spear ancestor, however, was to ignore physical defense and deal true damage directly. Everything in the world has its strengths and weaknesses. There are very few perfect beings. The queen insect's ability to reproduce and hatch insects indefinitely, as well as grant them the capacity to evolve, is her strength. But she has also sacrificed her offensive and defensive capabilities. That is her weakness. The insects inside the nest are her first line of defense. The forbidden zone of the thunder pool in front of her is her second line of defense. Once both of these barriers are shattered, it will be as helpless as a fish on a cutting board, left to be slaughtered at will. Squeak, squeak. The lone remaining thunder worm roared furiously, blocking Lin's path. I'm your opponent. Claire sprang into action immediately. I'll help you, Shen and Hao said in unison. Though the 3 of them were powerful, none of them could cross the forbidden zone of the thunder pool. Lin gripped the Godslayer Thunder Spear tightly in his hand and advanced step by step toward the queen insect. The queen insect's appearance was extremely bizarre. Its head was several times larger than a water jar, and beneath it lay not a stack of physical bodies, but a massive, circular egg sac. Once inside the forbidden zone of the thunder pool, with every step Lin took forward, the fear in his heart intensified. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his hands and feet grew ice cold as he trembled uncontrollably. It was the most primal fear, the kind a weak creature feels when encountering a powerful one. Lin, its psychic power is affecting you. Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward. Shen shouted a warning. Okay. Lin bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain instantly snapped him back to his senses. Lin quickened his pace as he crossed the thunder pool, gripping the Godslayer Thunder Spear tightly with both hands and bellowing, "Ninefold Thunder Spear Art! 9th level! ZZZZZ!" The spear's shaft burst with boundless thunderous light, all converging at a single point on the spearhead. The power was compressed to its absolute limit, its ninefold might unmatched. Lin pushed off the wall, leaping into the air, and thrust the Godslayer Thunder Spear toward the queen insect's head. Squeak, squeak! Sensing the threat of death, the queen insect immediately mobilized all her strength, evolving a thick layer of armor around her head in an attempt to block the spear. Chapter 34, Slaying the Queen. The insect armor and the core. It's insect armor. Claire gasped in shock. The queen has bred and hatched so many insects, yet she still had the energy left to evolve insect armor. Hao exclaimed in astonishment. It's over. Shen shook his head and sighed. The insect race has 2 major advantages, reproduction and evolution. But whether it's reproduction or evolution, both require the queen to expend a massive amount of energy. She had already spawned nearly 100,000 insects, including a large number of 3rd and 4th tier ones, as well as 9 4th tier, 9th level thunder insects. Therefore, the three naturally assumed the queen was on her last legs. As long as they could break through the thunder pool's restricted zone, they could easily take her life. But the reality was that the queen still had enough strength left to evolve a bug armor. With Lin's first tier, first level strength, even if he mastered the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the ninefold Thunder Spear art, he couldn't possibly break through the bug armor's defense. Even if he used the Dragon Bone Bow and Dragon Bone arrows, it would be the same. Only a true 4th tier martial artist could fully unleash the power of these two weapons. Boom! The Godslayer Thunder Spear struck the insect armor, producing a collision so loud it made their eardrums ache. Looking closely, the insect armor was completely intact, without even the slightest dent. Just as I thought, sighed Claire and Shin sighed in unison. Wait! Look over there! Hao pointed at the insect queen's head. The two looked in the direction of his finger and saw green liquid oozing from a crack in the insectoid armor. Had that spear strike injured the insect queen? No! That can't be right. The green liquid was flowing more and more profusely, spreading across most of the egg sac. This was definitely more than just a minor injury. Boom! The insect queen's massive body crashed to the ground, and the thunder pool forbidden zone dissipated along with it. In that moment, it was as if time had stopped and space had frozen. Is she dead? Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. She must be dead. Otherwise, the thunder pool barrier wound have dissipated. Shin stated with certainty. Her exoskeleton is clearly unscathed. How on earth did Lin manage to injure the queen? Even Claire, a 5th tier powerhouse, couldn't discern the peculiarity of that shot. It was as if the force of that spear thrust had pierced right through the insect armor and struck the queen insect directly in the head. That required an extremely high level of power control. Even Claire, at 5th tier, first level, couldn't pull that off, let alone Lin, a mere 1st tier, first level cultivator? It was simply unbelievable. The stone was about the size of 2 basketballs, entirely blue in color, and even emanated a faint aura of power. All of the queen insect's power is stored within this stone. Its reproduction and evolution both depend on it. Although its power is now less than 1/100th of what it once was, its value still far exceeds that of this insect armor. Shin tossed the queen's core to Lin, his eyes devoid of even a trace of greed. In truth, given their strength, they could easily have seized both the insect armor and the queen's core. They could even have had Lin hand them over openly for confiscation and equitable distribution. Especially since Shin and Hao were severely injured, refining the queen's core would not only heal their wounds but also further enhance their power. But they wouldn't stoop to doing such a thing. They could already foresee their own futures. They would never be able to leave the northern frontier in this lifetime. But Lin was different. He was still young and full of potential. Nurturing him was the far more meaningful thing to do. Thank you, Shin. Lin gratefully accepted the queen's core. Shin nodded, turned to Hao, and ordered, "Fire a signal flare. Summon all the camps to clear the battlefield." "Yes, sir." Hao immediately obeyed. Lin grabbed Hao by the arm and looked at Shin in confusion. "Shun, we've already slain the most formidable queen. By summoning all the battalions now, aren't we just handing the credit over to them for nothing? The 8th Battalion has just endured a brutal battle. They're down to just over 5,000 troops, while the insect horde numbers more than 30,000, a 6-to-1 numerical disadvantage. Furthermore, the remaining bugs are generally stronger, so we're at a disadvantage in combat power as well. The 8th Battalion can grit its teeth and fight this battle through, but do you really want credit earned by trading the lives of your comrades?" Shin looked at Lin with a grave expression. Lin fell silent and quietly released his grip on Hao. Hao dashed out of the queen's lair and immediately launched a blue signal flare. Red signaled distress, blue meant all was well. When the other battalions saw the signal flare, they would know that the 8th Battalion had already taken down the queen. Then all that remained was to mop up the remaining insects. The other 7 battalions arrived very quickly, scrambling to slay the remaining insects and collecting the charred insect corpses on the ground as trophies because these counted as military merits. With the other 7 battalions joining the fray, the pressure on the 8th Battalion eased considerably. The battle raged from dawn until the early hours of the morning. After a brief night's rest, Lin and Shin headed to the Northern Frontier headquarters. As was customary, headquarters would certainly be handing out rewards based on merit once the battle was over. Although Luo Yuanshan Wun Ti award the top honors to the 8th Battalion, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Upon their arrival, the commanders of the other 7 battalions began arriving one after another. Luo Yuanshan sat in the seat of honor in the conference room, with Yi Xiao standing behind him. He first glanced at Lin, then scanned the commanders present. Everyone here played an indispensable role in quelling the insect nest uprising. We will now proceed with the distribution of rewards. 1st Battalion, Top Merit. Reward, 1 lower tier 5th grade martial art manual. 1 4th grade spiritual herb. 10 3rd grade spiritual herbs. 52nd grade spiritual herbs. 3rd and 4th Battalions, 2nd class merit. Reward, 1 top tier 4th grade martial art manual. 5 3rd grade spiritual herbs. 22nd grade spiritual herbs. The 2nd, 5th, 6th, and 7th Battalions receive 3rd class merit. Their rewards, 1 volume of a 4th grade advanced martial art manual. 1 3rd grade spiritual herb. 10 2nd grade spiritual herbs. Chapter 35, Merits and Demerits Offset. The list of contestants. As Luo Yuanshan spoke, word by word, the eyes of the many commanders in the conference room burned with intensity. 5th grade martial arts techniques. 4th grade spiritual herbs. These were all rare treasures. Even the 2nd and 3rd grade spiritual herbs were worth a fortune. The key point was that they hadn't lifted a finger in this war. These rewards were practically free. However, Lin and his group looked as dark as charcoal, their displeasure written all over their faces. Smack! Shin slammed his fist down on the table and demanded on the spot, "Commander, my 8th Battalion was the first to enter the battlefield, suffered the greatest casualties, and even slew the insect queen. Why isn't the primary credit ours?" Shun! Watch your tone. Yi Xiao pointed his finger at Shin menacingly, as if he were ready to strike the moment Shin dared to raise his voice again. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling Yi Xiao to step back, then turned to Shin and said, "Shin, the 8th Battalion did slay the queen insect, so logically, you should receive the top credit. However, due to your command errors, the 8th Battalion suffered heavy losses, over 5,000 dead and several thousand wounded. The entire battalion was nearly wiped out. Such a serious blunder gives me every reason to relieve you of your command. But considering you slew the insect queen, I'll grudgingly call it even." With a few offhand remarks, he had completely dismissed all of the 8th Battalion's merits. Shin's blood pressure skyrocketed as he listened, and he nearly lost his temper right then and there. In fact, he knew full well that the 8th Battalion had no chance of receiving the primary credit. But he never imagined that Luo Yuanshan Wun Ti even grant them a 3rd-class merit award, and would go so far as to say that their merits and demerits barely balanced each other out. It was the ultimate in twisting the truth and shamelessness. Shin, if it weren't for the full artillery support provided by our 1st Battalion before the battle began, your 8th Battalion wouldn't even have been able to storm the Queen Insect's lair. This top credit rightfully belongs to our 1st Battalion, the 1st Battalion commander declared arrogantly. With so many from the 8th Battalion killed, how dare you demand top credit? Besides, did your 8th Battalion actually kill the Queen? Surely Claire played no small part in that, right? Humph. Shin is merely a 4th tier, 7th level warrior. How could he possibly slay a 5th tier queen? If you ask me, the queen was 100% killed by Claire. It has absolutely nothing to do with the 8th Battalion. And yet you still have the nerve to demand top honors from the commander. How shameless. Every word spoken by the commanders of the various camps seemed to mock Shin, but in reality, they were indirectly currying favor with Luo Yuanshan. When corruption is the norm, integrity becomes a crime. The other 7 commanders all looked to Luo Yuanshan for guidance, but the 8th camp refused to flatter or suck up to him, and naturally, they became the outcasts, ostracized by the group. Watching this scene unfold before him, Lin felt a deep sense of revulsion. If he ever got the chance, he would purge every last one of these scum from the Northern Frontier's ranks. Shin, do you still have any objections to my decision? Luo Yuanshan asked. Shin clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. No matter how much he resented it in his heart, he had no choice but to swallow his humiliation. Rank trumps all. As a mere general, what chance did he have against the commander of the Northern Frontier Army? He just couldn't figure out why, despite the letters of complaint being sent one after another to the Wuching military headquarters, there had still been no reply. Since there are no objections, I'll take this opportunity to announce another matter. The Four Frontiers Grand Competition is about to begin. I've drawn up a list of participants, please take a look. Luo Yuanshan gave a subtle nod, and Yi Shao immediately distributed the list he was holding. Shin took the list. It was densely packed with 30 names. To his surprise, the top spot wasn't occupied by Lin, but by Lei Wen, the man Lin had defeated. Shin forced himself to keep reading until he reached the very last name, but he still didn't see the name Lin. Thinking he might have missed it, he scanned the list again, but Lin was still nowhere to be found. Commander Luo. You said my 8th Battalion isn't worthy of the top honor. I accept that. But why isn't Lin on the list of participants for the Four Realms Grand Competition? He is the champion of this year's new recruit competition. If even he isn't eligible to participate, then none of the people on this list are eligible either. Shin's anger flared like oil on a raging fire as he glared at Luo Yuanshan and demanded an answer. It is the commander's decision, you have no right to question it. Yi Shao snapped angrily. Fine. Since you asked, I'll explain it so there are no misunderstandings. Luo Yuanshan paused for a moment before saying, Lin is suspected of murdering Hanan and others. He may have to undergo an investigation by the City Guard Bureau during the competition. Rather than have him taken away by the City Guard Bureau right in the middle of the event, which would bring shame upon the Northern Frontier, it's better to remove him from the list first. Good. Good. Very good. Lin. Let us go. Shin feared that if he stayed any longer, he might not be able to resist going on a killing spree, so he slammed the door and stormed out. He could do without the top credit. But he absolutely could not let Lin miss the Four Realms Grand Competition. The 8th camp wasn't after this honor, it was Lin who needed this stage. This Four Realms tournament was unlike any before. Several military gods would be in attendance. With Lin's talent, he was guaranteed a top 3 finish and had every chance of competing for first place. Once he caught the attention of those military gods, he would surely gain access to vast resources that the 8th Battalion could never provide. This tournament would be the turning point in his destiny. Lin, don't worry. I'll definitely get you a spot in the Four Realms Grand Tournament. Shin promised solemnly on the way back. Actually, whether I participate or not doesn't make much difference to me, Lin said. Kid. It makes a huge difference. Let us not even talk about other factors, just look at the rewards for this tournament. The champion will receive 10 4th-grade spiritual herbs, a full set of 3rd-grade weapons and armor, 2 3rd-grade martial arts manuals, and eligibility to enter an intermediate-level secret realm. Most importantly, the champion will also receive personal guidance from the god of war himself. Shin looked completely serious. After hearing this, Lin felt a slight stir of interest. 3rd-grade weapons, armor, and martial arts techniques weren't particularly valuable to him, but he could sell them for money. 10 4th-grade spirit herbs, on the other hand, were quite good. They should allow him to advance several minor realms. The qualification for the intermediate secret realm was also appealing. With a bit of luck, he could obtain quite a few valuable items. However, what Lin valued most was the military god's personal guidance. Back when he first enlisted, during his battle with Hao, he had grasped combat instinct. If he could receive guidance from a war god of even greater strength, he would surely avoid many detours in his cultivation, and his power would surge by leaps and bounds. Moreover, these were just the official tournament rewards. If he secured a good ranking in the competition, his true gains would certainly be far greater than this. Tempted, aren't you? Actually, I have a ready-made solution that's guaranteed to get you into the tournament. Shin said. What's the plan? Lin asked. Among the military gods attending this tournament, one happens to be from your own Lin family. With your current strength, as long as you're willing to reach out to the Lin family, they'll definitely secure this opportunity for you," Shin said. Lin refused without hesitation. "Shin, I've long since cut all ties with the Lin family. From now on, we're as different as life and death. That's the spirit. You're truly a soldier of the 8th Battalion. Then I'll think of another way." Shin changed the subject. In truth, he had long anticipated this response. Chapter 36, Promotion to Squad Leader Rejected. First Tier, 5th Level. A moment later, the two returned to the 8th Battalion. Upon learning of the incident at headquarters, Hao and Futao were both furious. The 8th Battalion fought the battle and killed the queen insect, yet in the end, they didn't get a single benefit. What infuriated them most was that Luo Yuanshan had intended from the start to send the 8th Battalion to their deaths. Now that the 8th Battalion had barely managed to survive, he was actually blaming them for making too great a sacrifice. What good does it do to curse Luo Yuanshan's ancestors 18 generations back right here? All of you, shut up. Shin was already seething with pent-up anger from his time at headquarters, and seeing the two of them chattering on like this only made him even more furious. Not daring to cross Shin, the two fell silent instantly. Shin turned his gaze to Lin and said earnestly, "I had hoped to use our military merits to secure some benefits for you from headquarters, but it seems that's no longer possible. Rest assured, though I, Shin, have never shortchanged those who VE served with distinction. Reward 1, 300,000 military merit points. Reward 2, promotion to squad leader. Reward 3, a wife." The first two rewards sounded perfectly normal, but when he heard the third one, Lin couldn't hold back any longer. So it's true that soldiers actually get wives? Old Jiang has a daughter who is a top soldier in the Eastern Frontier Corps SS class talent, incredibly powerful, and she is beautiful with a great figure, Shin explained. Claire's daughter? Lin asked. That's right. Mainly, old Jiang thinks you're a decent guy, and I'm just passing along the message for her, Shin said. That's still a long way off. We'd better focus on the first two rewards first, Lin said. Alright. Shin immediately logged onto the computer, updated Lin's military rank information, and transferred 300,000 military merit points to his account. Rank rejected? Military merit rejected? Hao stood beside Shin and clearly saw those two error messages. Futao also curiously leaned in, his eyes widening instantly. A merit reward of 300,000 points did indeed require headquarters review. But according to Northern Frontier regulations, a general had the authority to directly grant any rank below company commander. Only ranks of company commander and above required headquarters review. Now even a promotion to squad leader had been rejected. This was clearly targeting the 8th Battalion. To put it even more bluntly, it was targeting Lin. Damn it! That son of a bitch Luo Yuanshan. He is not leaving us any leeway at all. Fu Tai cursed furiously. It's bad enough that our 8th Battalion worked our asses off in the insect war and didn't get any rewards. Now we're trying to secure some benefits for Lin within our authority, and Luo Yuanshan is still pulling dirty tricks behind the scenes. It's fucking disgusting. Hao was furious too. That son of a bitch Luo Yuanshan. I hope his son is born without an asshole. Shin couldn't help but curse. Lin stood there in silence. He'd been wondering just a moment ago why Shin had promoted him to squad leader without triggering the War God System's reward. Turns out, Luo Yuanshan had rejected it behind the scenes. With such a ruthless move, Luo Yuanshan clearly regarded Lin as an enemy. How was he supposed to get promoted from here on out? No promotion? How was he supposed to trigger the War God System's rewards? Without rewards, how could he gain an edge? Lin's eyes darkened, and he suddenly began to take the Four Realms Grand Tournament extremely seriously. Luo Yuanshan was a 5th-tier powerhouse. It was impossible to gain the strength to stand up to him in such a short time. The only shortcut was to win the Four Realms Grand Competition and catch the attention of those military gods. Or rather, to secure a military god as a patron. As long as he had a powerful patron, Luo Yuanshan would certainly not dare to sabotage Lin so brazenly. Then make it 100,000 military merits. Fuck you, Luo Yuanshan. You'll reject even 100,000 for me. Shen's face turned crimson with rage as he stared at the dialogue box that popped up on the interface. Lin said, "It's fine. Just getting the Queen Insect Escort is already a tremendous stroke of luck. Ah, the 8th Battalion has treated you unfairly, but rest assured sooner or later, the 8th Battalion will make it up to you." Shen vowed solemnly. "Alright, then I'll go into seclusion first to prepare for the upcoming Four Realms Grand Competition." Lin dropped that line and immediately headed to the special training room on the top floor of the martial arts tower. The greatest reward from slaying the Bug Queen this time was the Bug Queen Escort, followed by the Bug Armor. The former possessed incredibly pure energy, comparable to any high-grade spiritual elixir. Once refined, it could boost one's cultivation by at least 2 minor realms, or even 3. The insect armor offered astonishing defense, but it required specialized craftsmen to cut and forge it into actual armor. In addition to crafting the insect armor, Lin also procured a batch of high-quality arrows and prepared some special potions on the side. Lin hadn't taken potions seriously before, but this war against the insect clan had truly made him realize their importance. It was precisely by relying on special potions to forcibly boost their strength that Shen and the others were able to slay so many 4th-tier, 9th-level thunder beetles. He might not need them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. 10 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin suddenly opened his eyes, his aura sweeping through the entire training room like a gale. Immediately afterward, he opened his stats panel. Host, Lin. Realm, 1st tier, 5th level. Rank, Corporal. Talents, SSS grade Heavenly Diligence, SSS grade Ancestor of 10,000 soldiers. Weapons, top tier 4th grade Godslayer Thunder Spear, top tier 4th grade Dragon Bone Bow. Martial Arts, Tempering Fist Perfect, top tier 3rd grade Wind Spirit Spear Technique Perfect, top tier 4th grade Ninefold Thunder Spear Art Perfect, top tier 4th grade Divine Speed Arrow Perfect. Ability, Combat Instinct Perfect. Immunity, 100% immunity to lightning attributes. Constitution, 882. His cultivation realm jumped directly from level 1, stage 1 to level 1, stage 5, skipping 4 minor stages in one go. Such a massive leap was something Lin never could have imagined. Furthermore, his constitution skyrocketed from over 600 to nearly 900. What does that mean? He had already reached the threshold for a 2nd-tier martial artist. Within the same cultivation realm, even martial artists with physical-type talents might not surpass Lin in terms of constitution. With this surge in strength, the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the Dragon Bone Bow could now unleash even greater power. Leaving the special training chamber, Lin prepared to drive to Jiangcheng. "Your aura has become so much more robust? Looks like absorbing the Queen Insect Escort has given you a huge boost," Hao said with a smile as he saw Lin approaching. "It's pretty good. I'm at the 5th sublevel of the 1st tier now," Lin replied. "Of course the Queen Insect Escort is just as effective as weight." "What did you just say? The 5th sublevel of the 1st tier?" Hao's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lin in disbelief. Lin replied with a smile. "That's just how the world behind the wall works. Ordinary people can't comprehend it. It's a shame there aren't enough resources. Theoretically, with ample resources, breaking through to the 2nd stage wouldn't be a problem. You've only been in the army for a month. With this level of strength, you're among the top in the Four Realms Corps." Hao knew Lin was a freak, but he hadn't expected him to be this extreme. "Have you secured a spot in the Four Realms Grand Competition?" Lin asked. "It's already taken care of," Hao replied. "Alright, while the competition hasn't started yet, I'm heading to Jiangcheng to take care of some business." With that, Lin hopped in his car and drove straight to the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 37, worth 50 million. Han Hu, you're asking for it. There are only 2 top-tier conglomerates in Longwei, the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce and the Martial Arts Foundation. In terms of financial clout alone, the former surpasses the latter. The Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce has branches in cities large and small across Longwei. The Jiangcheng branch is located in the city center, housed in a skyscraper over 20 stories tall. Its exterior is grand and imposing, while the interior is lavish and opulent. Lin parked his car and walked inside, immediately spotting a familiar face. It was Lei Wen. Lei Wen looked slightly surprised when he saw Lin, then flashed a smug smile. "Lin, it's good to see you again. I really didn't expect you to turn down Commander Luo's olive branch time and time again. But thanks to your refusal, I've become who I am today. Under Commander Luo's tireless guidance, I've already reached the 4th sublevel of the 1st tier. I bet you're still struggling in the entry-level realm, aren't you?" In just 10 days, he skyrocketed from the 9th stage of awakening to the 4th sublevel of the 1st tier. Aside from Lei Wen's hard work, resources were the key. He'd been stuffing his mouth with spiritual herbs and potions of every grade as if they were free. Even a pig could be fattened up into a beast, let alone Lei Wen, whose natural talent was already impressive. The surge in power thrilled Lei Wen, but what excited him even more was that from now on, he'd be riding on General Luo Yuanshan's coattails. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch on. As long as the Lei family clings tightly to this powerful ally, they won't even have to give the city lord of Lianjiang a second thought. Naturally, there's no need to take Lin seriously anymore either. Looking back now, giving away 100 fine arrows just to curry favor with Lin was a total rip-off. "I'm about to represent the Northern Realm in the Four Realms Grand Tournament, and I'm definitely going to place high. By then, we'll be from 2 different worlds." "Oh, wait, we're already from 2 different worlds. Just wait and rot away in the 8th camp, ha ha ha." Lei Wen laughed uproariously, then left the martial arts guild in high spirits. "You're crazy," Lin muttered under his breath, then walked up to the front desk and wrote 2 lines on a piece of paper. "Ripened crimson blood flower. 5th tier insect armor." The beautiful receptionist saw it, immediately tossed the paper into the shredder, and then said politely, "Sir, please follow me." "Okay." Lin followed her into the VIP lounge to wait. Just then, a burly man in the main hall glanced toward the VIP lounge where Lin was waiting and muttered to himself, "Looks like this guy's got something valuable on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited to the VIP lounge." "Brother Hu, haven't you always wanted to avenge Hanan? Now is your chance," Chen Huang said. "All right. As soon as that kid leaves the martial arts chamber of commerce, I'll run him over with my car," Han Hu said viciously. Chen Huang rolled his eyes and said patiently, "Brother Hu, to be on the safe side, I suggest you first notify the Han family's powerful members. Wait until you're in a deserted area before making your move. That way, you can finish Lin off in one fell swoop." "All right. You stay here and keep watch. I'll go outside to call my uncle." Han Hu dialed the number and walked toward the exit. It was common knowledge throughout the northern frontier that Luo Yuanshan had abandoned Lin and was now focusing his efforts on cultivating Lei Wen. This meant that killing Lin wouldn't offend Luo Yuanshan. On the contrary, it might even earn them his protection. The only problem was offending the 8th Battalion. But the 8th Battalion had been severely weakened by the battle against the Insect Clan, and the Han family no longer held them in any regard. Just then, a refined elderly man wearing glasses entered the VIP room and introduced himself. "Hello, sir. I am Su Hai, appraiser number 7 at the Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce." "May I ask your name?" "Lin." "Very well, Mr. Lin. Please produce the items you wish to sell." "They're all right here." Lin retrieved the crimson blood flower and the insect carapace from his storage bracelet. He had originally intended to set aside this crimson blood flower for the 8th Corps, but with so many other matters to attend to, he'd simply forgotten about it in the midst of his busyness. Besides, given the 8th Corps' current situation, they likely wouldn't be able to protect this flower anyway. A mature crimson blood flower, a first-grade spiritual herb valued at 1,200,000. Appraiser Su Hai set the crimson blood flower down impassively, then picked up the insect carapace to examine it. Although the insect carapace was large, it wasn't heavy at all and could be lifted with ease. After examining it closely for a moment, a look of surprise flashed across Su Hai's face. "This insect carapace is unlike any I've ever seen before. Its texture is much harder. And it emanates a hint of overwhelming pressure. Is it valuable?" Lin asked. If it were an ordinary insect carapace, it would be worth only a few million, but this one is extraordinary, it could be worth 50 million. Su Hai said earnestly. 50 million. Upon hearing those 3 words, Lin's eyelid twitched. For someone as penniless as him, that was absolutely a fortune. There is something I forgot to tell you. I don't plan to sell all of this insect carapace. I want to keep a portion to craft armor, Lin said. Then let us deduct 10 million from the 50 million. How does that sound? Su Hai asked. That is fine. Lin nodded. All right, please wait a moment, Su Hai said as he collected the crimson bloodflower and the insect carapace. He then asked Lin for his card number before leaving the VIP lounge. While they were cutting up the insect carapace, Lin browsed the Martial Arts Guild's online store, selecting high-quality arrows and potions. Alloy arrows, priced at 40,000 each. He ordered 300 of them, totaling 12 million. Various high-tier recovery potions, healing potions, power-boosting berserk potions, and more came to another 10 million. He added everything to his cart and clicked place order. A few hours later, Su Hai walked into the VIP lounge with a smile. My apologies, Mr. Lin, for keeping you waiting. No problem, Lin said. Su Hai took out a large pile of items from his storage bracelet and explained, all the items you ordered are here, and the remaining balance has been fully transferred to your card. Additionally, the Merchants Guild has crafted a set of insect armor for you free of charge. Su Hai set the insect armor aside. There were no flashy decorations, just a few simple pieces of insect carapace strung together with special materials. It provided full protection for the torso and limbs. Joint mobility remained unaffected, the only drawback was that it wasn't particularly attractive. With this 5th-tier insect armor for protection, he needn't fear any sneak attacks. You are now a gold member of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce. This is the treatment you're entitled to, Su Hai said politely. Gold member? Lin asked, slightly surprised. Yes. Membership tiers in the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme. Once your spending exceeds 100 million, you can upgrade to platinum member, at which point you'll enjoy even more privileges. Su Hai explained. Wow! You have to spend 100 million just to become a platinum member. Doesn't that mean you'd have to spend tens or even hundreds of billions to reach Supreme? Lin pursed his lips in surprise, then carefully checked the items. After confirming everything was in order, he stood up and left the martial arts chamber. Brother who? Lin's coming out. Chen Huang whispered from the lobby. Follow him. Han, who was jolted awake from his sleep and immediately gave chase. Lin had already noticed someone tailing him. It was either someone from the Han family, the Lei family, or Luo Yuanshan's men. No matter who it was far beyond what Lin could handle alone. And since he was currently in Jiangcheng, the 8th Corps was too far away to come to his aid in time. So, Lin calmly took out his phone and dialed Claire's number. Claire, I'm in trouble. Chapter 38, Leave None Alive. Head to the Wucheng military headquarters. What is going on? Claire asked. There are a few people. Lin described his current situation honestly. Where are you right now? Claire asked. At the bus stop outside the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce, Lin said. Okay, walk 1 kilometer north, and you'll see an abandoned warehouse called Onkong. I'll be waiting for you there. Claire hung up and immediately rushed toward the abandoned warehouse. Lin pretended nothing was wrong and continued walking north. Sure enough, after 1 kilometer, he saw the abandoned warehouse across the street. Crossing the street, Lin quickly entered the warehouse. The light inside was dim, but he could vaguely make out a figure standing on a beam. Squinting to get a better look, he recognized it as Claire, the leader of Jiangcheng City. Ha 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 ha. I was just worried I wouldn't get a chance to take you down in broad daylight. Who knew you'd come right to me? Han Hu roared with laughter as he charged into the warehouse. Following close behind him were Chen Huang and several martial arts experts from the Han family. As soon as they entered, they immediately bolted the warehouse door shut from the inside. Who are you people? Lin asked. Since you're asking so sincerely, I'll be generous enough to tell you. My name is Han Hu. Hanan is my younger brother. Han Hu's gaze was amused to him. Lin before him was like prey that had fallen into a trap. Behind him, several martial arts experts moved forward in perfect unison, cutting off all of Lin's escape routes. Lin suddenly realized what was happening. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a similarly amused smile. Do you know what happens to those who try to lay a hand on me? Without the protection of Army Commander Luo, what good is your potential? I could crush you with a single finger. You aren't planning on waiting for the 8th camp to come save you, are you? Never mind that the two places are worlds apart. Even if the 8th camp's elite really did show up, my Han family doesn't give a damn about them. Han Hu's demeanor was arrogant, his confidence unshakable. He'd been waiting for this day for far too long, and thankfully, it had finally arrived. Killing Lin would not only avenge Hanan but also allow him to seize whatever valuables Lin was carrying. Having spent so much time in the VIP lounge, Lin was sure to have more valuables than Han Hu had anticipated. Brother Hu, the longer we wait, the more things could go wrong. Let us kill him first, Chen Huang whispered from the side. This is Jiang Chang. What could possibly go wrong? Han Hu's gaze shifted as he coldly threatened, Lin, if you kneel down right now and kowtow to me 100 times, I might consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. Lin smiled faintly and looked up at the ceiling beam. Claire, you heard that, didn't you? Stop playing games. How could Claire possibly be here? Han Hu scoffed dismissively. The Han family, you really do have some nerve. Claire leaped forward and landed steadily in front of Lin. Jiang. Claire? What are you doing here? Han Hu's pupils dilated in shock. He staggered backward as if he'd seen a ghost and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin is my future son-in-law, so naturally I'm here in Jiangcheng to protect him, Claire said. Upon hearing this, Han Hu gasped, his eyes filled with nothing but shock and jealousy. Claire's daughter, Jiang Ling possessed an SS-class talent and was a top soldier in the Eastern Frontier Corps, a paragon of both beauty and talent. The line of suitors for her stretched all the way from the northern frontier to the southern frontier, and now, unexpectedly, she was to marry Lin. Claire, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just playing a prank on Brother Lin. We never intended to actually fight. Chen Huang stepped in with a smile to smooth things over. Right, it was just a joke. Han Hu chimed in repeatedly. As one of Jiangcheng's 3 great martial arts clans, the Han family did indeed possess considerable influence, enough to look down on the 8th Battalion, which had suffered heavy losses. But Claire was a bona fide 5th-tier powerhouse and the leader of Jiangcheng. Whether in terms of strength or status, she held the Han family firmly in her grip. How do you want to deal with them? Claire shifted her gaze to Lin standing beside her. Kill them all, Lin said coolly. Lin. I'm the young master of the Han family. My great uncle is Han Jintian, the head of the Han family. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Han family will never let you off the hook. Han Hu threatened fiercely. Are you sure? Claire pressed. The feud has already begun. Even if I let them go today, they still won't leave me alone. It's better to just kill them and be done with it, Lin said. All right. Claire nodded, and the overwhelming aura of a 5th-tier powerhouse suddenly radiated from her. Seeing that Claire was about to get serious, Han Hu immediately panicked and begged for mercy. No. If you let me go today, I swear on my life that I'll never cause you trouble again, and neither will the entire Han family. Claire turned to look at Lin, who remained expressionless, clearly unmoved by Han Hu's words. Claire's lips curled upward, revealing a smile of admiration. Ruthless. Decisive. That's the very essence of surviving in turbulent times. If she were indecisive, if a few words from Han Hu were enough to shake her resolve, then Claire would actually look down on Lin. Claire. You wouldn't kill me, would you? My father is your friend. How could you face my father if you killed me? Han Hu dropped to his knees with a thud, pleading through tears. You're so tedious. Claire waved her hand, unleashing her S-class manipulation talent, which instantly tore Han Hu's body in two. Chen Huang and the remaining Han family martial arts experts didn't escape either, their bodies were all forcibly snapped in two by an invisible force. The manipulation talent was incredibly overpowered, it could control almost any object. With sufficient strength, one could even lift a mountain out of thin air. After doing all this, Claire casually waved her hands a few times, and the scene was cleared in an instant. She then turned to Lin and asked, "Old Chen has told you about my daughter, hasn't he?" "He has," Lin nodded. "So, what do you say? Are you interested in becoming my son-in-law?" Claire asked cheerfully. Lin hesitated. "Claire, I've never even met Jiang Ling. We have no emotional connection. Isn't it a bit too early to discuss this?" "So what? As the saying goes, time breeds affection. You're such a promising young man, if I've taken a liking to you, my daughter surely will too," Claire said confidently. "The Four Realms Grand Competition is coming up soon. Let us wait until we've met before discussing this further," Lin replied evasively. "All right. Then I'll take you back to the 8th Battalion first." After what had just happened, Claire wasn't comfortable letting Lin return alone. 2 days later, 30 new recruits boarded a special flight operated by the Northern Frontier Corps bound for the Wuchang military headquarters to participate in the Four Realms Grand Competition. Only Lin, escorted by the 8th Battalion, headed to Jiangcheng Airport to take a commercial flight to the Wuchang military headquarters. "Shun, wasn't the quota issue already settled? Why are all the other recruits on the charter flight, while we're the only ones on a commercial flight?" After boarding, Lin looked at Shin, clearly puzzled. The quota issue was a bit tricky. No matter how we tried to work around it, we couldn't get past Luo Yuanshan, so we had to take an unconventional approach. "I've already worked it out privately with Wang. You'll be competing in his place," Shin explained honestly. Chapter 39, Jiang Linger's Attitude. The elimination rounds begin. Lin was taken aback for a moment. "Shin, isn't that against the rules? Besides, will Wang even agree to this? I know you've had some friction with Wang, but he has moved past it now. Here's his entry card." Shin handed Lin the entry card engraved with Wang's name and said earnestly, "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Competing under someone else's name is indeed against the rules, but as long as you perform brilliantly in the competition, all the rules will make way for you." "All right." Lin nodded and accepted the entry card. "Right. The Four Realms Grand Tournament is divided into 2 rounds. The first is a knockout round, where 120 contestants from the Four Realms, wearing special wristbands, enter an artificial secret realm to score points by slaying beasts. All rookies ranked 20th or lower will be eliminated. Next comes the regular arena tournament. At your current cultivation level, there are very few prodigies in the Four Realms who are stronger than you. You just need to keep 3 people in mind. The first is Jiang Linger from the Eastern Realm. She is at the 7th level of the First Realm and possesses an SS-class control talent. Though it differs from her mother's manipulation talent by just 1 character, the power between them is worlds apart. She can control everything in the world, including her opponent's internal organs and blood flow. However, she has a fatal weakness: the farther away she is, the weaker her control becomes. The second is Li Kuo from the Southern Realm. He is at the 7th level of the first tier and possesses an S-class darkness domain talent. Within his domain, he can block an opponent's 5 senses, and their ability to move is severely restricted. The third is Zhao Ming from the Western Realm. He is at the 6th level of the first tier and possesses an S-class flame manipulation talent. Aside from having slightly stronger offensive capabilities than ordinary martial artists, there doesn't seem to be anything else worth paying special attention to. After finishing his introduction, Shun looked at Lin with a mischievous grin and said, "In a world where S-grade talents are a dime a dozen, I wonder what kind of scene it'll be when a C-grade talent sneaks in." Lin smiled but didn't respond. Others only knew he had a C-grade cultivation enhancement talent, but they didn't know he actually possessed 2 SSS-grade talents. However, the 3 people Shin had introduced were indeed all quite powerful. He had only managed to cheat his way up to the 5th level of the first stage thanks to the 10,000-fold critical hit bonus from his SSS grade Heavenly Diligence. Yet these three were at a higher cultivation level than him, and their talents were each more formidable than the last. Zhongling and Li Kuo, in particular, both possessed area of effect talents. If the arena were small, the moment they activated their talents, they'd be virtually unbeatable. I'm giving you this information so you're mentally prepared not to put extra pressure on you. Relax. As long as you perform to your usual standard, a top 3 finish is guaranteed, Shin encouraged him. No, I want first place, Lin said with a determined look in his eyes. Only by taking first place could he secure the most generous rewards, avoid being looked down upon by the Lin family, and earn the full respect of the military high command. That last point, in particular, was of the utmost importance to Lin. Ha ha ha, great. That's the spirit. Shen laughed heartily with satisfaction, slapping Lin's shoulder hard with his remaining arm. A little over 2 hours later, the plane landed at Wuching Airport. Since Shin was the commander of the 8th Battalion, he was able to easily escort Lin into the military headquarters after identifying himself. This was the very heart of the Longhua military. A single brick dropped here could crush a vast number of marquisites. Centurions and 1,000-man commanders were as numerous as fish crossing a river, and there were no shortage of dukes and princes here as well. A red 5-pointed star was embedded atop the military headquarters building, exuding grandeur, majesty, and solemnity. 2 sentries stood at the entrance and both were actually third-tier martial artists. Third-tier martial artists guarding the entrance, truly befitting the Wuching military headquarters. Wait here for a moment, I need to make a call. Shen led Lin to stand in front of a building, then took out his cell phone to make a call. Soon, a young woman with a cool, composed expression and a stunning figure emerged from the building. Uncle Shen, is there something you need from me? Haha, nothing major, really. I'm mainly here to set up a match for your mom so you two young people can get to know each other. Well, I've got to run. You two go ahead and chat. Shin nudged Lin forward a few steps, then slipped away. Lin and Zhang Linger stood under the tree-lined avenue, gazing into each other's eyes as the atmosphere grew incredibly awkward. Let me formally introduce myself, Zhang Linger, 1st Battalion, Eastern Frontier Corps. Zhang Linger extended her hand confidently. Lin, 8th Battalion, Northern Frontier Corps, Lin said as he shook her hand. I heard your name ISNT on the Northern Frontier Corps roster for this year's competition. Is that true? Zhang Linger asked. That's correct, Lin replied honestly. Zhang Linger's expression shifted slightly. She immediately pulled her hand back, her face growing even colder. The competition roster is selected based on the strength of each corps new recruits. Since you couldn't even secure a spot in the Four Realms Grand Tournament, it seems my mother exaggerated a bit when she introduced you. To be honest, I still can't believe you were able to slay a 5th-tier bug queen with only 1st-tier, 1st sub-tier strength. My time is precious, so I'll get straight to the point. In this world where strength reigns supreme, only the strong are worthy of the strong. Do you understand? Lin nodded. I do. Since you're here in Wuching, just treat it as a sightseeing trip and wander around. Zhang Linger dropped that line and walked away without looking back. Lin gave a self-deprecating smile. He really wanted to say that he hadn't secured a spot in the competition not because of his strength, but because Luo Yuanshan had targeted him. Never mind, there's no point. Anyway, he hadn't really cared much about it to begin with. Seeing Jiang Ling head back, Shin, who had been hiding in the shadows, immediately rushed out. Do you even know how to pick up girls, kid? Don't you know to ask her out for dinner or a movie or something? I'm not interested in her, and she wouldn't have me anyway, Lin said. What? That little brat has such high standards? She wouldn't even have you? Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Lin was only at the 5th level of the 1st rank, his true combat strength was definitely far beyond that. Even if he wasn't stronger than Zhang Linger, he was certainly good enough for her. Lin nodded. Ah, well, never mind then. Get a good night's rest and recharge for tomorrow's elimination round, Shin sighed, then led Lin back to the hotel. The next day, Shin took Lin back to the military headquarters and blended into the competition venue. A total of 120 new recruits from the 4 realms entered the artificial secret realm in sequence, as determined by a lottery. The elimination round was limited to 12 hours. Recruits who entered the secret realm first had more time, while those who entered last had exactly 1 hour less than the first entrant. Wang had originally drawn number 37, which was a decent number. But if Lin were the 37th to enter the artificial secret realm, she would surely be recognized by the recruits from the northern realm coming after her. So, she had no choice but to stall for time by claiming she had diarrhea, waiting to be the last one to enter. As the other recruits all entered the arena, Shin encouraged him, Lin, even though you'll have exactly 1 hour less than the first person to enter the secret realm, as long as you make it into the top 20 in the elimination round, you'll advance to the arena tournament. I believe you can absolutely do it. Lin nodded and swiped Wang's competition card to enter the artificial realm. Chapter 40, Coming from Behind. Wang's moment of glory. As a flash of white light faded, Lin found himself in an abandoned town. The sky was azure, and the air was crisp. He thrust his gun into the ground. Pebbles flew everywhere, and a hole was torn in the ground. The sensation was incredibly intense. The artificial realm, which looked indistinguishable from the real world, was actually a virtual world. This was a highly advanced virtual reality technology. If a contestant was killed within the realm, they wouldn't actually die but would be teleported out of it. Currently, only Sains possessed this technology. Sains, also known as the City of Technology, was an island city isolated offshore, not affiliated with any nation. When the beast cataclysm first erupted, most nations adopted a policy of balancing martial arts and technology. However, the number of martial artists was vast, and they progressed rapidly, consuming far fewer resources than scientific research. Over time, nations gradually cut their research budgets, while smaller countries shifted entirely toward a martial arts-focused society. In this current era, only a few major powers remain committed to scientific research, but progress is extremely slow, still stuck at the level of hot weapons. The reason Sains has achieved such great technological success is that when other nations cut their research funding, scientific talent fled and ultimately converged in Sains. Of course, there are also rumors that Sains has made contact with a more advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Beep. Just then, 2 3D images appeared on the special wristband Lin was wearing. One showed the contestants' rankings, and the other displayed a map of the artificial secret realm. The map clearly marked 3 zones, the outer, middle, and core areas. The deeper one ventured, the stronger the beasts became, and the higher the corresponding points. Judging by the map, the strongest beast in the core area was at Tier 1, Level 7, likely reserved specifically for Jiangling and Li Quo. After taking in all the information, Lin's lips curled into a smile as he drew the dragon bone bow. Slaying beasts wasn't difficult. The real challenge was breaking into the top 20. This requires a much faster kill speed. Compared to the Godslayer Thunderspear, the Dragon Bone Bow is clearly more efficient at taking down beasts. Time to hunt. Lin charged straight toward the core area, sweeping all before him like a whirlwind. Almost at the same time, in the military headquarters observation room, the 3 military gods, along with the 4 realm military commanders, all turned their gaze to the giant screen on the wall. The massive screen was divided into 20 smaller screens, each displaying the combat footage of a single contestant. The Northern Frontier has come in last year after year, and this year's performance is even worse. Only Lei Wen has managed to break into the top 20. Luo Yuanshan, you really ought to take a good, hard look at yourself. The military god seated in the center suddenly spoke, his expression and tone both betraying his displeasure. Luo Yuanshan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, he stood up to explain, Military God Yi, it's not that I want to shirk responsibility. It's simply that the Northern Frontier is resource poor and lacks talent. Coupled with the beasts running rampant, this has led to the current situation. I've had no choice but to focus on selecting a few promising recruits to train. Is that so? But I've heard that you, Luo Yuanshan, hold a major recruit competition in the Northern Frontier every year, recruiting all those outstanding prospects into your own ranks. the military god Yi demanded. Clank! Luo Yuanshan's heart sank. He felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cellar. Instinctively, he glanced slightly to his left at the other military god. Seeing that the other military god remained silent, he steeled himself and explained, "Military god Yi, this is absolutely a baseless slander. I, Luo Yuanshan, am wholly devoted to the nation. I would never do anything that harms the country for my own gain." "Let us hope so," said military god Yi. Seeing that military god Yi wasn't pressing the matter further, Luo Yuanshan felt his heart settle just a little. In the northern frontier, he was a military commander with absolute power. But in the presence of the military gods at headquarters, he was nothing more than an ant that could be easily crushed. All he hoped for now was that the new recruits from the northern frontier would give it their all. Even if they weren't qualified to compete for first, second, or third place, simply making it through the elimination rounds would be a source of pride for the northern frontier. Suddenly, the image on the big screen changed, and a new face appeared before everyone. Glancing at the information displayed next to the new face, Luo Yuanshan's expression shifted from delight to bewilderment. 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier. 1. 8th Rank Awakening. Grade of Physical Enhancement Talent. 558 points, ranked 20th. Apart from the slightly off-point ranking, all other information matched. His gaze drifted downward. This wasn't Wang at all. It was clearly Lin. This kid named Wang, he was the very last to enter the secret realm, yet he has come from behind to break into the top 20. "That's no small feat," said the military god seated on the left, who had been silent until then, speaking slowly. "Look! Wang's ranking is still skyrocketing. 17, 14, 10. Holy crap, how is his ranking rising so fast? Is there a glitch in the scoring system?" It's not a system glitch. He has entered the core area. He is hunting nothing but high-level beasts, so his points are increasing several times faster. The records show Wang is only at the 8th stage awakening level. How can he take down tiered beasts as easily as eating and drinking? Even a first-tier, 5th substage beast can't withstand a single arrow from him. The other 3 realm commanders were dumbfounded. An awakening 8th rank fighter slaying a 9th rank beast is worthy of being called a prodigy. An awakening 8th rank fighter slaying an entry rank beast? That's a freak of nature. Wang is now crossing 7 realms to slay a tier 1, level 5 beast, and with a single arrow, no less. This is just too outrageous. Compared to Wang's dominant performance, top contenders like Zhonglinger and Li Kuo all paled in comparison. Yuanshan, you deserve immense credit for nurturing such a promising talent as Wang. The military god seated on the left spoke again, making no attempt to hide his approval of Luo Yuanshan's work. Luo Yuanshan was sweating profusely with nervousness and didn't dare respond. This isn't Wang at all, for crying out loud. This is Lin. He was now caught between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't admit it, nor could he deny it. If he admitted it, it would be tantamount to deceiving the military gods. If he denied it, the military gods would ask, why didn't such a promising talent from the northern frontier come to participate in the 4 Frontiers Grand Competition? Are the rumors true that you, Luo Yuanshan, have recruited all the promising talents under your own banner? How could he explain that? Just as Luo Yuanshan was at a loss, the Lin Clan's military god, seated to his right, furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Luo Yuanshan for confirmation. His name is Wang? Luo Yuanshan stammered, unsure how to respond. What? You don't even recognize your own soldiers from the northern frontier, the Lin Clan's military god demanded. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone in the viewing room turned to look at Luo Yuanshan. Everyone present was sharp-witted. Seeing Luo Yuanshan's guilty expression, it was clear something was amiss. His name isn't Wang. It's Lin. Luo Yuanshan took a deep breath and steeled himself to tell the truth. So it really is him. The Lin Clan's military god raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. When he first saw Lin on the screen, he had assumed they were 2 people who looked alike. After all, Lin possessed a Class C talent in cultivation enhancement, a talent unsuited for combat, making it impossible for him to be selected for the 4 Realms Grand Competition. He never would have imagined that the useless waste who had been expelled from the Lin family back then had now become a rising star among the younger generation in the military. Judging from the live footage, Lin's strength is at least stage 1, levels 4 to 5. Why wasn't he qualified to participate in the Four Realms Grand Competition? General Yi demanded in a deep voice. Luo Yuanshan hesitated for a moment, then explained with a guilty conscience, Lin is suspected of a murder case. Considering that the City Guard Bureau might summon him at any time, I had to revoke his eligibility to compete. Luo Yuanshan. You'd better make sure every word you say today is true. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. General Yi slammed his palm down on the table in anger, causing everyone in the observation room to flinch in shock. Chapter 41, Ranking Skyrockets. Information on Lin. All three in the observation room were military gods, but even among military gods, there were distinctions in strength. The military god in the center, Yi, was a 2-star military god, while the military god on the left, Xia, and the military god from the Lin family on the right were both merely 1-star military gods. Though it seemed like just a 1-star difference, in reality, it was a world of difference. Even if the two on either side joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against Yi alone. Anyone with eyes could see that Yi had long been dissatisfied with Luo Yuanshan, and today he was truly furious. Having angered such a powerful figure, his good days in the military are essentially over. Every word I said is true, every single one. Luo Yuanshan nodded repeatedly. He was so nervous that the back of his shirt was completely soaked with sweat. Meanwhile, a huge uproar had erupted within the artificial secret realm. Every contestant could check the points rankings at any time via a special wristband. They had no idea until they looked, and then they were stunned. Holy crap! What is going on? Wang has overtaken Zhao Ming and is now third on the leaderboard? At this rate, overtaking Li Qiuo and Jiang Linger is a foregone conclusion. Who on earth is this Wang? Why haven't we ever heard of him before? Everyone inside the secret realm looked dumbfounded, stunned by Wang's terrifying pace. He was clearly the last to enter, yet his points had already shot him up to third place. A total dark horse. When did the Northern Frontier produce such an incredible figure? Why hadn't there been a single whisper about him before? Wang? Jiang Linger raised an eyebrow, carefully sifting through the Northern Frontier Corps participant list in her mind. The only name that rang a faint bell was Lei Wen, first tier, fourth sub-tier, with the S-class talent frenzy. The rest were all unranked rookies not even worth her attention. But how could an unranked rookie possess such formidable combat power? The speed at which he was slaying beasts was far faster than even hers. After all, this artificial secret realm was built and maintained solely by Saiyans. It hadn't had a single glitch in decades, so logically, a system bug was impossible. This was way too strange. This is interesting. Looks like I'm not the only one hiding my true strength. Li Qiuo's lips curled upward, revealing a hint of anticipation. Fuck. Where the hell did this Wang come from? He just pushed me down one spot on the rankings. Staring at the leaderboard, Zhao Ming cursed under his breath as he incinerated another beast. Not only were the contestants from the southeast and west regions baffled, but the northern region contestants were collectively baffled as well. During the northern region new recruit competition, they all witnessed Wang's strength firsthand. It was merely mediocre, and he wouldn't last a single round against Lei Wen. Now, under Luo Yuanshan's all-out training, Lei Wen's strength had skyrocketed to stage 1, level 4. How could Wang's strength possibly grow faster than Lei Wen's in the resource-poor 8th camp? In the time it took them to discuss this, Lin had already closed in on Li Qiuo's 1,300 points. The elimination round had only been going on for a little over 3 hours. Was this terrifying rate of point accumulation for real? While everyone stood in shock, Lin continued to slaughter beasts relentlessly. Although Jiang Linger and Li Qiuo possessed strong talents, they also consumed a great deal of stamina. Even with recovery potions, they couldn't sustain their performance for long. As time passed, the rate at which these two were gaining points dropped noticeably by a notch. Meanwhile, Lin's ancestor of 10,000 soldiers' talent didn't consume any stamina at all. He only expended a little effort each time he drew his bow, a cost that was practically negligible compared to the stamina drain of their talents. With one side waning and the other rising, it was a foregone conclusion that he would surpass them. After several more hours, Lin's score reached 6,000 points. Zhang Ling'er, in second place, and Li Qiuo, in third, stood at 3,300 and 2,900 points, respectively. A staggering lead of 2,700 points over Zhang Ling'er. Such a terrifying score shattered the all-time record for the artificial secret realm. This time, even Zhang Ling'er began to wonder if the secret realm system had actually glitched. In the military command's observation room, the 3 military gods and 4 commanders witnessed the entire process of Lin slaying the beasts with their own eyes, each of them utterly awestruck. To get a clearer view, they combined 20 small screens into one large screen. In other words, at that moment, only Lin remained on the screen. He killed a Tier 1, Level 5 beast with a single arrow. He could fire 6 arrows at once. When facing Tier 1, Level 6 and Level 7 beasts, he fired no more than 2 arrows. What was terrifying about Lin wasn't just his killing efficiency, but also his formidable combat prowess. Killing beasts 2 tiers above his own was as easy as eating and drinking, even easier than for Zhang Ling'er, a Tier 1, Level 7 fighter. For such a promising prospect, let alone being suspected of murder. Even if he really did kill someone. As long as there was a valid reason and his character was confirmed to be sound, he would still be worth the military department's full support and cultivation. Smack! General Yi slammed his fist down on the table and ordered, "I want all of Lin's records within 1 minute." "Yes, sir." The aide standing behind General Yi nodded and immediately made a call to retrieve Lin's records. Soon, Lin's complete file appeared on the large screen. Age, height, weight, place of origin, talent, cultivation level, military rank, achievements, and background. Virtually every detail concerning Lin was meticulously recorded in this dossier. C-class talent? General Yi was slightly surprised when he saw the talent section. How could he possibly be only C-class? I thought he'd start at least at SS class. A mere C-class talent has crushed so many S and SS class prodigies. How are they supposed to take that? Could the data be wrong? Several commanders looked utterly baffled, clearly refusing to believe that Lin possessed only a C-class talent. It is a C-class talent, there's no mistake. At that moment, the Lin family's martial god spoke slowly. Lin's father was one of the strongest warriors in Dragon Nation, and his mother held a high-ranking position in the Martial Arts Foundation. The entire Lin family had once placed great hopes on Lin, but unfortunately, he had let them down by awakening only a C-class talent. It was precisely for this reason that he had been expelled from the family. A good talent only signifies relative strength, not absolute strength. This world has never lacked people with perseverance and good fortune, said General Yi. You're right. It's true that we, the Lin family, misjudged him, agreed the Lin family's general. It's over. It's over. Luo Yuanshan sat in his chair as still as a dead cicada, his heart sinking. Given the current situation, General Yi clearly held Lin in high regard. The Lin family's general's tone also revealed his regard for Lin. He likely intended to bring him back to the family. At that moment, Luo Yuanshan was filled with deep regret. He should have taken decisive action and killed Lin back then. If he had, none of this would have happened today. Now that Lin's records had been pulled up, the rejection of his 300,000 military merit points and his promotion to squad leader, all of these incidents would appear in his file. It was clear to everyone at a glance that Luo Yuanshan was deliberately targeting Lin. For the commander of the Northern Frontier Army to single out a recruit who had only recently enlisted, the embarrassment was secondary. The crucial point was that all those past rumors would now be perfectly confirmed by this incident involving Lin. His good days in the Northern Frontier were truly coming to an end. Luo Yuanshan slowly raised his head and looked at General Xie to his left. The other man completely ignored his gaze, his expression cold. The message was clear without words. Chapter 42, An Unbreakable Record. The Gift of Lie Detection. Time flew by, and the elimination round finally drew to a close. As the last second ticked away, all the contestants were teleported out of the secret realm. Their first instinct wasn't to celebrate advancing to the arena matches, nor to lament failing to make it through the elimination round. Instead, they looked around frantically, searching for Wang. 12 hours, scoring over 11,000 points. To be precise, it was only 11 hours equivalent to 1,000 points per hour. What does that even mean? It takes 10 points to slay a single first-tier, first-level beast. You'd have to slay 100 to earn 1,000 points. Slaying 100 beasts in an hour and keeping it up for a full 11 hours. Is that even something a normal human could pull off? Even an alien would deserve a couple of slaps for that. Keep in mind that Zhang Linger, who came in second, and Li Qiuo, who came in third, only scored 4,000 and 3,800 points, respectively. In fact, their scores had already broken the all-time records for the Four Realms Grand Competition, but they just happened to run into Wang, that freak of nature. Over 11,000 points. This will be a record no one can ever break. Who has strong brother? The one with over 11,000 points. Come on out and show us your face, big shot. That's fucking amazing. Add me on WeChat, big shot. The contestants from the Southeast and West regions had no idea what Wang looked like, but the remaining 29 contestants from the North region did. They weaved through the crowd, identifying each person one by one. Soon, they spotted Lin standing at the very back. Lin? What are you doing here? Lei Wen, surrounded by a crowd of North region recruits, demanded of Lin in a menacing tone. None of your damn business. Lin didn't back down, firing back immediately. Hey, Lin! Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to our brother Lei like that? A Northern Frontier recruit stepped forward, cursing as he defended Lei Wen. Lin's gaze darkened as he fixed the speaking recruit with a murderous glare. He hadn't been in the army long, but his combat experience was certainly extensive. Through one battle after another, his killing intent had steadily grown. A single glance was enough to terrify the recruit so much that he wet his pants without even realizing it. I know why you're here. You didn't qualify for the Four Realms Grand Tournament, so out of resentment, you snuck over to watch the matches. I guessed right, didn't I? Forgive my frankness, but the Four Realms Grand Tournament is full of prodigies. With your measly C-class talent, you wouldn't even make it past the elimination rounds. Lei Wen held his head high, his chest puffed out, brimming with pride. He had placed 9th in the elimination rounds. This was proof of his strength and a symbol of honor. Back in that rookie tournament, he had suffered a crushing defeat. He even had to swallow his pride and curry favor with Lin. Now the tables had turned completely, and he could finally vent that pent-up frustration. Actually, I'd really like to fight you again to win back the dignity I lost back then, fair and square. But unfortunately, under Commander Luo's guidance, my strength has skyrocketed. You don't even have what it takes to be my opponent. Lei Wen let out a haughty, cold laugh, then led his men past Lin. They continued searching for Wang in the crowd, but after scouring every corner, they found no sign of him. Just then, the 3 military gods and 4 commanders emerged from the observation room. In an instant, the atmosphere on the field turned solemn. The recruits on the field fell into their respective formations, afraid of making a bad impression in front of these high-ranking figures. First, congratulations to the top 20 contestants for advancing to the arena tournament. Second, there was a minor issue during this elimination round. A mistake was made on the leaderboard, and Lin was entered as Wang. Military God, Yi said. Whoa! As soon as those words were spoken, everyone on the field gasped. All 29 contestants from the Northern Frontier turned to look at Lin, their eyes bulging in astonishment. They had all arrived in Wuchang on a chartered flight. Wan was clearly there too. How could Wan have turned into Lin in the blink of an eye? If Lin had said this himself, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. But Yi Juncheng held a high position and great authority. There was no reason for him to lie about such a trivial matter and ruin his own reputation. That meant the person who scored over 11,000 points was really Lin. Gulp. Lei Wen swallowed hard in shock, his face flushing crimson in an instant. Recalling what he just said, he felt so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. But he couldn't understand why, despite Luo Yuanshan's tireless efforts to train him, he still lost to Lin? It's actually him? Jiang raised her beautiful eyes slightly and glanced back at Lin. Lin ignored Jiang gaze and looked up at Yi Junsheng. It turned out Shen was right. When someone is powerful enough, the rules truly do make way for them. Damn it, how dare he ignore me? Jiang stomped her foot in anger. So what if he took first place in the elimination round? Anyone who didn't know better would think he won the Four Realms Grand Tournament. The elimination round emphasizes killing efficiency, while the arena matches test comprehensive combat ability. In a one-on-one duel, Jiang was confident that her SS-class talent would allow her to dominate and crush any opponent. It's getting late. Everyone, go back and rest up so you're fully refreshed for tomorrow's arena matches. Lin, come here for a moment. General Yi said. Yes. Lin nodded and followed General Yi into the office. Shen, you're here too? Lin was slightly surprised to see Shen. Yes, General Yi has something he'd like to discuss with us, Shen said. I heard from Shen that you killed a 5th-tier bug queen while you were still at 1st tier, 1st level? Yi Junsheng asked. Yes. Lin nodded. Yi Junsheng turned to look at his aide-de-camp behind him. Seeing the aide nod, Yi Junsheng continued, Hanan and the 4 students from Jiangcheng Experimental High School, did you kill them? No, Lin denied it. General Yi turned back to his aide-de-camp once more, but saw the aide-de-camp shake his head slightly. He then warned, my aide-de-camp possesses a rare talent for lie detection. You can't hide a single word or sentence from him. Do you understand? I didn't kill them. Lin still denied it. Ha ha, what a stubborn little guy, General Yi laughed heartily. Lin, Adjutant Zhang's talent for detecting lies has never failed him. Besides, the fact that you killed Hanan and the others is no secret anymore. You might as well tell the truth, Shen urged. Realizing he couldn't get away with it, Lin admitted, it's true that I killed Hanan and Zhu Hong, but they tried to kill me first. I only fought back in self-defense. The deaths of the remaining 3 students have nothing to do with me. Lin laid out everything that had happened that day, holding nothing back and adding no embellishments. General Yi continued to look at the adjutant behind him. Upon seeing the adjutant nod, a smile immediately spread across his face. Those who kill will be killed in turn. You did the right thing. In truth, Yi Junsheng had long suspected that Lin had killed in self-defense. After all, someone who had rejected Luo Yuanshan's offer of friendship for the sake of the 8th Battalion would hardly resort to such despicable acts of murder and robbery. But to be absolutely certain, he had to test Lin. Did General Yi summon me here just to find out all this? Lin asked. That's only part of the reason, General Yi said, giving his aide a subtle nod. The aide nodded in understanding and sat down at the computer to begin operating it. Chapter 43, Promotion to Squad Leader. Elemental Tyrant. Soon, 300,000 military merit points were credited to Lin's account. Immediately afterward, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to Squad Leader. You've earned 1 lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Lin was taken aback at first and didn't react for a moment. He had thought he'd have to win the Four Realms Grand Tournament to naturally be promoted to Squad Leader. He never expected this good fortune to come so suddenly. Draw, Lin silently chanted in his mind. The lottery wheel visible only to Lin spun, its golden light flickering continuously. After a dozen or so seconds, the golden light stopped flickering. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've drawn the SSS grade talent, Elemental Tyrant. Another talent? Can't we get something new for a change? Lin muttered to himself, feeling a touch of disappointment. The prizes were divided into talents, anomalies, armor, martial arts, resources, and so on. He already possessed the SSS grade Heavenly Diligence and the SSS grade Ancestor of 10,000 soldiers. He was more than set for talents. It would have been even better if he'd drawn an anomaly or a 9th grade armor or martial art. As he thought this, Lin's eyes widened like copper bells the moment he saw the description of the Elemental Tyrant. He froze on the spot, even forgetting to breathe. This talent allows one to control any element in the heavens and earth and convert between different elements. Lin muttered to himself, his mind in a whirlwind of excitement. That brief explanation contained an overwhelming amount of information. The basic elements are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Beyond these, there are variant elements such as ice, lightning, light, and darkness. For example, Zhao Ming SS rank talent, Flame Manipulation, belongs to the fire element. Li Qiuo SS rank talent, Darkness Domain, belongs to the darkness element. Both of their talents are very powerful, but they still fall under the category of relatively basic elemental manipulation. As for Lin, it's mastery. One word S difference, a world of difference. Just like the difference between Claire SS rank manipulation talent and Zhang Ling SS rank mastery talent. Furthermore, this talent comes with immunity to all attributes. Most mind-blowing of all, Lin can not only master any element in the universe but also transform one element into another. In other words, given sufficient power, Lin can turn water into fire and fire into water. Any element can be transformed into another. Is this even human? This is a god. Even though they're both SSS grade talents, compared to the elemental tyrant, SSS grade heavenly diligence and ancestor of 10,000 soldiers seem to pale in comparison. Not to mention the likes of Claire and Li Qiuo, they're no match for the elemental tyrant at all. What's the matter? A mere squad leader has kept you so happy for this long? General Yi teased. No need to thank me. You stopped the insect swarm outbreak and saved so many lives. This reward is what you deserve. General Yi affirmed. General Yi, if there's nothing else, may I head back now? Lin couldn't wait to test out the elemental tyrant's capabilities. I'm looking forward to your performance in the tournament, General Yi nodded. Lin rushed out of the office and returned to the hotel where he was staying. He closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and the room was plunged into complete darkness. He snapped his fingers lightly, and a speck of light appeared out of thin air, then expanded to fill the entire room. Even though no lights had been turned on, the room was as bright as day. He snapped his fingers again, and the water molecules in the air condensed into ice, then transformed into fire. Truly worthy of the title Elemental Tyrant. Lin was utterly awestruck. After washing up, he lay in bed, unable to calm down for a long time. This world is built upon the 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whoever masters these 5 elements effectively masters the world. The next day, the 20 contestants who had advanced through the elimination rounds arrived together at the military headquarters parade ground, waiting for the draw to determine their matchups for the arena tournament. Lin stepped forward first, reached into the cardboard box, and casually pulled out a slip of paper. He opened it to find number 7. God help me. Please don't let it be number 7. As long as I make it through the first round of the tournament, I'll advance to the top 10. I just can't face that monster, Lin. I'd rather face Zhao Ming than Lin. Everyone silently prayed to themselves as they lined up to draw their lots. 11 hours, scoring over 11,000 points. In their eyes, Lin was several times more terrifying than Zhang Ling, Li Qiuo, and Zhao Ming combined. If they faced him in the first round, it would be the worst possible luck. Number 7. Lei Wen unfolded the slip of paper in his hand. The moment he saw the number 7, he immediately crumpled it into a ball, wishing he could crush it to dust. Haven T, you been wanting to fight me again? Looking at you like that, are you scared? Lin spotted the slip in Lei Wen's hand and a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ha, I'm just afraid I'll go too hard and accidentally beat you to death. Lei Wen felt completely outmatched inside, but he refused to admit defeat. You don't have what it takes, Lin chuckled lightly. Just then, Yi Junsheng stepped forward and said, before the tournament officially begins, let me briefly explain the rules. The battle arena will be randomly selected from one of the following: desert, forest, swamp, city, or ocean. The match will take place in a virtual space, and any means may be used. Victory is achieved only when one opponent is defeated. Luo Yuanshan suddenly stepped forward. General Yi, I have a small suggestion. Speak. General Yi said impatiently. Cultivation levels and martial techniques are all cultivated through a martial artist's own efforts. They represent one's inherent strength. Weapons and armor, however, are external items that could significantly compromise the fairness of the competition. I suggest that all contestants uniformly use the basic military armor and weapons provided by the Ministry of Defense, Luo Yuanshan said. That's a great suggestion. Otherwise, if someone uses high-tier armor and weapons in battle, it would be far too unfair to the competitors who don't have them. General Yi, I also support this suggestion. I agree as well. The military commanders of the Southeast, South, and West regions chimed in one after another. Yesterday in the observation room, they had all witnessed with their own eyes that Lin had used the 4th-tier top-tier weapons, the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the Dragon Bone Bow. The power of these two weapons was beyond question. If all 20 contestants used basic weapons, then those with higher cultivation levels would clearly hold a greater advantage. Military God Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Luo Yuanshan's suggestion was clearly aimed at Lin. The other 3 realm army commanders agreed, primarily for the sake of the contestants under their command. Military God Yi, banning prohibited substances, weapons, and armor would indeed make the competition fairer, Military God Lin urged. Yes, Military God Xia nodded in agreement. With all 6 in unanimous agreement, Military God Yi had no choice but to announce loudly, to ensure the fairness of the competition. Everyone, remove your armor. No one dared to disobey. They obediently removed their armor and placed it on the ground. Most contestants were using 1st and 2nd grade armor, while only prodigies like Zhang Ling'er, Li Kuo, and Zhao Ming were equipped with 3rd-tier armor. It wasn't that the Southeast, South, and West realms couldn't produce 4th-tier armor. Rather, given the strength of these 3, they were unable to fully unleash the power of 4th-tier armor. Only a prodigy like Lin, who, even at awakened stage tier 1, possessed a physique comparable to that of an entry-level martial artist, and now, having reached the 5th sub-level of tier 1, boasts a physique rivaling that of a tier 2 martial artist, could do so. Chapter 44, The Prosperous 8th Camp? Crushing Lei 1. Clang. Lin drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear and tossed it at his feet. The sound of the weapon hitting the ground instantly drew the attention of every contestant present. Holy shit! I recognize that spear. It's the Godslayer Thunder Spear, the weapon of the former commander of the 8th camp in the northern frontier. Top tier 4th grade quality. Is the northern frontier that wealthy? They're even equipping new recruits with top tier 4th grade weapons. Everyone looked on with envy. Clang. Lin pulled out the Dragon Bone Bow and tossed it at his feet. What kind of weapon is this? It looks like it's pretty high grade. It looks like it's made from the bones of some kind of beast. I heard that decades ago, a 6th-tier dragon appeared in the northern frontier. The military sent a 7th-tier expert to slay it, then used its spine to forge a fine bow. Could this be the one? Clang. Lin took off his insect armor and casually tossed it at his feet. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Even the 3 military gods and 4 military lords on the high platform were struggling to keep their composure. 2 top-tier 4th grade weapons. A lower-tier 5th grade piece of armor. Is this the kind of gear a newly enlisted recruit is supposed to have? The commander-in-chief was drooling, the army commanders were dumbfounded, and the military gods were silent. Just these few pieces of gear alone represented a level of excellence that most martial artists could never hope to reach in a lifetime. Yet for Lin, they were merely starter gear. The 3 military gods and 3 army commanders all turned to look at Luo Yuanshan, thinking, didn't you just say that the northern frontier was resource poor? I don't know what's going on with the 8th Battalion, Luo Yuanshan stammered, completely baffled. Damn it! That's way over the top. It's so unfair. No wonder he scored over 11,000 points. If I had those 3 pieces of gear, I definitely wouldn't have lost to him. The gaze the competitors cast upon Lin no longer held the fear and respect they had shown moments before. If Lin had scored over 11,000 points purely through natural talent, just like Zhang Ling'er, Li Kuo, and the others, he would have been treated like a god. Who would have thought it was all thanks to external aids? Without those 3 pieces of gear, how much of his true strength could he even unleash? Probably not even half. Lin. I lost to you back at the new recruit tournament. It was all because of that Godslayer Thunder Spear. Now that I don't have that spear, I'll smash you to a pulp with my fists. Lei Wen smiled confidently, loosening his joints slightly as his muscles bulged like hills. Even wearing only basic soldier-s armor, Lin couldn't even break through his physical defense. Not to mention, his S-rank berserker talent granted him immunity to pain. Lin gave a contemptuous smile and strode into teleportation array number 7. Lei Wen looked up at Luo Yuanshan on the high platform and declared with absolute conviction, "Commander, I will absolutely not disappoint your expectations." Luo Yuanshan nodded slightly, a barely perceptible glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Once the Four Realms Grand Tournament was over, General Yi would certainly crack down on him and punish him. There was absolutely no room for maneuver on this matter. Since that was the case, he'd drag Lin down with him. Without the support of powerful armor and weapons, Lin's strength would be severely diminished. He'd be no match for Lei Wen, who possessed an S-rank talent. As long as Lin was stopped before reaching the top 10, the tournament rewards would have nothing to do with him, and it wouldn't attract too much attention from the 3 military gods. Once Lin gradually faded from the military god's sight, he would find an opportunity to kill him without anyone noticing. At this thought, murderous intent filled Luo Yuanshan's heart. Back then, he'd ignored Lin precisely because he thought Lin was too weak to cause any trouble. He never expected that while Lin's strength might be limited, his ability to stir up trouble was far from weak. He'd gone so far as to cause a commotion at the Wuching military headquarters, landing him in this predicament. "You lot are celebrating too soon," Shen said, sitting in the spectator seats, a faint smile curving his lips. Top tier 3rd rank Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, top tier 4th rank Ninefold Thunder Spear Arc Mastery, top tier 4th rank Divine Speed Arrow Mastery. Plus, 100% immunity to lightning attributes and Combat Instinct Mastery. Weapons and armor are indeed external items, but martial arts, abilities, and talents like innate talent are part of one's true strength. Even if he were to use only basic weapons and armor, how many could possibly stand a chance against Lin? Meanwhile, within the virtual world, the scene before them shifted rapidly, eventually taking the form of an abandoned city. Immediately afterward, armor and weapon options appeared simultaneously before Lin and Lei Wen. Each could select only one piece of armor, one primary weapon, and one secondary weapon. Without those external aids, you're nothing but a worthless C-class talent. Lei Wen sneered arrogantly as he selected armor, gauntlets, and a greatsword. "Ha, a defeated foe still dares to bark wildly in my face?" Lin passed on armor, choosing only an ordinary iron spear. With his ancestor of 10,000 soldiers' talent combined with Godspeed Arrow, the arrow's speed was bound to break the sound barrier. Ordinary bows and arrows simply couldn't withstand that kind of force. "Fuck you. You're asking for it." Lei Wen, struck where it hurt, immediately activated his frenzy talent. His body rapidly swelled, transforming him into a giant nearly 3 meters tall. He swung the heavy sword in his hand, bolstered by the power of frenzy. Every strike carried the force to crush anything in its path. Any martial artist without a physical type talent who was hit would be seriously injured, if not killed. "It's been a while, but you're still just as weak as ever." Lin shifted slightly, deftly dodging the heavy sword's attack, then thrust his spear toward Lei Wen's knee. "Idiot." Lei Wen, overcome with glee, swung his heavy sword once more at Lin. Physical type talents all possess astonishing defensive capabilities, not to mention the protection of armor. Even if Lin could somehow break through his defenses, so what? He was immune to pain at worst, it would be a case of trading injuries. Ninefold Thunder Spear Art. 9th level. Lin thrust his spear forward swiftly. Whoosh! A flash of icy light, and Lei Wen's right knee exploded with a thunderous crash. Instantly, he lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Lin thrust his spear again, aiming for Lei Wen's head. No! Lei Wen instinctively shielded his head with both arms, panic reaching its peak. He couldn't believe it. The physical defense he'd always prided himself on was as flimsy as paper in the face of Lin. A single, light thrust had shattered his entire knee. The enormous gap in strength left him utterly despairing. Boom! Another deafening explosion. Raven's head burst apart, and he was teleported out of the virtual world. All 10 battles within the virtual world were linked to the display screen on the playground. Naturally, everyone watching outside witnessed this scene. Did you all see that clearly just now? How did Lin win? Raewon is a rare S-class berserker. Not only can he boost his physical body by several tiers, but he is also immune to pain, and yet he was defeated in just 2 shots? Lin is too strong. He can crush Raewon without even using high-tier combat armor. If he did use it, I'm afraid not even Jiang Luo and Li Kuo would stand a chance. A wave of gasps swept through the stands. Their strength was somewhat lacking, so they couldn't discern the key to this victory. But the 3 military gods and the 4 military lords saw it clearly. The force from Lin's 2 shots exploded directly inside Lei Wen's body. Penetrating from the outside in is entirely different from exploding from within. Physical enhancement focuses on strengthening the tendons, bones, skin, and flesh. It rarely extends to the internal organs and meridians. In other words, if any other 4th or 5th tier experts were struck by Lin's spear, they might very well lose their lives. Chapter 45, Jiang Linger changes her attitude. The Lin family's arrogance. Is it some kind of special martial technique? One of the military lords wondered. It doesn't seem like a martial art, it's more like a technique of power unleashed after reaching the pinnacle of power control. Military God Yi concluded his analysis and turned to the Lin family's military god for confirmation. Your analysis is correct, it is indeed a technique of power. But Lin is only 18 years old, and his cultivation level is merely at the 5th sublevel of the 1st tier. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to master such a high-level technique of power. The Lin family's military god couldn't shake the shock from his heart for a long time. This technique is extremely difficult to master. He had trained relentlessly for many years before finally having an epiphany and truly mastering it upon advancing to the 6th tier martial artist. Even General Yi, who was at a higher cultivation level, could only recognize the technique. He had no idea how to execute it, which speaks to its difficulty. Useless, good for nothing. We poured so many resources into you, and yet you still lost to Lin. Luo Yuanshan's eyes bulged with fury. His mood had hit rock bottom. The ban on combat armor was originally intended to weaken Lin and increase Lei Wen's chances of victory, but unexpectedly, it had instead created an opportunity for Lin to shine. Those 2 thrusts had clearly left a deep impression on the 3 military gods. Coupled with the terrifyingly high score of over 11,000 that Lin had achieved in the elimination rounds, even if he were to finish in 10th place, he would still earn the military god's favor and receive priority training. Unlike the others' surprise and bewilderment, Shin maintained a faint smile on his face. He had anticipated all of this long ago. Back in the Queen's lair, Lin had used this very move to slay the 5th tier queen. No, it can't be, I'm an S-class talent. How could I possibly lose to Lin twice in a row? Absolutely impossible. Lei Wen, who had been teleported out, knelt on the ground, dazed and distraught, as if he had gone mad. Take him away. Don't make a spectacle of yourself here. General Yi said displeasedly. Yes, sir. The aide nodded and immediately ordered men to drag Lei Wen away. Whoosh! A flash of light, and Lin was teleported back to the arena. The next second, Jiang Linger also emerged victorious and was teleported back to the arena. Watching Lin walk ahead of her, Jiang Linger sneered, just as I thought. Without those external aids, your strength is negligible. You wouldn't even make it into the top 10. Who says I can't make it into the top 10? Lin retorted. You left the virtual world before me, isn't that irrefutable proof? Jiang Linger said. After a battle in the virtual world ends, the loser is immediately teleported out, while the winner goes through a brief settlement screen. Jiang Linger possessed SS-rank talent control, which allowed her to directly drain her opponent's blood, ending the battle in a crushing victory. At the same cultivation level, she considered herself unbeatable and no one could end a battle faster than she could. Since Lin had exited before her, he couldn't possibly have finished his battle faster. He must have been defeated and teleported out. You're crazy. Lin cursed under his breath and hurried away. Defeating Lei Wen meant he successfully advanced to the top 10. There was another match that afternoon. A win would secure a spot in the top 5. She was getting closer and closer to her goal of becoming champion. How dare you insult me? Jiang Linger clenched her fists in anger as her control talent erupted, causing all the sand around her to explode into fine dust. Linger, Lin did indeed emerge before you, the Eastern Frontier military commander said as he walked up beside her. Commander, are you saying Lin defeated his opponent faster than I did? Jiang Linger asked in disbelief. Yes. He took down Lei Wen in just 2 shots. In fact, he could have emerged even sooner, the Eastern Frontier commander said in a solemn tone. How is that possible? In a one-on-one duel, my mastery talent is practically unbeatable. Without those high-tier gear pieces, there is no way he could have defeated his opponent faster than me. Jiang Linger still refused to believe it. Overconfidence is arrogance. Although Lin's cultivation level and talent don't match yours, his overall strength may not be much weaker than yours. Moreover, we didn't invesigate any information about Lin before the tournament. We have no idea what other hidden tactics he might still be holding back. In terms of sheer danger alone, he is even more dangerous than Li Kuo from the Southern Realm. The Eastern Realm military commander's expression grew grave. Hearing these words, Jiang Linger fell silent. She hadn't expected that Lin, whom she looked down on just yesterday, had suddenly transformed into an opponent so dangerous that even the Eastern Realm military commander considered him a threat. Could it be that what her mother had said on the phone really wasn't an exaggeration? Did he really single-handedly slay a 5th-tier insect queen? Alright, I know what I have to do. Jiang Linger's expression changed, and she immediately set off in pursuit of Lin. She had sacrificed so much for the 4 Realms Grand Tournament. She had to win the championship. Besides, facing an unknown opponent was even more dangerous than facing a powerful one. It would be best to figure out Lin's true strength and hidden cards before facing him. Lin, wait for me. Jiang Linger quickly gave chase. What's up? Lin asked indifferently. I was in the wrong earlier. To make it up to you, how about I treat you to lunch? You can pick any restaurant in Wucheng. Jiang Linger had shed yesterday's aloofness, a smile now playing on her face. I'm busy. Lin refused and turned to walk away. Jiang Linger stood there dumbfounded, unable to process what had happened for a long moment. She was, after all, the military beauty of the Eastern Frontier, its top prodigy, and a holder of an SS-class talent, the line of admirers stretching from the Eastern Frontier all the way to the Northern Frontier. If she were willing, someone would treat her to a meal every single day of the year. And now, she had taken the initiative to invite Lin to lunch, something countless people could only dream of. Yet Lin had refused, and so bluntly at that. Watching Lin about to disappear from view, Jiang Linger called out loudly, Hey! Why are you being so petty? I've already apologized, and you still won't forgive me. Put. Even if I haven't figured out your true intentions, I, Jiang Linger, will never lose to someone like you. Jiang Linger turned and walked away. Back at the hotel, Lin lay down on the bed to rest after finishing his meal. He had a match this afternoon, so the priority was to get plenty of rest. Knock, knock. No sooner had she lain down than a knock sounded at the door. Open up. It's General Lin's aide-de-camp. I have something to tell you. Just say it from the doorway. Upon hearing it was General Lin, Lin didn't even consider getting out of bed. I'm here on behalf of General Lin. Are you sure you want me to stand at the door and speak? The aide-de-camp's voice carried a hint of anger. If you're not going to speak, then get lost. Lin wasn't about to give in. The aide clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury, but forced himself to suppress his anger as he said, Military God, Lin thinks you have decent potential, you're someone worth nurturing. He is now giving you a chance to return to the Lin family. Do you want it? No, Lin replied decisively. The aide was stunned, thinking he misheard, and asked again, Did you just say no? Lin replied. Lin, you know the Lin family's power better than I do. They're one of Longhua's top martial arts clans. Every year, countless people would do anything to join the Lin family. Now that you have a ready-made opportunity to return to them, are you sure you don't want it? With your potential, combined with the Lin family's training, your future is sure to. Lin had absolutely no desire to listen further and impatiently interrupted, "Go back and tell that old fool in the Lin family. I, Lin, have long since cut ties with the Lin family, and I'll never go back in this lifetime." "How dare you insult the military god?" the aide-de-camp erupted in rage. "So what if he is the military god?" "I'll say it anyway," Lin retorted defiantly. Fine, just you wait." The aide stormed off in a rage. Lin lay on his bed, still vividly remembering the day he was expelled from the Lin family. When his C-class talent awakened, his parents had pointed their fingers at him in public, calling him a worthless good-for-nothing who had defiled the Lin family's noble bloodline. The servants whispered and mocked behind his back, while relatives and friends looked on with cold disdain, gloating over his misfortune. In the end, the Lin family banished Lin to enlist in the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier. The Lin family couldn't possibly be unaware of the treatment the 8th Battalion received within the Northern Frontier Corps. They did this solely to make Lin disappear from this world. Only then would the Lin family be spared the shame of the Lin name. When he was worthless, they treated him like trash and kicked him out. Now that he is valuable, they want him back to work like a beast of burden. Is that even possible? Lin would rather stay in the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier for the rest of his life than return to the Lin family for even a single day. Chapter 46, Immunity to All Attributes. The Flame Lord. After a few hours of rest, Lin got up and headed to the military headquarters. Following the first round of the tournament, the top 10 contestants had already been determined. Next up was another draw to determine the top 5. Let us see which unlucky soul drew number 1. Zhao Minghuang waved the slip of paper marked with the number 1 and scanned the crowd. "You're up against me in this round. Looks like your luck has really run out." Lin produced a slip of paper marked with the same number 1. The smile on Zhao Ming's face froze instantly. He had originally only been wary of Zhang Linger and Li Qiuo, but after witnessing Lin's strength, he now had to add Lin to that list. As for the remaining 6 contestants, he was confident he could crush them. On one side was a 6 in 9 probability, on the other, a 3 in 9 probability. To draw the latter of those, what terrible luck! Still, being wary doesn't mean being afraid. He possessed the S-rank talent Flame Manipulation, coupled with his first-tier, 6th-level cultivation realm. With these dual advantages, dealing with Lin would be, at most, a bit tricky. But victory would undoubtedly be his. Damn it! 2 horizontal lines and 1 vertical, let us do this. Zhao Ming cursed under his breath, then turned and stepped into the teleportation array. Zhang Linger watched Lin enter the teleportation array, then looked up at the Eastern Frontier military commander on the high platform. The commander's profound strength allowed him to discern more nuances from the battle. Since he couldn't pry Lin's trump card out of him, he would analyze it through each and every battle. The scene within the virtual world shifted, eventually settling on a desert map. Ha 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 ha. A desert. A desert map rich in fire elements. Zhao Ming threw his head back and laughed wildly, his mouth agape with excitement. The last shred of apprehension he felt toward Lin had now vanished completely. The desert map was his home turf. Even if he were to face Zhang Linger or Li Qiuo, who were at higher cultivation realms, he was 80% certain he could defeat them. A desert map, of all things. It seems Lin's path to the championship will end here, General Yi sighed softly, feeling a sense of regret. Luck is part of one's strength. It seems his luck just isn't good enough. General Lin's eyes flickered, his expression unreadable. Without high-tier gear, no home field advantage, and with both talent and cultivation level inferior to Zhao Ming's, Lin is bound to lose. General Xie declared with absolute certainty. Ahem. Lin is quite skilled. Maybe he still has a trump card up his sleeve? I'd say it's a 50-50 shot between them. As the Western Frontier commander spoke of the 50-50 odds, the smile on his lips was even harder to suppress than AKS. No one in the audience knew Zhao Ming's true strength better than he did. It was no exaggeration to say that on the desert map, Zhao Ming was unrivaled among players of the same realm. Empowered by dense fire elements, Zhao Ming could condense an extremely powerful suit of flame armor around himself. The flame armor had no physical defense attributes, but its terrifying heat could melt basic soldier armor in an instant. To put it bluntly, even if Zhao Ming just stood there and let Lin attack him, Lin wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on Zhao Ming's head. Instead, he'd end up burning himself. The outcome of this battle was decided before it even began. Lin. The one with truly bad luck, it's you. Zhao Ming snapped his fingers, and a flickering flame erupted from his fingertips. Immediately, the flames roared to life, spreading across his entire body in an instant to form a suit of flame armor. It protected him from head to toe, leaving not even a single strand of hair exposed. The denser the fire elements in the heavens and earth, the more powerful the flame armor became. The longer it lasted, the less it drained his own energy. Is that so? I don't think so. Lin still chose his iron spear and launched the first attack. Fiery Serpent's Dance. As soon as Zhao Ming finished speaking, two massive fiery serpents took shape in the air, lunging at Lin from left and right. Lin sidestepped to dodge them. Every subtle movement of his body and every inch of muscle engagement was executed with flawless precision. After evading the two fiery serpents, Lin swiftly thrust his spear forward. What a quick reaction! But do you really think this is over? Zhao Ming, slightly taken aback, immediately retreated to create distance. Heavenly Fire Meteor. This was a top-tier third-rank martial technique, incredibly powerful. Sizzle. Sizzle. Dense fire elements coalesced in the sky into massive balls of flame, obscuring the sun and creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The temperature soared instantly. The sand beneath their feet became scorching hot, and the hot wind sweeping across their faces felt as though it could roast a person alive. However, Lin stood where he was, as if nothing were wrong. He possessed the SSS-ranked talent Elemental Tyrant, which not only allowed him to control and transform elements but also granted him immunity to all attributes. This level of heat was nothing. Even if it were 10 times hotter, it wouldn't phase him. Fall. Zhao Ming flicked his finger, and countless fireballs rained down from the sky. Lin acted as if he hadn't even noticed the fireballs overhead, charging straight toward Zhao Ming. Hum. A flash of cold light struck first, followed by a spear that shot forth like a dragon. Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Flame Prison. Zhao Ming anticipated Lin's path and cast his martial art in advance. Against combat instinct at the perfect realm, your little trick is nothing. Lin grinned, dodging the flame cage like a ghost and thrusting his spear toward Zhao Ming's chest. Sizzle. The iron spear struck the flame armor, and the spearhead instantly melted from the intense heat. For every inch the spear shaft advanced, an inch of it melted away. Ha ha ha. Your reflexes are indeed quick. But you can't break through my flame armor. Zhao Ming roared with laughter, clearly having anticipated this scenario all along. Is that so? I'll see just how many punches you can take from me. Tempering Fist. Lin had now closed in on Zhao Ming and, gathering his strength, slammed a punch into Zhao Ming's abdomen. His fist was engulfed in flames, and just as everyone thought Lin's arm would melt, there was a loud thud, and Zhao Ming flew backward like a cannonball, carving a long trench in the sand. If even an iron spear can't withstand this heat, how could your hand possibly survive it? Zhao Ming scrambled to his feet, staring at Lin in disbelief, especially at the hand he'd just used to punch. His fingers, palm, and arm were all completely unscathed. They hadn't even turned red. That was a blazing inferno capable of instantly melting an iron spear. Could Lin's hand possibly be harder than iron? It's a secret. Lin closed in, landing 2 consecutive heavy punches that knocked Zhao Ming down. Silence fell once more over the field. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Ming's strength was more than a notch above Lin, yet the fight still ended with a crushing victory. Just how strong was Lin, really? By now, the crowd in the stands felt that Lin still had more tricks up his sleeve. He was like a man shrouded in mystery. Good kid. I was really holding my breath for you. Shen's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He'd just seen the iron spear melt under the flame armor and thought Lin was doomed. He never expected Lin to withstand the intense heat and end the fight with just a few punches. What a prodigy! What kind of prodigy is this kid? That was S-class fire, he just casually stuck his fist right in there and came out unscathed? The commanders of the Western Frontier Army were all dumbfounded. If I'm not mistaken, Lin must have awakened a special constitution, said General Yi. Special constitution? Everyone gasped in surprise. A special constitution immune to fire attributes, could it be the Flame Lord? General Lin exclaimed in shock. Everyone can awaken a talent upon turning 18. As for the divergent form, the timing of its awakening varies from person to person. Some are born with it, while others don't awaken it until old age. Every type of divergent form is incredibly rare and powerful. Even the most common divergent form can rival an S-rank talent, while a powerful one can even match an SSS-rank talent. The Flame Lord is undoubtedly one of the most powerful unique abilities. Damn it! That kid actually awakened a unique ability. No wonder he is making such rapid progress despite his abysmal natural talent. Luo Yuanshan looked thoroughly annoyed. If it really is the Flame Lord unique ability, then Zhao Ming deserved to lose, the Western Frontier military commander side. Ha 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 ha. What an interesting kid. The martial god Yi grew more and more pleased with Lin the more he watched him. Chapter 47, The Top 3. Strategies to take down Lin. Buzz. A white light flashed, and Lin was teleported out. The top 10 tournament had concluded. Next, they would draw lots to determine the lineup for tomorrow's top 5 tournament. If he was lucky enough to get a bye, he could advance directly to the top 3. He was one step closer to the championship. 10 4th grade spiritual herbs, eligibility to enter an intermediate secret realm, a full set of 3rd grade weapons and armor, 2 3rd grade martial arts manuals, and personal guidance from the military god. The 4th grade spiritual herbs could allow Lin to rapidly advance several minor realms, and combined with the eligibility to enter the intermediate secret realm, he might even break through to the 2nd tier martial artist realm in one go. Although he might not have a use for the weapons, armor, and martial arts techniques, selling them for profit would be a decent option. The key is receiving personal guidance from a military god. Dragon Nation has a population of hundreds of millions, yet there are only 12 military gods still alive in the world. Every military god is renowned for their might and possesses unrivaled strength. Even the weakest is at the 9th stage. Strength is merely the basic requirement to become a military god. One must also have distinguished military achievements. To be mentored by a military god is the dream of countless martial artists. If one has decent comprehension, it can save years or even decades of detours. After all, in martial arts cultivation, aside from talent and diligence, the most important factors are life experience and practical knowledge. And when it comes to the latter, no one has more than these military gods. And that's just the reward available on the surface. Once Lin wins the 4th Realm Grand Tournament, he is bound to be courted by major powers from all sides, with patrons lining up to offer their support. By then, Luo Yuanshan will certainly dare not target him anymore. Lin? Did you just get out too? A flash of white light appeared as Zhang Linger was teleported out. She looked at Lin in front of her and asked. For a while now, Lin replied. Zhang Linger was stunned. If I'm not mistaken, your opponent this time was Zhao Ming from the Western Realm, right? Lin nodded nonchalantly. Zhang Linger was speechless. A moment later, Li Qiuo and the other 2 prodigies were teleported out. General Yi announced loudly, the losers are out. The winners continue drawing lots. 5 down to 3. One lucky participant will receive a bye in this round. A blank? Lin reached into the cardboard box, randomly pulled out a slip of paper, and opened it to find it completely empty. Number 1, Zhang Linger unfolded her crumpled paper to reveal the number 1 written inside. I'm number 2, Li Qiuo from the Southern Realm smiled faintly. It's over. The remaining 2 looked bitter. If they'd been lucky enough to draw a bye, they would have advanced directly to the top 3. Or, if Lin, Zhang Linger, and Li Qiuo had faced off against each other, one of them could have advanced to the top 3. However, What was a disappointment for them was a source of immense anticipation for the crowd in the stands. Matches between the strong and the weak or the weak and the weak are simply not worth watching. Only a clash between the strongest can really get the adrenaline pumping. Without a doubt, the three strongest competitors in this year's Four Realms Grand Tournament were Zhang Ling'er, Li Kuo, and Lin. With the draw concluded, everyone went back to rest. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling'er arrived at the Eastern Realm Military Commander's temporary office. "Commander, you called for me?" "Yes. After repeatedly reviewing Lin's battle footage, I've summarized these key points to watch out for. Take a close look." The Eastern Realm Military Commander handed a document to Zhang Ling'er. Zhang Ling opened the document and muttered to herself, "First tier, 5th level cultivation realm C-class talent cultivation boost skilled in using the spear and bow." The information at the beginning seemed fairly ordinary, but as she read further, Zhang Ling'er's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Perfect mastery of the basic tempering fist. Perfect mastery of the 3rd grade top tier wind spirit spear technique. Perfect mastery of the 4th grade top tier 9-fold thunder spear art. Perfect mastery of the 4th grade top tier divine speed arrow. Perfect mastery of combat instinct. And he might even possess the Flame Lord's anomaly? I forgot to mention one more thing. Lin has mastered a powerful high-level power technique. Remember, under no circumstances should you let him get close. The Eastern Frontier military commander pulled up the footage of Lin's match against Lei 1 and analyzed Lin's 2 spear thrusts frame by frame. Whoa! After watching, Zhang Ling'er gasped in disbelief. Martial arts are divided into 5 levels: entry, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. It's already incredible to have cultivated both the tempering fist and the wind spirit spear technique to the perfection level. Yet Lin has cultivated 2 top-tier 4th grade martial arts to the perfection level. Is this even something a normal person could achieve? Zhang Ling'er possessed an SS rank talent and considered herself quite perceptive. She was the top student in the Eastern Frontier Corps. Yet she had only mastered 1 2nd rank martial art at the perfection realm, 2 3rd rank martial arts at the minor achievement realm, and 1 4th rank martial art at the mastery realm. Her talent, perceptiveness, and diligence had always been praised by the Eastern Frontier commander. She was the Eastern Frontier's undisputed top prodigy. But now, compared to Lin, the so-called top prodigy of the Eastern Frontier seems no different from an ordinary person. And then there's his combat instinct at the perfect realm and some kind of powerful high-level power technique. How on earth did he manage that? Even if he spent every single hour of the day 24 hours without eating, drinking, or sleeping, devoting all that time to cultivation and improving his strength, he still wouldn't be able to cover every aspect. No wonder he was able to crush Lei Wan and Zhao Ming with such terrifying strength. It would be abnormal if he didn't. And that's even under the rule prohibiting the use of combat armor. If he were allowed to use it, Lin's strength would rise to an entirely new level. A prodigy. What a prodigy! Zhang Ling'er was deeply shaken and couldn't calm down for a long time. She had completely changed her perception of Lin. Lin's danger far exceeded that of Li Kuo from the southern frontier. "Commander, do you have a way to deal with Lin?" Zhang Ling'er looked to the Eastern Frontier commander for help. "Lin is invincible in close combat, but your control talent allows you to briefly levitate. That could serve as a countermeasure. The real challenge lies in the fact that Lin may possess the physique of a Flame Lord. Your SS level control might not be enough to handle flames comparable to SSS level. Unless you get lucky and draw the ocean map when fighting Lin." The Eastern Frontier commander analyzed calmly. "That's right. Water overcomes fire. If I draw the ocean map, Lin would have a hard time even standing, and I'd be guaranteed to win." Zhang Ling'er's face lit up with joy, but her expression quickly darkened again. The competition maps are divided into 5 types: desert, forest, swamp, city, and ocean. 1 in 5 odds are in her favor, while 4 in 5 favor Lin. "Commander, don't you have a lot of friends at the military headquarters? Couldn't you just ask them to help change the tournament map?" Zhang Ling'er's eyes lit up again as she looked expectantly at the Eastern Frontier commander. Smack! The Eastern Frontier commander slammed his palm down on the table. A powerful fifth-tier aura erupted suddenly as he reprimanded her in a deep voice. Jiang, get your attitude straight. We soldiers of the eastern frontier must win fair and square. Winning through underhanded tricks like that would be a disgrace. Jiang shuddered in fear and said timidly, I was just speaking off the cuff. You weren't just speaking off the cuff. You really wanted me to help you cheat. That kind of thinking will only ruin you. Jiang, mark my words, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. You must take every step with solid footing, otherwise, the loophole you exploited today will one day turn into a bottomless abyss waiting for you. The Eastern Frontier Military Commander's expression was stern. I'm sorry, Commander. I was wrong. I'll face Lin in a fair and honorable battle based on my own strength. Realizing she had truly angered the Eastern Frontier Military Commander, Jiang immediately backed down and admitted her mistake. 2 days later, the list of the top 3 contenders was announced. They were Jiang, Li Qiuo, and Lin. Unlike the previous matches, today's contest was packed with spectators. In addition to the commanders, commanders-in-chief, instructors, and new recruits from each region, there were also high-ranking figures from various factions, and even several deans from martial arts universities had come. The venue was packed to capacity, and the crowd was in an uproar. Holy crap! Isn't that the Director General of the Weiqing Bureau wearing the black hat? He actually came to watch the match too. More than half the presidents of Longwei's top 10 martial arts universities are here. These presidents are trying to poach talent right out in the open. You can't blame them, though after all, the Ministry of Defense snatched up quite a few people during the martial arts college entrance exams too. Shen sat in a corner, his gaze fixed intently on Lin. Kid, whether you can shoot to the top depends on whether you can seize this opportunity. Let the draw begin, declared Yi Junshen. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin and his 2 companions stepped forward one by one to draw their lots. Just like in the previous round, the rules were the same. One person would receive a bye in advance directly to the final. Number 1. Lin unfolded the slip of paper. It bore the number 1. Jiang and Li Qiuo each clutched their slips, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. Neither dared to open theirs first, both feeling extremely nervous. They'd both rather face each other in the first round than face Lin first. I'll open mine first. Li Qiuo unfolded his paper ball. It was empty inside. He smiled slightly and said, looks like my luck's a little better than yours. Jiang also unfolded her paper ball. It, too, bore the number 1, and her expression immediately fell. The thing she feared most had finally happened. Chapter 48, A Blessing of Fate. Elemental Transformation. Gods, please, even if I don't get the ocean map, just don't let me draw the desert map. Jiang pressed her palms together, silently praying in her heart, then stepped into the teleportation array. Buzz. Lights flickered within the virtual world as the scenery shifted ceaselessly. Finally, the scene settled, revealing an endless blue ocean stretching out beneath her feet. The sea was calm, the sea breeze carried a faint hint of salt, and black stone pillars jutted out from beneath the surface. These pillars were extremely narrow, barely wide enough to stand on with both feet. If she accidentally slipped off one and fell into the sea, she would lose the strength to fight back, which would essentially spell the end of the match. Ha ha ha. Heaven really did hear my prayers. It's the ocean map. It's the ocean map. Jiang was overjoyed. The heavy burden weighing on her heart vanished, and her mood shifted from anxiety to confidence. Thanks to the Eastern Frontier Warlord's analysis, she already knew all of Lin's tactics. As long as she maintained distance in mid-air, she could weaken Lin's power by 80%. And since the ocean map also restricts the abilities of the Flame Lord's alter ego, this match is in the bag. There is only a 1 in 5 chance of drawing the ocean map. Lin really is out of luck, General Yi said with a wry smile. His luck has never been very good, General Lin remarked meaningfully. Old Wu, it looks like this year's Four Realms Grand Tournament will once again be won by your Eastern Realm. The ocean map will drastically weaken Lin's combat power. In the next match against Li Qiuo from the Southern Realm, SS Class Control will definitely crush S Class Dark Realm. We've got this in the bag again this year. The military commanders of the southern and western regions looked at the eastern region's commander and flattered him. The eastern region's commander laughed heartily and said modestly, "Oh, we won this year thanks to luck. If we'd drawn any other map, Zhang Linger might not have been a match for Lin." "Luck is part of one's strength, don't be so modest," said the western region's commander. "Ha ha ha, once the tournament's over, I'll treat you all to a proper feast. It's been ages since we brothers got together. Commander Luo, would you like to join us?" The eastern commander beamed like a blooming flower, already mulling over where to hold the victory banquet. "I'll pass," Luo Yuanshan said with a polite smile, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Zhang Linger manipulated the air beneath her feet, condensing it into a series of invisible steps as she ascended step by step into the sky. Upon reaching a height of 100 meters, she looked down at Lin below her, her tone brimming with boundless superiority. "Lin, I must admit, you're very strong enough to face me head-on. But luck is part of one's strength. Losing to me today proves that you're still no match for me. Where do you get the confidence that you'll definitely win?" Lin sneered. "And where do you get the confidence to think you still have a chance?" Zhang Linger flicked her finger, and one by one, the black stone pillars on the sea surface were pulled out, leaving only the one beneath Lin's feet. Immediately afterward, under her control, the sea surged, sending waves several meters high crashing toward him. Wave after wave crashed toward Lin, as if intent on swallowing him whole. After briefly demonstrating her innate ability, Zhang Linger declared from on high, "This realm is under my control. I am the deity of this world." "And you dare to call yourself a deity?" Lin shook his head and sneered. "Lin, your self-righteousness and arrogance, the way you look down on everyone, is truly disgusting. Now I'll show you just how vast the gap between us really is." Zhang Linger, furious and humiliated, immediately unleashed her control ability. The once calm sea surface churned into wave after wave. By the time they surged toward Lin, they were already dozens of meters high. Being struck by this wave would be anything but pleasant. At the same time, Zhang Linger increased the force she was using to control the stone pillar beneath Lin's feet. As long as she could pull out this last pillar, even if Lin possessed godlike combat power, he would be unable to unleash it. Freeze! As the giant wave closed in, Lin neither dodged nor retreated. He simply extended a finger with an air of nonchalance. The moment his fingertip touched the wave, it was instantly frozen solid. A massive ice sculpture of a wave, dozens of meters high, appeared on the sea's surface, a truly breathtaking sight. What kind of technique is this?" Zhang Linger's expression turned startled. She immediately racked her brain for the key points the Eastern Frontier military commander had emphasized, but none of them matched this technique. Could it be that Lin still had a trump card up his sleeve? Even if he did, it wouldn't change the outcome of this match. Zhang Linger's gaze darkened as she focused all her energy on controlling the black stone pillar beneath Lin's feet. Lin was no pushover. Directly controlling his body to wield the power of control would be quite difficult. However, controlling the black stone pillar beneath his feet was much easier. As long as Lin had nowhere to stand, the match would be over. "Why is it so heavy?" A bead of sweat formed on Zhang Linger's forehead. She tried several times but couldn't pull out the stone pillar. "Since I can't pull it out, then shatter it." Zhang Linger clenched her right fist tightly. Her control power erupted, and the lone remaining black stone pillar exploded with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless fragments that sank to the ocean floor. Lin's body began to sink slowly. Just as everyone thought he would follow the shards to the ocean floor, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Centered on the tips of Lin's toes, the ocean's surface instantly froze, spreading rapidly in all directions. Such a terrifying display caused the onlookers watching from the shore to gasp in shock. "Is that all you've got?" A smile spread across Lin's face as water molecules in the air condensed into ice, forming a staircase reaching all the way to the heavens. You just die." Zhang Linger, furious and at her wit's end, unleashed her control power with all her might, attempting to crush Lin's body from a distance. She possessed an SS rank control talent, capable of controlling everything in the world. The wind, the rain, the sea, even Lin's body and the flesh, bones, and meridians within it were all under her control. As long as she was willing, Lin was like a lump of modeling clay in her hands, to be molded at her whim. This is indeed rather interesting. Lin suddenly sensed a mysterious force settling upon him. Unfortunately, this force could only barely slow him down. It was nowhere near enough to control his body as a god would. I, Jiang Linger, am no weaker than anyone. Jiang Linger's icy expression turned ferocious, veins bulged on her forehead as she recklessly charged toward Lin. The greatest drawback of the control talent is that the power weakens the farther away the target is. Although getting close to Lin would be dangerous, she was confident that her SS-class talent could crush any danger. Besides, she had no other choice now. Die! 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 Jiang Linger roared hysterically. Boom! 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 Mighty waves of control power surged outward, shattering the frozen sea surface and unleashing raging waves. It didn't look like a single person plummeting from the sky, it was more like a mountain 10,000 zhang tall crashing down, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The ever-intensifying control power bound her entire body, making it difficult for Lin to move. She finally felt a hint of pressure. An S-rank talent, coupled with first-tier, 7th-level strength that truly was unbeatable. Any opponent weaker than Jiang Linger, once enveloped within her core control range, was doomed. But Lin possessed a terrifying physical constitution of over 800 points. This stat was already on par with a second-tier martial artist. I'll see just how long you can hold out. Jiang Linger roared as she continued to close in, all the while keeping a wary eye on Lin's movements. That last shred of reason told her that Lin was invincible in close combat. Closing the distance would maximize the power of her control, but it also gave Lin an opening to strike. She had to be careful. Chapter 49, Crushing Jiang Linger. Li Qiuo admits defeat. Ignite. Lin flicked his finger. It's coming. Jiang Linger's expression hardened. Her dive paused for half a second as she focused all her attention on Lin. Sizzle. Sizzle. In the next second, the water element in the air transformed into fire, igniting a raging inferno. This faint flame spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon setting the entire sky ablaze. Jiang Linger's pupils dilated in shock as she frantically tried to escape the fiery sky. But no matter how fast she fled, she couldn't keep up with the speed at which the flames spread. Before long, she was trapped in a sea of fire. The terrifying heat and scorching heat waves swept over her, causing her immense discomfort. What made her even more desperate was that her usually infallible power of control was utterly powerless against these flames. She couldn't even manage something as simple as clearing a path through them. Impossible. 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 Jiang Linger refused to give up, continuing to try to suppress the flames with her control power. The more she tried, the deeper her despair grew. As she gazed through the flames at Lin in the distance, helplessness and fear welled up in her usually confident eyes for the first time. The undisputed top prodigy of the Eastern Realm and the favorite to win the Four Realms Grand Tournament couldn't even withstand a single move from Lin. Now, recalling the words her mother, Claire, had spoken over the phone, she had not the slightest doubt about their truth. So there really was someone in this world powerful to such an unimaginable degree. The flames raged, quickly engulfing Jiang Linger completely. Meanwhile, the spectator stands in the real world fell silent. It was a battle between two prodigies. Everyone had been holding their breath, completely engrossed in the match. They expected an evenly matched contest, but instead, Lin had completely dominated. With just a single move that set the sky ablaze, he secured the victory. Lin had perfectly embodied the very meaning of invincible. Holy crap! Lin is way too strong. He can control both ice and fire. A 5th-tier first-rank fighter crushing a 7th-tier first-rank fighter. He is a true prodigy. That leaves Li Qiuo from the southern frontier. I bet he won't even last a round against Lin. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The president of Jingbei Martial Arts University, seated in the VIP section, gazed at Lin with fervor. Ha ha, this kid is not bad, I like him. The Director General of the Weiqing Bureau, sitting beside him, smiled faintly. This kid named Lin has probably awakened an even rarer Icefire Tyrant physique. The military 1T let him go. Humph. That old scoundrel he comes to the martial arts college entrance exam every year to poach talent. What's wrong with me snatching just one of his people? I'll tie Lin up and drag him away if I have to. The president of Jingbei Martial Arts University spoke firmly, then glanced at the other presidents beside him and threatened, "Anyone who tries to compete with me, don't blame me for turning on you." The other presidents gave awkward smiles and could only back down with a nod. Among the many top-tier martial arts universities, Jingbei Martial Arts University has consistently ranked number 1. Faculty, resources, facilities, talent, policies. Beijing North Martial Arts University had them all. It was practically impossible for it not to be the best. Moreover, the university's president was a 9th-tier, 6th sub-tier powerhouse. Across the entire Dragon Nation, there were very few who were stronger than him. The Eastern Frontier military commander stood there in a daze, unable to snap out of it for quite some time. He couldn't believe that even with the god of fate already smiling so favorably upon Jiang Ling, she could still lose to Lin. Old Wu, Jiang Ling's SS-class talent is powerful, but when faced with the even more monstrous Icefire Tyrant physique, she has no choice but to admit defeat, the Western Frontier military commander said, patting him on the shoulder consolingly. That's right. Who could imagine that this kid isn't a Flame Lord variant, but an even stronger Icefire Tyrant variant? Jiang Ling's loss was well deserved, said the commander of the Southern Army. Damn it! This kid is a freak. A monster. A freak. The mere thought of the Eastern Army missing out on this year's Four Realms Grand Tournament Championship made the Eastern Army commander unable to hold back a string of curses. The Lin Clan's military god looked at Lin, who had just been teleported out, his eyes flashing with intense admiration. The Icefire Tyrant variant is several times stronger than the Flame Lord variant. It can control both ice and fire elements simultaneously. Coupled with his outstanding combat prowess, Lin is now hardly any weaker than the prodigies the Lin clan has painstakingly nurtured. He is now fully qualified to return to the Lin clan. The Lin clan's military god held a prestigious status. His willingness to send an aide to convey his message was already a tremendous mark of respect and a great honor for Lin. After being rejected by Lin, the Lin clan's military god felt a slight twinge of annoyance. But now it seemed that Lin was indeed worthy of him lowering his status to extend an invitation. Who would have thought that such a dark horse would emerge in this year's Four Realms Grand Competition? Ha. Military god Yi nodded with satisfaction, a look of resolve in his eyes. The Icefire Tyrant's unique constitution, it's truly no ordinary feat. Military god Ci's lips curled upward, revealing a meaningful smile. In the corner, Wang watched Lin, who was the center of everyone's attention, his heart filled with mixed emotions. We enlisted on the very same day, yet your strength leaves me with no chance to even catch up. You've won. A prodigy like that comes along once every few hundred or even 1,000 years. You don't need to compare yourself to him. Just keep training steadily, maintain the right mindset, and you'll have a bright future too. Shen patted Wang on the shoulder comfortingly. He hadn't had much regard for Wang to begin with. In fact, because of his fondness for Lin, he even felt a bit of resentment toward Wang. But Wang's willingness to give up his spot was proof enough that he still cared about the 8th Battalion. The match was over, and Lin, ignoring the intense stares of everyone present, prepared to leave. Suddenly, Jiang Ling reached out and grabbed Lin's wrist. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Lin asked, his face expressionless. I was arrogant and overconfident. I sincerely apologize for what happened a few days ago. Can you forgive me? Jiang Ling gazed at Lin expectantly, clinging tightly to his wrist. Actually, you're right. Only the strong are worthy of the strong. Lin shook her off and walked away without looking back. Jiang Ling stared blankly at Lin's receding figure, as if she had lost something important. Or rather, she had lost a tremendous opportunity. With her talent and background, it would be difficult for her to ever meet someone more outstanding than Lin in this lifetime. Even if she did, if the other person was superior to her in every way, what reason would they have to choose her? Just as she was choosing others, others also had the right to choose her. General Yi. Li Qiuo of the Southern Frontier. I concede. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on Lin, a booming voice rang out. The championship is right before your eyes. Are you sure you want to concede? General Yi asked. The championship may seem within reach, but in reality, it's as far away as the horizon. Even Jiang Linger, who was stronger than me, was crushed by Lin. How many moves could I possibly last against him? Rather than humiliate myself, it's better to spare everyone the trouble. Li Qiuo smiled bitterly. He still had a trump card up his sleeve, one he originally intended to use against Jiang Linger. But now that he witnessed Lin's terrifying combat prowess, that trump card seemed utterly laughable. Setting aside those powerful abilities and martial techniques, the Ice-Fire Tyrant physique alone could easily crush him. Yi Junsheng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the Southern Frontier military commander standing beside him. Seeing the commander nod, he finally said, "Since you've conceded defeat, the champion of this year's Four Frontiers Grand Tournament is Lin. Everyone, please congratulate him." Chapter 50, The Champion's Reward is Secured. The Domineering Principle of Jingbei. Clap, 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 clap. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by endless cheers. Winning the four regions grand competition meant becoming the strongest recruit across the East, South, West, and North regions. With this strength and honor, his future was bound to be bright. Next, we'll distribute the rewards according to the rankings. Lin, please come forward first, said Yi Junsheng. Yes, Lin nodded and walked toward the podium. Noticing Luo Yuanshan's hostile glare, Lin glared back without flinching. Luo Yuanshan seethed inwardly. How dare this puny recruit whom he could crush with a single finger dare to defy him with a glare? But with all three military gods present, no matter how annoyed he was, he had to keep it bottled up inside. The champion's reward is 10 4th-grade spirit herbs, a set of 3rd-grade armor, 2 3rd-grade martial arts manuals, eligibility to enter an intermediate secret realm, and personal guidance from a military god. Considering you have no use for such low-tier martial arts and armor, I've decided to replace them with a 5th-grade intermediate agility-type martial art. What do you think? Martial God Yi asked with a smile. Great. That is fantastic. Thank you, Martial God Yi. Lin was taken aback at first, then burst into wild joy. Agility-type martial arts are the rarest category among all martial arts, even rarer than archery-type martial arts. High-tier agility martial arts are even more scarce. Peak agility combined with combat instinct at the perfect realm. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Swap it for a 5th-grade intermediate martial art? And it's an agility-type one? A single 5th-grade intermediate agility martial art could be traded for over a dozen 3rd-grade martial arts and over a dozen sets of 3rd-grade armor. The other contestants watched with envy. In the four regions East, South, West, and North, the highest grade armor and martial arts were generally top-tier 4th grade. It wasn't that the four regions lacked sufficient strength, rather, martial arts and armor of 5th grade and above were extremely scarce. With each rank increase, rarity skyrockets several-fold. There are two ways to craft armor and weapons. One is through technology, but aside from science, the scientific and technological levels of other nations are still stuck in the age of hot weapons. Crafting 6th and 7th rank weapons is already the absolute limit. The other method involves using beasts as raw materials, such as the dragon bone bow and insect armor. To craft 7th and 8th grade weapons and armor this way, one must hunt down 8th and 9th grade beasts. The dangers involved go without saying. As for martial techniques, their sources are even more limited. They can only be created by martial artists. Creating martial techniques requires exceptional talent and insight, as well as a certain level of strength, which means not just anyone is qualified to do so. In the Dragon Kingdom, everyone has awakened, meaning everyone is a martial artist. Out of a population of nearly 500 million, only about 10,000 people are capable of creating martial techniques. Among these 10,000, the vast majority can only create low-tier martial techniques. Martial techniques of 5th rank and above are all treasured in the vaults of major factions and are never revealed to the outside world. This is also why major factions remain enduring, because they control vast resources. Even by simply throwing resources at it, they can produce countless prodigies. Once these prodigies grow powerful, they too may create martial arts techniques and secure even more resources, making the factions only stronger over time. As for ordinary people who have nothing, even if they're lucky enough to awaken a powerful talent, they ultimately have no choice but to align themselves with these major factions to secure a meager share of resources. General Yi's level up reward at this moment clearly indicates his intention to focus on cultivating Lin. Looking deeper into it, General Yi is Lin's patron. "Here, take this, it's your reward," General Yi said, handing Lin a storage bracelet. "Thank you, General Yi." Lin accepted the storage bracelet with great excitement. Inside were 10 4th grade spiritual herbs, the 5th grade intermediate bodyguard wind thunder steps, and an entry ticket to an intermediate level secret realm. These are 4th grade spiritual herbs. The last time Luo Yuanshan distributed rewards for merit, he only handed out a single 4th grade spiritual herb. And now, there are a full 10 of them. It's easy to imagine that after absorbing these 10 4th grade spiritual herbs, his cultivation realm will definitely surge to the first stage, 8th level. Combined with the wind thunder steps, his strength will undergo another qualitative leap. At this rate of advancement, promotion to Centurion doesn't seem too far off. Damn it! If I'd known the rewards would level up like this, I'd have fought Lin even if my chances of winning were only 1 in 10,000. Li Kuo lamented inwardly. 1 in 10,000? Don't be ridiculous. Lin could crush you with a single slap. Zhao Ming retorted sarcastically. Zhao Ming is right. Zhang Linger nodded in agreement. Li Kuo had intended to argue a bit, but seeing that even Zhang Linger had said so, he could only back down with a couple of grunts. "Don't leave yet, I'll need to talk to you about something later," Yi Junqing instructed. "Okay," Lin nodded. "Next up, Li Kuo," Yi Junqing continued. Just as Li Kuo took a step forward, a deep, weathered voice rang out from the VIP section. "Lin, are you interested in joining my Jingbei University?" "Old Sue. If you're here to watch the competition, I'd be delighted to have you. But if you've come to the Wuqing military headquarters to poach talent, don't blame me for turning my back on you." General Yi took a step forward and appeared in front of Lin in an instant. "You old scoundrel, Yi. Haven't you snatched enough people during the martial arts college entrance exam already?" Su Zhanghua shouted, pointing his finger right at Yi Junqing's nose. Feeling guilty, Yi Junqing tried to wriggle out of it. "So what? I'm poaching talent during the martial arts college entrance exam. What's that got to do with your Jingbei University? You son of a bitch. All those promising prospects you've snatched were originally planning to apply to Jingbei University. But they haven't been admitted to Jingbei University yet, have they? Naturally, they aren't Jingbei University students, whereas Lin is already a soldier. You old scoundrel Yi. Stop making excuses. I'm taking Lin away today, no matter what. If you don't agree, let us fight and bring those two good-for-nothings by your side. I'm not afraid. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and besides, a top-tier powerhouse like Su Zhanghua was certainly no clay figurine. Having snatched recruits from the martial arts college entrance exam year after year, he was now unleashing all the pent-up rage he'd been holding in for years. But this scene left everyone present speechless. One was a 2-star military god from the Ministry of Defense, the other the president of Jingbei University. Both were peerless 9th-tier powerhouses. In everyone's minds, such powerhouses were supposed to be the kind of reclusive masters whose depths were unfathomable. Now, however, they seemed no different from an old man losing his temper over a game of chess in the park. Military god Lin. Military god Xia. Both stood there with black lines appearing on their foreheads, showing not the slightest desire to fight. Once one reaches the 9th tier, the difference in strength between each minor sub-tier is like night and day. With Su Zhanghua's strength at the 6th sublevel of the 9th rank, even if more than half of the military department's military gods gathered, they might not be a match for him. Tensions were running high, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Judging by Su Zhanghua's furious demeanor, he was absolutely serious about fighting. Seeing the situation, Lin stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Principal Su, for your high regard, but I'd still like to stay in the military." Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Lin is willing to stay. Military God Yi laughed triumphantly, his fondness for Lin growing even stronger. Su Zhenghua floated over and stood before Lin, saying confidently, "Young man, don't rush to refuse. Why not hear the terms I'm offering first?" "Principal Su, no matter what terms you offer, I won't change my mind," Lin replied firmly. Chapter 51, Upgrading Armor and Weapons. Joining the Dragon Group. Su Zhenghua froze upon hearing this. "Do you know anything about Jingbei University?" "I do. It's the top martial arts university in Longhua," Lin said. "All right. Since you know that, I'll just say this: as long as you're willing to join Jingbei, I'll provide you with a guaranteed annual minimum of 50 million in cultivation resources and promote you directly to the Jingbei University team, an exceptional exception to the rules." Su Zhenghua dropped the offer succinctly. Whoa! The entire audience was stunned by his words. A guaranteed 50 million in cultivation resources every year. Not even the scions of many prominent clans and noble families enjoy such treatment. This meant that once Lin entered Jingbei, he wouldn't have to worry about a thing. Various weapons, armor, martial arts techniques, spiritual herbs, potions, and more would all be delivered to him free of charge. The only thing he'd have to do was train hard. Furthermore, the selection criteria for the Jingbei school team were extremely rigorous. Only the cream of the crop stood a chance of being chosen. Each year, roughly 200 to 300 students were admitted to Jingbei, but on average, fewer than one was selected for the school team. And once on the team, members would receive the school as full and unwavering support. Even the weakest graduates of the school team reach at least the 4th tier. There have even been 5th-tier powerhouses in the past. Just think about it: the commander of the northern frontier has lived half his life and is still only at the 5th tier, while members of the Jingbei school team graduate in their 20s already at the 5th tier. This shows just how prestigious the school team really is. "Lin, if you're willing to stay in the military, I..." "What do you mean, you? Can you even come up with 50 million? At best, you can get him into the Dragon Group to risk his life." Su Zhenghua glared at Yi Junsheng and interrupted forcefully, "Lin, let me say this: you've surely already witnessed the brutality of the military. Rather than risking your life on the battlefield, not knowing when you might die, you'd be better off joining Jingbei. I guarantee you'll be absolutely safe until you graduate." "Principal Su, the military is indeed brutal. A single war can claim thousands of lives. But someone in this country has to stand up to the beast and make sacrifices. Besides, if I'm willing to leave today for a better future, I could just as easily betray Jingbei tomorrow for greater gain." "Are you sure that's the kind of person you want?" Lin retorted in a low voice. This question left Su Zhenghua completely speechless. On a grand scale, Lin's staying in the military was to fight the beast and defend his country. Publicly poaching him would be morally untenable. On a smaller scale, spending such a huge cost to recruit someone with wavering principles was indeed not worth it. With the conversation having reached this point, Su Zhenghua couldn't press the issue any further. But disappointment aside, he actually liked Lin even more now. Powerful, with limitless potential, and of impeccable character, he was simply a perfect prospect. What a pity such a promising talent hadn't taken the martial arts college entrance exam. Otherwise, he would have done whatever it took to get him into Jingbei. At the same time, everyone present cast respectful glances toward Lin. To possess such high principles and resist such a great temptation was certainly not something an ordinary person could achieve. Only Shen wore his familiar smile. Just as Lin had once rejected Luo Yuanshan for the sake of the 8th Corps, he would surely reject Jingbei today for the sake of the military. Still, Lin had Shen to thank for rejecting Luo Yuanshan back then. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such glory today? Ha ha ha. Well said. Very well said. General Yi was overjoyed, immediately reaching out to put his arm around Lin's shoulder, deepening their bond imperceptibly. "Old rogue Yi. You really are one lucky old codger. With one foot already in the grave, you still managed to snag a gem like this." Su Zhenghua's face was filled with envy and jealousy. "Ha ha ha, it's no use envying me." General Yi gloated. "Humph." Su Zhenghua snorted coldly, shot another glance at Lin, and then left reluctantly. "Old Lin, old Xia, I'll leave the rest to the two of you. With that, General Yi slung his arm around Lin's shoulder and walked away. Back in the office, General Yi's smile remained as broad as ever. Lin, I really didn't misjudge you. To be honest, I had a bit of a personal motive for turning down Principal Su, Lin replied candidly. Whether it was for public or personal reasons, the fact remains that you're willing to stay in the military. Yi Junsheng waved his hand dismissively, sat down on the sofa, and personally poured Lin a cup of hot tea. But that said, the military headquarters certainly can't throw money at your training the way Jingbei does. After all, we're defending the borders in all four directions: north, south, east, and west, and fighting the beasts year-round requires massive funding. I understand, Lin nodded. Although the military headquarters isn't as wealthy as Jingbei, we have plenty of materials. When the time comes, I'll help you upgrade the Godslayer Thunder Spear, the Dragon Bone Bow, and the Insect Armor, all of them. General Yi said. For free? Lin asked tentatively. You've already turned down Jingbei University, how could I not show my appreciation? Besides, the military department may be short on cash, but we're not stingy. General Yi said. Then thank you very much, General Yi. Lin took out all his armor and weapons and handed them to General Yi. I actually called you here separately for another reason. General Yi paused for a moment before continuing. Are you interested in joining the Dragon Group? Dragon Group? Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. It's a special organization established by the Dragon Nation government. Members are selected exclusively from within the military. Its primary mission is to eliminate Quansheng members hiding across the country, and secondarily, to combat high-level beasts, explained Yi Junsheng. Quansheng. Lin's pupils contracted in shock. He'd never heard of the Dragon Group, but the name Quansheng was known throughout the world. This organization acted entirely on a whim, never bound by any constraints. If they were in a good mood, they might slay a few beasts. If they were in a bad mood, they might slaughter people and raze cities. They believed only in raw power. Laws and morality meant nothing to them. Hundreds of years ago, a massive beast tide erupted in the northern borderlands of the Dragon Kingdom, and the nation's strongest warriors marched north to confront the beasts. At that time, the capital was left defenseless, and the powerful members of the Quansheng organization descended en masse to plunder the capital's resources. Every precious spiritual herb, high-tier armor and weapons, and martial arts technique was completely looted. The Dragon Kingdom was well aware of this, but it lacked the manpower to confront the Complete Nature faction and could only watch helplessly as they plundered the capital. It wasn't just the Dragon Kingdom, the entire world detested the Complete Nature faction. However, its members were immensely powerful and deeply concealed, making it impossible to eradicate them completely. If you're willing to join the Dragon Group, there are 3 benefits. First, the highest level of authority and immunity. Aside from the military department, no other faction or unit has the right to take action against you, and you can mobilize any local armed forces. Second, priority access to secret realms. Whenever a new primordial secret realm appears anywhere, you'll be eligible to join the expedition team. Third, faster promotion. Killing a Quansheng member yields greater military merit than killing a beast. Whoa! After hearing this, Lin gasped in shock. These 3 benefits were indeed one more tempting than the next. The ability to mobilize any local armed forces meant that both the City Guard Bureau and the various military battalions would be under his command. What immense power was that? Not even the city chief or the military commander could achieve that. And with no faction or unit having the authority to take action against him, having the military department backing him up was sheer dominance. At first glance, priority access to secret realms might not seem like much, but when Lin heard the words primordial secret realm, a tidal wave of excitement surged through him. Secret realms are classified into 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and primordial. Primordial secret realms are the highest tier, containing the most concentrated mystical power and offering the greatest opportunities. Whenever a primordial secret realm appears, all factions will use every means possible to get their people inside, hoping to snag a share of the opportunities. And as long as you join the Dragon Group, you can easily enter with the team. However, out of these 3 benefits, The one that attracted Lin the most was the last one. Faster promotion means being able to unlock more lottery draws sooner. When all 9 draws are unlocked, it's hard to even imagine how amazing that will be. So, Lin replied with unwavering conviction, "General Yi, I'm willing to join the Dragon Group." Chapter 52, Mastering Danger Perception. General Lin's gift. Alright, I'll add you to the group. General Yi took out his phone, added Lin as a friend, and then added him to a group chat called Absolutely Awesome. General Yi, did you add me to the wrong group? Lin's forehead creased with exasperation. Nope, that's right. Everyone in here is your senior. If you ever run into trouble you can't handle on your own, just call for help in the group. Yi Junsheng snapped a photo of Lin with his phone, posted it in the group, and introduced him. Our new recruit is Lin, this year's 4 Realms Grand Tournament champion. You guys need to look out for him. Whoa! We got a newcomer in the group. And he is a cute, sunny looking guy. Does he have a girlfriend yet? Yao Riao. Stop thinking with your lower half. Don't scare the newbie. If you hadn't added a new member, I'd have thought this group was dead. There were 23 members in the group. Aside from a few who were lurking, everyone else popped up to say something. But those few comments they made really did live up to the phrase absolutely mind-blowing. To those in the know, they were Dragon Group members. To anyone else, they look like a bunch of street thugs. Lin sent an emoji in the group chat, then looked at Yi Junsheng and asked, "So am I in now?" Yeah. Don't let their crazy behavior fool you, they're actually just under a lot of work pressure and vent by acting wild. You'll get used to it eventually, Yi Junsheng explained. Okay, Lin nodded, his tone mixed with various emotions. Now all that's left is the reward for my guidance. Let me think about what to teach you, Yi Junsheng said, propping his chin on one hand as he watched Lin fall deep in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. That's it. Your combat instinct has already reached perfection. Do you want to learn the advanced ability, Danger Perception? Danger Perception? Lin raised an eyebrow. He'd never even heard of such an ability. Combat instinct allows you to instinctively dodge danger when you encounter it, and it can also predict an opponent's attack trajectory. The advanced danger perception, on the other hand, not only possesses all the abilities of combat instinct but can also sense danger within a certain range. Yi Junsheng explained patiently, to give the simplest example, when you're standing in a crowd and feel someone staring at you, that's the most basic form of perception. If this ability were a bit stronger, you'd be able to sense whether those stares carry murderous intent or pose a danger. If you cultivate danger perception to the perfect realm, you'll be able to clearly sense any aura around you even if you can't see it with your eyes. After hearing the explanation, Lin felt quite a stir within him. Danger perception is an advanced ability of combat instinct. Once fully mastered, it's equivalent to opening the third eye. Or rather, it's an invisible domain. Within the scope of this domain, Lin can instantly detect any malice anyone reveals. Facial expressions can deceive, words can deceive, but the truest emotions of the heart never do. Yi Junsheng. I want to learn this. Lin replied with unwavering determination. Alright, then follow me. Yi Junsheng led Lin into the training room. Time flowed like water, passing silently. A little over an hour later, Yi Junsheng ended his instruction with a string of curses. Mastering danger perception in a flash. Is this even something a human being can do? Of the 23 members in the Dragon Group, aside from the group leader Yi Junsheng and the newly recruited Lin, every single one of the remaining 21 was a once famous prodigy. Yet even among this group of prodigies, the fastest to master danger perception took half a year. And Lin? He did it in just over an hour. He is really putting the Dragon Group's prodigies to shame. Thank you for your guidance, Yi Junsheng. If there is nothing else, I'll head back to rest. I have to enter the intermediate secret realm tomorrow. Lin couldn't wait to get back to using his spiritual elixirs and cultivating the Wind Thunder steps. Go ahead. Yi Junsheng nodded. All right. Lin left the training room and returned to his hotel room. He barely finished his shower when a knock sounded at the door. Then a familiar voice called out, "Lin, open the door." Lin recognized the voice and immediately snapped, "Are you fucking annoying or what? Can't you understand plain speech? Get lost. General Lin is here." "You must not be rude," the aide-de-camp snapped angrily. "So what if General Lin is here? Get lost." Lin was defiant as never before. He was no longer an ant that could be trampled to death. Behind him stood the Dragon Group, the military god Yi, and the entire military headquarters. According to Dragon Group regulations, no faction or unit had the authority to take action against a Dragon Group member. No matter how powerful or domineering the Lin family was, they could never go against the state. Just then, the voice of the military god Lin rang out, his condescending tone sounding almost like a favor. "Lin, I've already deigned to come see you. You should cherish this opportunity. You don't need to thank me, but you must kneel before the Lin family ancestral hall and repent with all your heart and soul before you can return to the Lin family," said the military god Lin. "Ha ha ha ha. It was you who expelled me from the Lin family back then. You sent me to the northern frontier to die. And now you want me to kneel and repent. Lin Konghai. You're a fucking shameless bastard." Lin cursed furiously. The Lin family had now set their sights on his potential and wanted him back to work like a beast of burden. But they couldn't actively invite Lin back, otherwise, it would be like slapping themselves in the face and eating their own spit. The only option was for Lin to beg to return to the Lin family, and then, in the name of blood is thicker than water, the Lin family would give him another chance. They were acting like hypocrites. So despicable and two-faced. Hearing this, Lin Konghai turned red with rage, his neck bulging and his teeth grinding. He truly believed Lin had great potential and was a promising talent. That's why he humbled himself to come in person. But the Lin family was vast and powerful, with deep-rooted heritage. The last thing they lacked was prodigies. Yet he never imagined Lin would be so arrogant and brazen, daring to disregard him, the military god. "Humph." Lin Konghai snorted coldly in anger and stormed off. "You'll regret this big time," the aide muttered under his breath, following closely behind Lin Konghai. "What a jerk. Does he really think the whole world revolves around the Lin family?" Lin sneered dismissively and immediately entered his cultivation state. The next day, the first thing Lin did upon opening his eyes was to bring up the system panel. Host, Lin. Realm, 1st tier, 8th layer. Rank, Squad Leader. Talents, SSS grade Heavenly Diligence, SSS grade Ancestor of 10,000 Soldiers, SSS grade Elemental Tyrant. Weapons Armor, 4th grade Top tier Godslayer Thunder Spear, 4th grade Top tier Dragon Bone Bow, 5th grade Lower tier Insect Armor. Martial Arts, Tempering Fist Perfect, 3rd grade Top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Perfect, 4th grade Top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Art Perfect, 4th grade Top tier Divine Speed Arrow Perfect, 5th grade Mid tier Wind Thunder Steps Mastery. Ability, Danger Perception Beginner. Immunity, all attributes. Constitution, 1255. After absorbing 10 grade 4 spiritual herbs, his cultivation level surged directly from stage 1, level 5 to stage 1, level 8. His constitution also skyrocketed from over 800 to over 1200. Under normal circumstances, a cultivation level increase wouldn't cause such a drastic rise in constitution. This was mainly because several of the 10 grade 4 spiritual herbs specifically enhance constitution. A constitution of 1255 is roughly equivalent to the 8th level of the 2nd stage. Furthermore, 5th grade martial arts are quite difficult to cultivate even with a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus. It took an entire night just to reach the great accomplishment realm. It will likely take another night to reach the perfection realm. Danger perception cannot be actively cultivated like combat instinct, it can only be refined and improved through repeated battles. Chapter 53, Intermediate Secret Realm. Zhang Xin at full potential. After freshening up, Lin left the hotel. As soon as he walked downstairs, he saw an olive-green SUV parked at the entrance. General Yi was sitting in the back seat, waving at Lin. "Get in. I'm taking you to an intermediate secret realm today." "Okay." Lin got in the car immediately. The aide started the vehicle, and they set off for the intermediate secret realm on the outskirts of Wuching. Lin, having General Yi personally accompany you to the secret realm is a tremendous honor. Not even the champions of past 4 realms grand competitions have received treatment like this. Yi Juncheng laughed heartily and took out a few items from his storage bracelet. Here are the upgraded Godslayer Thunder Spear, Dragon Bone Bow, and Insect Armor. Take a look. Lower 5th grade. Lin's pupils contracted in boundless elation as he eagerly accepted the 3 pieces of weaponry and armor. The Godslayer Thunder Spear seemed to have been infused with some special ore, and the thunderous power contained within the spear shaft was even more intense. An unknown beast bone had been added to the core of the Dragon Bone Bow, upgrading it from a recurve bow to a compound bow, increasing its draw weight by about 50%. With increased draw weight comes greater power. However, the upgrade to the Dragon Bone Bow included a thoughtful design feature: the beast bone and the bow's core could be freely attached or detached. When Lin's strength was insufficient, he could rely solely on the Dragon Bone Bow's draw weight. When his strength was sufficient, he could add the draw weight from the unidentified beast bone himself, thereby increasing its power. The upgrade to the insect armor was relatively simple. It merely involved sewing the unidentified animal hide along the seams of the bone plates. Wearing the insect armor allowed for smoother movement and provided broader coverage, leaving almost no blind spots. Considering your limited strength, too major an upgrade might actually hinder your ability to use these weapons and armor, so I've only made a minor upgrade. Are you satisfied? Asked General Yi. I'm satisfied. Lin replied decisively. Top tier 4th grade and lower tier 5th grade, though they seem to differ by only 1 rank, the price difference is like night and day. The military certainly wasn't as wealthy as Jingbei University, but Lin had fully sensed their enthusiasm and goodwill. Immediately afterward, General Yi took out a small blue orb and handed it to Lin. The beasts in this intermediate level secret realm have a maximum strength of 2nd tier, 9th level. This is a lightning orb manufactured by Sains. If you're in danger, crush it. It will form a dense, high-voltage lightning net around you, and no beast below 3rd tier will dare to approach. Thank you, General Yi, Lin said as he accepted the lightning orb. A long time later, the vehicle arrived at the secret realm camp. After the aide-de-camp completed the formalities, he fastened a tracking bracelet onto Lin's wrist. Go on then. I hope you have good luck, General Yi said. Lin nodded with a smile, then immediately entered the intermediate secret realm. What met his eyes was a dilapidated city, lined with towering skyscrapers, its streets littered with abandoned cars. Nourished by a mysterious force, vines could climb buildings as high as 100 meters. Roar! Suddenly, a roar caught Lin's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a beast, its body covered in fresh wounds and blood, sprinting toward the depths of the secret realm, seemingly clutching some kind of spiritual herb in its hand. Could this be another windfall? Lin raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then gave chase. After sprinting alongside the injured beast for over an hour, he finally arrived at the underground parking garage of an abandoned skyscraper. The injured beast was sitting in a corner, licking its wounds. Lin pulled out his dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows, drew the bow, nocked an arrow, and took aim. Whoosh! Just as he was about to fire, a massive wooden spike burst out of the ground, piercing the beast right through the heart. Someone else here? Lin's expression hardened, and he remained on high alert. You want this Xinjiang fruit, don't you? A man's voice came from inside the wooden spike, and a figure emerged from it. He toyed with the Xinjiang fruit in his hand, then tossed it at Lin's feet. Here, it's a gift. What do you mean? Lin didn't bend down to pick it up. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on the man before him. His danger sense told him this man was extremely dangerous. At least a 4th-rank martial artist. My name is Zhang Sen of the Quanxing sect. Pleased to meet you. Consider this Xinjiang fruit a small token of our first meeting. Zhang Sen, in his 30s, smiled slightly and strode toward Lin. Quanxing? A walking military merit. Upon hearing those 2 words, Lin fired a dragon bone arrow without hesitation. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. With a loud thud, the dragon bone arrow struck Zhang Xin right between the eyebrows. But strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound, and Zhang Xin's body gradually turned into a wooden stake. The hole in the wooden stake where the dragon bone arrow had pierced it healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once fully healed, the wooden stake transformed back into Zhang Xin. What a fast arrow! If I didn't possess the wood spirit constitution, that shot of yours would have killed me just now. Zhang Xin spoke these words with trembling fear, yet his face betrayed not a trace of lingering dread. As he watched Lin draw another dragon bone arrow, Zhang Xin snapped his fingers. In an instant, the vines in the garage seemed to come to life, all surging toward Lin. A physique that controls the wood element? Lin murmured to himself. Rather than rushing to reveal the elemental tyrant's trump card, he drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear and swept it through the air. After clearing the vines around him, Lin immediately charged at Zhang Xin. Buzz! A flash of cold light struck first, followed by the spear darting forth like a dragon. Wielding the wind spirit spear technique, countless spear shadows stabbed toward Zhang Xin. Zhang Xin's body was pierced with countless holes bolstered by the armor-piercing effect. Every strike dealt true damage to him. Even if he really were a fourth-tier powerhouse, he would surely die from such severe injuries. But the very next second, Zhang Xin's body transformed back into a wooden stake, and the hole in it quickly closed up. In just a moment, he appeared before Lin as if nothing had happened. You really are a genius skilled in both guns and archery, but your attacks have no effect on me. Zhang Xin waved his hand, and countless vines intertwined to form a wicker chair, which he sat down on. Lin furrowed his brow slightly as his mind raced. Judging from these two attacks, Zhang Xin seemed capable of using the wood element to repair his damaged body, effectively making him immortal. If all his techniques were related to the wood element, Lin wouldn't be afraid at all. Thanks to Lin's elemental tyrant talent, he could control any element in the universe and convert one element into another. As long as he converted all the wood element into fire element, Zhang Xin would be as toothless as a tiger. Enough with the testing. Let us talk business, Zhang Xin said. You're here to recruit me, aren't you? Lin cut straight to the chase. Dealing with a smart person sure makes things easier, Zhang Xin said with a smile as he sat down in a wicker chair. I even turned down Jingbei University. Do you really think I'd join Xuanqing? Lin asked. No. Xuanqing is different from Jingbei University, the military, and every other power under the heavens. We don't live to serve anyone else, we live only for ourselves. Zhang Xin spoke eloquently, then asked, those fools who rule the world make a bunch of even more foolish people work themselves to the bone for them, all just to protect those worthless creatures who are no better than ants. Do you think that's right? What's wrong with sacrificing a few to ensure the survival of the many? Lin retorted. But will the majority who survive ever thank the few who sacrificed themselves? They won't even honor or commemorate them. The essence of this world is the supremacy of strength, the survival of the fittest. Only the strong deserve to live, the weak deserve to be wiped out. Zhang Xin said. Chapter 54, Hunt Down Zhang Xin. Old Master Qin, save me. Responsibility and morality are nothing but tools used to shackle you. Those few never sacrificed themselves willingly, they were forced by orders from their superiors and by the pressures of this world. Lin, people are born free, and everyone has the right to choose. Now it's your turn to choose. Zhang Xin was visibly agitated, as if trying to instill the ideology of Quan Xing into Lin's mind. However, Lin's lips curled into a faint smile as he asked calmly, Wuching is the military headquarters, teeming with powerful figures. Carrying out a mission here poses enormous danger to you. Yet why, out of all the people in Quan Xing, did they send you specifically? Did you come here of your own free will? Zhang Xin was instantly at a loss for words. It seems you're here under orders from your superiors as well. But doesn't Xuanqing claim that everyone has the right to choose? That doesn't add up, does it? Are you the only one without that right? Lin feigned surprise, looking at Zhang Xin with a sneer, all the while silently calculating the time in his mind. Zhang Xin's cultivation level was extremely high, and he possessed a special ability akin to immortality. Seeking help from the secret realm was the safest option. The next best course was to risk activating his elemental tyrant talent. Just moments ago, when Lin had fired his gun several times without even scratching Zhang Xin, he had already quietly pressed the distress button on his locator card. Now all he had to do was keep trading barbs with Zhang Xin while waiting for the camp's powerful fighters to arrive. Zhang Xin glared at Lin with a fierce, icy stare that radiated murderous intent, but the next second he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You really are a sharp-tongued little brat. But since I've come after you, there are only two paths before you now: either join us, or die right here. You still haven't told me what the benefits of joining the All-Elements sect are. Explain it carefully. What if I'm tempted? Lin said. Kid, don't even think about stalling, it's useless. This secret realm is already shrouded in a special spatial barrier. You can't send out a distress signal, and no one from the outside can get in. Zhang Xin's gaze was piercing. He had long since seen through Lin's attempt to press the distress button. He hadn't called him out on it earlier because he didn't see the need. Now that the cards were on the table, Lin had to know exactly what his situation was. With your meager strength, you can't possibly stand up to the 9th rank Yi Junsheng, Lin said. I certainly can't, but someone else can, Zhang Xin said, losing his patience as he strode toward Lin, with countless minds rising behind him. At that moment, the terrifying aura of a 4th rank powerhouse erupted suddenly, surging toward Lin like a flood. It seemed that if Lin dared to utter even a single word of refusal, these vines would pierce him like a hornet's nest. Click. Lin's heart sank. He felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. A powerhouse capable of standing against General Yi must surely be a 9th tier cultivator as well. You have one last chance, Zhang Xin said. I'd much rather live in the sunlight than as a rat in the sewers, Lin replied. You stubborn little brat. Then go to your death. Zhang Xin's patience had run out, and he immediately snapped his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless vines seemed to come to life, transforming into sharp tentacles that stabbed toward Lin from all directions. Lin didn't dare take this lightly and immediately activated his elemental tyrant talent. He converted all other elements surrounding him into fire, forming a defensive barrier of flames. Seeing this, Zhang Xin sneered, fire overcomes wood only if you're strong enough. You're just a measly 1st tier martial artist and you actually think you can block a 4th tier martial artist? Absolutely laughable. Is that so? Then try this. Lin activated his elemental tyrant talent once more, draining all the wood element from the entire underground garage and converting it into fire. In an instant, the flames spread in all directions, engulfing the entire underground garage. Even the air itself was ablaze. With the wood element completely gone, the vines spontaneously combusted and were reduced to a pile of ashes in no time. Holy shit! What's going on? Zhang Xin's eyes widened in disbelief as the wood element, which had been incredibly dense just moments ago, vanished completely from the garage. In an instant. It was as if some immense power had instantly drained all the wood element from this small space. Could it be that other military elite had entered the secret realm? No. That can't be right. If there really were other powerhouses secretly protecting Lin, they would have shown themselves by now. Could it be Lin? At this thought, Zhang Xin looked up blankly at Lin amidst the sea of flames and exclaimed in shock, your ice fire tyrant physique can only control ice and fire. It can't convert wood element into fire element, unless you aren't actually an ice fire tyrant. You guessed right. As a reward, you can go die. Lin smiled faintly as he commanded the flames filling the sky to devour Zhang Xin. Fucking hell. How unlucky can I get? Not daring to linger a moment longer, Zhang Xin took off running toward the exit of the underground parking garage. The wood spirit form is a top-tier form on par with the ice fire tyrant. As long as the wood element is abundant, he can recover from even the most severe injuries, effectively possessing an immortal body, and his combat power doubles. For this reason, all of Zhang Xin's martial arts and abilities are related to the wood element. This approach has two advantages. First, it accelerates his cultivation speed. Second, it maximizes his inherent strengths. Thanks to these two factors, Zhang Xin could slay a 5th tier powerhouse with his 4th tier, 9th sub-tier strength. But he never imagined he'd one day encounter a freak who could transform wood element into fire element. If Lin could only transform wood element into fire element, it wouldn't be so bad he could still take Lin down with the formidable physical constitution of a 4th-tier martial artist. The problem was that Lin also possessed the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows. That terrifying speed. That absurd power. Without his immortal body, one hit would mean certain death. Trying to run? Lin's smirk was even harder to suppress than an AKS. He immediately unleashed the Wind Thunder steps to give chase. He'd been keeping his distance earlier because he was worried Zhang Sen might have other tricks up his sleeve. Now he could pretty much confirm that all of Zhang Sen's abilities were tied to the wood element. A full elemental 4th-tier powerhouse. And he possesses a wood spirit anomaly. Killing him would be a massive achievement. Whether or not he could be promoted to Centurion depended entirely on whether he could take Zhang Sen's head. Didn't you just get the Wind Thunder steps yesterday? You've already mastered it this fast? Zhang Sen felt as if the sky had fallen. Endless despair welled up inside him. I've only reached the great perfection stage. I haven't fully mastered it yet. Lin grinned, drawing the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Put. Zhang Sen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. In just a single day, he decultivated a 5th-grade intermediate body art to the great perfection realm. That's fucking insane. Now he couldn't fight back, and he couldn't escape. Zhang Sen was paralyzed with shock. A mighty 4th-tier, 9th-rank powerhouse, possessing the wood spirit constitution, and yet he'd been reduced to such a pitiful state. 9-fold Thunder Spear art. 9th rank. Lin caught up to Zhang Sen and thrust his spear forward with ferocious force. Zzzzz. Endless lightning burst from the spear's tip, unleashing a force capable of shattering even the toughest obstacles. Back when he was at the peak of the 4th rank, he could slay a 5th-rank bug queen. Now that he advanced to the 5th rank, dispatching a 4th-rank cultivator like Zhang Sen was a piece of cake. Old Master Qin, save me. Knowing he couldn't dodge it, Zhang Sen cried out in despair, his face turned toward the heavens. No one can save you. Lin's expression darkened as he accelerated his thrust. Buzz. At the very last moment, an invisible force descended from the sky, enveloping Zhang Sen. The Godslayer Thunder Spear struck as if against a wall of bronze and iron. The massive recoil sent a stinging pain through Lin's wrist. Chapter 55, The Spatial Jade Token. Zhang Sen refuses to give up. So powerful. Lin was startled inwardly and quickly withdrew his spear, retreating to create distance. Ah, you can't kill me. Zhang Sen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled, and his face regained the composed smile he'd had at the beginning. That's not necessarily true. Lin took out his dragon bone bow, threading the bowstring through an unidentified beast bone at the back of the bow's frame to increase its power. He then half sat on the ground, braced the bow against the ground with his feet, and pulled the bowstring taut with both hands, aiming the dragon bone arrow at the center of Zhang Sen's forehead. This invisible force protected Zhang Sen, but it also restricted his range of movement. As the bowstring was drawn back inch by inch, the smile on Zhang Sen's face gradually froze, and he reassured himself, "You can't break through it. You can't break through it. This is a spatial barrier set up by a 9th-tier spatial master. There's no way a little brat like you could break through it." Is that so? Then what are you afraid of? Lin gave a devilish grin and pulled the bowstring as far back as he could with all his might. Whoosh! As he released his grip, the dragon bone arrow flew out with a piercing whistle. It sliced through the air, creating a massive sonic boom. The arrow's movement was almost invisible to the naked eye. All that could be heard was a thunderous boom as it struck the invisible wall. The invisible wall remained unscathed, not even a ripple stirring, but the dragon bone arrow snapped in two. Ha 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 ha. I told you you couldn't break through it. Zhang Sen breathed a silent sigh of relief, a maniacal grin returning to his face, then shouted toward the sky, "Old Qin. This boy is no ordinary opponent. If he is allowed to grow stronger, he'll surely become a major threat to the entire sect. Please step in immediately and eliminate him." Lin. Just then, Yi Junsheng, standing on a mechanical flying disc, rushed over at breakneck speed. He had been waiting outside the secret realm when he suddenly sensed unusual energy fluctuations within it. He had intended to send the powerful warriors from the secret realm camp to investigate, but they were all blocked outside the camp by an invisible force. Realizing something major had happened, Yi Junqing immediately flew in to assess the situation. Elder Qin. Act quickly! Zhang Xin exclaimed anxiously. Crack! A rift tore open in space, and a withered hand as large as a mountain peak reached out from within, descending from the sky to strike at Lin. A terrifying sense of oppression swept over him, pinning Lin's south body in place and rendering him unable to move. He had been able to withstand the pressure when facing Zhang Sen, a 4th-tier, 9th-level cultivator. But against this overwhelming pressure, Lin was as insignificant as an ant. And that hand seemed like the very ruler of heaven and earth. You really think I don't exist, huh? Yi Junqing appeared in front of Lin and slammed a fist into the massive hand overhead. Boom! Rumble! That punch seemed to carry the force of 100 million Jun upon impact. A crack appeared in the center of the withered palm. The crack then spread, covering the entire palm, before it finally exploded with a thunderous roar. The shockwaves from the collision rippled outwards, instantly leveling a mountain peak 100 meters high. Wherever the shockwaves passed, rocks and gravel shattered, vegetation was obliterated, and even beasts were killed by the blast. Such power from a casual strike a 9th-rank powerhouse is truly terrifying. Lin was deeply shaken, and his thirst for power grew even stronger. At first, when he was driven to the northern frontier to enlist, his sole motive was to survive and avoid being bullied by others. Later, he sought to achieve greatness and prove himself. But now that Quan Xing had set his sights on him, the other party certainly wouldn't let it go. He had to boost his strength even faster. You little thief, Quan Xing! Yi Junqing's gaze shifted, and he fixed Zhang Sen with a murderous glare as he unleashed a punch. Old Qin, save me! Zhang Sen cried in panic. This barrier might be able to hold back a 1st-tier Lin, but it might not be enough to withstand a 9th-tier military god. A flash of light, space-warped, and Zhang Sen vanished from where he stood in an instant. His punch having missed its mark, Yi Junqing immediately walked over to Lin's side, examining him from head to toe. Are you hurt? I'm fine. It's a shame old Qin suddenly intervened, otherwise, I could have killed Zhang Sen. Lin said regretfully. Zhang Sen is a 4th-tier, 9th-level martial artist who also possesses the rare wood spirit constitution. Are you sure you could have killed him? Martial God Yi looked at Lin skeptically. Lin recounted exactly what had just happened. Whoa! Martial God Yi gasped after hearing the story, staring at Lin as if he were a monster. To simultaneously control 3 elements, ice, fire, and wood, and even convert between them, there are only 2 possibilities. One is a natural talent combined with a special constitution, the other is a pure elemental tyrant talent. Elemental Tyrant is one of the top 10 SSS ranked talents on the talent rankings. It allows one to control any element in the universe and convert between different elements. Its power is undeniable. Regardless of which scenario applies, Lin's value is far greater than he had previously anticipated. General Yi, there may be a mole within the military department, Lin said, getting straight to the point. General Yi snapped out of his shock and nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Yes. Quan Xing's infiltration is all-pervasive, so Dragon Group members report directly to me. The other military gods in the ministry don't know the Dragon Group members' details. You don't need to worry about that. Got it. Lin's expression grew serious. The situation was more serious than he had anticipated. Quan Xing will certainly not let you off easily. Take this, it could save your life in a critical moment. Military God Yi took a white jade token out of his storage bracelet. What is this? Lin asked as he took the token. It's a spatial jade token crafted by a 9th-rank spatial expert. If you're in danger, shatter it. I'll receive your location. Then shatter this one, and I'll instantly teleport to your side. Military God Yi produced another one. What a great item! Lin accepted it immediately. This whole incident is my fault. After you won the championship at the 4th Realm Grand Tournament and displayed such immense potential, the whole sect was bound to set their sights on you. I was negligent, Yi Junqing apologized. No one could have imagined the whole sect would be so bold as to strike right under Marshall City's nose, Lin said. Ha, you're good at offering comfort, kid. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Yi Junqiang laughed heartily, slung his arm around Lin's shoulder, and left the secret realm. With the journey through the secret realm concluded, Lin's championship rewards had all been claimed. According to the original plan, Lin and Shen were supposed to return to Jiangcheng by commercial flight. But following the incident involving the Chuanqing sect, Yi Junqing issued a direct order for a military private jet to escort the two back. Meanwhile, at the Han family estate in Jiangcheng, Han Zhentian stood in the ancestral hall with a worried expression, facing the spirit tablets of Hanan, Han Hu, and others. There was no concrete evidence of Hanan's death, but before he died, Han Hu had called the Han family and specifically summoned a group of powerful fighters to take on Lin. Now that they were dead, Lin was inevitably implicated. Back then, Han Zhentian had sworn before the entire Han clan that he would make Lin pay for his bloodshed with his own blood. Yet just moments ago, news reached Jiangcheng that Lin had won the championship of the Four Realms Grand Tournament. In an instant, the world came crashing down on the Han clan. As one of Jiangcheng's three great martial arts clans, the Han clan possessed deep-rooted heritage and formidable power, capable of going head-to-head with the 8 regiments of the northern frontier. But Lin's backing now extends far beyond the 8 camps. It includes General Yi, General Lin, and the Ministry of Military Affairs. If they dared to lay a finger on Lin, it would be suicide. Han Zhentian sighed with a worried expression. Overnight, he seemed to have aged more than a decade. You don't even dare to avenge the murder of your son? Aren't you afraid he'll be heartbroken in the afterlife? A ghostly voice rang out, and Zhang Xin emerged from behind a wooden pillar in the ancestral hall with a smile on his face. Chapter 56, The Nuclear Bomb Project. A Triumphant Return. Han Zhentian stared at Zhang Xin with a grave expression. He had already sensed a cold, murderous intent behind his smile, so he asked nervously, "May I ask who you are?" Quan Xing, Zheng Senior. Zhang Xin smiled affably. Quan Xing. Upon hearing those two words, everyone from the Han family looked terrified, their hearts leaping into their throats. Those who had been targeted by Quan Xing, whether individuals or factions, had never met a good end. Yet no matter how hard Han Zhentian racked his brain, he couldn't figure out when the Han family had ever offended Quan Xing. Zhang Xin tapped his finger, and countless twigs sprouted from the wooden pillars inside the ancestral hall, weaving themselves into a wooden chair on the spot. He sat down and said calmly, "There's no need to be so tense. I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I'm here to help you." "Help us?" Han Zhentian frowned in confusion. "Aren't you trying to kill Lin?" "I've already devised the most flawless plan for you." Zhang Xin's lips curled into a smile as he pulled a large metal box from his storage bracelet. When he opened the box, the first thing that caught their eyes was a timer. And beneath the timer lay a small nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb! The Han family members were startled. They instinctively jumped up from their chairs and hurried out of the ancestral hall. Zhang Xin looked at Han Zhentian, the only one remaining inside the ancestral hall, and smiled with satisfaction. "Lin will arrive at Jiangcheng Airport tomorrow at 3 p.m. on a military charter flight. All you have to do is plant the nuclear bomb inside the airport in advance, and the plan will be complete. This is a nuclear bomb. If it explodes, a third of Jiangcheng will be destroyed, and countless people will lose their lives." Han Zhentian said this aloud, but his true thoughts were quite different. As for the murders of Hanan, Han Hu, and the others, as long as the Han family swallowed their pride and stopped causing trouble for Lin, they would likely still have a chance at survival. But if they planted a nuclear bomb and destroyed Jiangcheng, there would be no place left for the Han family to stand in the entire Dragon Nation. Which was more important was obvious at a glance. Getting rid of those worthless scum who serve no purpose to the world is actually a great deed. You should be proud of it, Zhang Xin said, smiling at Han Zhentian. "I'm afraid I can't do that." Han Zhentian refused, steeled against the pressure. "If you can't even handle something this simple, it seems the Han family is no different from those worthless people out there. In that case, let us just eliminate them." Zhang Xin's smile didn't waver as he gave a light flick of his finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the floor, the ceiling, and the wooden pillars, even the token itself, countless sharp wooden spears sprouted, piercing toward every member of the Han family. In the face of a fourth tier, ninth rank powerhouse, they were like defenseless lambs, left to be slaughtered at his mercy. Blood spattered everywhere, screams rang out one after another, and body after body fell to the ground. No one, not the elderly, the weak, women, or children, escaped. Thud. Han Jintian was utterly terrified. He knelt on the ground and pleaded desperately, "I beg you. Please spare them. Their lives are all in your hands," Zhang Xin said. Head of the clan. Just agree to his terms. Yes, head of the clan, what does the fate of others in Jiangcheng have to do with us, the Han family? Han Jintian. Do you really have to wait until every last member of the Han family is dead before you'll agree? The Han family members grew increasingly agitated. Han Jintian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Under pressure from the entire clan, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I agree. Don't even think about escaping Jiangcheng. I'll be watching all of you from the shadows." Zhang Xin slapped Han Jintian's cheek hard, his words dripping with menace, then vanished into the wooden pillar, leaving only the small nuclear bomb inside the iron box. In an instant, Han Jintian felt as if all his strength had been drained. He slumped helplessly to the ground. Given the clan's ruthless methods, he had no doubt that Zhang Xin would kill every last member of the Han family. He had no choice but to agree. "Third brother, take your men and leave Jiangcheng secretly right away. Find a way to get out of the country later." "I'll go plant the nuclear bomb," Han Jintian said. "Eldest brother, but what about you?" Third brother began, then trailed off. "It's better for just me to die than for the entire Han family to be wiped out," Han Jintian said firmly, his gaze resolute. The following afternoon, at Jiangcheng Airport. Led by Claire, the commanders and instructors of the Northern Frontier's various battalions, the director of the Jiangcheng Garrison Command, the head of the Lei family, the head of the Zhou family, and others were all present. Everyone looked up at the sky, waiting to welcome Lin's return. Why is there such a big turnout at the airport? Is some big shot coming to Jiangcheng? Haven T, you heard the news? Lin from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps won the Four Realms Grand Tournament and is about to return in triumph. Holy crap, is that for real? It's been over a decade. This is the first time the Northern Frontier has won the championship. With so many bigwigs here, how could it be a lie? The airport was packed with onlookers both inside and out. Those close enough pulled out their phones to take pictures. Today might be the closest they've ever come to a celestial genius. Zhang Linger stood behind Claire, looking at the many dignitaries present, her heart filled with mixed emotions. They hadn't come because they were ordered to. They'd all come of their own accord to welcome him. On the surface, it was out of respect for the Four Realms Grand Tournament champion, but in reality, it was a gesture of goodwill toward Lin. A mere first-tier martial artist, the Northern Frontier had plenty of people like that. But someone like Lin, someone capable of making so many third-tier, fourth-tier, and even fifth-tier martial artists deign to come and welcome him, is the only one of his kind in the Northern Realm. This is a tremendous honor, and a symbol of both strength and potential. At that moment, Zhang Linger's regret reached its peak. Yet her arrogance when they first met had already left a terrible impression on Lin. Trying to curry favor after her defeat would only deepen that impression. For the first time in her entire life, Zhang Linger felt such agonizing regret that she wished she could turn back time and make a different choice. "They're here a few minutes ahead of the scheduled 3 p.m. arrival," Hao said, pointing to an airplane on the horizon. "Good for him. He is coming back on a military special flight." Fu Tai exclaimed in surprise. A moment later, the plane touched down. The cabin door opened, and Lin and the one-armed Shin stepped out. Seeing the massive crowd before him, Lin was taken aback. "Why such a big fuss?" "They're all here to welcome you." "Let us go," Shin said with a faint smile, following Lin down the stairs. "Lin! Way to go! You've even won the Four Realms Grand Tournament. The Northern Realm is proud of you. You're our Northern Realm's hero." The commanders of each camp, shedding their previous ugly demeanors, scrambled to flatter Lin. Raymond dragged Raywin through the crowd and made his way to Lin. Clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, he congratulated him. "Young friend Lin, congratulations on winning the Four Realms Grand Tournament. You've truly brought great honor to our northern realm. Congratulations! From now on, you're bound for great success," Lei Wen said. Lin acted as if he hadn't heard a word, ignoring the crowd as he walked over to Hao and the others, smiling as he greeted them. "Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai." "Awesome." Fu Tai punched Lin in the chest and gave him a thumbs up. All right. There are too many people here. Let us find a quieter spot to chat." Hao slung his arm around Lin's shoulder and weaved through the crowded crowd, heading toward the airport exit. As they walked, Lin suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked puzzled toward a certain spot in the departure lounge. Thanks to his elemental tyrant talent, Lin had an exceptionally keen sense of various elements. With so many metal components inside the airport, the concentration of gold element was extremely high. However, the concentration of gold element in the departure lounge felt somewhat eerie. It wasn't the kind that permeated the air, but rather a massive amount of gold element compressed into a single point. Bomb! Those two words suddenly popped into Lin's mind. Chapter 57: A Nuclear Bomb Turns to Water. Talent exposed. What bomb? Hao and the others looked at Lin, completely baffled. There's a bomb at the airport. And it's extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. Lin emphasized with a grave expression. Are you kidding me? All the powerhouses in the northern frontier are here who would dare plant a bomb at the airport? Besides, there are strict security checks at every entrance and exit. It's impossible for an ordinary person to bring a bomb in. Fu Tai said. My judgment won't be wrong. Lin immediately ran toward a spot in the departure lounge. Pushing through the dense crowd, Lin entered a men's restroom. He pried open the ceiling and pulled out a large metal box from inside. That intensely concentrated source of golden elemental energy was coming from this box. There isn't really a bomb in there, is there? Fu Tao stared at the box in front of him, his heart pounding with anxiety. Everyone step back, I'll open it. Hao snatched the box from Lin's hands and carefully lifted the lid. A small gap opened in the large metal box, revealing a faint red light flickering inside. As the gap widened, it became clear there was a timer inside. It was definitely a bomb. Hao's heart was in his throat, and his mouth went dry with tension. Squeak! Accompanied by the piercing sound of metal scraping against metal, the lid swung open completely. Damn it! It's a small nuclear bomb. It's going to explode in 3 minutes. Hao's heart sank completely. What is going on? What happened? Claire and the others rushed over from behind. Someone planted a small nuclear bomb at the airport, Hao explained, pointing to the nuclear bomb inside the metal crate. A nuclear bomb? Claire and the others turned pale with shock. Unwilling to believe it, they stepped forward to take a look. Seeing the nuclear bomb inside the crate counting down, their hearts sank as well. If it were an ordinary high-yield bomb, it would at most destroy this airport. But this was a nuclear bomb. Once it detonated, the airport would be vaporized in an instant, and everyone here would die. Even Claire, with her 5th-tier strength, would be no exception. Moreover, the massive shockwave from the nuclear blast could destroy nearly half of Jiangcheng, claiming the lives of at least 1 million innocent civilians. What left everyone feeling most desperate was that there were only a little over 2 minutes left until the bomb exploded. With so little time left, there was simply no way to find someone to defuse the bomb, transport it to an uninhabited area to detonate, or even escape. The detonation time was deliberately set for 3 p.m. It seems this is a deadly trap specifically designed for Lin, Claire said, her face as dark as charcoal, her expression grave. Fuck! Sacrificing 1 million Jiangcheng citizens just to set this trap, that is utterly insane. Fu Tai cursed under his breath. 2 minutes left on the countdown. As soon as Hao spoke, everyone turned their gaze to the numbers on the timer. This was their countdown to death and the countdown to death for 1 million residents of Jiangcheng. But they couldn't fathom who would go to such insane lengths just to kill Lin. There's just over a minute left. I can defuse this nuclear bomb. Lin's lips curled into a smile as he strode toward the bomb. It's no use. This bomb has an anti-tampering program. No matter which wire you cut, it'll detonate immediately, Shin warned, frowning. I don't need to cut any wires to defuse it. Lin crouched down, placing one hand on the bomb. An elemental tyrant can control any element in the universe and transform one element into another. If Lin were willing, he could even turn this nuclear bomb into sand. However, everyone dismissed Lin's words as the ramblings of a dying man. The mastermind behind this had meticulously prepared this inescapable trap, complete with an anti-disassembly program, and had naturally anticipated every possible outcome. From the moment they set foot in the airport, from the moment the military's special aircraft touched down, their fate was sealed. No one could survive a nuclear explosion at close range, at least, no one in Jiangcheng could. And without cutting the wire connecting the timer to the bomb, how could they defuse it? By sheer willpower? Obviously not. Shin and the others had all crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood they brushed past death countless times. Faced with death, they all seemed remarkably calm. But the thought that Lin would also perish here and drag over 1 million citizens of Jiangcheng down with him couldn't help but fill them with regret. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You've dragged us all down. You've dragged Jiangcheng down. It should have been just you who died. Now you've forced all of us to go down with you. Jiang Linger, frantic and desperate, blurted out her innermost thoughts, pointing at Lin and complaining non-stop. Linger! Shut up! Claire snapped, her gaze sharp. Claire, she's right, I really did drag you all into this. But as long as I defuse this nuclear bomb, we'll be even. Lin said. Disarm it? Can you even do that? What are you going to use? We've got just 1 minute left. We're all going to die here. Jiang Linger was on the verge of a breakdown, pacing frantically in circles. 1 minute is enough. Lin accelerated the elemental conversion. A few seconds later, tiny droplets of water began seeping from inside the nuclear bomb. As more and more uranium was converted into water, the droplets gradually increased. However, everyone's attention was fixed on the timer. No one even noticed this subtle change. 50 seconds. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Everyone closed their eyes in despair, silently awaiting the explosion. Just then, Lin's voice rang out, I'm done disassembling it. Looks like what they say online is true. A nuclear bomb exploding at close range can vaporize a person in an instant, without a single moment of pain, Fu Tai muttered to himself. Yeah, I never thought I'd experience auditory hallucinations after death. I actually just heard Lin say he was done disassembling it, Hao said to himself with his eyes closed. Death my ass. Death my ass. The nuke didn't go off. Shin was the first to open his eyes. The numbers on the timer had already hit 0, yet the nuke lay there intact except the box was now filled with water. Claire opened her eyes too, her face a picture of disbelief. Can a nuke actually be a dud? Suddenly, Claire realized what had happened and turned to Lin, asking, Wait, didn't you just say you were the one who defused the nuclear bomb? Yeah, Lin nodded. You didn't have any tools. How did you do it? Claire pressed urgently. It's that simple, it's not hard at all. Lin demonstrated on the spot, melting the nuclear bomb casing into water. During his battle with Zhang Xin in the intermediate secret realm, the secret of elemental conversion had already been exposed. Later, while chatting with Yi Junxing and recounting the battle, he had mentioned elemental conversion again. It was no longer a secret. Since it wasn't a secret, there was no need to keep it hidden any longer. Holy Mother of God! Fu Tai clutched his head in shock, blurting out a phrase in his native dialect. How did he do that? Hao looked completely dumbfounded. Melt a nuclear warhead into water? Claire looked just as baffled. Elemental conversion. Shin was deeply shaken. He slowly uttered those 4 words. He had been there in person to watch the Four Realms Grand Tournament last time. He had seen Lin master both ice and fire with his own eyes and deduced that he possessed the ice-fire tyrant physique. Now it seemed highly likely that he possessed the top-tier SSS-class elemental tyrant talent. Only the elemental tyrant talent could transform the gold element into the water element. Chapter 58, Hanjin Tian's Suicide. Promotion to Centurion. Elemental conversion? Claire and the others finally caught on, staring at Lin in disbelief. I'm sorry I shouldn't have spoken to you like that just now, Zhonglinger stammered apologetically, so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a hole. Lin replied curtly, his cold tone keeping everyone at arm's length. Claire sighed helplessly and changed the subject. The crisis has been averted. Our top priority now is to find the mastermind behind the bomb. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded, then headed to the monitoring room in unison. They pulled up the surveillance footage and began screening every suspicious person who had entered the restroom. As they watched, a familiar figure appeared on the screen: Hanjin Tian, the head of the Han family, one of Jiangcheng's 3 great martial arts clans. He wore no disguise and made no attempt to hide his identity. He walked into the restroom openly, carrying a metal box, and emerged moments later empty-handed. He had noticed the surveillance camera above him, but had only glanced at it before walking away. After all, once the nuclear bomb detonated, all evidence would be obliterated in the resulting dust cloud. It's actually him? Claire exclaimed in surprise. He is just a pawn being used by someone else. The real mastermind is someone else entirely, Lin stated with certainty. Could it be Luo Yuanshan? Shen asked. Lin shook his head. It's Quan Xing. Although Hanjin Tian and Luo Yuanshan were ruthless, they ultimately operated within the rules set by Longhua. Only Quan Xing would be so deranged, willing to stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Lin with terror in their eyes. If you're targeted by Quan Xing and his band of madmen, it's practically impossible to survive. Since the nuclear bomb failed to kill Lin this time, they certainly won't let it go. No need to be so tense. I've got plenty of ways to save my own skin. Xuanxing can't touch me, Lin said with a faint smile. That's true. With General Yi holding you in such high regard, there's no way he'd let you die so easily, Shin joked. Even with General Yi's protection, you still need to be on your guard against Quan Xing. Claire warned earnestly. I know, Lin nodded. Alright, let us go to the Han residence. Claire changed the subject, her eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. The group left the airport via the underground passage and arrived at the Han residence a short while later. Once a place of splendor and prosperity, teeming with guests, the Han family estate now stood with its main gate ajar, the interior shrouded in silence. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, they found the place in utter disarray, as if it had been ransacked by bandits. The stench of blood is overwhelming, Claire said, raising an eyebrow as she walked toward the source of the odor. Gradually, corpses began to appear on the ground. The closer they got to the source of the stench, the more bodies they found on the floor. They soon reached the Han family ancestral hall, where a body was found hanging from a beam. It was Hanjin Tian. In the corpse's hand, he was still clutching a letter stained red with blood. Shin took the letter and glanced at it. It's suicide. The body is still warm. It seems he died not long ago, Hao said. Claire glanced at the contents of the note and said coldly, the letter says the Han family was coerced by Zhang Sen of the Chuanqing sect into committing such a heinous act. He has hanged himself to atone for his sins and begs us to spare the rest of the Han family. So, should we spare them? Hao asked, looking at Claire. Lin, what do you think? Claire turned to look at Lin. Guilty or not, the Weicheng Bureau will conduct the interrogation, Lin said indifferently, a statement that effectively sentenced the Han family to death. In an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. As one of Jiangcheng's 3 great martial arts clans, the Han family had always been arrogant and wielded immense power. One could see signs of this in the personalities of Hanan and Han Hu alone. The other members of the Han family were either responsible for murder or guilty of grave crimes. Handing them over to the City Guard Bureau for arrest and interrogation was the fairest course of action. Furthermore, there was one crucial point: when you cut the grass, you must uproot it completely. Lin has killed so many members of the Han family that a blood feud has been sealed naturally. The Han family must not be given any chance to cling to life. Good. With a single phone call, Claire immediately ordered the city guard to apprehend the remaining scum of the Han family. The next morning, centurions and higher-ranking warriors from all battalions gathered at the Northern Frontier headquarters for an internal meeting. Lin was just a lowly squad leader and wasn't originally qualified to attend such a meeting, yet Shin had brought him along anyway. Why such a big show? Has something major happened? Lin couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. You'll find out soon enough, Shin said with a mysterious smile. Creak. Immediately afterward, the conference room door swung open, and a familiar figure walked in, none other than Claire, the mayor of Jiangchang. She walked straight into the conference room and took her seat on the chair symbolizing the position of commander of the Northern Frontier. Her stern gaze swept across the room, and she gave Lin a slight smile. What's going on? Lin was baffled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Claire, and by order of the Wucheng military headquarters, I am temporarily assuming the role of commander of the Northern Frontier. Claire exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. The commanders of each battalion seemed to have known about this all along, while only the remaining 1,000-man commanders and centurions looked taken aback. With a new leader comes a new administration. Now that Claire had taken the position of commander of the Northern Frontier, she would certainly no longer rely on the people Luo Yuanshan had left behind. On the contrary, the 8 battalions would receive unprecedented preferential treatment. Lin was secretly overjoyed. This was fantastic news. We're all old acquaintances, so I'll get straight to the point. I'm a straightforward person. I reward those who deserve it and punish those who don't. But there are always a few who try to curry favor with me using the same tactics they used on Luo Yuanshan. Smack! As Claire spoke, she slammed her palm down on the table, causing more than a dozen spiritual herbs to spill out of her storage bracelet. Most of those present were startled, especially the several commanders, who cringed and didn't dare breathe a word. 1st Battalion, 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion. The 3rd Battalion commander secretly bribed the commander-in-chief. All are relieved of their duties. Claire's expression was stern, her tone resolute, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. This was in keeping with her style, a case of making an example of someone to establish the military commander's authority. Otherwise, with this group of subordinates harboring various ulterior motives and paying lip service while acting contrary behind the scenes, how could she possibly carry out her duties? Claire, oh, wait, Claire, I've been in the 1st Battalion for over a decade. Even if I haven't earned any merits, I've certainly put in the hard work. You can't relieve me of my post over such a trivial matter. I've shed blood for the Northern Frontier. I've risked my life for the Northern Frontier. You can't relieve me of my command. You're settling a personal grudge. I'm going to report you to Army headquarters. Upon hearing he was about to be relieved of his command, the commander of the 3rd Battalion immediately threw caution to the wind. However, Claire merely smiled nonchalantly and pointed toward the door. Go ahead and report me if you want. I won't stop you. The North isn't run by a woman like you. Just you wait. The group stormed out, cursing under their breath. Is anyone else leaving? Claire scanned the room. Everyone lowered their heads, the silence as thick as a tomb. They had all fought their way to their current positions, blade by blade, in battles against the beasts. Stepping out of this conference room would mean that more than a decade or even several decades of effort would all go down the drain. Claire nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Lin and said, as I said earlier, I'm a straightforward person. I reward those who deserve it and punish those who don't. Yesterday, I witnessed with my own eyes how Lin defused the nuclear bomb crisis at Jiangcheng Airport, saving 1 million citizens of Jiangcheng. That is a great achievement. Therefore, I've decided to make an exception and promote Lin to Centurion. He'll receive a military merit award of 500,000. Chapter 59, Undying Phoenix Physique. Claire's counterattack plan. As Claire finished speaking, everyone in the conference room turned friendly glances toward Lin. Congratulations, little Lin. Becoming a centurion at such a young age, your future is limitless. You're the youngest centurion in the history of the northern frontier. Their beaming smiles stood in stark contrast to the hostility they'd shown when Lin and Shin had stormed out of northern frontier headquarters in a huff. Back then, backed by Luo Yuanshan, they'd mocked them relentlessly. A bunch of fair weather friends. Lin let out a scornful snort, too lazy to pay them any mind, focusing instead on when he'd get a chance to draw from the war god system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to Centurion. You've earned one draw opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Drawl. As soon as Lin's words fell, the familiar spinning wheel appeared before his eyes once more. Golden light flickered, and after a few seconds, it came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've drawn the Undying Phoenix physique. An anomaly? The Undying Phoenix? Lin's pupils dilated in shock, and he froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. Just as talents vary in strength, so do anomalies. There are hundreds of known anomalies in the world, and among them, the Undying Phoenix physique ranks first on the anomaly list. Unlike Zhang Sen's wood spirit physique, a pseudo-immortality that relies on the wood element to repair the body. The Undying Phoenix physique is true immortality in the truest sense. Regrowing limbs and organs is childless play. Even a single drop of blood can bring one back to life. Even if blown to ashes, leaving not a trace behind, one can still be reborn. This physique has no weaknesses whatsoever, and there is no way to counter it. The most unstoppable aspect is that every time a possessor of the Undying Phoenix physique dies, their strength rises to a new level upon resurrection. Furthermore, the possessor can manifest a pair of divine phoenix wings on their back. These wings allow for extremely fast flight, surpassing even the mid-tier 5th grade wind thunder steps by several levels. With this physique, I no longer have to worry about sneak attacks from any direction. Lin was ecstatic, his grin a million times harder to suppress than an AKS. Why are you always so happy whenever you get promoted? Hao asked with a laugh. I've been promoted, of course I'm happy, Lin replied with a dismissive smile. A mere minor rank promotion certainly wasn't reason enough to be this excited. But he possessed the war god system. With every promotion, he earned a chance to draw a prize. SSS grade Heavenly Diligence, SSS grade Ancestor of 10,000 Soldiers, SSS grade Elemental Tyrant, and now the Undying Phoenix physique. Such terrifying potential, there is no one else like him in the entire world. And this isn't even Lin's limit. Or rather, it isn't the limit of the war god system. Quiet, everyone. Let us get down to business. Claire tapped the table, and the conference room instantly fell silent. Over the past few decades, the people of our country have lived in peace and prosperity, and the population has exploded. Our current territory can no longer accommodate any more people, so the Ministry of Defense has given me a strict order: within 1 month, we must expand the border by 100 kilometers. Claire said solemnly. Hundreds of years ago, a mysterious force descended upon Blue Star, giving rise to secret realms where beasts ran rampant. At that time, humans didn't understand the beasts well enough. They suffered defeat after defeat in battle, and the global population plummeted by more than 50%. Although the situation was eventually stabilized, a vast amount of territory had already been lost. These territories are not only vital for human survival but also contain extremely rich natural resources. Mineral resources, in particular, are of critical importance to Dragon Nation. Forging armor and manufacturing ammunition both require vast amounts of ore, yet most of these resources are controlled by beasts beyond the borders. Reclaiming lost territory has always been a pressing issue for the Dragon Kingdom, but Luo Yuanshan, in an effort to conserve strength, has consistently made excuses to put it off. As her words fell, silence fell over the room, and everyone's expression was somber. Expanding the border by 10 kilometers is not a difficult task. Expanding it by 50 kilometers might be possible if they fought with everything they had. Expanding it by 100 kilometers? That is simply impossible. That area is home to many powerful 5th-tier beasts, most of whom are stronger than Claire. With the Northern Frontier Corps' current strength, even if all 100,000 soldiers were to die, they still couldn't complete the mission. I know this is difficult, which is why I specifically requested a high-energy particle bomb from the military headquarters. The issue we need to discuss now is who will carry this high-energy particle bomb into the 5th-tier beast territory 100 kilometers away and detonate it. Clara's stern gaze swept over the crowd once more. Aside from a few from the 8th Battalion, members of the other battalions all lowered their heads, deliberately avoiding her gaze. The high-energy particle bomb is a new type of bomb manufactured by Sanes, which is lethal to beasts below the 6th tier. With this powerful weapon, the mission to expand the territory by 100 kilometers would indeed be somewhat simpler. But who could possibly carry the high-energy particle bomb into the territory of a 5th-tier beast? After all, Claire was currently the only 5th-tier powerhouse in the northern frontier. Luo Yuanshan, who had been reassigned, was no longer counted among them. As the military commander of the northern frontier, Claire must remain at the rear to oversee the overall situation. Naturally, she cannot put herself in danger. Besides her, who else could pull this off? Even if someone were lucky enough to smuggle a high-energy particle bomb into the territory of a 5th-tier beast, what are the odds they'd make it out alive? Claire, let me do it, Lin volunteered, stepping forward. We veterans aren't all dead yet. It's not your turn, you greenhorn. Fu Tai shoved Lin back into his seat and stood up. With your half-baked skills, it'd be even more trouble if you lost the high-energy particle bomb. I'll handle it. Hao pushed Fu Tai back into his seat and stood up with a smile. What's all the fuss about? I haven't even had a chance to speak yet. Shen slammed his single arm down on the table with a loud thud, then stood up. The further out we go, the stronger the beasts get. Your 3rd tier, 7th level strength isn't enough. Mine 4th tier, 7th level is barely sufficient. My strength is indeed inferior to yours, but this mission truly calls for no one but me. Lin said earnestly. He had just obtained the undying phoenix physique. No one was better suited than him to plant the high-energy particle bomb. Once the mission was complete, it would be another major achievement. It's not your turn, no matter who's here. Sit down. Shen pressed Lin down, preventing him from standing up, then turned to Claire and said, Old Jiang, it's settled. I'll plant the high-energy particle bomb. As the commander of the 8th Battalion, you bear the heavy responsibility of command. This mission is best entrusted to Hao. Claire shifted her gaze to Hao. Old Jiang, are you fucking? Shen swore on the spot. Clara's expression darkened, and the aura of a 5th-tier powerhouse suddenly erupted, overwhelming Shen as she commanded, Shen. This is the military. And I am the commander of the Northern Frontier Army. This is an order. You must obey. Don't worry. Even that perilous insect Queen's lair last time didn't take my life. This simple deployment mission, I'll be back in no time. Hao smiled reassuringly. Shen was about to speak, but Claire immediately silenced him with a stern glance and an aura of authority, then took over, saying, At that time, the 8 camps of the northern frontier will deploy simultaneously, opening 8 battlefronts to divert the beast's attention. The task of planting the high-energy particle bombs won't be too difficult. Next, let us begin finalizing each camp's battle plans and assigned front lines. Chapter 60, Lin's Team. Resource Issues. The meeting lasted from early morning until late at night before it finally concluded. Hao remained at headquarters, while Shen and the others took a vehicle back to the 8th camp. The atmosphere was heavy and silent throughout the journey. The high-energy particle bombs were indeed extremely powerful, capable of annihilating any beast below the 6th rank, but their range was limited. This meant the bombs had to be placed right in the center of a 5th-rank beast horde. Faced with such a daunting task, even Claire couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate. And with Hao only at the 7th sublevel of the 3rd tier, it was essentially a suicide mission. But military orders are absolute, everyone must obey. After a long while, they arrived at the 8th Battalion. Shen composed himself and turned to Lin, saying, You're a centurion now, it's time you had your own team. Yes. Lin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. A corporal commands 5 men. A squad leader commands 10 men. A centurion commands 100 men. With one event after another unfolding recently, everyone had forgotten about this. Now that they were set to carry out the counteroffensive plan together, Claire issued orders to the commanders of the 8 battalions, and each commander had to assign tasks to the 1,000-man commanders and centurions under their command. Since Lin was now a centurion, he was naturally included in this process. We made an agreement earlier, you can choose any soldier below the second rank, but the better the people you choose, the greater the responsibility you'll bear. Do you understand? Shin took a roster from his office and said with a serious expression. I understand. Lin nodded and immediately began selecting personnel. A little over half an hour later, Lin handed the list of selected personnel to Shun. Shin glanced at it and exclaimed in astonishment, you really aren't holding back at all, are you? There are 37 at first tier, 9th level alone. The rest are all first tier, 5th level or higher. Hee, you said it yourself, I can pick any soldiers below second tier as I please, Lin chuckled. I, Shin, am a man of my word, of course I won't go back on my promise. But can you really keep this bunch of seasoned veterans in line? Shin asked skeptically. No problem at all. Lin looked confident. Last time in the intermediate secret realm, he obtained a mystic elixir fruit from Zhang, and after absorbing it, his cultivation realm had risen to the 9th level of the first tier. Combined with his formidable combat prowess enough to slay even second tier experts. Keeping this group of veterans below the second tier in line would be a breeze. Alright, since you're so confident, I won't beat around the bush. Let us start assigning tasks. Shen unfolded a map of the northern frontier and marked the front lines under the 8th Battalion's command. He circled a specific point along that front line and said solemnly, you've handpicked the 8th Battalion's elite, so naturally you'll shoulder greater responsibility. When the battle begins tomorrow, you must form a pocket here and round up every escaping beast. What's the highest tier among these beasts? Lin asked. The highest 1T exceed tier 4, Shin replied. Lin's face fell. What's with that look? Do you think I send you to your deaths? There are still 20 heavy machine guns and tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition in the armory. Take them all. As soon as Shin finished speaking, a smile immediately spread across Lin's face. With heavy firepower, this would be much easier. Heavy machine guns fire 12.7 caliber rounds when they hit a person. They don't just leave a bloody hole, they blow the body apart. Even if the beasts have thick, tough skin and incredible defense, they can't withstand a barrage of these large caliber rounds. Shin, there's one more thing I'd like, Lin said with a smile. What is it? Shin asked. High explosive shells, Lin replied. Shin pondered for a moment, then wrote out a slip for Lin. Let us go to the armory together to pick them up. Thanks, Shin. Lin took the slip to the armory and collected 20 heavy machine guns, tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition, and one high explosive shell. Seeing this, the other centurions were so envious they could practically drool. These items were rare commodities in the military. While they couldn't take down high-tier beasts, against low-tier beasts, they were a slaughter. Times had changed. Hundreds of years ago, before the beast cataclysm struck, production lines for heavy machine guns and high explosive shells rolled out one after another, with production capacity overwhelming the entire world. But after the beast cataclysm struck, humanity's habitat shrank, forcing them to retreat into cities. The areas beyond the cities belonged to the beasts. And it was precisely those areas beyond the cities that held abundant natural resources. You can't make a meal without rice without natural resources like ore and oil. Even countless production lines couldn't produce weapons or ammunition. Annual military expenditures, urban construction costs, and trade with the Saiyans all require vast amounts of resources, so the Dragon Kingdom has consistently faced a shortage. This has directly led to the once ubiquitous heavy machine guns and high explosive bombs becoming rare commodities today. Not to mention military equipment like fighter jets and warships. The oceans have become off-limits to humans, and coastal defense relies entirely on the construction of a ring-shaped coastal defense line. Flying beasts have become the rulers of the skies, and with each advanced fighter jet destroyed, the situation grows increasingly dire. It is only on land that humanity can barely maintain stability by relying on its vast army of martial artists. In fact, the leadership fully understands that the long-term solution lies in the parallel development of martial arts and technology. Otherwise, it's like walking on one leg. However, scientific research consumes vast amounts of resources without sufficient support. Technological progress is naturally slow. And slow technological progress inevitably affects a nation's investment priorities. For hundreds of years, no country has ever been able to break this vicious cycle. Science technology, on the other hand, is far ahead. They have remained safe and sound, isolated overseas for centuries. But to ensure their absolute dominance, they have never been willing to disclose any advanced technologies. No matter how high the price offered, they remain unmoved. Even the technology to manufacture small items like storage bracelets has never been revealed. In all these centuries, we can only purchase the finished products from them. And despite centuries of joint research by various nations, they haven't made the slightest headway. Lin collected his weapons and immediately headed to the drill ground to assemble the 100 soldiers he had just selected. War is set to break out tomorrow with only one night left. There is no time to get acquainted slowly. The most urgent task now was to establish the Centurion's authority in the eyes of this group of seasoned veterans. Otherwise, once on the battlefield, these men relying on their seniority would refuse to obey Lin's commands, which would cause serious trouble. Lin scrutinized them, and they, in turn, scrutinized Lin. One by one, their expressions were defiant, their eyes betraying a hint of defiance. The 8th Battalion is the most battle-hardened of the 8 battalions in the Northern Frontier Corps. The veterans standing before him could truly be called battle-hardened. Especially since they survived the last insect swarm war, their combat prowess is beyond question. Let us formally introduce ourselves. My name is Lin, the newly appointed Centurion. From this moment on, I am your commander. Lin's expression was stern. We know you're the champion of the Four Realms tournament. You've got potential, sure, but leading troops in battle isn't about potential, it's about brains. We've fought more battles than you've ever competed in. What qualifies you to command us? That's right. Handing our lives over to a greenhorn like you? That's just sending us to our deaths. One troublemaker started the commotion, and others immediately chimed in. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. Chapter 61, Establishing Authority. The war begins. Meanwhile, Shin and Futao stood in the distance, both witnessing the scene firsthand. Futao understood the temperament of these veteran soldiers and immediately prepared to back Lin up. This bunch of rowdy veterans, they all need a good lesson. Shin reached out to stop Futao and said earnestly, "You've helped him once, but can you help him for the rest of his life? There are some things he must learn to face on his own." But Futao began, then trailed off. No buts about it. If he can't even handle a little trouble like this, he won't be Lin. Shin firmly pulled Futao away to a distance. Looking at the group of veterans before him, Lin's lips curled into a smile. He had clearly anticipated this situation long ago. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and that is especially true in the military. 10,000 feeble explanations are no match for landing a single punch right in front of them. Lin strode into the crowd, head held high, and challenged them defiantly. The military has never been ranked by seniority, it's always been about strength. If you think I'm not fit to be this centurion, fine. As long as you can beat me, I'll leave immediately. You said it yourself. I'll be the first to test the true worth of the Four Realms Grand Tournament champion. A first-tier, 9th-level veteran stepped forward. You must have misheard me. I said all of you can come at me together. If you can beat me, I'll leave. Lin's lips curled into a smirk. Whoa! The entire crowd was stunned by his words. Facing 100 opponents alone, all of them veterans at Tier 1, Level 5 or higher, with 27 at Tier 1, Level 9 alone. As far as they knew, Lin had only been at Tier 1, Level 5 when he participated in the Four Realms Grand Tournament. Even after receiving his reward and advancing in cultivation, he only reached, at most, Tier 1, Level 6 or 7. Even if we give him the benefit of the doubt, even if Lin had reached Tier 1, Level 9, there is no way he could defeat 100 battle-hardened veterans of the same cultivation level all at once. Since he is being so cocky, let us teach him a lesson today, said a Tier 1, Level 9 veteran. Right. Let us teach him a lesson. Let him learn that there is always someone better out there, the other veterans chimed in. Lin, oh Lin, you're as reckless as ever, Futai said, shaking his head bitterly. In his view, as long as they singled out those troublemakers and taught them a harsh lesson, the rest would naturally back down. Given Lin's strength, that wouldn't be difficult. But now, of all things, he has gone and made it harder on himself. If he loses, he'll absolutely lose face. Shin didn't think Lin was being reckless, it seemed more like absolute confidence in his own strength. So he muttered, then let me see just how much your strength has improved since the Four Realms Grand Competition ended. Do you need time to discuss your tactics? Lin asked with a smile. 100 of us against you alone, do we really need tactics? Let us just charge in. Attack! At the command of the lead veteran of first tier, 9th level martial artist, over 100 people simultaneously activated their talents. The talent levels of this group weren't particularly high, most were grade B and grade C, with only a few grade A. Though their individual abilities weren't top tier, they made up for it with sheer numbers and seamless coordination. With 100 of them working together, they could even take down a second-tier martial artist. But the very next second, all 100 veterans were left dumbfounded. Lin moved like a ghost through the crowd. All they could hear were screams as people were constantly knocked flying. No one could see clearly how Lin was moving, nor could anyone see when he threw a punch. Those who were hit only felt a sudden pain before being sent flying. Those who weren't struck could only hear the screams ringing out all around them. Encircle him! These battle-hardened veterans, after a brief moment of shock, immediately implemented their countermeasure. The group methodically spread out, forming a tight circular encirclement. As long as Lin struck and sent one of them flying, the two nearest to him could immediately launch a counterattack. But they still underestimated Lin's strength. After all, Lin not only mastered the 5th rank intermediate wind thunder steps but had also grasped danger perception. Among this group of veterans, most hadn't even mastered combat instinct, let alone the advanced danger perception. In Lin's eyes, every one of their attacks was like a slow-motion sequence riddled with flaws. Bang! 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 Moments later, all the remaining veterans lay knocked to the ground. For an instant, it was as if time had stopped and space had frozen. 100 veterans sat on the ground, their faces filled with shock, unable to believe what had happened. Someone capable of defeating prodigies from every realm and winning the Four Realms Grand Tournament, their strength was undoubtedly beyond question. But no one could have imagined that Lin would be this powerful. He took on 100 opponents single-handedly in less than 5 minutes. And Lin hadn't even used the Godslayer Thunder Spear or the Dragon Bone Bow, otherwise, he could have ended the battle even faster. Do I now qualify to be this Centurion? Lin asked proudly. We salute you, Centurion. We salute you, Centurion. 100 veterans stood up in unison, respectfully clasping their fists in salute. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Since Lin was stronger, he naturally earned their respect. Wow! It's only been a few days, and this kid has gotten so much stronger. He is at least at the 9th level of the 1st rank, right? Fu Tai exclaimed in amazement. Yeah, I reckon it won't be long before he surpasses you, Shin said. The new generation pushes aside the old. I actually hope this kid surpasses me soon. Fu Tai laughed heartily, harboring boundless expectations for Lin. Looking once more at the group of veterans before him, Lin knew full well that they were only temporarily convinced by his strength. To truly win their trust, it would take time. But that process wouldn't take too long. Now, let us assign tasks. Lin immediately began delegating duties. The 100 veterans were divided into groups of 5, with each group responsible for one heavy machine gun. Their task now was to work through the night to build defensive fortifications and machine gun emplacements in preparation for tomorrow's battle. As for the extra high explosive shell that was on its way, Lin had an even greater use for it. Now that he possessed the undying phoenix physique, he was fully capable of carrying out a suicide attack. Especially when facing powerful enemies, if his own strength wasn't enough to defeat them, he could use the high explosive bomb to take them down with him. The next morning, countless shells tore through the sky, landing in the beast territory beyond the northern frontier. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out one after another, flames shot skyward, and the earth trembled. This was a full-scale operation on the northern frontier front, not just a small insect queen's nest, so it was impossible to carry out a blanket artillery barrage across the entire area. The 8 major camps were ready and waiting. As soon as the first wave of artillery fire ended, they would immediately charge forward for close-quarters combat. Each camp had set up a pocket in the rear. The vanguard units would lure the beasts into these pockets to encircle and annihilate them. Warriors of Tier 4 and above from each battalion would penetrate deep into the beast's territory to slay the Tier 4 beasts. As for the even more powerful Tier 5 beasts, their only hope lay in that high-energy particle bomb. Lin gazed into the distance. Though he could see nothing, he could vividly imagine the gruesome carnage as the vanguard units clashed with the beasts. He then gave the order, "All teams, listen up. Wait until the beasts have penetrated deep into the pocket, only when they're within 100 meters before opening fire." Centurion Lin, the effective range of a heavy machine gun is 800 meters. I simply can't understand why you're telling us to wait until they're 100 meters away. The beasts' defenses are astonishing. At such a short distance, 100 meters, if even a few beasts break through our lines, we're finished. That's right. Whether we can hold this line depends entirely on these 20 heavy machine guns. Numerous veterans protested in unison. All of them were below Tier 2, yet the beasts they were about to face included many Tier 2 and Tier 3 creatures. If even a single beast managed to breach the line, just one, it would be a devastating blow. Chapter 62, The Perfect War. Conquering the Veterans. Lin offered no explanation, but simply spat out 4 words with unwavering resolve: "Obey orders." A veteran stepped forward from the defensive position and defiantly challenged him, "Do you know what it means if the defensive line collapses?" Lin looked at the veteran, then at the others on the defensive position, all of them wearing skeptical expressions. It seemed they respected Lin's combat prowess but did not respect his leadership abilities. Ultimately, they were relying on their seniority to act like know-it-alls, convinced of their battle-hardened experience, and deep down, they looked down on the greenhorn Lin. But Lin had his reasons for making this arrangement. The effective range of a heavy machine gun is 800 meters. It can open fire at 500, 600, or even 700 meters. But the farther the distance, the weaker the bullet's power. If this loss of power were applied to fighting people, it really wouldn't amount to much. But when it comes to fighting the beasts, even a slight reduction could affect the outcome of the battle. Most importantly, opening fire too early would give the beasts at the rear enough time to react, and they would likely escape the encirclement. Beasts can only relocate, they don't vanish into thin air. Those beasts that escape the encirclement will inevitably surge toward other defensive lines. At that point, the pressure on the other defensive lines will multiply, making it highly likely they won't be able to hold. Furthermore, firing at close range saves a significant amount of ammunition. As for their concern that the beasts might break through the lines if the distance is too close, Lin already has a plan in place. He'll activate his elemental tyrant talent, turning the solid ground beneath his feet into swampy mud. With their movement hindered, the beasts will be nothing more than stationary targets. However, in a situation like this, no amount of explanation would help. They never doubted the feasibility of Lin's plan, they simply refused to accept his command. To turn the tide, they needed a decisive and resounding victory, only then could they change their preconceived notions about Lin. But until then, Lin couldn't back down or make concessions. His stern gaze fixed on the veteran as he unleashed his formidable presence without reservation. "I'll say this one last time. Obey orders. Damn it. Assigning us to some green, wet behind the ears kid? Isn't this just using our lives as his practice? What a fucking stroke of bad luck." The veteran cursed as he trudged back to his position. He has got Instructor Jiang and Shen backing him up. What do we have? Just our lousy lives. Just accept it, another veteran chimed in. Boom. 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 Just then, the ground shook violently. Dust swirled in the distance, and a cacophony of roars filled the air, instantly putting everyone on edge. The veterans quickly returned to their positions, forming groups of 5 in preparation for battle. "Do not open fire without my order," Lin emphasized repeatedly. Boom! 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 The ground shook with increasing intensity. Dust was already drifting onto their faces, and gradually, they could make out the silhouette of the beast ahead. At this range, the conditions for opening fire had been met. The veterans all turned to look at Lin, but he remained silent. Every second that followed was torture for them. Beasts were enormous. Some powerful third-tier beasts could even reach 5 or 6 meters in height. As countless beasts surged forward, they inevitably created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Anyone with weak mental resilience would have already broken down by now. But every single one here was a battle-hardened veteran. They'd witnessed scenes like this far too many times. "Centurion Lin, can't we open fire yet?" the veteran asked, his face filled with urgency. "Wait a little longer." Lin silently calculated the distance in his mind. "Damn it!" The veteran slammed his fist into a sandbag, furious yet helpless. Second by second, as the distance closed in, Lin slammed both palms onto the ground. Activating his elemental tyrant talent, he ordered, "Open fire." At his command, 20 heavy machine guns unleashed a frenzied barrage of bullets. In an instant, the beasts charging at the very front were blown to pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a mist of blood filled the air. Combined with the U-shaped crossfire formation, the damage was maximized. Roar! The beasts behind them roared furiously, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades as they surged toward the position. But as they ran, the beasts realized something was wrong. When had the hard ground beneath their feet turned into a quagmire? With every step, they sank deeper and deeper, until half a leg was buried in the mud. Countless beasts were trapped in the quagmire, struggling to move even an inch. Witnessing this utterly breathtaking scene, the veterans on the position stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Only now did they finally understand why Lin had ordered them to hold fire until they were within 100 meters. So this was the trump card he'd been hiding all along. Ha ha ha. Kill. I'm going to kill to my heart's content today. I've never fought a battle this exhilarating. This is absolutely amazing. By this point, however, Lin had paid a heavy price for turning a vast expanse of solid ground into a quagmire. His stamina was nearly drained. The elemental tyrant talent was indeed powerful, but the more elements he converted, the greater the toll on Lin. Only after downing a bottle of recovery potion did he begin to feel slightly better. The gunfire continued for nearly an hour before gradually subsiding. Piles of corpses lay like mountains on the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. It was impossible to count how many beasts had been killed. But the battle wasn't over yet. These beasts had thick, tough hides, and inevitably, some that hadn't been struck in vital areas would survive. At this point, soldiers had to step forward to deliver the finishing blows. This seemingly simple cleanup task actually harbored even greater danger. Because the closer a beast is to death, the more unimaginable its attack power becomes. 2 from each squad. Follow me to finish them off. Lin led by example, drawing the Godslayer Thunder Spear and charging into the battlefield first. Seeing this, the veteran soldiers were all taken aback. The danger of finishing off the beasts was self-evident, yet Lin, a teenager, dared to charge right to the front. That courage and sense of responsibility truly earned their admiration. Moreover, having just secured a resounding victory, their respect for Lin had reached its peak. They even felt a hint of admiration. They were equipped with 20 heavy machine guns, making them stronger than other teams. However, the defensive line they were responsible for was also far more dangerous, as it was infested with third-tier beasts. Yet they just won the battle with 0 casualties and saved a massive amount of ammunition. And all of this was entirely thanks to Lin. Swish, swish, swish. As the Godslayer Thunder Spear swung through the air, bolstered by its armor-piercing effect, no beast could withstand a single strike from Lin. Relying on his keen sense of danger, Lin would take out the most dangerous beasts first, leaving only the dying ones for the veterans behind him. Soon, the finishing blows were dealt. The veteran who had just argued with Lin stepped forward and apologized of his own accord. Centurion Lin. I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have questioned your plan. Whatever punishment you want to give me, I'll accept it. No punishment this time, but don't let this happen again. Lin said. Rest assured. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. The veteran pledged, pounding his chest. I never used to understand what a young prodigy meant, but now I finally get it. Centurion Lin is a true young prodigy. Winning such a major battle with 0 casualties. Centurion Lin deserves the greatest credit. Centurion Lin, I underestimated you earlier. I'll slap myself in the face to apologize. The rest of the veterans stepped forward one after another to admit their mistakes. He has the strength, the command skills, and the sense of responsibility. There are only a handful of centurions like this in the entire northern frontier. The key is that Lin is so young, his future is undoubtedly limitless. As Lin's status rises, their own standing will rise along with it. Chapter 63, Save the 3rd Battalion. Kill the Centurion. Centurion Lin, an urgent message on the Northern Frontier's main channel. Just then, a communications officer reported with a grave expression. Speak, Lin said. A section of the 3rd Battalion's defensive line has been breached by beasts. They're requesting assistance across the entire northern frontier, but so far no one has responded. Should we respond? The signalman pulled out a map and pointed to a section of the defensive line. Leave 50 men and 10 heavy machine guns to hold the position. The rest of you, follow me. Lin ordered without hesitation. Centurion Lin. I don't mean to defy you again, but what does the fate of the 3rd Battalion have to do with us in the 8th? Back when our 8th Battalion was fighting the Hive, not a single one of those bastards stepped up to help us, a veteran grumbled indignantly. You're absolutely right. If they hadn't stood by and watched us die, how could the 8th Battalion have lost so many brothers? What goes around comes around. The 3rd Battalion has it coming. If you ask me, we should just let the 3rd Battalion fend for themselves. Many veterans chimed in agreement. Back when Luo Yuanshan was in power, everyone in every battalion from the commanding general down to the new recruits harbored the deepest animosity toward the 8th Battalion. Only the men of the 8th Battalion knew just how much injustice and unfair treatment they had endured. Now that Claire is in charge of the northern frontier, the 8th Battalion has finally managed to hold its head high. And now they want to take the 8th Battalion's ammunition to rescue that bunch of bastards in the 3rd Battalion who just throw the ammo straight into the sea. Lin came to a halt, his stern gaze sweeping over every veteran present. He spoke just one sentence: I'm not saving the 3rd Battalion, I'm saving the entire front line. Let us go. The veterans exchanged glances, and 50 men stepped out from the defensive positions. Shortly after, Lin led them on a swift march toward the 3rd Battalion's position. Their mission this time was to expand their territory by 100 kilometers, which meant eliminating every beast within that 100-kilometer radius. 5th-tier beasts would be dealt with using high-energy particle bombs, while 4th-tier beasts would be handled by the elite fighters from each battalion. The remaining beasts weren't particularly powerful, but their numbers were immense. It was to be expected that some defensive lines would collapse under the pressure. After all, the course of a war can never be exactly the same as pre-war simulations. Real warfare is always fraught with unknown variables. A long time later, Lin and his group arrived near the 3rd Battalion's positions. The position had already fallen completely. The beasts were running rampant among the troops, with only the last 20 or 30 men desperately holding out. Having lost the advantage of long-range thermal weapons, and relying solely on their meager strength and natural talents, they stood no chance against the swarm of beasts in close combat. Fortunately, they arrived early. If they'd been half an hour later, once everyone at the position had been wiped out, this group of beasts could have infiltrated the positions of the other battalions from the rear. By then, the battalions would be attacked from both front and rear. The outcome was all too predictable. Each team, find the best firing positions. Don't open fire until I give the order. Lin commanded immediately. Yes, sir. The 10 squads spread out and quickly secured their positions. 10 heavy machine guns were positioned in a staggered formation, creating dense crossfire. This was the advantage of battle-hardened veterans. There were some things Lin only needed to order, and they would handle them flawlessly. Reinforcements are here. Reinforcements are here. Upon seeing the 10 heavy machine guns, a flicker of excitement flashed across the desperate faces of the 3rd Battalion soldiers, and they immediately charged toward Lin's position. "Everyone, get down!" Lin shouted a warning. "If we hit the ground, we're dead. Don't listen to him. Run!" The 3rd Battalion's Centurion led the charge. Lin's face was as dark as coal. With the 3rd Battalion running ahead in beast in hot pursuit, it wouldn't be long before they broke out of the crossfire of the 10 heavy machine guns. Firing at that point would not only be far less effective but could also result in friendly fire. So Lin issued a decisive order: "All teams, listen up. Open fire. Don't fire. Don't fire." "Lin, are you trying to settle a personal score by killing us? You can't order us to fire until we've reached safety." The men of the 3rd Battalion immediately panicked, sprinting for their lives while pointing at Lin and cursing him. A single round from a .12.7 caliber heavy machine gun was enough to blow a person to pieces. With 10 heavy machine guns firing in a crossfire, not even a scrap would be left. "If you want to live, get down. If you don't, keep running." Lin signaled to each squad to open fire with a glance. "Fire!" Without further hesitation, each squad pulled the triggers and opened fire. Bullets poured out like a waterfall, whizzing from the barrels. The men of the 3rd Battalion were stunned. They hadn't expected Lin to actually dare give the order to fire. One by one, they cursed Lin's ancestors to the nth generation in their hearts, yet their bodies obediently hit the ground. A single stomp from Beast might just break a few bones. But if they were hit by a large caliber bullet, they'd be on their way to meet the Grim Reaper. Puff, 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 puff. The Beast was massive standing there. It was a living target. Bullet after bullet pierced the Beast's body. The entry wounds at the front were only as thick as 2 fingers, while the single exit wound at the back was larger than a dinner plate. Its internal organs, intestines, and bones were all pulverized by the high-velocity bullets as they spun through its body. Ordinary firearms are no match for high-tier beasts, but against low-tier beasts, they're unstoppable. A moment later, the rattling of bullets gradually faded, and silence fell over the battlefield. The men of the 3rd Battalion crawled out from beneath the piles of corpses, each covered in blood, their eyes filled with terror and rage. They scanned the battlefield. Once they were certain all the beasts had been eliminated, they immediately stormed toward Lin in a rage. "Lin! Are you trying to kill us, you son of a bitch?" the 3rd Battalion's Centurion roared. "My goal was to save the front line. Saving you was just a side effect. If you don't want to live, I can send you on your way." Lin's eyes turned cold, his aura not a bit weaker. "Ha ha ha ha. What an arrogant little brat. Do you really think winning the 4 Realms Grand Tournament gives you the right to look down on everyone? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Men, confiscate their weapons. From now on, these guns belong to our 3rd Battalion." The 3rd Battalion's Centurion barked the order with authority. He knew full well that Lin possessed the Godslayer Thunderspear, the Dragon Bone, the Insect Armor, and a vast amount of resources. After all, this was a battlefield. Killing and dismembering someone, then staging it to look like a beast attack, would leave no one the wiser. Lin sensed his murderous intent and immediately drew the Godslayer Thunderspear, saying coldly, "Anyone who dares take another step forward will die." "Ha! I'm a Centurion too. And you're senior at that. You dare kill me?" The 3rd Battalion Centurion sneered contemptuously, striding toward Lin while clutching a dagger behind his back. Lin saw right through him and struck without hesitation. Ninefold Thunder Spear Art. 9th level. Thunder erupted from the spear's tip, and a surging force rushed toward him. At such close range, and with no time to prepare, there was simply no way to dodge it. The 3rd Battalion Centurion's eyes widened in disbelief, and the domineering arrogance on his face instantly turned to fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, to step back, but it was already too late. With a sharp thud, the razor-sharp spear tip pierced his throat, passing right through. "You dare to kill!" Blood gushed from the 3rd Battalion Centurion's mouth. His eyes were filled with terror and shock, yet he couldn't even form a complete sentence, and the dagger hidden behind his back fell to the ground. Thud! Lin pulled the spear out cleanly, wiped the blood from the tip, and swept a cold gaze over the remaining soldiers of the 3rd Battalion. In an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. This saying applied perfectly to the Han family, and it applied just as well to the other battalions of the northern frontier. Witnessing this scene, the rest of the 3rd Battalion were all petrified with fear, standing there trembling and not daring to even breathe. If Lin dared to kill a centurion, killing them would be a piece of cake. Even the veterans of the 8th Battalion were stunned. They had thought Lin was merely issuing a threat, but they never expected his draw to be so swift and decisive. Now, looking back on that line, "I didn't save the 3rd Battalion, I saved the entire front line," it really rang true. Chapter 64, Teaching Fang Han? The 8th Battalion's admiration. "Take over the front line and rebuild the defensive positions," Lin ordered. "Yes, sir," the 50 veterans replied in unison. The dozen or so remaining members of the 3rd Battalion stood frozen in place, at a loss. They were shunned when they tried to help, yet didn't dare to leave outright. In all their years in the northern frontier, this was the first time they felt so helpless. Just then, another group of people rushed toward the position at full speed. When the men of the 3rd Battalion saw the man leading them, all fear and hesitation vanished from their faces. They waved and shouted, "Instructor Fang! Instructor Fang! We're here!" After Instructor Fang entered the position, he first glanced at Lin, then turned to the men of the 3rd Battalion and asked, "How's the battle going?" "All our brothers have fallen, only a few of us are left alive," a soldier from the 3rd Battalion replied tearfully. Instructor Fang furrowed his brow and asked again, "Where's Centurion Luo Ping?" The moment those words were spoken, the 3rd Battalion's anger flared up instantly. They simultaneously pointed at Lin, who stood not far away, and cried out tearfully, "Instructor Fang! You've arrived just in time. Lin was supposed to be here to support us, but in reality, he wanted to kill us along with the beast. Centurion Luo was shot dead by him just for asking him a few questions. If you don't believe us, just look. Centurion Luo's body is still right here." Instructor Fang crouched down to examine Luo Ping's body. There was a very obvious gunshot wound to his throat. Combined with the residual thunder power, it was safe to conclude he had been killed by the Godslayer Thunder Spear. At the time, Luo Ping had sent an all-channel distress call, and Lin was the first to respond. Fang had been worried that the 8th Battalion might have ulterior motives, so he come to check for himself out of concern. But he never imagined Lin would be so ruthless, daring to kill even his own comrades. If he arrived just a moment later, would Lin have slaughtered everyone in the 3rd Battalion? Instructor Fang stood up, his face as still as water, forcing back his rage as he glared intently at Lin. "Centurion Lin, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to demand an explanation from me?" Lin turned his head and shot him a sidelong glance, his domineering aura on full display. "Centurion Lin, this man's name is Fang Han. He is a veteran instructor from the 3rd Battalion. Although his cultivation level is only 2nd tier, 2nd layer, he has extremely rich combat experience. It's said he has even mastered danger perception. You'd better be careful," a veteran soldier from the 8th Battalion whispered in Lin's ear. Fang Han laughed bitterly in rage. He hadn't expected Lin to remain so defiant even after killing someone. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Lin, you now have only two options, either come back to headquarters with me willingly to face trial, or I'll drag you back myself." "That depends on whether you have what it takes," Lin said, brandishing the Godslayer Thunder Spear, his gaze showing not a trace of fear. "You're asking for trouble." Fang Han took a step forward and immediately activated his B-rank talent, Agility. Only in close quarters combat could the Godslayer Thunder Spear be rendered ineffective. Combined with the pressure of his 2nd tier, 2nd level cultivation, his chances of victory were extremely high. Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Lin sensed no killing intent from him, so he naturally avoided striking at vital points. Fang Han flashed a devilish smile. His body was as supple as if it had no bones, constantly evading attacks with a series of incredible maneuvers. The invincible top-tier third-grade spear technique failed for the first time against Fong Han. Ha 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 ha. Lin, you're not even a second-tier martial artist, you're not qualified to be a centurion at all. You were only promoted as an exception because of your immense contributions. Do you really think you can go up against a second-tier martial artist? Our instructor Fong is a true second-tier, second sub-level martial artist. Not only does he have extensive combat experience, but he has also mastered danger perception. What do you have to fight him with? There's always someone better out there. You'd better get ready to be beaten to a pulp. The members of the 3rd Battalion let out a collective sigh of relief, seemingly already envisioning Fong Han defeating Lin. The members of the 8th Battalion stood in the distance with anxious expressions. They wanted to use the heavy machine gun to help, but the two had already engaged in close quarters combat, and firing would easily result in accidentally hitting Lin. Crucially, someone from the 8th Battalion had already warned Lin that Fong Han was too powerful to take on lightly. Who could have imagined Lin was so stubborn? A first-tier, 9th-level martial artist, daring to challenge a veteran second-tier, second-level instructor. This wasn't just a difference of 3 minor realms, it was the massive gap between the first and second tiers. Lin, you won the 4 Realms Grand Tournament Championship, your strength is indeed formidable. Even a second-tier martial artist might not be your match. But I've been an instructor in the 3rd Battalion for so many years, if I can't even beat you, won't that make me a laughingstock? Fong Han moved like a ghost, slipping past the Godslayer Thunder Spear to close in on Lin. Immediately, he clenched both fists and slammed them hard into Lin's chest. Mountain-shattering fist. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Lin stood motionless where he was, only his clothes fluttering in the wind under the force of the mountain-shattering fist. Here's one right back at you. Lin unleashed the tempering fist. Boom! Another deafening explosion followed. Fong Han flew backward like a cannonball, spitting blood as he went. He scraped a long furrow across the ground and didn't come to a stop until he slammed into a rock. Several ribs in his chest were broken, and a few in his back had also snapped upon impact with the rock. Other parts of his body were also affected by the blow, and his entire body ached as if it were falling apart. Every breath felt like being tortured 1,000 times over. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent. The men of the 3rd and 8th Battalions were all stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Fong Han was a seasoned second-tier, second-level martial artist, and the mountain-shattering fist was a third-grade martial art, yet even with a full power strike, he hadn't even scratched Lin. Meanwhile, Lin was at the first-tier, 9th level, and his tempering fist was merely a lower-tier first-grade martial art, yet with a casual punch, he had severely wounded Fong Han. Wasn't that gap just too vast? Under normal circumstances, Lin should have been the one left severely injured. Lin Centurion, are you all right? The men of the 8th Battalion couldn't believe Lin was unscathed, he likely suffered severe internal injuries. I'm fine. Lin nonchalantly brushed the dust off his chest. He had seen through Fong Han's intentions long ago, deliberately letting him close in before ending the fight with a single punch. If he used the Godslayer Thunder Spear, given Lin's current physical condition, even a casual swing would killed him. Damn it! Isn't our Centurion a little too strong? Crushing a veteran instructor and coming out unscathed, that's fucking awesome. Is the title of 4 Realms Grand Tournament Champion really that prestigious? Don't forget, our Centurion only used his fists. He hasn't even brought out the Godslayer Thunder Spear or the Dragon Bone Bow, nor has he unleashed any of his innate talents. The members of the 8th Battalion looked at Lin with admiration. With such a powerful and domineering centurion, they could carry themselves with more confidence in their daily words and actions. Instructor Fong, it was only then that the members of the 3rd Battalion snapped out of it and immediately rushed to Fong Han's side. They had intended to ask about Fong Han's injuries, but judging by his current state, he must have been seriously wounded. Fong Han coughed violently, blood continuously spurting from his mouth. As a veteran instructor, he never underestimated any opponent, especially not Lin. That's why he'd given it his all from the very beginning. But when that mountain-shattering fist struck Lin, he finally realized just how vast the gap between them truly was. His physique was as hard as steel, and his defensive capabilities rivaled those of a beast. Even though he wasn't yet a second-tier martial artist, his physical constitution surpassed that of most second-tier practitioners. An ordinary 9mm bullet hitting him wouldn't even leave a mark, let alone injure him. Chapter 65, Deputy Inspector Yi Xiao. The reinforcements hired by the City Guard Bureau. Get lost. From now on, the 8th Battalion is taking over this defensive line. Lin's tone was calm, yet his words carried an unquestionable air of command. Lin, this isn't over. Fang Han spat out a threat before leaving, supported by the others. Centurion Lin, are we just going to let them go like this? The men of the 8th Battalion all crowded around him. As soon as Lin gave the order, they would kill this group without hesitation. Lin had clearly saved their lives, yet not only were they ungrateful, they were actually turning the tables on him. Luo Ping, who had hidden a dagger to ambush Lin, deserved to die 1,000 times over. Lin nodded, unwilling to waste any more energy on such a trivial matter. All units, heed my command, rebuild our defensive positions. Yes, sir. The men nodded and immediately cleared the battlefield to reposition their forces. Meanwhile, Fang Han and the others returned to the 3rd Battalion's camp. Fang Han didn't know the full story, but it was a fact that Lin had wounded him, and it was also a fact that Lin had killed Luo Ping. After hearing the exaggerated accounts from the dozen or so surviving soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, the entire battalion was instantly filled with rage. The 3rd Battalion's commander had been relieved of his post, and they were already seething with pent-up frustration. Now they were being trampled on and humiliated. Who could possibly tolerate that? Damn it! Just because the 3rd Battalion doesn't have a commander, they think they can bully us like this, huh? Isn't the 8th Battalion just relying on Claire's backing? No matter how powerful she is, Claire is only an acting commander. She is not the real commander of the northern frontier. Centurion Li, Lin killed our 3rd Battalion's centurion. This is a fucking outrage. We can't just let this slide. Numerous centurions from the 3rd Battalion gathered before Battalion Commander Li Ji, each seething with rage and eager to tear Lin to pieces. Li Ji shook his head and raised both hands to signal them to calm down. That old hag Claire is having an affair with Shin, and Shin holds Lin in very high regard. Even if we report this to headquarters, it'll most likely just be swept under the rug. However, I've heard that Yi Xiao, the captain of Commander Luo's personal guard, is now Deputy Inspector General. We can appeal our grievance to Inspector General Yi. Hearing this, the centurions were as if they'd seen a beacon of hope and nodded in agreement. The Inspector General operates independently of the military department and the City Guard Bureau, bearing the duty of oversight and wielding immense authority. As long as there is evidence, the Inspector General can even take away high-ranking officials like the mayor of Jiangcheng or the commander of the Northern Frontier Army. Let alone someone as low-ranking as Lin, a mere centurion. Time flew by, and the war had raged on for several days without end. The various battalions in the northern frontier had largely held their lines, though the beasts occasionally breached a few sections. Other battalions were able to quickly send reinforcements to plug the gaps. Both sides were locked in a protracted tug of war, with countless soldiers dying every day. Meanwhile, at Northern Frontier headquarters, the phones on Claire's desk rang non-stop, all calls from battalion commanders inquiring about the progress of deploying the high-energy particle bombs. In this counteroffensive plan, each battalion was tasked with tying down the beast hordes, creating an opportunity for how to penetrate deep into enemy territory to plant the high-energy particle bombs. For every day the high-energy particle bombs remained undepleted, the battalions would have to hold them off for another day and suffer another day's worth of casualties. Claire! It's here! The high-energy particle bomb has arrived. Hao rushed into the command room, clutching a specially designed case. It's finally here. Claire's furrowed brow finally relaxed a little. According to her original plan, the high-energy particle bomb was supposed to arrive early the morning after the counteroffensive began. Instead, Yi Xiao, the newly appointed deputy inspector of the northern frontier, had obstructed the delivery with various excuses, causing a delay of so many days. He was Luo Yuanshan's confidant. He must have acted with Luo Yuanshan's approval. But Claire couldn't figure it out. Luo Yuanshan had a long history of misconduct and, after being dismissed by the military, no longer held any official position. How could he possibly have enough influence to push Yi Xiao into the position of deputy inspector? Claire, there is some good news, too. Hao's words interrupted Claire's train of thought, and he continued, the City Guard Bureau learned we're planning a counterattack against the beast and has sent us a special assistant. What kind of assistant? Claire asked in surprise. Old Liang, come in. Hao beckoned to the middle-aged man standing outside the command room. Claire looked the man, known as Old Liang, up and down and frowned. Third tier? Claire, although Old Liang is only a tier 3, level 3, he possesses the rare A-class talent Earth Escape, Hao explained. Upon hearing the words A-class talent Earth Escape, Claire's furrowed brow relaxed once more. This talent allows one to move freely underground at extremely high speeds. Although there were powerful beasts underground as well, their numbers were negligible compared to those on the surface. Be careful, Claire urged solemnly. Got it. Hao nodded and immediately set off with Old Liang. As the Earth Escape talent was activated, the two vanished from their spot in an instant, descending 5 or 6 meters underground. Earth diving doesn't involve digging a tunnel directly underground. Instead, it uses the talent to compress the surrounding soil, forcibly squeezing a path through it. As they walked forward, the soil behind them immediately returned to its original state. As Hao and Old Liang set off, Claire immediately notified her subordinates to provide real-time updates to all battalions on the progress of the high-energy particle bomb's deployment. The news acted like a shot in the arm. The various battalions finally saw hope for the end of the war. A few hours later, the tracking data showed that the high-energy particle bomb had reached a Tier 4 beast point. In half an hour at most, it would reach a Tier 5 beast point. Claire sat in the command center, waiting anxiously and silently praying that everything would go smoothly. Claire, the signal has stopped, a subordinate reported, pointing at the tracking map. Prolonged, high-intensity use of their talents will inevitably take a toll on their bodies. Perhaps they've just stopped to rest. Claire brushed it off. Another half-hour passed, yet the signal remained frozen in place, not moving an inch. Claire's expression grew serious, and a sense of foreboding welled up within her. Both had stocked up on potions before setting out, so stopping to rest was understandable. But a rest should last no more than a few minutes. Once the potions took effect, they would set off again. This time, they'd been stationary for half an hour. Could they have been attacked by a beast? Hao was the chief instructor of the 8th Battalion and no slouch, but he couldn't unleash his full potential underground. The only one with any real combat capability was Old Liang from the City Guard Division. Just as everyone in the command center was on edge, the signal began moving again, though much more slowly. So it was a false alarm after all. A weight lifted from Claire's heart, and she silently exhaled in relief. Claire, a mysterious signal has infiltrated our wartime channel, a subordinate reported. The weight that had just lifted from Claire's heart immediately returned. The wartime channel was strictly confidential. Outsiders couldn't possibly know about it, and no one would dare risk imprisonment to hack into it. Unless the attacker was targeting the northern frontier. Answer it. Claire strode over and pressed the headset to her ear. This is Claire, commander of the Northern Frontier Army. Who are you? Claire got straight to the point by identifying herself. If the other party had merely hacked into the wartime channel by accident, they would surely log out at this point. My full name is Zhang Sen, Zhang Sen said. Zhang Sen? Claire's expression changed drastically. Chapter 66, Going In Alone. Zhang Sen again. Claire, there is no need to be so surprised. I harbor no ill will toward the north, nor do I intend to disrupt the North's grand plan to counterattack the beast and reclaim its territory. I just have a small request, and I hope you'll grant it, Zhang Sen said. What request? Claire pressed. Send Lin to see me, Zhang Sen said. Absolutely not. Claire refused categorically. Zhang Sen had long anticipated this rejection. Calm and unflustered, he said, Claire, even if you don't care about Hao and Old Liang's lives, surely you must care about the high-energy particle bomb? The success or failure of the counteroffensive plan hinges on it. Besides, the high-energy particle bomb is useless to me. If I accidentally drop it in a crowded place, wouldn't that be quite a problem for the northern frontier? He spoke the harshest threat in the gentlest tone. If the high-energy particle bomb were to explode within the northern frontier, it would inevitably cause countless casualties, and the counteroffensive plan would fail as a result. Ultimately, Claire would have to bear the responsibility for both of these outcomes. But if she agreed to Zhang Sen's terms, Lin would surely die. Claire seethed with rage and slammed her hand down on the table, shattering the wooden surface into pieces. Everyone in the command center was startled and held their breath. Claire, I'm not a patient man. You have exactly 1 minute to decide, Zhang Sen said. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. With every tick of the clock on the wall, the hearts of everyone in the command center skipped a beat. In truth, everyone knew deep down that no matter what honors Lin had earned, how much potential he possessed, or how great his future achievements might be, his life was worth less than the counteroffensive plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the northern frontier. But this decision could only be made by Claire. 30 seconds left. 20 seconds. Well, it seems Claire still thinks Lin is more important. In that case, there is no need for us to continue this discussion. Just a second before Zhang Sen was about to end the call, Claire exclaimed urgently, "Wait! Wait a minute!" Zhang Sen replied with a hint of amusement in his voice, "Claire, have you changed your mind? Pass on my orders. Have Lin come to headquarters immediately." Jiang Yun commanded. A long time later, Lin walked into the headquarters command room. Seeing the grave expressions on everyone's faces, Lin knew something major had happened. Claire pulled Lin to sit beside her and immediately laid out everything that had just happened. That's basically the whole story. Now, the success or failure of the counteroffensive and the lives of over 100,000 people in the northern frontier all rest on your shoulders. I'll do it, Lin thought to himself with wild joy. He never expected that after all these twists and turns, the mission to plant the high-energy particle bomb would come back to him. Claire's expression froze. Earlier, when it was just about planting the bomb, there had still been a chance of survival, but now that he'd been specifically named and summoned in person, it was a certain death. But Lin had agreed so readily. She'd originally worried that Lin might be too afraid to risk his life, which was why she'd deliberately said, the success or failure of the counteroffensive plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the north all rest on your shoulders, hoping to increase his sense of responsibility and make it hard for him to refuse. She'd judged him by her own petty standards. Overwhelmed by guilt, Claire grew even more admiring of Lin's courage and sense of responsibility. She praised him loudly, "Excellent. Just as you'd expect from a soldier trained by Shun. You've got guts." As soon as she finished speaking, Claire pointed to the headset beside her and made a shushing gesture. Lin understood instantly. He knew someone on the other end could hear their conversation. Immediately afterward, Claire took out a pen and paper and quietly wrote the words, "I'll protect you from the shadows." Lin nodded and picked up a tracking tablet from the desk, which displayed the real-time location of the high-energy particle bomb. "Be careful," Claire urged. "Got it." Lin left headquarters and drove straight to the location of the high-energy particle bomb. After giving her instructions, Claire quietly followed behind. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains and forests beyond the border, How and old Leon lay with their limbs pierced by wooden spikes, nailed to tree trunks, barely clinging to life. At the base of the trunks stood two men. One of them was Zhang Sen, the other wore an impenetrable black robe and spoke and moved in an extremely peculiar manner. The man in the black robe toyed with the high-energy particle bomb in his hand and asked casually, "Are you really planning to give this back to them?" Zhang Sen shook his head and gave a wicked smile. "I was just tricking them." The man in the black robe seemed to have anticipated Zhang Sen's answer all along and chuckled wryly. "What a pity. A genius like Lin is actually unwilling to join the whole nature. So many promising young talents have joined the all nature this year." "One more or one less, it makes no difference," Zhang Sen said. "True. Then let us wait, the man in the black robe said indifferently as he leaned against a tree trunk. After a long while, the man in the black robe suddenly opened his eyes and said gravely, "Claire is here too." "Are you sure?" Jiang Sin asked. "Yes. When my golem spotted her, she spotted me too," the man in the black robe said. "Claire possesses S-rank manipulation talent, and her combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary 5th-tier expert. If the two of us join forces, we might be able to take her down. However, Lin has a natural advantage over my wood spirit form. We must separate the two of them first and take them down one by one," Jiang Sin said. "Understood. I've already sent 2 4th-tier, 9th-level puppets to intercept them along the way. They should be able to stall them for over half an hour," the man in the black robe said. "Over half an hour is more than enough." Jiang Sin's lips curled upward, revealing a bloodthirsty grin on his gentle, scholarly face. Soon, the hum of a car engine echoed from the distance. The two looked up to see an olive-green SUV speeding toward them. Sitting in the driver's seat was none other than Lin. With a sharp screech of brakes, the SUV skidded to a halt right in front of Jiang Sin. "Did I scare you last time? Did you go out of your way to bring a helper this time?" Lin stepped out of the car with a nonchalant air. Creak, creak. Jiang Sin felt a sharp sting of humiliation. His fists clenched tightly as rage flared up instantly. A mighty 4th-tier, 9th-level powerhouse, hunted down by a mere 1st-tier martial artist, and he nearly lost his life. Because of this incident, he became the laughingstock of the entire sect. Moreover, Jiang Sin would never allow someone capable of countering the wood spirit anomaly to rise to power. No matter what, Lin must die. "I'm here now. As agreed, you should release them and hand over the high-energy particle bombs," Lin said, pointing at Hao and old Liang, who were lying barely alive against the tree trunk. "I can't do that," Jiang Sin shook his head. "Are all the strong ones in the sect as untrustworthy as you?" Lin sneered. "I never said we exchange their lives for the high-energy particle bomb." Claire misinterpreted what I meant. Jiang Sin's lips curled into a smile. He was eager to see Lin fly into a rage. Unfortunately, Lin didn't lose his temper. He knew that an organization willing to stop at nothing to achieve its goals could never be trusted. At that moment, the man in the black robe stepped forward, determined to try one last time. "Lin, Claire has been cut off behind you. She doesn't have time to come save you. If you want to live, your only option is to join us at Chuanqing. Both Jingbei University and Yi Junsheng have tried to win me over, each offering their own terms. Is threatening people all Chuanqing knows how to do, that's so pathetic. No wonder you've been living like sewer rats all these years and have never managed to grow." Lin sneered with contempt. Chapter 67, Living Puppets. Mutual Destruction. "We can offer terms too guaranteed to be better than those from Jingbei University and the military headquarters," the man in the black robe promised. "Don't fall for it, he's just trying to buy time," Jiang Sin interrupted. Seeing Lin's contemptuous smile, the man in black finally caught on and flew into a rage. "You dare to toy with me? You're asking for death. You want to kill me? You'd better have what it takes." Lin immediately activated the Wind Thunder Steps to create distance. After days of rigorous training, the Wind Thunder Steps had reached perfection. Moving at high speed, he was as swift as the wind and as fierce as thunder, capable of leaving up to 3 afterimages identical to his true form. "Hurry up and attack. Don't let him escape," Jiang Sin urged. "Don't worry. A mere 1st-tier cultivator can't escape my grasp." The man in the black robe smiled coldly, and 3 more puppets emerged from the woods, forming a triangular formation to cut off all of Lin's escape routes. Living puppets? Lin was taken completely by surprise. These 3 puppets looked no different from ordinary people, yet their faces were deathly pale, their eyes lifeless, and their movements extremely stiff. Clearly, they were no longer alive. "You're young, yet quite knowledgeable. You actually know about living puppets." The man in the black robe introduced the 3 puppets with smug pride, as if presenting 3 perfect works of art. Puppets crafted from wood or iron are merely empty shells with little combat effectiveness. Puppets crafted from living people, however, can retain the individual's innate talents and martial arts skills from their lifetime, making their combat prowess several levels higher. However, the success rate of crafting puppets from living people is extremely low, and the method has been lost for over 100 years. Only now did Lin realize why Hao and old Liang were still alive after falling into Quan Xing's hands. The man in the black robe must have intended to turn them into puppets as well. You possess the elemental tyrant talent and have mastered so many powerful martial arts. If I were to turn you into a golem, you'd definitely be a priceless treasure. Ha ha ha. A sinister laugh escaped the man in black's mouth as the three golems immediately launched their attack. Lin used the wind thunder steps to dodge, then retrieved the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows from his storage bracelet. The moment he pulled them out, he secretly activated the high explosive bomb. He de-asked for this high explosive bomb specifically to deal with Quan Xing, and now it was finally coming in handy. The high explosive bomb was counting down inside the storage bracelet, giving off no sound or aura whatsoever. Once it exploded, the storage bracelet would be blown to ashes, and the terrifying force would at least severely injure Zhang Sen and the man in black. But there was one condition: both of them had to be close enough to the high explosive bomb and not have time to defend themselves. Whoosh, whoosh. Two dragon bone arrows flew out at supersonic speed, instantly pinning the two puppets to the trees. Unfazed by pain, the puppets forced their way forward despite the dragon bone arrows piercing them, each with a bloody hole in their bodies. What a fine bow! What fine arrows! A look of greed flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. Stop wasting time. Kill him now. The Godslayer Thunder Spear and the Dragon Bone Bow are yours. The insect armor is mine. Zhang Sen urged once more. His corpse is mine too. The man in black robes snapped his fingers, and the three puppets simultaneously unleashed their innate abilities and martial arts techniques, attacking Lin in perfect unison. Crafting puppets from living people yields a higher success rate and preserves all of the subject's innate abilities and martial arts techniques. Crafting them from the dead has a lower success rate and does not necessarily preserve all innate abilities and martial arts techniques. But Claire was already rushing this way. There was no time to keep wasting on Lin. Lin performed the wind thunder steps, seemingly to dodge, but in reality to calculate the blast radius so as not to endanger Hao and old Liang, who were pinned to the tree. This distance should be enough. Is it really this much trouble to deal with a first-tier ant? Zhang Sen asked in confusion. The man in the black robe had already been annoyed after failing to take down Lin with several consecutive attacks. Hearing Zhang Sen's question, he flew into a rage. Damn it! He almost killed you last time. How could he be just an ordinary first-tier creature? Struck at his sore spot once again, Zhang Sen's face darkened as he struggled to suppress his anger. Claire is still behind us. It'd be best to kill him quickly. I know. Unable to stand by any longer, the man in the black robe stepped in himself. Taking advantage of the three puppets blocking Lin's retreat, he unleashed a powerful punch. Ninefold Thunder Spear Art. 9th level. Lin drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear, its tip blazing with lightning as it lunged toward the man in the black robe. Boom! The armor-piercing effect erupted, and the man in black's arm instantly exploded, turning into a pile of mangled flesh. The black robe was also torn to shreds by the force, revealing his true form. It was, in fact, another golem. Thud! Suddenly, a hidden arrow pierced the back of Lin's head from behind, leaving a blood hole as thick as a thumb. Blood gushed out, and in an instant, all strength drained from his body. With a thud, Lin collapsed to the ground, his breath completely gone. Yes, this hard to kill even at the first stage. If he were to reach the 4th stage, I'm afraid neither you nor I would stand a chance against him. The man in the black robe was still shaken by that earlier shot. But soon, that fear was replaced by excitement. Without delay, he stripped the insect armor from Lin's body, seizing the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the Dragon Bone Bow in the process. Then he crouched down, gazing with fascination at the perfect physique. We killed Lin. The Godslayer Thunder Spear and the Dragon Bone Bow are yours, and the insect armor is mine. Wasn't that the deal? What's this all about? Zhang Sen immediately rushed to the corpse, but he was still a step too late. That's right. The Godslayer Thunder Spear and the Dragon Bone Bow are my reward for helping you kill Lin, but you didn't tell me Claire would get involved in this too. I lost 2 4th-tier puppets trying to hold Claire off. Isn't it fair for me to take one more insect armor? The man in the black robe forced a stiff smile, then pointed at the storage bracelet on Lin's wrist. This kid must have plenty of other treasures on him. Everything in that storage bracelet is yours, you're not exactly coming out short. The insect armor had already been taken by him, the only way to get it back would be to kill him. But since they were both at the 9th sublevel of the 4th tier, it wouldn't be easy for Zhang Xin to kill him. The key problem was that the area was filled with puppets. He had no idea where the man's true body was, and killing him would only cause more trouble. So, Zhang Xin had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow his frustration. He then crouched down to open the storage bracelet. Beep. 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 The moment he opened the storage bracelet, a crisp beeping sound rang out. Zhang Xin raised an eyebrow. The sound felt strangely familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. He then focused his gaze on the interior of the bracelet, where the first thing that caught his eye was a timer. The red numbers were flashing, only 3 seconds remained. A bomb! This kid wants to take us all down with him. Zhang Xin's pupils dilated as the fear of death surged through him once more. At such close range, with so little time left, there was definitely no way he could run away in time. He didn't even have time to think. Driven by his instinct for survival, Zhang Xin activated his wood spirit form. Countless twigs surged from the ground, forming thick wooden walls in front of him in an attempt to block the blast's force. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, instantly engulfing Zhang Xin and the 4 puppets. Then came a deafening explosion that made the entire earth tremble. With the explosion at its center, everything was reduced to ashes. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions, shattering boulders and uprooting trees. In the distance, Hao and old Liang, who had been pinned to tree trunks, were also blasted away by the shockwave and lost consciousness on the spot. After a long while, the light faded and the smoke and dust cleared. A naked figure emerged from the center of the explosion. It was Lin. Chapter 68, Acquiring Hidden Weapons. Puppet Master. Undying Phoenix Physique. It really is as terrifying as rumored. Lin marveled to himself. Every part of his body, inside and out, was completely intact. Not even a single strand of hair was missing. To be able to resurrect even after being blown to ashes, truly worthy of the #1 spot on the unusual physique rankings. Furthermore, Lin's cultivation realm had advanced another step, advancing from the 9th level of the 1st tier to the 2nd tier. It's precisely because his current cultivation level is low that the improvement in strength after rebirth is so noticeable. As one's cultivation realm rises, the energy required for each level up increases exponentially, so this improvement effect is bound to weaken. This is also why some prodigies can break through multiple cultivation realms within a month during their rookie period, yet may take several months to advance just one realm in later stages. However, Lin possesses the SSS grade talent Heavenly Diligence, so his cultivation speed is still hundreds of times faster than that of ordinary prodigies. Moreover, the reason the Undying Phoenix Physique ranks first on the uncommon physique list has always been its immortality effect. Strength improvement is merely a side effect. Lin looked around. The ground had been blasted into a massive crater 20 meters long and 3 meters deep, with the shockwave's lethal radius exceeding 200 meters. At the epicenter of the explosion, everything had been obliterated. There was no trace of Zhang Xin or the golem. The Godslayer Thunder Spear, the Dragon Bone Bow, and the insect armor were all 5th tier quality, so naturally, they remained unscathed. Aside from these 3 items, there was one other object in the crater that was completely intact. Lin bent down to pick it up and examine it closely. It looked somewhat like a wrist guard, with 6 small holes at the front, each concealing a needle thinner than a strand of hair. It looks a bit like a hidden weapon, Lin said, tentatively slipping it onto his wrist. The next second, the wrist guard transformed and wriggled with a distinctly mechanical motion until it fit Lin's wrist perfectly. The only place in the world capable of crafting such a precision weapon is Sane's. Lin flipped the wrist guard over to examine it closely and, sure enough, spotted Sane's exclusive mark in the corner. After transforming, a button also appeared at the front of the wrist guard. At this point, it was safe to conclude that this was indeed a hidden weapon produced by Saiyans. To remain completely intact after an explosion of this magnitude and to be carried by Zhang Sen, a 4th tier, 9th level martial artist, its power is certainly enough to kill a 5th tier martial artist. Zhang Sen worried your teammates weren't reliable, so you brought this along just in case, huh? Too bad it all ended up benefiting me in the end. Lin's lips curled into a smile as he immediately ran toward Hao and the other man. Both men were severely injured and had already lost consciousness when they were pinned to the tree. After being hit by the blast wave, they had fallen into a deep unconsciousness. Before setting out, Lin had placed all the potions he purchased in the 8th camp, knowing that once the high-energy explosive detonated, everything inside the storage bracelet would be destroyed. So, Lin opened Hao's storage bracelet directly. The first thing that caught his eye was the high-energy particle bomb. Lin took out a few recovery potions and helped the two men drink them, then retrieved some clothes and put them on. A moment later, Hao was the first to wake up. Seeing Lin standing before him, he thought he was hallucinating. "Lin, are you dead too?" Lin rolled his eyes and explained, "I'm not dead, and neither are you. How could we possibly have survived after falling into the hands of the Quan Xing?" Hao looked around in disbelief. Sure enough, neither Zhang Xin nor the man in black was to be seen, only a massive crater had suddenly appeared in the distance. What kind of terrifying power could have blown such a huge hole? A 3rd tier martial artist definitely couldn't do it, and even a 4th tier martial artist would have a hard time managing it. Yet, aside from Lin, there was no sign of a 4th person at the scene. "Those two from Quan Xing, I've already blown them to bits," Lin explained succinctly. Hao's face was full of suspicion. He clearly didn't believe this answer. The Quan Xing warriors were all as agile as monkeys. How could they possibly be blown up so easily? And two of them at once. Time is of the essence. We need to set up the high-energy particle bombs first. Without a word, Lin took Hao's storage bracelet and slipped it onto his own wrist. "What are you doing?" Hao grabbed Lin forcefully. "Instructor Jiang, you're all seriously injured and unfit to continue the mission," Lin said. "But that doesn't mean it's your turn to go." Hao clung to Lin, refusing to let go. Defeating the Chuanqing didn't mean the crisis was over. Moving forward would take them into a 5th tier beast zone, where the area was teeming with powerful 5th tier beasts. The danger level was off the charts. Even a 5th tier powerhouse like Claire might perish there. Lin didn't want to reveal the secret of the undying phoenix physique, so he had no choice but to invoke General Yi. "Instructor Jiang, I have a life-saving measure left behind by General Yi. This group of 5th tier beasts won't be able to harm me in the slightest. The death of that all-around powerhouse must have something to do with Yi Junsheng, right?" Hao asked. "Hmm." Lin nodded without hesitation. Hao suddenly understood. If this was connected to Yi Junsheng, then it made much more sense that the all-around powerhouse had been blown to bits. "Alright, since you're absolutely certain, I won't beat around the bush. Take Instructor Jiang back," Lin said to old Liang, who had just regained consciousness. "Understood." Old Liang nodded and immediately activated his earth teleportation talent, carrying Hao away. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I never expected that, in addition to possessing the elemental tyrant talent, you also possess the even rarer undying phoenix physique. You're simply the perfect material for a puppet. Just then, a chilling, eerie laugh rang out from the shadows. Immediately afterward, another man in a black robe stepped out of the darkness. He raised his head, his vacant gaze fixed on Lin. "Another puppet? Don't worry, I'll keep this secret for you because your secret will soon become mine." Ha ha ha. The man in the black robe took step after step toward Lin. "Now that you know my secret, there is no reason to let you live any longer." Lin turned his wrist downward, his gaze filled with murderous intent. "A mere second tier cultivator, and yet you dare to speak so arrogantly in my presence." The man in the black robe gave a stiff, savage grin, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a 4th tier, 9th level cultivator. "Lin." At the very last moment, Claire stepped through the air and descended from the sky, landing right in front of Lin. Hao and old Liang have already left. I'm wearing the high-energy particle bomb, Lynn explained. Claire nodded, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she glared at the man in the black robe. You bastard from Chuanching! How dare you come to the northern frontier to run amok? Today, you 1T make it back alive. Claire, your S-rank manipulation talent is indeed formidable, but since I dared to come to the northern frontier, I've certainly come prepared. The man in the black robe let out a cold, cackling laugh. With a wave of his hand, over 30 puppets materialized from his storage bracelet. The puppets spread out, their faces frozen in stiff smiles as their lifeless eyes stared at Lynn and Claire, a sight so eerie it sent chills down their spines. Aside from their sheer numbers, what troubled Lynn and Claire even more was the strength of these puppets. Even the weakest were 3rd tier, and there was one 5th tier puppet along with nearly 10 4th tier, 9th sub-tier puppets. Claire furrowed her brow, feeling immense pressure. Did you bring out your entire arsenal just to kill Lynn? No. A prime specimen like Lynn would be too wasteful to kill. I intend to make him the most perfect work of art of my life, the man in the black robe said, his face twisted with madness. These puppets had consumed decades of his life's work and were of immeasurable value. But as long as he could transform Lynn into a puppet, destroying all of them would be worth it. You're crazy. Claire cursed, then turned to Lynn and urged, now that we've got the high-energy particle bomb, let us get back to base immediately. Chapter 69, 6th Tier Beast King. The true form of Xiaoyu. Lin didn't respond. He kept his head down and charged toward the 5th Tier Beast outpost. The counteroffensive had already been delayed for several days, and every battalion was suffering heavy losses and facing immense pressure. If it dragged on any longer, some of the defensive lines would surely collapse. Moreover, once they retreated to headquarters, Claire would inevitably assign others to carry out the deployment mission. Wouldn't that mean handing over this monumental achievement to someone else for nothing? And most importantly, the man in black had already discovered the secret of Lin's undying phoenix physique. He had to be eliminated. Lin's only chance to turn the tables was to venture deep into the 5th Tier Beast Zone, giving the man in black another opportunity to hunt him down. Hey! The way back is this way. Claire shouted. Claire! Leave the task of planting the high-energy particle bombs to me. Please hold off these puppets for me. Lin activated the wind thunder steps and sped away. Claire wanted to say a few more words, but Lin had already vanished without a trace. She cursed under her breath. When the leader sets a bad example, the followers follow suit. The 8th Battalion is nothing but a bunch of death-defying stubborn mules. Go! The man in the black robe snapped his fingers, and 2 3rd-tier puppets gave chase after Lin. You bastard from the Chuanching sect! I'm your opponent! Claire leapt into the air and tore with both hands, ripping the 2 3rd-tier puppets clean in half. Since Claire is so eager for a fight, I'll play along. Today, we'll settle not only who is superior but also a matter of life and death. Facing a 5th Tier S-class powerhouse, the man in the black robe dared not let his guard down. He had to stay fully alert and fight with everything he had. After all, his true form was hiding nearby. It was certainly a bit risky for his true form to act, but as long as he could capture Lin alive, no risk was too great. That's the undying phoenix physique, after all. And he possesses the elemental tyrant talent. If he could turn Lin into a puppet and slowly nurture and upgrade him, he would become the world's #1 puppeteer. Meanwhile, Lin had reached the 5th Tier Beast stage. Although his strength didn't match his, he had mastered danger perception. After advancing to the 2nd tier, the range of his danger perception had expanded to 100 meters around him. As soon as a 5th Tier Beast appeared within that range, Lin could immediately detect it and evade it. The blast radius of the high-energy particle bomb is limited. I'll have to go deeper. Lin advanced cautiously, glancing back over his shoulder from time to time. He now had only 2 ways to kill the man in black: the high-energy particle bomb in his hand, and the hidden weapon he obtained from Zhang Sen. He already attempted a suicide attack once. A second attempt would be unlikely to succeed. That left only this hidden weapon. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the roars of beasts echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, the earth trembled and hummed in the distance. A cloud of dust over a meter high swirled as a massive horde of fifth-tier beasts charged toward the northern frontier. Just as Lin was taken aback, another roar rang out from the very rear. This sound was incredibly shrill, as if it could tear the soul apart. Looking up, he saw a flying beast with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters circling and screeching in the sky. Thunderfire Eagle. A sixth-tier beast king. Lin's heart lurched. Under normal circumstances, the strongest beasts beyond the fourth realm should be fifth tier. Any beasts above the fifth tier would all be teleported to the beast battlefield by spatial martial artists. Unless this Thunderfire Eagle had just ascended to the sixth tier. Beasts outside the secret realm are strictly classified by strength and territory. In the deepest recesses, fifth-tier beasts abound, and they couldn't care less about the lives of the lower-tier beasts outside. Moreover, these fifth-tier beasts refuse to submit to one another, making it difficult for them to form a unified faction. But now it's different. A sixth-tier Thunderfire Eagle has emerged from among the fifth-tier beasts. With its overwhelming strength, coupled with the remarkable intelligence typical of high-tier beasts, it has unquestionably become the king of all beasts beyond the realm. In the Beast King's eyes, the lands beyond the northern frontier are all part of its territory, so naturally, it won't stand idly by and watch them be gradually encroached upon by humans. Now, under the command of the sixth-tier Beast King, this group of beasts beyond the realm will unite their combat power, boosting their strength by at least 2 tiers. And that's just the combat power of the beast horde. That doesn't even include the sixth-tier Thunderfire Eagle. Keep in mind that Claire, the strongest fighter in the northern frontier, is only at the first sub-tier of the fifth tier. Given the current situation, high-energy particle bombs can no longer play a decisive role. They might even be repelled by the beasts, triggering another massive beast tide. The top priority is to notify Claire so she can prepare early. Lin turned without hesitation and headed back the way he came. He had barely run a short distance when a man in a black robe blocked his path. The man grinned savagely. "Lin, we meet again." Lin paused for a moment, then replied fearlessly, "You've used up all your puppets. Has your true form finally revealed itself? Aren't you afraid of dying? I know you have the high-energy particle bomb, but you can't kill me twice with the same method." The man in the black robe took something out of his storage bracelet and explained, "This is a bomb controller manufactured by Sanes. It can link to and control all Sanes manufactured bombs within its detection range. If you don't believe me, you can press the activation button on the high-energy particle bomb right now." Lin, refusing to believe it, pressed the activation button. As the timer counted down to 0, sure enough, there was no explosion. The power of Sane's technology once again blew Lin's mind. This kind of backdoor mechanism is quite common after all. Sanes needs to guard against the possibility that countries purchasing their weapons and equipment might turn them against the company. But given that Quan Xing has acquired so many high-tech products from Sanes, isn't their relationship a bit too close for comfort? The man in the black robe let out a cold, cackling laugh as he walked toward Lin. "Just be a good boy and become my puppet. Don't worry, the process will be quick and completely painless." As he drew closer, Lin finally got a clear look at the man's face. He seemed somewhat familiar, as if Lin had seen him somewhere before. That's it. He bore a 7/10 resemblance to General Xie of the Wuqing military headquarters. The man in the black robe also noticed the surprise in Lin's eyes. He immediately stopped hiding his identity, took off his black robe, and confessed, "You're right, Xie Changyun, one of the 12 military gods of the military headquarters, is my father." "You're Xie? But weren't you supposed to be dead?" Lin realized with a start. Years ago, Xie had defected from the Xie family and joined Xuanqing. Upon learning of this, Xie Changyun had killed Xie in the name of justice, even against his own kin. "The one killed back then was merely a living puppet that resembled me," Xie said. "It was Xie Changyun who let you go." Lin was startled. Even he could tell the difference between a puppet and a real person. As a 9th-rank powerhouse, Xie Changyun couldn't possibly have missed it. He saw through it, yet still announced that Xie had been slain. Clearly, he had intentionally spared Xieyu's life. Or rather, Xia Changyun, one of the 12 military gods of the Ministry of Military Affairs, was also a member of the whole nature sect. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter now, Xiaoyu said, gazing at Lin from head to toe with a mesmerized expression, as if admiring a perfect work of art. Your whole nature sect really does have far-reaching influence. Lin backed up step by step, looking for an opportunity to launch his hidden weapons. Once fired, all 6 needles would strike at once. There was only one chance once released, it would be a certain kill. Chapter 70, The Final Trump Card. Luring the tiger to devour the wolf. Xiaoyu noticed the subtle movement of Lin's wrist and flicked his finger contemptuously. In an instant, it was as if several invisible threads had bound Lin's limbs and torso, causing his body to gradually stiffen and become uncontrollable. His wind thunder steps, which had once reached perfection, now stumbled and faltered. Even his spear technique, empowered by the ancestor of 10,000 soldiers, now seemed sluggish and uncoordinated. It was as if 2 souls had taken residence within a single body. Both souls vied for control of the body, causing his movements to become extremely stiff and bizarre. My S-rank puppet talent not only allows me to craft puppets, but also to treat a target as a puppet and control them. With your measly second-tier strength, there is no way you can break free from my control. Just accept your fate. Xiaoyu raised 2 fingers slightly, controlling Lin to walk slowly toward him. Lin struggled while clutching the Godslayer Thunder Spear tightly. Both his physical struggles and his grip on the Godslayer Thunder Spear were feints meant to deceive Xiaoyu. Even his uncontrolled approach towards Xiaoyu was a deliberate ploy. His true killing move lay in the 6 silver needles hidden beneath his wrist. Watching Lin's stiff movements taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, Xiaoyu's smile grew even broader. Even some third-tier martial artists are like puppets on a string in my presence. Yet you've managed to hold your own to this extent. You truly live up to your reputation as the chosen one, possessing the elemental tyrant talent and the undying phoenix physique. But soon, you'll become the strongest puppet in my hands. Ha 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 ha. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. Lin silently calculated the distance in his mind, then raised his spear and shouted, "Ninefold Thunder Spear Art. 9th level. ZZZZZZ." Boundless thunder surged along the spear's shaft, like countless electric serpents converging at the tip, erupting into a blinding light too intense to look upon. With a single thrust, it swept all before it like a whirlwind. Xiaoyu had witnessed the power of this strike firsthand. A 4th tier, 9th level puppet had its arm shattered after a direct clash with it, so he dared not confront it head-on. With a wave of his hand, the arm of Lin, the one gripping the Godslayer Thunder Spear, plunged downward uncontrollably. The sharp spearhead pierced the ground, and the terrifying thunder burned all the grass and trees within several meters to ashes. The opportunity had arrived. Lin's face lit up with joy, and he immediately reached to press the trigger for the hidden weapon. But just as his finger was about to touch it, he was restrained by a powerful, mysterious force. Xiaoyu grabbed Lin's arm and lifted it up, looking at the hidden weapon on his wrist. A smirk curled the corners of his mouth as he said, "So you really did take Zhang Sen's mystic silver sleeve arrows. You put on a good show, and your strategy was sound. It's just a shame your strength falls a bit short." "Don't celebrate too soon," Lin said. "If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, go ahead and use them all now," Xiaoyu sneered. "Look up at the sky," Lin said. "A 6th-tier beast king." Xiaoyu looked up to see a massive figure blocking out the sun. It was the Thunderfire Eagle. Taking advantage of his distraction, Lin pressed the trigger for his hidden weapons with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 silver needles shot out, flying toward the Thunderfire Eagle under Xiaoyu's watchful gaze. The needles moved at blinding speed, piercing the Thunderfire Eagle's massive wings in the blink of an eye and leaving 6 bloody holes. Arg! The Thunderfire Eagle let out an agonized screech, lowering its head to glare viciously at Lin and Xiaoyu on the ground. In the eyes of a beast, humans are neither good nor bad, nor do they belong to any faction. There are only the strong and the weak. When faced with the strong, it cowers and stays still. When faced with the weak, it devours them. In fact, the Thunderfire Eagle had noticed these 2 humans long ago, but their strength was so weak that it hadn't given them a second thought. It was like a giant walking down the street who, upon encountering an ant the size of a grain of sand, wouldn't go out of its way to turn around and crush it. But now it was different. This ant actually dared to attack the giant on its own initiative. It was practically asking for death. Holy shit. You're a fucking lunatic. Xiaoyu immediately panicked. Scared? It's about time you were. Lin grinned widely. Xiaoyu's face was as still as water, his heart filled with both regret and rage. He forced Lin's hand, the one holding the mystic silver-sleeved dart, to raise upward, intending to confirm whether the hidden weapon beneath the wrist was indeed the mystic silver-sleeved dart. He never expected that this careless move would actually give Lin the chance to launch a surprise attack on the Thunderfire Eagle. If he pushed the arm down at that moment, the sleeved dart would have only plunged into the ground. Now that he caught the attention of the 6th-rank Beast King, the Thunderfire Eagle, capturing Lin alive was out of the question. He had to figure out how to save his own life. Eek! The Thunderfire Eagle let out another piercing screech, then spewed high-temperature flames mixed with the power of thunder from its beak. The thunderfire poured down from the sky like a waterfall, incinerating everything in its path. To directly withstand the furious attack of a 6th-tier Beast King would be suicide. Xiaoyu reluctantly let go of Lin and darted about repeatedly to dodge the thunderfire. Sizzle! As the thunderfire approached, Lin tilted her head back, spread her arms wide, and stood motionless. Her clothes were burned to ashes, leaving her completely naked. All that remained were the mystic silver sleeve arrows on her wrists and her storage bracelet. Xiaoyu! You'd better run fast. If you're too slow, you'll die, Lin reminded him loudly with a smile. Fuck your mother! Xiaoyu cursed on the spot, so furious he wanted to skin Lin alive. Lin possessed the elemental tyrant talent, granting him immunity to all attributes. He also possessed the undying phoenix physique, a truly immortal body. Although Xiaoyu had reached the 4th tier, 9th level cultivation realm and possessed an S-rank puppet talent, he was now facing a 6th tier Beast King, the Thunderfire Eagle, and had no choice but to flee for his life. Damn it! I should never have used my true form. Xiaoyu cursed repeatedly. He'd been cautious with his puppets his whole life, yet he never expected to meet his end at Lin's hands. Not only had he lost all his puppets, but now he might even lose his own life here. The more Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier he got. It wasn't enough to just curse Lin's family, he cursed the late Zhang Sun 1,000 times over as well. Ha! Watching Xiaoyu run farther and farther away, the Thunderfire Eagle roared and gave chase. Holy shit! It was Lin who hit you with that hidden weapon, not me. Why are you only going after me? Xiaoyu dodged and weaved left and right. Lin calmly took out a new military uniform from his storage bracelet and put it on, watching the spectacle as he said, instead of wasting time cursing, you'd better hurry up and run for your life, it's about to catch up to you. Xiaoyu glanced back. The Thunderfire Eagle was only a few meters away. His heart leapt into his throat. Lin! You have the elemental tyrant talent and the undying phoenix physique, you must be able to find a way to lure the Thunderfire Eagle away. Just save me this once. I promise to wipe the slate clean of all past grievances. I also promise that the entire sect will never bother you again. And I can keep your secret. Once you're dead, won't everything just be erased? Lin said indifferently. I still have plenty of treasures and resources. I can give them all to you. Xiaoyu continued to up the ante. Once you're dead, won't all of that be mine anyway? Lin said indifferently. Fuck you. Xiaoyu exploded on the spot. In an instant, the Thunderfire Eagle dove from the sky, its sharp talons striking Xiaoyu. The tips of the talons sank 3 feet into his flesh, shattering his bones. Rip! The Thunderfire Eagle clamped down with both talons, tearing Xiaoyu's body clean in two. Blood splattered across the ground, but Xiaoyu did not die immediately. His eyes remained open as he stared at the screeching, circling Thunderfire Eagle, his gaze filled with nothing but endless regret. If only he hadn't agreed to help Zhang Sun, if only he hadn't revealed his true form, he wouldn't have met this fate today. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. Eek! The Thunderfire Eagle shifted its gaze, fixing a vicious stare on Lin on the ground. Chapter 71, Puppet Secret Arts. Dragon Group Elite. Bring it on, Lin said, spreading his arms fearlessly. Eek. Feeling provoked, the Thunderfire Eagle spewed thunderous flames to engulf Lin. As the thunderous flames dissipated, Lin stood there unscathed. A look of surprise, just like that of a human, flashed across the Thunderfire Eagle's narrow eyes. Immediately afterward, 2 more bursts of thunderfire erupted. With Lin at the center, everything within a radius of several hundred meters was scorched bare by the flames. Yet as the flames faded, Lin remained standing in the same spot, still smiling. Eek! The Thunderfire Eagle, refusing to believe it, dove in for the attack, its sharp talons piercing Lin's body. Rip! With a slight squeeze of its talons, its body was torn into 2 bloody halves. But in the next second, the severed upper and lower halves moved simultaneously and fused back together. The look of astonishment in the Thunderfire Eagle's eyes deepened. It immediately charged forward and tore the 2 halves to shreds. Shattered like mud, surely it couldn't still be alive? However, the scattered pieces of flesh on the ground reassembled themselves. Once restored, there wasn't a single trace of the reattachment. The Thunderfire Eagle was dumbfounded. It repeatedly burned him with fire, struck him with lightning, tore at him with its claws, and even lifted Lin 1,000 meters into the air before hurling him back down. It had tried nearly every conceivable method of killing him, yet it simply couldn't kill Lin. Eventually, the Thunderfire Eagle gave up. Roaring at Lin in frustration a few times, it led the beast army toward the northern frontier defenses. The number 1 on the anomaly rankings is truly as terrifying as I imagined. Lin marveled once again from the bottom of his heart. With each resurrection, his strength improved slightly. After being killed countless times by the Thunderfire Eagle, his cultivation realm had advanced directly from the 1st level of the 2nd stage to the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. Once the excitement subsided, Lin gradually calmed down and walked over to Xiaoyu's corpse. Although his body had been severed in 2, his storage bracelet remained intact. He opened the storage bracelet and emptied its contents onto the ground. Aside from some spare clothes and personal items, there were quite a few valuable treasures left, enough to make Lin's eyes widen in astonishment. There were over a dozen 2nd and 3rd grade spiritual herbs, a few 4th grade spiritual herbs, and a large quantity of gold bricks. In this era of scarce resources, gold was more valuable than paper money and was universally recognized as hard currency. Judging by the number of gold bars, the total was likely around 60 or 70 million. Add in these spiritual herbs and other valuable items, and the total value exceeded 100 million. Keep in mind that the insect armor capable of forging 5th-tier armor was only worth 40 million when sold to the Martial Arts Guild. Now, however, these items were worth 100 million. If all that money were spent on cultivation resources, it would be enough to forcefully push Lin's cultivation realm up to the 5th tier. What is this? As Lin was sorting through the pile of valuables, he suddenly noticed a book tucked among them. A diary? Who in their right mind keeps a diary? But since it was stored alongside all these valuable items, it certainly couldn't be just some piece of junk. Lin picked it up and glanced at it. The cover bore 4 large characters: Secret Art of Puppetry. No wonder Xiaoyu was able to create living puppets. So he has mastered the secret art of puppetry, which has been lost for nearly a century. Lin realized with a sudden flash of insight this was a treasure beyond price. The value of this single volume of Secret Art of Puppetry alone far exceeded the combined value of this entire pile of items. If he happened to come across a martial artist who had awakened the puppet talent, he could sell it for an even higher price. Lin flipped through a few pages at random. The manual documented a total of 2 methods for crafting puppets. One was for ordinary humanoid puppets made from wood or metal. These humanoid constructs possessed only brute strength and high defense. The other was for living puppets crafted from human subjects. They retained the person's innate talents and martial arts skills upon completion, making them even more powerful. However, only martial artists who have awakened the puppet talent can use the second method of creation. Lin quickly skimmed through a few pages before closing the book. The situation was dire, and he had no time to study this secret manual on puppetry in detail. The most urgent task was to find Claire immediately and have her prepare for the coming battle. A beast horde led by a 6th-tier beast king would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster for the northern frontier. Crack! Crack! Just then, a slender black line suddenly appeared in the azure sky. Immediately afterward, the black line was torn apart by a mysterious force, taking the shape of a giant eye. Ripping open space? A 9th-tier powerhouse? Lin was stunned, staring intently at the rift. The last time he had pursued Zhang Xin in the intermediate secret realm, Elder Qin of the Quan sect had also torn open space. That was a genuine, veteran 9th-tier powerhouse. If a human 9th-tier powerhouse intervened in this battle, a mere 6th-tier Thunderfire Eagle would be nothing to worry about. But if it were a Quan sect powerhouse, that would be an entirely different story. The massive black void that suddenly appeared in the sky caught the attention of the entire northern frontier battlefield. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, a man and a woman stepped out from within. The man on the left wore a military uniform. He was burly, with chiseled features, and exuded an aura of grim determination. The woman on the right wore a form-fitting black leather outfit, her sultry curves on full display. Her long burgundy hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and she exuded an alluring, seductive charm. Especially those blue-tinged eyes, they seemed to possess a soul-capturing magic. Just a single glance felt as though one's soul might be stolen away. Lin looked at the alluring woman, and she looked back at him, smiling as she blew him a kiss. "Little Lin, nice to meet you. You're even more handsome than you look in the photos." Her voice was so seductive it sent shivers down his spine, making his body go weak. Lin didn't dare to look at her directly and immediately averted his gaze. "What's the matter? Don't you like your big sister?" The alluring woman glided through the air toward him, coming to stand right in front of Lin. Her slender, warm right hand gently caressed his cheek, slid down his neck, and rested on his chest. Lin had guessed the origins of these two and said politely, "I'm Lin, a new member of the Dragon Group. It's an honor to meet you both, seniors." "Senior doesn't sound right, call me Sister Yao Riao." Yao Riao took another step forward, her ample bosom pressing against Lin's arm. "Stop fooling around, Yao Riao. We need to deal with this group of beasts first." The man in military uniform flashed a smile at Lin, then issued an order to Yao Riao. "Little brother Lin, you go back first. I'll come find you later." Yao Riao blew another kiss before charging into the beast horde alongside the man in military uniform. Judging by their auras, neither of them was a 9th-rank powerhouse. But since they could speak of dealing with the beast horde so casually, their strength must be at least 6th rank. With that in mind, Lin used the wind thunder steps to rush back, and on the way, he happened to run into Claire. "Claire," Lin greeted her first. "Lin? You're still alive?" Claire was utterly shocked. With a 4th-tier, 9th-level all-around powerhouse chasing him from behind and a horde of 5th-tier beasts to face ahead. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and he actually survived. Just how unbelievably lucky could he be? Claire dared only attribute it to luck. She never imagined Lin could kill Xiaoyu, given the enormous gap in their strength. Lin smiled and changed the subject. "Claire, a 6th-tier beast king, the Thunderfire Eagle, has emerged beyond our borders. It was supposed to be a disaster, but now that military experts have arrived, all danger has been averted. All that's left is the cleanup work involving a large number of lower-tier beasts." "Did you know those two guys from earlier?" Claire asked. Lin nodded. "Great. With powerful figures from the military department backing us up, this war will be much easier." Claire breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took Lin back to headquarters. Chapter 72, Yishao again. Arrest Lin. A long time later, Claire and Lin arrived at the headquarters command center. She urgently summoned the commanders of each battalion to lay out the latest battle plan. The group of 5th-tier beasts and that 6th-tier Thunderfire Eagle had already been dealt with by the military department's elite. On the main front, only beasts below the 4th tier remained. For the Northern Frontier Corps, this was tremendous news. From the commanders down to the new recruits, everyone was as hyped as if they'd been injected with adrenaline upon hearing the news. After so many days of bloody combat, they were finally seeing the dawn of victory. After issuing her orders, Claire looked at Lin and said, "You've been through so many perilous situations in a row, logically, you should stay here and rest. But since you're in charge of 2 defensive lines, it's best that you keep a close eye on them until the war is over." "I understand," Lin nodded, then turned and left the command center. No sooner had he pushed open the door and stepped out than a familiar face bumped into him. It was Yi Xiao. Behind him were several young men with defiant expressions, all former members of his personal guard. Lin glanced up at him and tried to brush past him, but one of the young men behind Yi Xiao reached out to block his path. "I'll only say this once, get out of my way," Lin snapped coldly. The young man turned to look at Yi Xiao. Seeing Yi Xiao nod, he immediately grew defiant. "A mere first-tier recruit, how dare you act tough in front of me? You really don't know when to back down." Tempering fist. Lin unleashed a punch with all his might. Mountain shaking fist. The young man countered with a punch of his own. Boom! As their fists collided, the young man's arm snapped, and he spat blood as he was sent flying backward. Lin, however, stood where he was, unscathed, not even breaking a sweat. A single exchange was all it took to settle the matter. A second-tier, third-level cultivator is so easily defeated by Lin? Didn't he just enter the first-tier, fifth level when he participated in the Four Realms Grand Competition? This kid has definitely reached the second tier. It's been less than half a month since the Grand Competition ended, right? His cultivation speed is simply terrifying. Everyone in the personal escort squad was stunned. Yi Xiao's face turned dark as he looked at his severely injured subordinate, who was coughing up blood. He had signaled his men to attack, intending to punish Lin and, in the process, send a warning to Claire. Unbeknownst to him, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. Claire also stepped out of the command room, her eyes wide with astonishment. When the counterattack plan was carried out, Lin had only been at the 9th level of the first stage. In just a few short days, he had surged to the 3rd level of the second tier, a pace equivalent to months of arduous cultivation for others. A prodigy is indeed a prodigy, one cannot judge him by ordinary standards. Next time, it won't be as simple as just severing an arm. Lin drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear, his icy gaze sweeping over Yi Xiao and his men. Yi Xiao flew into a rage the moment he heard this. "Lin, you massacred your comrades, and now you've gravely wounded patrol officers. These 2 crimes combined are enough to sentence you to death. Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to pass judgment on me?" Lin sneered. "I, Yi Xiao, Deputy Inspector of the Northern Frontier. I oversee the Northern Frontier Army above and the common people of Dawn below. Do you think I'm qualified to sentence you?" Yi Xiao brushed the dust off his overcoat, raised his head proudly, and looked at Lin, hoping to see a hint of fear or dread on his face. However, Lin laughed even louder. "A mere deputy inspector? You really aren't qualified. Laugh. Laugh your heart out. Soon you won't be laughing anymore. Take him away," Yi Xiao ordered furiously. Before they could act, Claire immediately stepped forward. "Yi Xiao, even if you are the Inspector General, on my territory in the Northern Frontier, arresting my Northern Frontier soldiers, you'd better have a reason that convinces everyone, wouldn't you? I already explained it earlier. Lin slaughtered his comrades and seriously injured a patrol member. It's only right that I arrest him," Yi Xiao retorted. "As for the seriously injured patrol member, your men provoked the conflict first. He was injured simply because he was outmatched. Lin isn't to blame. And as for Lin slaughtering his comrades, what evidence do you have?" Claire stepped in to protect Lin and demanded loudly. "Of course I have evidence." Yi Xiao had long anticipated this scene, so he snapped his fingers. Soon, several people approached from the distance. Leading the group was Fong Han, followed by a contingent of soldiers. "Inspector Yi, Claire, although I didn't witness Lin kill Luo Ping with my own eyes, Luo Ping did indeed die by the Godslayer Thunder Spear, and Lin has admitted this himself," Fong Han replied truthfully. "Lin used the pretext of providing support, but in reality, he wanted to seize our defensive line and claim an extra share of the credit. That's right. Centurion Luo refused to cede the defensive line. So Lin simply took matters into his own hands and killed him. Lin even tried to wipe us all out to silence us. Thankfully, Instructor Fong arrived just in time. Numerous soldiers from the 3rd Battalion stepped forward to twist the truth, portraying Lin as a thoroughly depraved villain. Just by listening to their accounts, Claire knew it couldn't be more false. It was pure slander. It was even possible that Yi Xiao had deliberately bribed these people to frame Lin in order to take him down. I know Lin's character, he would never slaughter his comrades on the battlefield. Claire declared emphatically. I did kill him, but he tried to kill me first. There's nothing wrong with me killing him, Lin admitted openly. Hearing the first half of that statement, Claire felt as if the sky had fallen. It wasn't until she heard the second half that her expression gradually eased. You're full of it. Centurion Luo is a kind-hearted man. How could he possibly kill you? You're clearly making things up. A soldier from the 3rd Battalion, frantic with worry, immediately stepped forward to object. Claire, Lin has already admitted with his own mouth that he killed a comrade. What more do you have to say? Yi Xiao said. Those who kill will be killed in turn. Lin acted in self-defense, so there's certainly nothing wrong with that. Claire said. Whether it was intentional murder or self-defense, neither Lin nor you gets to decide. We'll have to wait until I take Lin back for interrogation to verify the truth, Yi Xiao said, the corners of his mouth curving upward into a wicked grin. As long as Lin fell into his hands, he had plenty of ways to torture him. By then, it wouldn't be a stretch to make Lin confess not only to a minor murder charge but even to being a member of the Chuanqing organization. Claire saw right through Yi Xiao's scheme and firmly objected, no way. Claire, if you continue to obstruct me, you're in contempt of Dragon Nation law. Since Yi Xiao was no match for Claire in strength, he could only invoke Dragon Nation law. What bullshit Dragon Nation laws? This is clearly you, Yi Xiao, settling a personal grudge. Claire continued to stand up for Lin. Lin smiled as he patted Claire on the shoulder. Claire, it's fine. If he throws me in jail now, he'll end up begging me on his knees to let me out. Once you fall into Yi Xiao's hands, he'll definitely torture you. By then, he'll twist the truth so that white becomes black. Claire said sternly. It's fine. Lin still wore a composed smile. He was a member of the Dragon Group and held the highest level of authority. Apart from the military, no other faction had the right to deal with him, and he could mobilize any local armed forces. More importantly, there were 2 Dragon Group powerhouses right here in the northern frontier. The moment they learned Lin had been captured by Yi Xiao, they would undoubtedly demand his release from Yi Xiao immediately. How could a mere 4th-ranked deputy inspector dare to challenge 2 Dragon Group experts who were both above the 6th rank? Yi Xiao didn't have the guts nor the strength. Even if Luo Yuanshan showed up, he'd have to step aside. Chapter 73, Build an Ironclad Case. Crown Han Bing. Take him away. Yi Xiao waved his hand haughtily, and several subordinates immediately escorted Lin away. Back when Luo Yuanshan was dismissed from his post, his personal guard had slunk away in disgrace. Now that he has made a comeback and right in front of Claire, no less by arresting the genius she'd been nurturing, this feels incredibly satisfying. The group walked down the streets of the northern frontier headquarters, heads held high and noses in the air. They then drove out of the northern frontier and arrived at the Jiangcheng Garrison Bureau prison. Yi Xiao had just assumed the position of deputy inspector and, lacking his own power base in the northern frontier, could only temporarily make use of the Garrison Bureau's facilities. Nie Shuang, director of the Garrison Bureau, pays his respects to Inspector Yi. Nie Shuang bowed respectfully. Take him away. Remember to keep him in solitary confinement, Yi Xiao signaled with a glance. Nie Shuang nodded, turned, and led Lin into the prison, finding a clean, well-lit cell. He first brushed the dust off the bed with his sleeve before saying, Brother Lin, please sit down, please sit down. There's no need to go to such lengths, just do your job, Lin said. Yes, Nie Shuang nodded repeatedly before leaving the cell. On one side was Yi Xiao, the newly appointed deputy inspector. On the other was the champion of the Four Realms Grand Tournament, a prodigy favored by the god of war. No matter which side he chose, neither was one. A lowly department head like him could afford to offend. He had no choice but to avoid offending either. At that moment, Yi Xiao stood at the prison gates, watching the vehicle approaching in the distance, a smile spreading across his face. Li Ji, the 1,000-man commander of the 3rd Battalion, and several soldiers stepped out of the vehicle and saluted respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Inspector Yi." "I've been waiting for you," Yi Xiao said. "Inspector Yi, will we be able to bring Lin down for good this time?" Li Ji asked. "As long as you provide a complete account of the scene, I have a way to turn this into a watertight case," Yi Xiao declared with absolute confidence. First, he would have the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion describe the sequence of events, and then he would have Lin recite the account word for word. That way, the two accounts would match perfectly. "What if Lin refuses to cooperate?" Li Ji asked anxiously. "Don't worry. I've got plenty of ways to make Lin get down on his knees and confess," Yi Xiao said with absolute confidence. He then added, "My main purpose in coming to the northern frontier this time, aside from the Martial Arts Merchants Guild auction, is to bring Claire down. You get as many people as possible to sign a joint letter of complaint against Claire. Leave the rest to me." "Got it. There are plenty of people in the Northern Frontier Corps who can't stand that stinking bitch Claire. Leave the joint letter to me." Li Ji patted his chest in assurance, a sycophantic smile on his face. The former military commander Luo Yuanshan was incredibly influential. Even after being dismissed, he was able to propel Yi Xiao into the position of Inspector General. So once Claire is taken down, there's no telling if he might not push another of his own people to become the Northern Frontier Commander. By then, both the Northern Frontier Inspector and the Northern Frontier Commander will be our people. How will Claire possibly stand a chance? And as for that bunch of scum in the 8th Battalion, they all need to be eliminated. Go ahead," Yi Xiao nodded with satisfaction, then led several soldiers from the 3rd Battalion into the prison. "Yes, sir," Li Ji replied, then drove back to the north. Soon, Yi Xiao and his group arrived at Lin's cell. Looking at Lin behind the iron door, Yi Xiao made no effort to hide the smug smile on his face as he said sarcastically, "Lin, if you'd taken my advice back then and chosen to serve under Commander Luo, you wouldn't have ended up like this today. You must be regretting it now, right? A stray dog banished from the northern frontier, only scum like you would rush to grovel at my feet." Lin sneered. Given the vast disparity in their circumstances, Yi Xiao didn't even get angry at such deeply insulting words. On the contrary, he felt a touch of satisfaction. It meant Lin was already in a desperate situation, forced to vent his frustration through words alone. The power behind Commander Luo is so vast that neither you nor I can even imagine it. The fact that he could effortlessly elevate me to the position of deputy inspector speaks volumes. Actually, given your potential, if you'd been willing to pledge your loyalty to Commander Luo back then, your future status would have definitely surpassed mine. But unfortunately, you have no future left." Yi Xiao shook his head with a sneer. Lin laughed as well. He walked to the iron door, pointed at the spot where Yi Xiao was standing, and said with absolute confidence, "Do you believe that in a moment, you'll be kneeling right here, begging me to let you out of this cell?" Yi Xiao dismissed him with disdain. "Don't count on Claire to save you. She can't even save herself right now. Besides, the Inspector General has the authority to execute first and report later. The military headquarters is all the way in Wuchang. Not even General Yi can save you. You're as good as dead today." Hearing this, Lin cut off the conversation, turned around, and lay down on the bed. Several days of intense battle had indeed left him completely exhausted. Now that he was locked up in prison, it was the perfect opportunity to get some rest. "When will your confessions be ready?" Yi Xiao turned to look at the several 3rd Battalion soldiers behind him. "A day? No. Half a day. Half a day at most. We'll have the confessions prepared so they're airtight," the soldiers replied with unwavering certainty. "Go prepare them." Yi Xiao opened the iron cell door and strode inside with a menacing expression. He might as well torture Lin a bit while he had the time. Once the confessions were ready, he'd just have Lin sign and seal them. It would save time. Just then, Nie Shuang, the director of the City Guard Bureau, rushed in. Inspector Yi! Inspector Yi! Someone outside is asking to see you by name. Can't you see I'm busy? Don't let anyone in. Yi Xiao said impatiently. Inspector Yi, I'm afraid you'll have to see these two people outside, Nie Shuang said. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, two people? Who are they? They look like powerful figures from the military. I'm not sure of their exact background yet, but they said that if we don't hand over Lin, they'll tear down this guard city bureau prison, Nie Shuang said timidly. What an arrogant tone. I'll see just who is so bold. Yi Xiao snorted coldly, leaving Lin behind as he stormed out the door. Arriving at the prison gate, he found the street ahead completely deserted. He thought Nie Shuang had played a trick on him and instinctively prepared to confront him. Just then, a deep, resonant voice rang out from the sky, Are you Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man and a woman standing in the sky. Although neither of them had revealed their cultivation level, the aura of power they inadvertently exuded far surpassed Luo Yuanshan's by countless times. 6th-tier powerhouses. Yi Xiao immediately assumed the demeanor befitting his rank as inspector, attempting to level the playing field. I am Inspector Yi Xiao. May I ask your names? Han Bing. Yao Rao. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow among the high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Defense. These two names did not seem to appear. Since they held no official authority, even if they were immensely powerful, they wouldn't dare to force their way into the prison and take Lin away today. Otherwise, they would be declaring war on the entire Dragon Nation. With this in mind, Yi Xiao stood even taller. I don't know what your relationship with Lin is, but he slaughtered his comrades and seriously injured patrol officers. Combined, these two crimes carry the death penalty. No one is taking him away today. Smack! Han Bing didn't bother with a word. With a single slap delivered through the air, he sent Yi Xiao flying. Let him go. Chapter 74, I'll take your life. 100 prostrations. Silence. The entire Huichengxi prison fell deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yi Xiao in disbelief. A clear handprint marked his cheek, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In truth, whether his injuries were severe or minor didn't matter. What mattered was that someone had dared to slap the inspector in public. After all, even Claire, who served as both the mayor of Jiangcheng and commander of the Northern Frontier Army, didn't dare act so arrogantly in Yi Xiao's presence. Just who were these two people who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Spit! Yi Xiao spat out the blood from his mouth, glaring defiantly at Han Bing and Yao Rao as he said coldly, Do you know the price you'll pay for assaulting the Inspector General? Smack! Han Bing delivered another slap with the back of her hand. This blow was even harder. Yi Xiao spun 360 degrees in midair before crashing to the ground like a dead dog. His cheekbone was dislocated and deformed, and half his teeth were exposed, spewing saliva. One of his eyes was bloodshot, completely crimson. Yi Xiao scrambled to his feet, his eyes bulging with fury, and roared savagely, I am Yi Xiao, Deputy Inspector of the Northern Frontier, personally appointed by the elders of the Round Table of Longhua. I oversee the military commanders above and the common people of Dawn below. I possess the authority to act first and report later. You bastard, how dare you slap this inspector twice in a row? Do you think I won't sentence you to death? Inspector my ass. Round Table Elder my ass. If you don't let Lin go right now, my next slap will take your dog's life. Han Bing took a single step forward, and a terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, forcing everyone present to their knees. Yi Xiao stood at the center of this pressure, his bones creaking as if they were about to be crushed to dust by the force. Yet he refused to yield, nor did he believe Han Bing would dare to kill him. Go ahead, if you dare. You're asking for death. Then I'll grant your wish. Han Bing's eyes flashed, erupting with an icy, extreme killing intent. With a light flick of his finger, the space surrounding Yi Xiao immediately began to compress. As the space continued to shrink, Yi Xiao's body was squeezed and distorted. A spatial martial artist. Nie Shuang gasped in disbelief, his mind reeling with shock. In any country in the world, spatial martial artists were the rarest of all. Such martial artists could use their innate talent to construct barriers, maintaining the stability of secret realms and preventing the beasts within from breaking out. They can also promptly teleport high-tier beasts born within secret realms or beyond their borders to the beast battlefield to prevent large-scale beast hordes from erupting. Spatial martial artists of 6th tier or higher are considered strategic national assets and receive special protection and training. No wonder he dared to disregard the inspector and the round table elders. He truly had the qualifications to do so. At that moment, not only Nie Xuan realized this, but so did everyone else. Given the special status of spatial warriors, as long as they haven't committed a capital offense like treason, they're generally given the chance to atone for their crimes through meritorious service. In other words, if he killed Yi Xiao today, Yi Xiao's death would be in vain. Yi Xiao naturally understood this as well. His face turned deathly pale as he knelt on the ground and pleaded desperately, "I was wrong. Commander Han. I know I was wrong. Please, spare my life." What a despicable wretch. You won't shed a tear until you're in the coffin. Hurry up and release Lin. Han Bing waved his large hand, and the terrifying power dissipated like snow and rain melting away. Yes, I'll go get him right away. Yi Xiao was truly terrified. He scrambled to his feet and, without even pausing to catch his breath, stumbled into the Guard City Bureau prison. That killing intent from moments ago had felt as tangible as solid matter. Even now, the memory sent shivers down his spine. That wasn't a threat. He really did want to kill him. Inside the cell, Lin saw Yi Xiao's disheveled appearance and had already guessed what had happened. He couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth upward. "Inspector Yi, you're here." Yi Xiao opened the cell door, swallowing his frustration. "You're free to leave." Lin shook his head, sitting on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed. "Arresting and releasing people at will. Do you think it's that simple? Then what do you want?" Yi Xiao asked. "Kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Only then will I consider leaving," Lin said. Yi Xiao flew into a rage at those words. Making him kneel and kowtow 100 times? He might as well just kill him. "Lin! I'm already being generous by letting you go. How dare you threaten me? Won't do it? Fine, then." Lin lay back on the bed nonchalantly, his hands behind his head. "Humph. I gave you a chance. Since you won't come out, just wait to rot in there." Yi Xiao flung his hand aside and stormed off. Those two outside were incredibly powerful. He couldn't afford to provoke them, so he had no choice but to play along. But Lin was merely a second-tier martial artist inferior to him in strength, status, and standing in every way, so naturally, he couldn't possibly fear Lin the way he feared those two. Yi Xiao returned to the main gate and reported truthfully, "Gentlemen, I gave Lin a chance to come out, but he refused of his own accord. This isn't my fault." Han Bing and Yao Riao exchanged a glance and instantly saw through Lin's plan. Han Bing said sternly, "You locked him up, so you have to get him out. Otherwise, we'll take your life. I even opened the cell door, but he refused to come out on his own. What am I supposed to do?" Yi Xiao spread his hands in a gesture of utter helplessness. "That's your problem. I'm giving you 10 minutes. Han Bing started the stopwatch. Yi Xiao's forehead creased with frustration. He was so angry he wanted to curse. Lin was clearly trying to make things difficult for him, and the two people in front of him seemed to know exactly what Lin was up to. They were deliberately playing along. This was forcing him to kneel. As the deputy inspector of the Northern Frontier, a 4th-rank martial artist with a group of underlings under his command. If he knelt before Lin and banged his head on the ground 100 times today, how could he ever show his face in the Northern Frontier again? But if he didn't do it, Han Bing really would kill him. Everyone present turned their gaze to Yi Xiao, so tense they didn't even dare to swallow. Especially the few patrol officers following Yi Xiao. They thought this return to the Northern Frontier would be a triumphant homecoming. Little did they expect to end up in such a humiliating predicament. 5 minutes, Han Bing said, his voice laced with murderous intent. It's clearly only been a little over a minute. Yi Xiao retorted. For minutes, Han Bing replied, his murderous intent growing even stronger. Creak, creak. Yi Xiao was so furious he nearly ground the remaining half of his teeth to dust. With a sigh of resignation, he turned and walked back to his cell. A true man can bend and stretch. I'll swallow this humiliation today, but sooner or later, I'll make you pay with your lives. Thud. Yi Xiao stood in front of Lin's cell, dropped to his knees with a thud, and began banging his head frantically against the ground. Soon, his forehead was split open and dripping with blood, his head buzzing and feeling like a jumbled mess. But compared to the physical pain, the humiliation in his heart was even more agonizing. Han Bing had given him only 4 minutes. He dared not waste a single second. Finally, he had completed all 100 prostrations. Yi Xiao staggered to his feet, his face completely covered in blood. His eyes were wild and terrifying. His head was spinning, and it felt as though the entire world was whirling violently around him. He took 2 unsteady steps before collapsing with a thud and passing out. You're quite the character. We agreed on 100 prostrations, but you just had to throw in an extra one at the end. Lin gave a mocking smile and stepped over Yi Xiao's head. Outside the cell stood a crowd of patrol officers. They kept their heads down, afraid to meet Lin's gaze, and silently stepped aside to clear a path. Even the deputy inspector had been reduced to this state by Lin. If they dared to act as arrogantly as they had when they first arrested Lin, they would definitely lose their lives. Chapter 75, The Grand Auction. The World Genius Battle. Seeing Lin emerge from the prison, Yao Riao immediately rushed over, running her hands all over his body with a concerned expression. Little brother Lin, did you get hurt in there? Let your big sister check you over. Lin blushed and awkwardly took half a step back. Sister Yarrow, I'm fine. As long as you're okay, that's good. Otherwise, I'd have crushed that guy's skull, Yarrow said. Han Bing then stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Han Bing. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Han. Brother Han, Lin said. Ha ha ha, great. Let's head back then. We can chat about everything on the way, Han Bing said, waving his hand. A gentle force lifted Lin and Yao Riao into the air, carrying them toward the Northern Frontier headquarters. Brother Han, Sister Yao Riao, did you rush here to support the Northern Frontier because you sensed the presence of a 6th-rank Thunderfire Eagle? Lin asked curiously. Han Bing shook his head and explained, we were actually planning to attend the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Merchants Guild Auction Gala, bid on some good items, and then head to the beast battlefield. We didn't expect to run into a 6th-rank beast by chance. According to the laws of Dragon Nation, all martial artists of 6th rank or higher regardless of status, position, or age must report for duty at the beast battlefield once a year. Only after completing their assigned tasks may they return. Once Lin reached the 6th rank, he too would be required to serve at the beast battlefield. Auction gala? Lin raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Simply put, it's an auction. But since it's an annual event, the items up for auction are more numerous, rarer, and of higher quality, Han Bing explained. Lin nodded in realization. Even powerhouses like Han Bing and Yao Riao had been drawn to it. This auction must surely have plenty of great items. And since he happened to have a little money to spare, wouldn't it be a shame not to participate? Han Bing saw right through Lin's thoughts and explained, Bro, the grand auction has an entry requirement. Only silver members and above are eligible to participate. Oh, I'm a gold member, Lin said. Han Bing. Yao Riao. Membership tiers in the martial arts chamber are divided into 6 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme. Spending 100,000 qualifies you for bronze membership. Spending 5 million upgrades you to silver membership. You must spend over 20 million to upgrade to gold membership. What does 20 million even mean? The monthly salary the military department pays Han Bing and Yao Riao is only 100,000. That's 1.2 million a year, or 12 million over 10 years. You'd have to go without food or drink for over a decade to save up 20 million. And the thing is, their monthly salaries have plenty of other uses. They can't possibly spend it all at the martial arts guild. That's why, all these years, the two of them have remained silver members. In contrast, Lin, who has only been in the military for a little over a month and is merely a second-tier centurion, is actually a gold member. It really does make you feel small when you compare yourself to others. Lin changed the subject and asked, by the way, I heard from General Yi last time that slaying a complete nature is a greater achievement than slaying a beast. So, since I killed the complete nature practitioners Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu, can I be promoted directly to 1,000-man captain? Upon hearing this, Han Bing and Yao Rao both stopped in their tracks, staring at Lin in disbelief. They asked in unison, who did you just say you killed? Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu, Lin replied. Whoa! Both of them were taken aback. Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu were both 4th tier, 9th level martial artists, and Lin had actually killed them? Do you have any proof? Han Bing asked. Zhang Xin's body was completely obliterated, and Xiaoyu's corpse should still be outside the country, Lin said. Although he found it hard to believe, Han Bing had complete faith in Lin's character. Otherwise, General Yi Wun-ti have invited him to join the Dragon Group. However, the proper procedures had to be followed, otherwise, the rules would become a mere formality, and everything would fall into chaos. All right. Once we return to the Northern Frontier headquarters, I'll verify this matter with Yao Rao. However, the heads of these two alone aren't enough to convince the military department to make an exception and promote you to captain of 1,000 men. I can, however, grant you some other rewards. What kind of other rewards? That depends on what you need. I'll submit a request to the military department on your behalf when the time comes. Lin lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he remembered the secret art of puppet making he seized from Xiaoyu. Crafting puppets required vast quantities of rare materials, so he said, I've heard that while the military department may not have much else, it has plenty of materials. Could you reward me with some rare materials? What materials do you want? Purple gold stone, sky scar stone, meteorite iron, and deep sea silver mother. Han Bing. Yao Riao. Both of them were at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. They had assumed Lin would just ask for some ordinary materials. Who could have imagined this kid had such an insatiable appetite? Each of these 4 materials was extremely rare. Taken together, they were even more precious than ordinary 5th-grade weapons and armor. Given Lin's merits, under normal circumstances he'd only be able to obtain one of these 4 materials at most, 2. Han Bing didn't want to dampen Lin's enthusiasm, so he said tactfully, I'll report your request to the military headquarters first, but I can't guarantee it'll be approved. All right. Is there any other way to quickly be promoted to captain of 1,000? Lin nodded and asked. Han Bing thought for a moment and said, aside from killing enemies and earning military merits, there is actually a shortcut to promotion, bringing glory to the nation. How do I bring glory to the nation? Lin pressed. The World Genius Tournament will be held next month. If you make it into the top 100, you'll be promoted to 1,000-man captain. Han Bing said. Is it really that simple? Lin asked. Simple? There are 197 countries in the world. Each country sends 100 martial artists to compete. That's 19,700 contestants. Every contestant is a prodigy in whom their nation has placed high hopes. Among them are no shortage of SSS rank prodigies and even more extraordinary SSS rank prodigies who also possess powerful unique physiques. Plus, any martial artist under 20 can compete. You've only just turned 18. If they've been training for just 1 or 2 years longer than you, they could surpass you by an entire major cultivation realm. Han Bing looked completely serious. Little brother Lin, the World Genius Tournament is no small matter. It's on a completely different level from any competitions you've fought in before. Yao Riao, unusually, wore a serious expression. When they were young, the two of them had also participated in the World Genius Tournament. Back then, they naively believed they were the protagonists of this world. But once they stepped onto the battlefield, they realized that so-called prodigies were as common as cabbages by the roadside. You could grab a whole bunch with a single hand. Prodigies stronger than the two of them were everywhere. In the end, both of them failed to make it past the top 100. To be honest, with your current strength, you're indeed unmatched among your peers. But what if your opponents were just 2 years older than you? Would you still dare to claim you're invincible among your peers? And this is just the northern realm. What about the prodigies from the southeast and western realms? Especially in the southeast and southwest regions, where countless martial arts clans with deep-rooted traditions are entrenched. The prodigies nurtured by these clans are far stronger than you can imagine. Han Bing wasn't trying to undermine Lin's confidence, he was simply giving him a heads up. This was to prevent him from suffering a complete collapse of his resolve and falling into despair should he encounter setbacks in the future. That's right, little Lin. Han Bing isn't exaggerating in the slightest. To participate in the World Genius Tournament, you must first pass the regional qualifiers, then be sent to a secret base for intensive training. The final 100 selected are all geniuses among geniuses. Yao Riao picked up the thread of the conversation. Chapter 76, Ridding the Northern Region of Pests. Lin rewards his subordinates. After hearing this, Lin nodded solemnly. The new recruit competition and the Fourth Realm competition were merely internal contests within the military circle, and all participants were new recruits. If the age limit were raised by 2 years, the champions, runners-up, and third-place winners from the previous 2 Fourth Realm competitions would all emerge. They, too, were outstanding prodigies who had trained for 2 more years than Lin, so their cultivation levels would certainly be higher. But this World Genius Tournament selects the top 100 prodigies from among all those under 20 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Having barely made it through the Dragon Kingdom's qualifiers, they still have to compete against 196 other nations, a total of 19,600 prodigies. Breaking into the top 100 was certainly no easy feat. Lin's strength lay in his diverse techniques, but his low cultivation realm was a major weakness. At this martial arts guild auction gala, he absolutely had to bid on as many spiritual medicines as possible to boost his cultivation level. Soon after, the three arrived at the Northern Frontier headquarters. "You're back," Claire said, eyeing Lin up and down with concern. "Did Yi Xiao do anything to you?" "That guy bowed his head so hard he knocked himself unconscious." Lin laughed heartily as he recounted what had happened at the Waichengxi prison. As Lin finished his sentence, everyone in the command room burst into laughter, thoroughly satisfied. Back when Luo Yuanshan was still the military commander, Yi Xiao had already been flaunting his power and acting arrogantly, relying on his position as captain of the personal guard. A petty bully like him deserved to be severely punished. After a brief chat, Lin rushed straight to the front lines. Meanwhile, Han Bing and Yao Riao began gathering evidence confirming the deaths of Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu. 3 days later, the war finally came to an end. The commanders of each battalion, the 1,000-man commanders, and the centurions had all gathered here, awaiting the distribution of rewards for their service. "Everyone's here. Let us begin." First, Centurion Lin of the 8th Battalion, who single-handedly held 2 crucial defensive lines and risked his life to rescue Huan Old Liang, you are awarded 300,000 military merit points and 3 4th-grade spiritual herbs. Claire announced loudly. "Thank you, Claire." Lin accepted the reward with satisfaction and returned the high-energy particle bombs he hadn't yet deployed. "You've earned this reward." Claire patted Lin on the shoulder with a smile and continued distributing the rewards. Half an hour later, the ceremony concluded, but the atmosphere in the command room remained rather strange. Nearly half of the officers had received no rewards at all. Claire's lips curled into a smile as she pulled a piece of paper from her storage bracelet and slapped it down on the table. This joint letter was originally meant for Yi Xiao, but she had intercepted it. The paper was covered with a dense list of names, each bearing a blood-stained fingerprint. A closer look revealed that all the names belonged to officers of the Northern Frontier Army. From centurions all the way up to the commander-in-chief, every single one was on that sheet of paper. Anyone unaware of the truth would look utterly bewildered upon seeing it. But for those who had written their names on the paper, their hearts were racing and they were on edge. Thump! A centurion dropped to his knees from his chair and pleaded, "Claire. I was forced by Li Ji. I never wanted to sign this paper." Once the first one spoke up, a second and then a third followed immediately. "I was forced by Li Ji too. He said if I didn't sign, Yi Xiao wouldn't let me off the hook." "Claire. I'm completely loyal to you. There's no way I'd ever betray you. Please believe me. Li Ji and Yi Xiao are in cahoots. We've all been tricked by them. Seeing that the truth was about to come out, everyone rushed to accuse Li Ji and Yi Xiao, trying to distance themselves from the matter. Faced with this situation, Li Ji showed no anger and didn't bother to refute them. Instead, he burst into loud, mocking laughter. Since ancient times, the victor is the king and the vanquished is the bandit. We lost, so we lost. There is nothing more to say. Do with us as you please, kill us or flay us. Claire slammed her fist down on the table. The aura of a fifth-tier powerhouse erupted suddenly as she barked, everyone on that list is dismissed from their posts and to be taken to the City Guard Bureau for trial. Claire, I'm innocent. Someone, still refusing to give up, knelt at Claire's feet and pleaded desperately. Claire kicked him aside. Guards! Take him away. When she first took office, she'd been worried about how to root out the group of parasites Luo Yuanshan had cultivated. Now, however, she didn't need to screen them one by one. These parasites had come right out on their own. Now that the external threat to the northern frontier has been quelled and the parasites have been purged, the remaining time can be used to recuperate and build up their strength. In a few years' time, the northern frontier will no longer be the weakest of the 4 frontiers. Meanwhile, Lin returned to the 8th camp and assembled 100 of his men. Everyone was itching to get into action, their faces full of anticipation. This was your first battle with me, and you all did very well, Lin praised them. Boss, cut the small talk. Just tell us how many military merits you're giving us, a veteran urged with a laugh, and the others chimed in. Lin smiled wryly and held up 6 fingers. 6,000 military merits each. The moment he spoke, the scene fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. They were all battle-hardened veterans who naturally understood the military's reward system. Taking this campaign as an example, on average, each person should have received around 2,000 military merit points. But Lin had immediately offered 6,000, a full 3 times as much. 100 men meant 600,000 military merit points. Not even headquarters would have awarded Lin that many military merit points. Boss, did I hear that right? Did you just say 6,000 military merit points per person? One veteran asked in disbelief. Yes. As long as you win the battle, Lin, will never skimp on your rewards. I'll even pay out of my own pocket to make sure you're well taken care of. Lin solemnly promised. Instead of just promising the moon, it's better to hand out the moon itself. Besides, soldiers are different from people in other professions. They risk their lives in every battle. These 6,000 military merits are something they've earned with their own lives. Furthermore, the more military merits they earn, the faster their strength grows, the higher their chances of winning battles, and the more military merits they can earn. It's a virtuous cycle. Boss, you're a man of true character. From now on, my life belongs to you. Even if you make me carry a bomb, I'll do it without a single complaint. In all my years in the northern frontier, I've never seen a centurion as generous as our boss. I'm sticking with you for good. Boss, rest assured. We'll never let you down. The men pounded their chests, vowing solemnly. I've got things to do. You're all dismissed. Lin dropped that line and immediately headed for the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Guild. Soon, word spread that Lin had rewarded his soldiers 6,000 military merit points each. At first, everyone was skeptical, but when those 100 men exchanged their military merit points for spiritual medicines, the skeptics fell silent, tears uncontrollably streaming down the corners of their mouths. That was 6,000 military merit points. And 6,000 per person. Meanwhile, most ordinary soldiers had only received a little over 1,000 merit points, 2,000 at most. Comparisons are the devil. The fewest casualties, the greatest rewards. Who wouldn't envy that? In an instant, everyone in the northern frontier looked forward to Lin's promotion to 1,000-man commander, hoping for a chance to serve under him. Chapter 77, Guildmaster Huang Yu. The Qilin Mechanical Arm. A long time later, Lin arrived at the Martial Arts Guild, a skyscraper over 20 stories tall. The entrance to the building was already under tight security, with layer upon layer of police tape cordoning off the area. Beyond the police tape, 3 inner and 3 outer layers of onlookers had gathered, bringing traffic on several nearby streets to a standstill. In addition to the onlookers, there were also quite a few people who had come to attend the grand auction. Besides familiar faces like Han Bing, Yao Riao, Yi Xiao, Raymond, Claire, and Nie Shuang, there were also many unfamiliar faces. Some of these unfamiliar faces were from the northern frontier, while others came from elsewhere. Enemies meet with particular intensity. Yi Xiao spotted Lin in the crowd at a glance, his eyes bulging with rage as he longed to tear him to pieces. Lin possessed a sense of danger the moment hostile gazes appeared around him. He sensed them immediately. He turned to face Yi Xiao, fixing his gaze on the other's forehead and taunting, "Oh, isn't this Inspector Yi? Looks like you've recovered quite well." "Humph." Yi Xiao snorted coldly and stormed off in a rage. "Little Lin, give your big sister a kiss, and I'll help you kill this annoying guy." Yao Riao leaned in, offering her cheek. Lin took half a step back and looked at Han Bing, asking, "Brother Han Bing, what is the latest on the reward?" "Military God Yi has already approved it. It should be delivered tonight." "Come to think of it, Military God Yi really does dote on you, kid. He didn't leave out a single one of the 4 materials," Han Bing said enviously. Lin smiled. As soon as the materials arrived, he could begin crafting the golem. Just then, Nie Shuang and Claire spotted Lin and both walked over to greet him. "Dad, aren't we going up to say hello?" Lei Wen asked Lei Meng from within the crowd. "There's no place for us there. Let us not make fools of ourselves." Lei Meng sighed with mixed feelings. One misstep leads to a series of mistakes. The Lei family had already missed their chance to befriend Lin. The only consolation was that the Lei family hadn't become Lin's enemy. Otherwise, the Lei family would surely have followed in the Han family's footsteps. Han Jin hanged himself, and the rest of the Han family were all arrested. A small number of those guilty of heinous crimes were sentenced to death by the Weiqing Bureau, while the rest were sent to prison, where they wouldn't be released for decades. A moment later, everyone had their identities verified one by one and lined up to enter the venue. The auction hall was vast, large enough to accommodate over 100 people at once, with several luxurious VIP suites on the upper level. Lin and his group sat together, while Yi Xiao, Lei Meng, and Zhou Shen, the head of the Zhou family, entered the VIP suites. The Lei and Zhou families have been doing business in Jiangqing for so many years. I can understand why they're wealthy, but where did Yi Xiao get that much money?" Lin asked in surprise. Even he, a gold member, could only sit in the main hall. These 3 were undoubtedly platinum members who had spent over 100 million. Yi Xiao is Luo Yuanshan's puppet, so naturally he is not short on money, Claire explained. "I see," Lin nodded, realizing the truth. Yi Xiao's lips curled upward as he shot a defiant glance down at Lin. It was as if he were telling Lin, "You're only fit to be trampled under my feet." Click, click. In an instant, all the spotlights in the hall lit up. A graceful woman in a cheongsam, with a beautiful face, walked in and introduced herself. "I am Huang Yu, president of the Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, everyone, to this grand auction. President Huang, my time is precious. Let us skip the formalities and get right to it," Yi Xiao urged impatiently. "Since Inspector Yi has spoken, I shall naturally comply. Let us begin right away." Huang Yu flashed a smile that could melt hearts and operated the equipment to project an item onto the screen in the center of the hall. This is the first lot of the auction, known as the Qilin mechanical arm, manufactured by Sains. When worn by a martial artist, it can amplify their strength by more than 3 times. The starting bid is 3 million. Each bid must be at least 100,000. As soon as she finished speaking, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. "Chairman Huang, it's a fine item, but unfortunately, only one-armed martial artists can use it." "Are you asking us to cut off our own arms just for a mechanical arm?" "Exactly. Look at all of us here. Who among us is one-armed? It's completely useless. Move on to the next one." Huang Yu looked around. Not a single person was bidding. Just as she was about to introduce the next lot, Lin and Claire's voices rang out. 3 million, I'll take it. "Claire, Shen has been very kind to me." "Let me handle this," Lin said. "How about this, you and I split it 50-50, Claire suggested. Deal, Lin nodded. This Qilin mechanical arm is of little use to anyone else, but for the one-armed Shen, it's incredibly valuable. It triples his strength, making him nearly a match for a 5th-tier beast. I'm out. I'll let Lin have it. Claire withdrew from the bidding. Huang Yu scanned the room once more. Is there a bid higher than 3 million? I'll bid 3,100,000. Yi Xiao, standing by the window in the VIP lounge, smiled defiantly. Lin knew he was deliberately trying to provoke him, so he raised the bid, 4 million. 4,100,000. 5 million. 5,100,000. A smirk tugged at Yi Xiao's lips as he declared, with undisguised defiance, no matter how much you bid, I'll outbid you by 100,000. Lin turned to look at Claire. Seeing her nod, he raised his bid again, 6 million. Yi Xiao was determined to get under Lin's skin, 6,100,000. No matter what the final price is, we'll split it evenly, Claire said. Lin nodded, his gaze sharp as he declared, 10 million. This thing's worth 5 million at most. Since you're willing to pay double the price for it, how could I stand in your way? I'll let you have it. Yi Xiao, thoroughly satisfied, sat back on the sofa and leisurely sipped his red wine. 10 million once. 10 million second bid. 10 million third bid. Congratulations, Lin, you've won the Qilin mechanical arm. As Huang Yu's words faded, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at Lin as if he were a fool. So what if he's just causing trouble? I can do that too. Lin's gaze was as dark as water, and he silently made a mental note of this. Yi Xiao was Luo Yuanshan's puppet, so he must have been acting on Luo Yuanshan's orders to attend this grand auction. That meant among the upcoming lots, there was at least one or possibly several that Yi Xiao absolutely had to secure. When the time came, he would make sure Yi Xiao tasted the same disgusting feeling of being humiliated. Next up is lot number 2, a mature crimson bloodflower. Starting bid, 3 million. Bids must be in increments of no less than 100,000. As Huang Yu finished speaking, a life-size projection of the crimson bloodflower appeared on the screen. This time, there were no murmurs of disbelief in the hall. Everyone craned their necks to get a better look. A mature crimson bloodflower is extremely rare and can continuously bear crimson blood fruits. For martial arts clans, the value of a single mature crimson bloodflower far exceeds that of second and third grade spiritual herbs. 3,500,000. 3,800,000. 4 million. Bids rang out one after another, with even Raymond and Zhou Shin in the VIP lounge joining in. Watching the scene unfold before him, Lin was slightly surprised. It had originally been sold to the Martial Arts Merchants Guild for 1.2 million, and now, in the blink of an eye, the bid had soared to 4 million and it was still rising rapidly. Sure enough, the more desperate someone was for this item, the more willing they were to pay a price far exceeding the market value. Chapter 78, 6th Tier Insect Queen Core. A chance to cause trouble. After several rounds of bidding, this mature crimson bloodflower was finally won by Raymond for 8 million. The price was significantly inflated, but for the wealthy Lei family, it was still well worth it. The subsequent lots grew increasingly rare and precious, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually heated up. Lin sat in his chair with his arms folded, not placing a single bid. First, these items were of little use to him. Second, the moment he placed a bid, Yi Xiao would immediately throw a wrench in the works. And it was precisely because the two were at each other's throats that Han Bing and Yao Riao were able to snag so many bargains. This trip to Jiangcheng had been quite fruitful for the two of them. Next up are the 3 items that will serve as the grand finale of this auction. Huang Yu's use of the phrase grand finale instantly brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch. With a flick of her finger, an exquisite piece of armor materialized as a projection in the air. Crafted from the insect carapace condensed by a 5th-tier insect queen at the moment of her death. Its defensive power is truly astonishing. It can withstand any lethal attack below the 6th tier. The armor is ranked as lower 5th grade, with a starting bid of 20 million. Each bid must be no less than 500,000. As soon as Huang Yu finished speaking, the crowd went wild, bidding frantically. It can withstand any lethal attack below the 6th tier. Even if it can only withstand a single attack, it's a priceless treasure. Wearing it is like having an extra life. I'll bid 25 million. 28 million. 30 million. Over 70% of the attendees were participating in the bidding. As for the remaining 30%, it wasn't that they weren't interested in the insect armor, it was that they simply couldn't afford it. Yi Xiao stared at the projection of the insect armor, his heart filled with longing. He wanted it desperately, but didn't dare to bid. On this trip to Jiangcheng, Luo Yuanshan had given him a strict order: he must secure the 6th tier insect queen core at the auction gala. This item was intended neither for Yi Xiao nor for Luo Yuanshan. Instead, it was to be packaged as a gift for a high-ranking figure in the Round Table Council. As long as he could secure the Round Table Council's backing, figures like the Northern Frontier Military Commander, the Mayor of Jiangcheng, and the Martial God of Wucheng would all have to step aside. Therefore, he had to conserve his funds. No need to bid against each other, I'll offer 70 million. The head of the Zhou family stepped forward, and his words immediately silenced most of the crowd. 75 million. Raymond stood up to bid, then turned to Zhou Shin and said, "Brother Zhou, my son is about to participate in the Northern Frontier qualifiers for the World Genius War. This item is crucial for him, please go easy on me." Zhou Shin paused briefly, then nodded. "Since you put it that way, as an old friend, I'll certainly do you a favor." "Thank you, Brother Zhou." Raymond bowed his fist in gratitude. In the end, Raymond won the bid for this 5th tier insect armor at 75 million. No wonder the Martial Arts Merchants Guild is so wealthy. Lin muttered to himself. Back then, the Martial Arts Merchants Guild bought that mature red blood flower for 1.2 million and sold it for 8 million. Back then, the Martial Arts Merchants Guild acquired that massive insect carapace for 40 million and is now selling it for 75 million. The key point is that this carapace should be enough to craft 3 pieces of armor, meaning over 200 million. Money in one hand, out the other, multiplying profits several times over. This money is damn easy to make. If I could become a shareholder in the Martial Arts Merchants Guild, even just a minor one, I could make money just by lying around all day. Huang Yu flashed a smile that could captivate a city, then continued, "Next up is the second to last highlight of this grand auction, the 6th tier insect queen core. This item was obtained from the beast battlefield and contains immense energy. It has remarkable effects even for martial artists below the 6th tier. The starting bid is 50 million. Each bid must be at least 500,000. Whoa! As Huang Yu finished speaking, everyone in the hall sucked in a sharp breath. A 6th tier insect queen core. A treasure of this caliber can only be obtained on the beast battlefield. Martial artists stuck at a bottleneck can break through immediately after using it. Even if used directly, it can easily boost one's cultivation by 2 to 3 minor realms. However, the staggering starting bid of 50 million instantly silenced the crowd. 50 million. Nie Shuang, who had been silent for a long time, placed his first bid. 51 million. Claire joined the bidding. 55 million. Raymond said. 60 million. Zhou Shen's voice boomed, his presence commanding. They had all come to this grand auction specifically for this 6th tier insect queen core. Once Claire used it, her cultivation realm would rise to a new level. For others, using it might allow them to reach the threshold of breaking through to the 5th tier. Everyone was determined to win it at all costs. In the end, it all came down to a contest of financial might. The price of the 6th tier insect queen core soared steadily, quickly reaching the 90 million mark. At that moment, Yi Xiao walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down on the crowd from high above, and declared in a booming voice, "I'll bid 100 million. There is no need for any of you to compete. The 6th tier insect queen core, this inspector is determined to secure it." Inspector Yi, the martial arts chamber's rules have always been that the highest bidder wins. If you intend to use your status to intimidate others, then I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave. Huang Yu smiled as he delivered the harshest words in the gentlest tone. Give Yi Xiao face, and he is the deputy inspector. Deny him face, and he is nothing but a nobody in front of the martial arts chamber. Yi Xiao took a sip of wine to mask his embarrassment. Chairman Huang. I would never violate the martial arts chamber's rules. What I mean is, no matter how high the price goes, I, Yi Xiao, will definitely win the bid. Everyone, please continue bidding, Huang Yu said, looking out at the crowd. The price had broken the 100 million mark, already exceeding what Nia Shuang, Claire, and the others could psychologically handle. Raymond and Zhou Shen still had the financial capacity to continue bidding, but they didn't dare offend Yi Xiao, so they both fell silent. Chairman Huang, it seems 100 million is the absolute limit for the 6th tier insect queen core. Please announce the result, Yi Xiao said with a smug smile, brimming with self-satisfaction. I bid 100,050,000. Lin raised his bid card. Yi Xiao's expression hardened as he looked at Lin in astonishment. He had anticipated that Lin, unable to swallow his earlier humiliation, would certainly try to disrupt the auction later on. But he hadn't expected Lin to dare to disrupt the bidding at such a high price. Once Yi Xiao stopped bidding, Lin would have to pay that much to buy the 6th tier insect queen core. Could a mere centurion really come up with that much money? Lin, do you even have the money? How dare you just shout out random bids here? Yi Xiao said. I do, and plenty of it. No matter how much you bid, I'll always outbid you by 500,000. Lin's lips curled into a smirk. From his last purchase at the Martial Arts Merchants Guild, he still had 18 million left. Add to that the treasures he acquired from Xiaoyu, and his total assets were roughly 150 million. Chairman Huang. 100 million is no small sum. I request a verification of funds. Yi Xiao said. Agreed, Huang Yu nodded. Since all of Yi Xiao's assets were in cash, he simply had to open his balance for Huang Yu to see. Lin opened his storage bracelet. Inside were all sorts of valuable items, as well as gold bricks glinting with golden light, a sight that instantly stunned Huang Yu. So many gold bars. This guy must have struck it rich. Chairman Huang, if Lin doesn't actually have that much money, I suggest we throw him out on the grounds of disrupting the event. Yi Xiao said with a sinister grin. The capital verification is complete. Both parties meet the auction requirements, Huang Yu said. Chapter 79, Borrowing Money. Zhou Shen stands up to Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Claire and the others were all dumbfounded. Even in their high-ranking positions, and after operating in the northern frontier for so many years, they could only come up with a little over 100 million in cash. Although the Lei and Zhou families sat on assets worth tens of billions, the funds actually available on their books amounted to no more than a dozen or so billion, and at the very least, perhaps only a few billion. Yet since Lin enlisted, he only received 1 month as salary. Where did all this money come from? Even if he'd been incredibly lucky and stumbled upon windfalls frequently, it would be impossible to amass billions so quickly. Looks like Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu were pretty well off. They turned Lin into a billionaire in one fell swoop, Han Bing said with a meaningful smile. Is there a single scumbag among the Quan Xing crew who isn't rolling in it? Yao Riao retorted. That's true, Han Bing nodded, a hint of envy flickering in his deep eyes. In the eyes of the Dragon Group, Quan Xing members were nothing but walking cash cows. Killing them not only earned military merit but also yielded vast amounts of money and treasures. Unfortunately, this group was incredibly devious. They never faced the Dragon Group head-on, always pulling off disgusting schemes behind the scenes, making it no easy task to catch them. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Yi Xiao was so furious he kept kicking the wall, gritting his teeth and shouting, 110 million. Add 500,000. 120 million. Add another 500,000. Lin was half reclining in his chair, his legs crossed, looking completely at ease. A 6th tier insect queen core is a valuable item. Its market price should be around 150 million. If he could secure it, he might even be able to break through to the 3rd tier. Even if he didn't get it, it didn't matter. Just annoying Yi Xiao would be enough. 150 million. I don't believe you can come up with that much money. Yi Xiao raised the price by 30 million in one go. 150.05 million, Lin said. Creak, creak. Yi Xiao was so furious he could have ground his teeth to dust. His gaze was so fierce he looked as if he wanted to tear Lin to pieces. That price was already the market rate for a 6th tier bug queen core. Any higher than that would be a waste of money. Most importantly, Luo Yuanshan had only given him 150 million in total. He certainly couldn't use his own money to cover the shortfall, could he? Yi Xiao shifted his gaze to Zhou Shen and Raymond in the 2 VIP rooms next to him. Head of the Zhou family, head of the Lei family, I know both of you have deep-rooted influence in Jiangcheng. Today, I'll take the liberty of asking you to lend me some money. Please rest assured, I've come to Jiangcheng to handle matters on behalf of Lord Luo. Once the task is completed, Lord Luo will certainly not shortchange either of you. To secure the loan, Yi Xiao, in a rare display of humility, invoked the name of Luo Yuanshan, the figure behind him. Although Luo Yuanshan had been dismissed from his post, his strength as a 5th-tier powerhouse was undeniable. Furthermore, the fact that Luo Yuanshan had been able to elevate Yi Xiao to the position of deputy inspector showed that he still wielded considerable influence. Zhou Shen and Raymond exchanged glances, both looking troubled. Based on what they knew of Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan, they were certain that if they lent this money, they would never see it again. Who does Luo Yuanshan think he is? Just a stray dog banished from the northern frontier. Lin sneered. How dare you? Yi Xiao roared. Why don't you take a look at these two behind me? Now that's what I call a powerful backer, do you understand? Lin's words were directed not only at Yi Xiao but also at Zhou Shen and Raymond. At that moment, Huang Yu stepped forward with a displeased expression and interrupted, Gentlemen, please abide by the rules of the Martial Arts Merchants Guild. Lin smiled faintly and returned to the matter at hand. Yi Xiao, if you don't go along with this, the 6th tier insect queen core is mine. Yi Xiao's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Shen and Raymond. He said nothing, but the message in his eyes was crystal clear. If they lent him the money, they were friends. If they didn't, they were enemies. There was no middle ground. 150 million, going once. 150 million, going twice. Huang Yu confirmed the bid twice in a row, and Yi Xiao was at the end of his rope. Others knew Luo Yuanshan, but he knew Luo Yuanshan even better. If he had to dip into his own pocket to cover the shortfall, that money would be down the drain. But if he failed to secure the 6th tier insect queen core and jeopardized Luo Yuanshan's grand plan, he certainly wouldn't last long as deputy inspector. After weighing his options for a long time, Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and said, 180 million. Alright, since you want it so badly, I'll let you have it. Lin smiled with satisfaction. He only wasted a few million extra, while Yi Xiao had wasted 30 million. Compared to that, he felt much better. Humph. Yi Xiao snorted coldly, his heart bleeding. Those 30 million he paid out of his own pocket were his life savings, accumulated over 10 years in the northern frontier. Now, he'd been set back to square one overnight. At least he finally secured the 6th tier insect queen core and completed the mission Luo Yuanshan had assigned him. 185 million. Suddenly, Zhou Shen raised his bid paddle in the VIP room, his gaze unusually resolute. Yi Xiao was a bit taken aback. He hadn't gone looking for trouble with Zhou Shen, yet Zhou Shen actually dared to actively go against him. Zhou Shen! What the hell are you playing at? The highest bidder wins, that's the rule of the Martial Arts Merchants Guild, Zhou Shen retorted defiantly. What bullshit rules? Do you know what happens to anyone who crosses me? Yi Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and issued a blatant threat. Chairman Huang, it's not that I don't want to bid, it's that I simply dare not. I think I'll pass on this 6th tier insect queen core. Zhou Shen was no fool. With a deft maneuver, he shifted the conflict onto Huang Yu and Yi Xiao. Huang Yu waved his hand and promised with authority, head of the Zhou family, the martial arts chamber has stood firm in Longwood for hundreds of years. We rely on far more than just this sum of money. You can bid with complete confidence. The martial arts chamber will take full responsibility for any trouble that arises. Guards! Escort Inspector Yi out. Huang Yu changed the subject abruptly, showing no mercy whatsoever. Yi Xiao pushed aside the martial arts chamber's elite guards and raised his bid card one last time, 190 million. 191 million. Zhou Shen raised the bid without hesitation. If the mountain 1T come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain. You'll all pay for this. Yi Xiao crushed his bid card and stormed out of the hall with his men. 191 million going once. 190 million, going once. 190 million, going twice. Going 3 times. Sold. Huan Yu announced the result loudly. In an instant, the entire hall was stunned. It wasn't too surprising that a 6th-tier insect queen core could fetch 190 million. What truly shocked everyone was that Zhou Shen dared to openly defy Yi Xiao in front of everyone. Zhou Shen, with his 4th tier, 7th level strength, certainly needed that insect queen core. But offending Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan for the sake of the insect queen core was clearly not a wise move. No one in the hall could make sense of Zhou Shen's baffling behavior. Lei Wen, in the VIP lounge, was just as confused. Dad, has Zhou Shen gone crazy? Raymond shook his head and explained, he is more level-headed than anyone else. Yi Xiao was being aggressive just now. We didn't choose to borrow money, and he is already holding a grudge against us. At this point, we have no choice but to side with Lin and seek his protection. Besides, Luo Yuanshan and Yi Xiao are on the decline. Lin is the true uncrowned king of the northern frontier. Lei Wen nodded, still only half understanding, and asked, if we're going to side with Lin, why didn't we bid just now? It's not like we were the ones putting up those 200 million. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Who can say for sure what the future holds? Lei Meng said meaningfully. Lei Wen suddenly understood experience really does count for a lot. Back when Lin was taken under Luo Yuanshan's wing, the Lei family immediately rushed to curry favor and forge a connection. Later, when Lin fell from grace, the Lei family's attitude did a complete 180. In the end, no one expected that Lin wouldn't be brought down by the setback. Instead, he rose higher and higher. Today's Lin might very well be tomorrow's Luo Yuanshan. It's never a mistake to leave yourself plenty of room to maneuver in any situation. Chapter 80, Snagging a 6th rank martial art. Bonus, 6th tier insect queen core. Next up is the final lot of this grand ceremony, a transcript of the 6th rank upper tier martial art, 10,000 swords return to the source. This martial art was created by the Dragon Kingdom's sword god, Xiaoyaofeng. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can simultaneously control over 10,000 flying swords to attack enemies. Its power is boundless and its tactics unpredictable. Starting bid, 80 million. Bids must be in increments of at least 1 million. Huan Yu announced with great enthusiasm. As his final word fell, the venue erupted in a frenzy. A 4th grade martial art is already the absolute limit for ordinary martial artists. With each increase in grade, rarity multiplies exponentially. A 6th grade upper tier martial art, this was something ordinary martial artists dared not even dream of. However, 6th grade martial arts are extremely difficult to cultivate, so martial artists below the 4th tier need not even consider them. Furthermore, only martial artists of the 4th tier or higher who have awakened a sword-related talent or are proficient with sword weapons can cultivate this martial art. Coupled with the 80 million starting bid, this immediately barred over 90% of the attendees from even entering the bidding. It's a shame I don't know how to wield a sword, otherwise, I'd sell everything I own to bid on this martial art manual, Claire joked. The northern frontier is barren, there aren't many people willing and qualified to buy it. If it were auctioned in the eastern or southern frontiers, I'm afraid even 300 million wouldn't be enough to stop the bidding. Nia Shuang remarked. In the VIP lounge, Raymond and Zhou Shen exchanged glances, both noticing the wry smiles on each other's faces. It was a fine item, there was no doubt about that. The problem was that neither the Lei nor the Zhou families had any martial artists capable of cultivating this martial art. After spending a fortune to win the bid, it would simply have to be stored away in the treasury. A commoner is innocent, but possessing a precious gem makes him guilty. Wasn't this a clear invitation to those with ill intent, telling them, I have something valuable at home, come and take it? A 6th grade upper tier martial art personally created by the Dragon Kingdom's sword god, Xiaoyaofeng, doesn't anyone want it? Huan Yu looked around. Everyone was sitting there as still as statues. Since no one else wants it, I'll take it for 80 million. Lin smiled faintly and raised his bid paddle. You're already dual trained in spears and bows. What do you need this martial art manual for? Isn't that a waste of money? Claire asked in confusion. Yao Riao, well aware of the saying you can't bite off more than you can chew, also advised, little brother Lin, a person's energy is limited. Mastering both a primary and secondary weapon is already the limit. Any more than that will actually hinder your cultivation. Mastering multiple weapons does indeed give you a greater advantage at lower cultivation levels, but as you advance, mastering multiple weapons is actually less effective than specializing in one. This is all based on experience, Han Bing said earnestly. That's right, Lin Centurion. If you have the money, you'd be better off spending it all on spiritual elixirs, Nia Shuang said with heartfelt advice. Lin understood their concerns, but they couldn't possibly comprehend just how extraordinary he was. With the boost from his SSS rank ancestor of 10,000 weapons talent, he didn't need to spend time mastering them. He was instantly proficient in every type of weapon. Add to that the effect of his advanced sword ancestor talent, which allowed him to summon flying swords out of thin air, with his power increasing by 1% for every additional flying sword he controlled. 100 flying swords doubled his power. 1,000 flying swords increased his power tenfold. And with this 10,000 swords returned to the source manual, which allows him to control up to 10,000 flying swords simultaneously, that means a 100-fold increase in power. Just imagine amplifying the power of a high-tier 6th rank martial art by 100 times. How terrifying would that be? It would completely overwhelm a 7th rank martial art. It would rival an 8th rank martial art. It might even come close to a 9th rank martial art. This is practically a new cheat code tailor-made for Lin. So, Lin said firmly, my mind is made up. I absolutely must have this martial art. Sai, Claire, and the others sighed helplessly. This is a top-tier 6th rank martial art. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Huang Yu looked around the hall, especially at Zhou Xin and Raymond in the VIP lounge. As soon as she finished speaking, both the VIP lounge and the main hall fell silent. Huang Yu sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected the most valuable 6th grade upper tier martial art to ultimately sell for only 80 million. Since there are no further bids, congratulations to Lin on winning this martial art. Nice! Lin struggled to hide his excitement, though inside he was over the moon. A 6th grade upper tier martial art for 80 million, what a steal! A total windfall.